Chapter 651 Stealing Blood. Why do I have to click so many times when I can do something with just a thought? Lu Ben asked, supporting his head. Lin would pause when he heard this. Is this the point? Isn't this the point? Such a cool retracting action, you said I can do it with just a thought? This is not the point. Lu Ben scratched his chin with his hand. But both of us know the function of your watch, and we both know how to activate it, and one of us is even more proficient than you. Knowing that you are a mess of dots, it is really hard to think you are handsome. Not only do I not think you are handsome, I even think you are funny. Because after you are a mess of dots, you still have to think, build the spell structure, complete the space reduction, and then use mental power to pull the plane into the warehouse. Baby, don't do this next time. You make us feel uncomfortable to hold back our laughter, and we almost laughed in front of you. We usually don't do this, usually behind your back, usually don't laugh. Linwa fell into deep thought for a while, and said aloud, let's talk about the radiation aura. You didn't call me for such a meaningful matter? Do you still have me, the vice president, in your eyes? You are trying to change the subject, and you want to take the initiative. Are you proud? Emolan looked at Lin, who was roaring at him in confusion. Cold sweat broke out on Lin's forehead, and he forced himself to smile. Forced smile. JPG dong dong. Emolan knocked on the table and glared at the two of them. Business. Okay. Seeing the two sitting obediently in front of the table, Emolan nodded with satisfaction, and then turned to look at Linwa. Build me a plane. And a watch. 2. A mechanical watch. Simple. Okay. No problem. Linwa was instantly amused, and almost couldn't help laughing out loud. But after looking at Emolan, he held back. Okay. Let's get down to business now. Linwa. Lu Ben told you part of it before. You should have known the general situation. Right? Any questions? Emolan turned his head to look at Linwa, and Linwa immediately became serious after hearing what he said. I'm a little curious about the data. This is the experimental data. Emolan directly sent a data packet to Linwa through his mental power, and Linwa immediately browsed it, and nodded after a moment. I understand. Well, then what we are going to discuss today is how to collect, refine, and store these radiation auras. Emolan opened various magic arrays, and Lu Ben lowered the aura of his own small space. In an instant, the location where Emolan and others were located was completely isolated from the outside world. Even in terms of space, this was not in the same world as the Mage Tower. Let me explain one thing first, Lu Ben said directly. The speed of collecting space elements in our association has been increasing, but at the same time, the speed of consuming space elements at each end of our association is also increasing. Addition minus consumption, the space elements that can be accumulated every day are not much, and the alien gate of the Abyss world consumes space elements very fiercely. It is impossible to keep it open for a long time, even if it is open multiple times. The consumption will be very large, so collecting radiation breath must take this issue into consideration. Can we occupy the Abyss continent directly? After Linwa finished speaking, Emolan and Lu Ben looked at him silently. Okay, just ignore what I said. Do you want to go explore first? I didn't ask anyone to explore. The blood demons who control the second-level blood pool are already high-level demons. The deeper third level, the fourth level, or even higher-level blood pools must also be high-level demons. High-level demons are intelligent, and they are strong, which is stronger than we can beat. This is the key. So before we can beat them, we should not provoke them. No, not only should we not provoke them, we should not appear in their field of vision and let them know, because once they know, they will probably come to us on their own initiative, and then we will be self-defeating. That's right. Forget it. Let's discuss how to develop the blood pool. Linwa said slowly after a moment of silence. President, I have an idea. Do you think this will work? We only occupy the lowest level blood pools on the edge of the Abyss continent. We build an automated base for each blood pool. Each automated base extracts blood according to a certain ratio, refines it into radioactive aura, and stores it. We only need to continuously capture blood pools, seal the 7th level demons, and then collect radioactive aura regularly. The base can be a metal base, matched with a tower spirit, and then the required steps can be input. Lu Ben thought after hearing this. This should be fine. I'm just worried about another aspect. Just like last time. What if a high-level demon comes to summon these blood pool demons to fight for him? Once they see that the 7th level demon is sealed and there are machines, They will definitely be suspicious. These demons who have notified us are nothing. But if the high-level demons find out, we will be exposed. After all, it's better for us not to be exposed for now. We should collect the radiation breath as low-key as possible. Linhua frowned when he heard this. And Imolan spoke at this time. What if the 7th level demon doesn't know the existence of this base? The two were stunned. Lu Bin asked curiously. President, if we do something to the blood pool, won't the bound 7th level demon be able to sense it? Indeed. There will be a sense, then we won't refine the radiation aura, just collect blood. We will only move the earth veins. As long as we take a certain proportion, as long as it doesn't affect the normal operation of the blood pool, it will not be discovered at all. The two's eyes lit up when they heard this. Lu Bin clapped his hands. I have calculated that the blood supply in the earth vein channel is endless, and will not be delivered in fixed quantities, which means that it can be diverted. This will at most reduce the breeding speed of the blood pool. As long as we ensure that the breeding speed of the blood pool does not decrease to the point where it affects the demon ecological cycle of the entire area of land, it should be impossible to be discovered. After all, these 7th level demons are chaotic and have no wisdom, so it is impossible to find any suspicious points. Linhua also nodded. Yes, and we stole blood. But the earth vein channel is a large-scale network. The entire Abyss continent is so large that the blood we stole cannot affect the entire ecology. As long as the entire ecosystem doesn't collapse, we can keep stealing. Then let's do it this way. Linhua, you are responsible for designing and building this hidden base. Lu Bin, you are responsible for the internal space of these bases. I want as much space as possible to store as much blood as possible at one time. I will call a group of tower spirits over, and then assemble them together and throw them into the abyss. Chapter 652 The Abandoned Staff. Linhua. An inspiration suddenly popped up in Imolan's mind. He turned his head to look at Linhua and said, Can you build a robot that can automatically smelt metal? Yes. Linhua looked at Imolan with some doubts. Imolan asked again after hearing this. Then can you build a machine that automatically maintains a constant magic array? Yes. Then can you build a machine that can open up a space channel? Cooperate with the tower spirit. I can't do it. Imolan nodded silently after hearing this, and turned his head to look at Lu Bin. Lu Bin, can you open a space channel according to the coordinates now? I can't do it. At this moment, Linhua had roughly understood what Imolan was thinking, and spoke after a moment of silence. President, I roughly understand your idea. You want to build a robot in the Abyss world, automatically find the blood pool, automatically build a small base, automatically install, and then transmit the blood back? Imolan nodded slowly. Yes, this Abyss world is too big. If we have to install small bases one by one, it will be too cumbersome. It is better to build robots and let them do it, and we can concentrate on research. After all, why would a mage go out? Have you ever seen a proper mage go out? Lu Bin silently pointed at Linhua. Imolan glanced at him. He doesn't count. He didn't go out. He just took the door away. Lu Bin fell into deep thought. Linhua smiled and nodded. I did take the door away, okay, President. What you said makes sense, then I, Lu Bin, will also study this aspect. This idea is indeed interesting. I think we can use this method for the resources we normally collect, saving a lot of manpower, and the efficiency will be doubled directly. Yes, liberating manpower, this is another innovation in productivity. Okay, let's go. Let's build the first version of the small base to test the waters. Okay. After they all left, Imolan asked Mark to mobilize the earth spirits and keep the soul stones ready while he began to repair his magic coat. This time, he used the magic coat for more than half a month and tried some basic methods, and he could also make some modifications to the actual use of the magic coat. In addition, Imolan also planned to find a way to build a radiation protection layer to deal with the possible use of radiation breath in the future, because Imolan discovered that the magic coat could not block the radiation produced after the fission of the radiation breath. And he could not block it either. It didn't matter before because there was no main body inside the magic coat, and the radiation could not reach it. But in fact, if the main body was also inside, the radiation would also kill Imolan. High-density metals such as lead can be used to prevent radiation. I can refer to this angle to cast a layer of radiation protection for myself. It would be best to develop a special spell for radiation protection. Well, then try whether the radiation can be used. If it is used for attack, it is not bad. Using radiation as an attack method that is difficult to resist It is hard to say for players. With the doubling, they know how to make radiation protection, but if they are not prepared, they will definitely be the same as the natives. No defensive spells are useful. Directly do real damage, 1 kill. Emolan muttered while doing experiments. There is no good way to deal with radiation. Radiation is a particle flow that is too small, so small that the spells I currently construct using the elemental basic particle level cannot block it at all, not much different from air. And if I use magic to shape a high-density metal like lead? Emolan rubbed his brows with a headache. If I use metal lead to weave a lead coat inside the magic coat, this idea was abandoned by Emolan as soon as it emerged. No. If I weave a set of lead clothes, it will be a hole if it is broken. Hey. That's not right. My thinking is stuck in a dead end. The magic coat is not afraid of nuclear radiation. It's me who is afraid of nuclear radiation. The magic coat itself is used to protect me. There is no problem at all to add a layer of lead clothes where the magic coat wraps me. And if the attack can break the lead armor, then I don't need to be attacked by nuclear radiation. This attack itself can kill me, so I don't need to be perfect as usual. The lead armor itself is just a transitional product like the magic coat. It is only used for transition. When I refine the elemental body and eliminate the last weakness, I naturally don't need to be afraid of radiation. And I naturally don't need the lead armor. Wonderful. Emolan smiled and made some simple modifications to the inside of the magic coat. After a while, a magic coat that can defend against nuclear radiation was freshly produced. After revising several other issues, Emolan stood up and walked into the meditation room. The meditation room was filled with several element pools. And in the fire element pool was a group of slender firewood that looked like divine iron. At this moment, the firewood was only as thick as a little finger. But its texture had been improved to an unimaginable level, much higher than the other 3 magic plants. Emolan looked at the firewood that had been integrated with a fire spirit, and couldn't help but smile. You were once a very rare treasure to me. I didn't expect it to be so. After collecting it from the fire element world, I specially built a fire element pool to raise it, and then used a fire spirit to fuse it. I spent a lot of effort to adjust my mentality, straighten out the structure, and try to build a staff for myself. But with the increase of my strength and the progress of my knowledge, your staff has fallen behind again and again. I have been reluctant to update the training plan again and again. From improving your quality alone in the past, to collecting 4 elements of the same tree for training, fusing elemental spirits, cultivating magic plants, trying to fuse a magic staff. But now the other 3 familiar magic plants have all fused elemental spirits. And after they have all started to be cultivated, I have advanced to the 7th ring. Emolan turned his head to look at the 3 water-patterned wood, earth-patterned wood, wind-patterned wood, and magic plants. They were all found by Emolan when he issued the task. As for the names, they were also given by Emolan himself. He gave them a set of names, and planned to fuse them into one after they were cultivated to forge a unique staff. And now, Emolan is helpless. This unique magic circle must be very powerful, but it has not been cast yet, and it is already confirmed that it cannot keep up with Emolan's strength, is not worthy of Emolan, and cannot enhance Emolan's strength. Why is it so difficult for me to forge a magic staff for myself? Emolan looked at the 4 pieces of wood that were still growing, thinking in his head whether he should think of a way to strengthen them, struggle a little more, see if he can make a magic staff suitable for himself. It's not difficult to strengthen it again, but it's a bit difficult to catch up with my strength. Although my knowledge is often higher than my strength, it takes time to cultivate it. My strength has caught up with my knowledge, but my staff is still not ready. Emolan rubbed his eyebrows. Forget it. Forget it, I don't need a staff. Just treat it as raising 4 potted plants, and then I can make a favorite toy to play with. Emolan gave up. Chapter 653 Dead Player. Emotion saved me. It wants to kill me. Emolan frowned, and played the voice again. The message suddenly sent by the player of the God of Light made Emolan feel very strange. This was a voice message, and the sender's voice sounded weak, as if he was dying, only had one last breath left, as if he was going to die in the next moment, and his voice was full of despair. And the voice was not finished, as if the person was already dead. Playing the voice again. Listening to the weak voice inside. Emolan fell into deep thought. This player of the God of Light should not have the courage to joke with me. Nor will he joke with me. This is basically certain. Moreover, he is a player, not a native. What on earth would make an immortal player full of despair? No matter how dangerous the player is, It is impossible to reach this point. Although death in this game world is relatively real, it has a great impact on people. But it uses a dream game system, and the moment of death will be transformed into a dream state to avoid psychological damage. Why is he so desperate? Just to protect the despair of death in front of him? Which player has not died several times? Moreover, for a person like the God of Light, his mental state should not be too bad. And it would not be like this unless he is really going to die. Not just in a game. As soon as Emolan finished speaking, his heart could not help but rise. Tang Chuan, come up. After calling Tang Chuan, Emolan sent a message directly to the player of the God of Light. How are you? Did you die? Did you resurrect? He is already dead. The sudden reply on the chat interface did not make Emolan feel at ease. Instead, it made Emolan's heart skip a beat, and his pupils dilated instantly. Hello human, I am, God of Light. At this moment, this sentence brought an unparalleled impact to Emolan. At this moment, Emolan reacted instantly, directly opened the forum, and clicked the only customer button in the entire game. Customer service, someone is in danger of life, ID 6496761952761, he is suspected to be swallowed by the God of Light. Currently, the God of Light has occupied the player's body, and has occupied the player's attribute panel. Emolan did nothing at this moment, and directly chose to contact the game official staff to handle it. In other words, call the police immediately. Because Emolan understands, this is the most effective way, this is also the only way to save the life of the God of Light player. Hello, dear player, everything you have encountered is a game effect. Please do not be surprised, I wish you a happy game. Emolan frowned when he saw this, and said it again. I don't know what you are worried about, anyway. I have told you, I hope you can fulfill your responsibilities after all. Human life is at stake. After Emolan said it again, he was ready to be fooled by some words again, but this time, the pause after the message was sent was a bit long, so long that when Emolan thought that the customer service was not going to reply to him, a message was sent. Hello, Mr. Mo, thank you for the information you provided. We have completed the verification of the player ID you provided. Due to 2 consecutive deaths, the player has been deregistered and forced to exit the game. His life is not in danger. Please rest assured. Mr. Mo, Real Game is the first virtual reality game with a virtuality of up to 99%. Since we have fully opened its account, we have made all preparations. We have solved various difficulties. We have calculated the various problems that may be faced, and set up a comprehensive protection mechanism to ensure the safety of players. Please feel free to play. In addition, after our verification, the will of the gods that invaded the player's ID account has been cleared by our early warning system. The ID has been banned. I wish you a happy game. Ding, your service has ended. Please rate the customer service. 10 points. Emolan subconsciously chose 10 points. Still immersed in thinking, the information content of the message just now was a bit large. He had to digest it. First of all, it can be confirmed that the person who just chatted with me must have changed. It is definitely not the customer service who chatted with me at the beginning. The person who replied to me must know me, and he is in a high position. So he dared to reply to me like this, and dared to reply to me with such a large amount of information. He said that the player Guangmingshan was not dead, which should not be a big problem. Since he can say so much, he should not be lying to me. There is indeed a security protection mechanism, but it is probably hidden a little too deep, and it was activated at the last moment. So this Guangmingshan player was so desperate. Well, it must have caused serious consequences to the player himself. Otherwise it would be impossible to directly cancel the account, and directly ban the qualification to register an account. According to the announcement, if the account of this type of person, who has been cancelled due to multiple deaths, wants to register an account again, he must pass the official inspection and approval. This means that this is very harmful to the person, but not fatal. It is a recovery, but everyone's recovery time and speed are different, so the account must be officially inspected and approved before it can be registered again. Well, if the account is registered again without recovery, then the death should cause irreversible serious consequences. Emolan muttered, knowing that the person is not dead. Emolan is not in a hurry, he can study it slowly. Emolan even has the mind to tease, tut. TSK, this player made one trick after another, and now he has killed himself. Oh no. No, not only killed, this player has been banned, without a chance to revive. TSK, poor, he played too tricky. Emolan shook his head, and thought about it. Now think about it, the official attitude is very clear, still not actively admitting the authenticity of this game world, but not denying it either, not actively not denying. And the person behind dared to say it directly, it is definitely not because I am too special, my specialness is a reason, but it is definitely not the decisive factor. People like this must be the most tight-lipped, and this kind of sensitivity is definitely the strongest. Since he dared to tell me, and dared to reveal so much information, then the wind direction must have changed. From the original denial, to being able to admit to certain special people, and reveal. The wind direction is changing, which means that the situation is almost no longer needed to be denied, or it can be denied. And this key node is either the system update caused by the last research on the 7-ring spell architecture, or the system update when the next promotion to legend. Next time, it may be an extremely important system update, and it may even produce a qualitative change. Chapter 654 Awakening God. It should be the next system update, there is no mistake. The next system update must be a crucial system update, there will be phase changes. After thinking about it, Emolan felt that this possibility was very high. But the legendary system update should be some time away. With my research speed, promotion speed, there is still plenty of time, I can make some preparations. Emolan nodded lightly, and then thought about another thing. The person who responded to me on behalf of the customer service at that time not only explained that the player of God of Light was not dead, but also told me that the player ID invaded by gods will have been banned. Emolan thought of this and opened the chat interface. As expected, the chat box of God of Light had completely turned gray. Clicking on the avatar also showed that the account was cancelled. Looking at the words account cancelled, Emolan clicked his tongue. TSK. This is God's account. In other words, this was originally God's friend. And now it has been cancelled. What a pity. Emolan opened the chat record with the customer service again. Thinking about that sentence, he said that the player IDs invaded by the will of the gods have been cleared by the early warning system. And the IDs have been banned. This sentence shows that the system panel can be invaded. This should not be just a string of data, but a real thing. It should be placed on my mental power or soul. It's just that I can't find it. Because the soul state after death also has a system panel. The abnormality of my mage title has proved this point. The system panel does exist. And this existing system panel can be forcibly invaded by will. Not only that, the game has even prepared an early warning system to deal with the invasion. And it is always running. Emolan shook his head. Sure enough, there are too many tricks here. I can't grasp it. But from another perspective, it also shows another thing. I am not as important as I thought. I can have fun. I can be wild. I can do whatever I want. And even if I die, it doesn't matter. I have life insurance. I won't die. Emolan smiled, turned his head, and looked at Tang Chuan, who had been waiting for a long time. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. The main reason is that the information I just received was so shocking. I put all my thoughts into thinking about it. I didn't even dare to interrupt because I was afraid that I would forget some crucial thoughts and information if I interrupted. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. President, did you call me because of this crucial news? Tang Chuan asked doubtfully. Emolan nodded and said slowly, the player of the God of Light is dead. Dead? I knew that he would definitely kill himself if he played so coquettishly. Isn't it normal for him to die? Tang Chuan said with a smile. He just said that, and suddenly felt something was wrong. Emolan's face was still serious and formal. He didn't show any intention of laughing. Emolan's look made Tang Chuan's heart skip a beat. An ominous premonition surged into his heart. And he swallowed his throat and asked carefully, President, you said dead? Could it be that this player is really dead? Tang Chuan looked at Emolan carefully, fearing that he would get a positive answer from Emolan. When I first got the news, I thought he was dead. Hearing this, Tang Chuan patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. And then his face was full of curiosity. President, what happened that made you think this player was dead? Emolan didn't say anything, and directly played the voice. Tang Chuan was shocked by the deep despair as soon as he heard it. His eyes widened, and he couldn't help but look at Emolan. President, is he really dead? Emolan shook his head. I was in the same situation as you at first, but I confirmed that he was not dead. But the entire account was dead, which means that the account was cancelled, and the player himself was no longer allowed to host the account. It's good that he is not dead. Emolan nodded and asked, what's wrong with the Church of Light recently? Is there any problem? Has the doctrine been modified again? The doctrine has not been touched. It's still the same version. And there has been no abnormality in the Church of Light during this period? I have a team under me that specializes in collecting information about the Church of Light. But I just asked them. And there is nothing wrong with the Church of Light. However, there is one thing worth mentioning. That is, the Church of Light has developed very rapidly recently, as if it has passed the stage of toddling, past the long period of accumulation, and has entered the period of explosion, and has begun to develop rapidly. Every day, large areas are included in their missionary scope. Within their missionary scope, a large number of preachers in white robes are preaching on a large scale. And every day a large number of people believe in the God of Light. If there is anything that may cause the death of players recently, it should be this. A large number of new beliefs directly led to the rapid growth of the God of Light, and then completely overwhelmed this player, and completely devoured it. Emolan nodded when he heard this. It is indeed possible that a large number of beliefs made it rapidly grow stronger, and then overwhelmed the player. By the way, there is one thing I want to say. This God of Light is not just about its rapid growth. Rather, this God of Light has awakened. What? Awake! Tang Chuan stood up suddenly, his face full of disbelief. Emolan nodded slowly, and Tang Chuan calmed down the next moment, muttering, "The God of Light has awakened. No wonder that player was so miserable that he was directly cancelled. If you want to completely control the God of Light, you must become the God of Light before the God of Light awakens. Once the will of the gods is born and awakens, the players who have not yet completely controlled it will definitely die miserably. There is no other result." "Yes." Emolan nodded. "Today I mainly want to remind you that the God of Light has awakened. You may need to change your previous methods. You must pay more attention to safety. Don't let your account be cancelled directly. This is one point. Another point is that the God of Light is the first God to have a will and awaken so far. At this moment, they are completely unfamiliar with the strength, ideology, fighting style, level, and the huge Church of Light. And Tang Chuan, you and your project team are the only existing God research project team, and are also experts in gods. So I give you a task: collect all the information about gods while researching, including but not limited to the information I mentioned above, the method of creating gods, the method of influencing gods, and even the method of killing gods." Tang Chuan nodded seriously at Emolan's words. "Yes." Chapter 655 Arrangement. What happened? Lu Bin and Lin Hua heard the sound and rushed over to ask. Emolan glanced at them and said it directly without hiding anything. The two looked at each other and finally looked at Emolan again. Since the situation has come to this point, it means that these gods are starting to take the stage. Gods, there is nothing to say. If you can communicate, then communicate. If you can't communicate, then we will find a way to make them willing to communicate with us. Just prepare more things that will make them willing to communicate with us. After Lin Hua finished speaking, Lu Bin beside him nodded. Then hurry up and prepare. Set up in 2 days, set up 1 day earlier, start collecting 1 day earlier. Okay. Slip away. The two left, and it was 3 days later when they appeared again. 3 days later, the three of them gathered again, the door to the other world opened. The three of them set out at the same time as never before, and used the spell position to carry thoughts to descend into the abyss world. The three of them were determined not to use their real bodies. 3 people act separately. Sweep one by one? Don't do it yet. First act together. Determine the mode. And I will tell you some points that need to be paid attention to when opening the space channel. Especially Lin Hua. Although you have studied the shadow space. In the real space field, you are still a little behind me and the president. Okay. Then let's go to the front. There is a blood pool not far ahead. It was discovered before, but it has not been moved. Emolan spoke. And Lu Bin and Lin Hua naturally had no objection. They each used their own methods to send out the soul stone carrying their own spell slots. Lu Bin's curvature space drive. Emolan's fire phoenix. Lin was supersonic drone. It didn't take much time for the 3 people's thoughts to descend over a blood pool. Kill the demon. The chaos demon. There is no use value. We can't let him see us doing things. And we can't let him leave any memory. Emolan's voice fell. A space wave appeared directly out of thin air. And the extremely complex space distortion enveloped the 7th level demon. Thousands of directions of space distortion appeared in a few cubic meters of space. Flowing. And the 7th level demon only lasted for a moment before his body was squeezed. twisted, and died directly. It won't be long after the 7th level demon dies that the 6th level demon will come to fight for the blood pool. We need to be quick. As soon as Lubin finished speaking, Emolan nodded, and the fire phoenix carrying the spell position disappeared out of thin air, and appeared underground with the fire phoenix, appearing directly below the blood pool. Under the blood pool, Emolan had already constructed an underground space with magic, and soon Lubin and Linhua followed in. Linhua, set up the base. Okay. As soon as the voice fell, a machine appeared directly in the underground space. The material of the machine was very ordinary, and only the key parts used elemental metals. After the machine appeared, Lubin immediately constructed a space channel to invade the ground vein passage. After a while, streams of blood and soul directly flowed into the machine. The machine did not have many functions. It could only contain a huge internal space, a passive positioning system, a trigger alarm system, a trigger self-destruct system, and a breath-hiding simulation system. After the space channel was built, Linhua directly activated the machine. A wave of waves spread instantly. With continuous feedback and adjustment, the waves emitted by the machine gradually matched the surroundings. At the same time, a virtual fantasy was emitted, completely integrated with the environment. And here in the space channel, the elemental fluctuations emitted by the virtual imaging are unified by the emitted frequencies, transformed into the natural world, the original fluctuations underground, the frequencies, there is no difference at all. Emolan flashed back to the sky above the blood pool. Under the mental power detection, the underground hole disappeared without a trace, that is, no spatial fluctuations could be felt, and no machinery could be felt. The place where the underground hole was located was all the same rocks and soil as the surrounding area under the mental power perception. Almost done. Check it regularly. There shouldn't be any problems. This group of chaotic 7th level demons won't be able to find it. And with the characteristics of these 7th level demons bound to the blood pool, they will actively protect the blood pool, forbid others to approach, or even destroy it, which can be regarded as our mechanical bodyguards. Hey, the 6th level demon is coming so fast. Linhua was surprised. Emolan nodded. Hide it, we can see the effect. As soon as the voice fell, Emolan and the other two instantly lost all their breath, as if they disappeared without a trace. Below, the cautious 6th level demons. After confirming that the 7th level demon was really dead, a war broke out instantly. More than a dozen 6th level peak demons fought in chaos below. And after a while, a winner emerged and successfully merged with the blood pool, becoming a brand new 7th level demon. After it was promoted to a 7th level demon, Emolan, Lubin, and Linhua instantly locked onto this 7th level demon, waiting for its changes. In theory, we only intercepted a part of the blood from the ground vein channel, and did not affect the operation of the blood pool itself. So it should not be warned by the blood pool. The only possible flaw is that the blood pool now takes a little longer to breed a demon worm than before. But we are familiar with the original time. And the 7th level demon that may cause the flaw has been killed by us. So theoretically speaking, this 7th level demon cannot discover our actions. But theory is just theory. In reality, anything can happen. I really hope nothing unexpected happens. Lubin murmured, continuing to pay attention to the 7th level demon below. Time passed bit by bit. And with the passage of time, Emolan, Linhua, and Lubin finally felt relieved. Since there is no problem, let's split up and do it separately. The three of us. Let's set up all the machines this afternoon, and then start running them. Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, Emolan simply assigned the tasks, and the two of them each chose a direction to fly away. Emolan didn't say anything, and flew away at high speed after choosing a direction. Whenever he encountered a blood pool, Emolan stopped and set up the machine to steal blood. And each time he set up a machine, he marked it on the map. One machine after another was produced and shipped to Emolan and the other two, and was set up by the three presidents, Emolan, Lubin, and Linhua. As time slowly passed, more and more points were marked on the map in Emolan's hand. It was unknown how long Molan and the other two continued their work, until the alarm of the space element pool's inventory sounded, and the three of them barely stopped. When the three of them looked at the map that had been put together, it was already a densely packed area. Chapter 656 Miracle. Not bad. Looking at this densely marked map, Emolan nodded with satisfaction. This is full of security. Ha ha, President, what kind of security is this? We have to wait until they are all stored in the warehouse to feel full of security. After Lin Wu finished speaking, Emolan shook his head. No, you don't understand this. In my opinion, these blood pools are mines. And what are these markings? These markings are mines that are in operation and development. So many normal, operating, stable mines. If this is not a sense of security, then what is a sense of security? Emolan said with a smile, then turned his head to look at Tang Chuan beside him. Tang Chuan, what's the matter? Tang Chuan had just come up, seemingly paying attention to the situation above, as soon as he found that Emolan and others had returned to their thoughts. He hurried up. This is so urgent. Tang Chuan nodded when he heard it. The God of Light has shown his miracle. Oh, this is normal. The will of the God of Light has been born, and has awakened. After having the will, consciously control the power to show miracles, to demonstrate the power of God. If I were the God of Light, I would do the same. Miracles are simply a tool to recruit believers and consolidate faith. Tang Chuan laughed when he heard this, and continued. But the target of the miracle of the God of Light is a nobleman in the Southern Empire, a 7th-level warrior nobleman. According to the information we have inquired, in a city in the Southern Empire, an old slave soiled the nobleman's carriage and was whipped. There are many such cases. But these nobles have basically restrained themselves. This slave did something wrong. And it is okay for them to whip him, because the punishment is relatively light compared to the past. He will not be beaten to death. And at most, he will suffer some physical pain. But the problem is, unfortunately, this slave is a believer of the God of Light. And I guess he is a fanatical one. When he was beaten, he prayed to the God of Light. Oh, this is trouble. The fanatical believer who was praying was beaten. The believer's eldest brother must come out. If he doesn't come out, his number of believers will definitely be reduced by 1. So a huge miracle appeared. I don't know whether the God of Light had planned it, or was just overdoing it. A beam of light fell directly from the void, covering the entire castle. All the scars on the bodies of all the followers of the God of Light in the castle were completely healed, as if it were a high-level healing spell. And all the other people, including the buildings, were completely destroyed under the cover of the miracle. Among them were the entire family of the noble. 37 people, the strongest of whom was at the 7th level. Emolan opened his mouth wide when he heard this. Shocked. At the same time, a large number of missionaries appeared in the city. Faithful believers claimed to have received oracles, and went out to preach madly. The white land created by the miracle was clearly visible, and the divine arts that were almost free of charge covered it, and with the existence of the nobles as a target, the number of believers in the city was out of control. Not to mention the devout believers, at least believers who verbally believed in the God of Light, and who often chanted praises to the God of Light were everywhere, and in just a moment, the city was full of believers. The whole city was renamed the Holy City of Light. The operation reported by Tang Chuan made Emolan's mouth open wider and wider. When he heard the 4 words Holy City of Light, Emolan instantly spit out, "Fuck. This God of Light knows how to play, but isn't he afraid of being hacked to death by the Southern Empire if he plays like this? You know, the Southern Empire is not a weak kingdom, it's a whole empire, a huge empire with a population of hundreds of millions. The 7th level is a tactical deterrent force for them, which is on the surface, and the 8th level must exist in secret. Logically speaking, 7, 8, and 9 are all in the same level. There shouldn't be any big threshold, so there are so many level 7s, there must be level 8s, and it's very likely that there's level 9s. I can kill level 7s in seconds. But I don't even dare to show off. It thinks it's a god, so it dares to be so arrogant? It can also kill level 7s in seconds." Emolan smacked his lips when he heard that. Okay, it's a god, the God of Light. Now that its will has awakened, then its strength must have reached an extremely terrifying level. That's right, they have awakened their wills. Their intelligence must not be too low. Since they dare to jump to the stage with such violence and rough means, they must be sure of it. Emolan speculated with his hand supporting his chin, and Lu Bin beside him also said, I don't know whether it is sure or not, but I know that the Southern Empire is going to be busy now. Directly descending a miracle to evaporate a noble castle and the noble family, this is simply a slap in the face of the royal family. Can they tolerate this? President Lu, this is no longer a matter of whether the Southern Empire can tolerate it or not. According to the latest news, the Church of Light has begun to form the Knights of Light to prepare to attack the corrupt nobles, in order to save the Lamb of the God of Light. Tang Chuan beside him said directly, and Lu Bin's mouth opened wide when he heard it. Ah, this is really lively. Preaching by force. A sledgehammer in one hand. Doctrine in the other. Wow. Amazing. Emolan was shocked again. And shook his head in amazement. Awesome. Awesome. The world has changed all of a sudden. I was just worried about the God of Light. But he jumped right away. What about other churches? The God of Light has brought down a miracle. But other churches didn't make any moves after it jumped to this point? Just let the God of Light unscrupulously seize the vacant market. Are you so bold? No movement. The gods of other churches in the northern and southern empires probably haven't awakened yet. But Tang Chuan hesitated slightly. But what? The gods of other churches in the north and south empires have not awakened yet. What you mean by this is, the gods of the churches in the Saya Empire have awakened. Or have the gods of the churches in other empires in the outer circle awakened? Emolan guessed, while observing Tang Chuan's expression, but when Tang Chuan had no expression, Emolan frowned, feeling that something was wrong. Could it be that a god has awakened in a church in the Morse Kingdom? We actually have a church here? There is actually a god right under our noses? Which great god is so good at hiding? Emolan was shocked, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Tang Chuan shaking his head. But Tang Chuan said next, "It's not in the Morse Kingdom, but it's almost the same. It's in the underground world. In the depths of the underground world, it is said that someone found that a god had performed a miracle to subdue a green dragon, but failed to subdue it, and the green dragon ran away, and is currently being hunted by that church. The god who can perform miracles is probably awakened." Emolan fell into deep thought after hearing this. Chapter 657 Green Dragon. I thought the green dragon had already run away, but it turns out that it is still in this underground world, and is being watched by the gods. TSK. Emolan shook his head. If we had found it earlier, wouldn't this have happened? President, it would be more dangerous if we found it. Right? Lin was said after hearing this. Emolan was silent for a moment. Okay, then it's okay, Tang Chuan. Which church is this god from? It actually woke up so early. It's a bit abnormally fast. Even the God of Light only had his will born a while ago, with the help of a group of players. And he barely woke up. Tang Chuan said slowly after hearing this. The God of Darkness. Emolan had a few question marks on his forehead. Don't tell me that these gods are mutually opposed. Darkness and light are mutually resistant. The God of Light was born faster. And then the God of Darkness was also born faster. A belief system with this characteristic is not just a matter of faith. That would be troublesome. Emolan looked at Tang Chuan seriously. Tang Chuan thought for a moment, and shook his head. It shouldn't be the situation you just mentioned. President. Then how do you explain the progress of the Dark God? President, because according to our investigation and research, the progress of the Dark God may be faster than that of the Light God, and they are not born together. Darkness has basically always shrouded the underground world, and the fear of darkness has long formed the most basic fear belief. Comparatively speaking, fear belief is much easier to form than worship belief, and it is also easier to spread and accumulate. In the unique environment of the underground world, the Dark Church spread and developed rapidly, and quickly accumulated faith. It was not that the Dark God caught up with the Light God. On the contrary, it was the Light God who quickly caught up with the Dark God with the intervention of the group of players, and even surpassed the first to give birth to the will and awakened. Oh, so that's it. I was shocked. Emolan breathed a sigh of relief when he heard it. Do you know where the headquarters of the Dark Church is now? And where has the Green Dragon appeared recently? Is there any accurate information? Let's go to rescue it. The birthplace of the Dark Church is said to be in the underground world below the 5th underground floor. We have opened up the 1st underground floor before, and we have to go down 4 floors to the 5th underground floor. As for the specific location, it is not very clear. It is still quite far from us, and there is little news from there. As for the Green Dragon, I heard that the last time it was caught by the people of the Dark Church, it was inside a cave on the 3rd floor underground, and then it escaped. There is no specific location, since most of the underground world is inhabited by alien races. Our communication with them is limited to trading. Fair trade? I have to say, when the sword and axe are shown, it is much easier to trade with these alien races living in the dark underground than on the ground. So far, the ones I have met are quite honest and have good reputation. So we won't use violent means to invade, we'll just communicate peacefully. Well, we can communicate peacefully. It's not good to fight and kill. But we still need to find a way to find out about the Green Dragon. The Green Dragon is the first and only giant dragon we've found so far. Let's see if we can get the dwarves underground to help us investigate and search. After all, they are locals, our local bosses, and are familiar with the rules of the underground world. I'll do my best. In fact, as far as I know, our association has been looking for green dragons through dwarves for a long time. But according to my guess, it may be precisely because of this, that the green dragon knew about our search for it, and then it never showed up on the surface, and went deeper underground. I really don't know how a green dragon can be so cowardly, and hide just because someone is looking for it. Oh! This. Emolan was speechless for a moment, and then spoke after a moment of silence. If that's the case, let it be known that our association can protect the green dragon and reach a cooperative relationship with it, and promise not to attack or make things difficult for the green dragon. Think of a way to get a message to the green dragon. After all, there was no way to communicate before, so we could only act in a way that could not communicate. Now that there may be a channel for communication, let's try to use the channel of communication to solve the problem. Anyway, the final result is the same. That's right. But President, won't this provoke the Dark Church? Should we consider it? Emolan glanced at Tang Chuan, knocked on the table, and said lightly, shouldn't the Dark Church consider whether it will provoke the Mage Association? Tang Chuan smiled. Yes, President, I understand. Well, go ahead, remember, keep your previous mentality and state. We need to know how to be respectful, but we don't need to know how to be afraid. We can't be arrogant, but we can't lose confidence. So what if the will is born? So what if it awakens? It is still it, at most it is him, and it will never become him. Emolan slowly wrote in it, and a he on the table, and then knocked on the table. Remember, you are a mage. Remember. Tang Chuan left. Lu Bin smiled at Emolan. President, that's the awakened god. Aren't you scared? Emolan rolled his eyes. Scared ass? Didn't you hear that I used the animalet and the he with the character on the side? The miracle couldn't even subdue the green dragon. And it let the green dragon escape successfully again and again. It's not worthy of the he with the character on the side in terms of strength or wisdom. I would be a coward to such a god? What a joke. That's right. But what if this green dragon is stronger than you think? Impossible. Even if it is, my words will not change at all, even if I am strong. So what? I will become stronger in the future. But the spirit cannot be destroyed. Once the spirit is destroyed, the whole person will be ruined. No matter how talented or outstanding you are, you can only end up mediocre and inactive. So I still say the same thing. Afraid of provoking others? No. They should consider whether they will provoke me. Linwa nodded, said nothing more, floated up, and floated out of the window. I won't say much. Nor will I stay any longer. Such a big thing happened in the Southern Empire. They may dispatch troops to deal with the Church of Light. At this time, the battlefield will definitely be greatly affected. It may be a retreat, or a decisive battle. I must be on the battlefield no matter what. And inside, be prepared for support, Linwa said, and pointed at his watch. A black and gold supersonic plane appeared next to the window. Lin was level. The next moment, the black and gold plane exceeded the speed of sound without a sound, and shot through the sky. Linwa's plane is exquisitely made. It breaks the sound barrier silently. The sound of breaking the power, and the sound of breaking the sound barrier are all eliminated. There is also the strong wind of flying. And it is estimated that there is a similar magic circle that blurs the mental power detection. It is really exquisite, Lu Bin said in admiration. I remember to build one for you. No need to remind me. Linwa's voice came through the mental power, and Lu Bin smiled when he heard it. Since you are so enthusiastic, I can't refuse it. Thank you. Chapter 658 No Blind Spots. TSK. Emolan TSK tisk his lips, but then he thought he also had a fight, so he didn't say anything. When Lu Bin heard Emolan's voice, he knew what Emolan meant by that, and he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Hey, President, how long will it take you to advance to the 8th ring? It's been so long since the 7th ring. 8th ring? When my knowledge level rose to the 8th ring, when the magic suit was formed, I had no bottleneck to advance to the 8th ring, but it would take some time for my mental power to naturally advance to the 8th ring. Speaking of which, the efficiency of meditation is really slow, which seriously affects my promotion speed. If outsiders heard what Emolan said, they would probably be pissed to death. Emolan's promotion speed is so fast, and the speed of cultivation cannot catch up with the speed of breaking through the bottleneck. As long as the progress of cultivation is reached, he can be promoted. The bottleneck has been broken long ago, which is equivalent to having no bottleneck. And even so, he still thinks that the speed of cultivation is too slow? It's simply outrageous. However, what's even more outrageous is that Lubin actually nodded and agreed with it. Indeed, master-level cultivation is just a preliminary grasp of the rules, familiarity with the rules, and then broadening the rules. Strengthening the rules can meet the promotion conditions, and you can use a better structure to support the promotion of mental power. This is relatively easy for us mages. The speed of meditation cannot keep up with the pace of knowledge advancement. We need to follow the steps. It is too slow. Oh, by the way, I remember that the 7th level warriors can be promoted without expanding the rules or strengthening the rules. Right? It seems that they only need to keep familiar with the rules. Last time, I was curious about why these warriors were so weak. I studied them for a while, and came to the conclusion that their master-level training does not strengthen the rules, but only master the rules step by step, and master the rules proficiently. Oh, really? Emolan was quite surprised, but he reacted immediately. So you can advance this way, but didn't you also say that, the reason why your research is so weak, this is it? How can just constantly mastering the rules be comparable to constantly strengthening the rules? Especially at the beginning, the rules are relatively weak. When I was at the master level, I strengthened the rules by 1 time. When I advance to the legendary level, I can beat their dog brains out. Actually, it's already possible now. That's it, we are also at the beginning of the master level, and there is such a big gap at the 7th level. When we reach the end of the master level, at the 9th level, and the 9th ring, the gap between professions that enhance the rules, and those that don't will be greater than the gap between humans and dogs. Emolan waved his hand. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let me tell you, I have successfully integrated the magic coat into the process of advancing to the 7th ring mage. As long as you follow my method to advance to the 7th ring, you will master the magic coat immediately after advancing to the 7th ring, without any additional mastery. In other words, if I popularize this method, mastering the magic coat can actually become a sign of a 7th ring mage. Seeing the magic coat means you are definitely a 7th ring mage. And if you don't even master the magic coat, you are definitely not a 7th ring mage. Emolan waved his hand, projecting a long string of text, symbols, images between the two of them, said with a smile, Awesome. Awesome. You can directly define the signature skill for the 7th ring mage. I barely integrated the flash spell into the process of upgrading to the elite level. As long as you follow my method, you will definitely master the flash spell when you upgrade to the 4th ring mage. Same here, you are not bad either, Emolan said with a bow. The two looked at each other, laughed, and then started to discuss together. Let's discuss which direction to go next. No, to strengthen the next mages. In order to strengthen the strength of the mage profession, we have been working diligently here, without regrets, which is really touching. That's right. That's right. Life fell into peace again, every day was a cycle of the previous day, but for the people in the Mage Association, every day seemed to be the same as the previous day, but some seemed to be different from the previous day. Every day brings new knowledge, and every day brings new challenges. However, there is an old saying that goes, you never know which will come first, tomorrow or an accident. Ouch! On this day, a painful dragon roar resounded over the sky above the Mage Association's Underworld Research Office, just when the defense tower spirit was about to automatically attack the intruder. It was stopped by the garrison mage. Green Dragon? Looking at this large lizard with heavy scales and a pair of bat wings, the garrison mage said in surprise, Help me block the Dark God's lackeys behind me, and I will cooperate with you. A mental wave came from the Green Dragon. The garrison mage took a look at the serious corrosive scars on the dragon's body, said nothing, and directly raised the shield. After raising the shield, the mental power directly connected to Emolan's tower spirit. The research center in the underground world is not far from the Mage Association in a straight line, and is directly within the connection range of the tower spirit. After raising the shield and completing the report, a ball of light was directly condensed and thrown into the darkness in the distance. Silently, the ball of light exploded, and the soft light instantly flowed into the darkness, illuminating the originally dark cave, without any shadows or blind spots. Under the light, a group of humanoid creatures with gray skin, pointed ears, and iron swords were exposed. In the middle of them, a wooden staff was raised in one hand, and on top of the wooden staff was a statue. Dark elves, the garrison wizard muttered to himself. At this moment, these dark elves exposed in the light continued to move forward. And the dark elf in the center pointed the staff forward. Darkness. As soon as the words fell, the surrounding darkness suddenly surged up like a tide, swallowing the light, covering the dark elves, and even the mental power could not penetrate into it, making them fall into real darkness. Unknown darkness. Divine magic. Feeling the extremely strange mental power fluctuation. The essence of mental power seemed to be the dark element, and the assistant mage understood that this was the divine magic mentioned in the internal website after a little thought. Hand over the green dragon. Otherwise you will be punished by God. A cold voice came from the darkness, and the sticky darkness surged, approaching little by little, like a giant beast that devours light, ready to move and choose people to devour. However, as soon as the words fell, a large number of black holes quickly appeared in the wall next to the building. In just a moment, the terrifying elemental fluctuations broke out, and beams of light extended instantly. In the case of being unable to perceive the dark area, in just a moment, the artillery fire completely covered the darkness, leaving no dead corners. Chapter 659. I think this firepower is a little insufficient. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosions instantly illuminated the liquid-like viscous darkness, or rather, annihilated it. The terrifying explosion directly expanded the original cave by a whole circle. The terrifying flames spread in all directions, destroying everything in the connected caves. The powerful shock would have completely collapsed this place if it weren't for the simultaneous effect of the stable earth formation in the research center. The huge dragon lying on the ground looked at this scene with wide eyes, and couldn't close its mouth. This. At this time, two projections condensed silently under the shield. When the two projections appeared, the garrison mage also flew out of the mage tower, and came to the projection. Mo hui lu hui. Mo Lan nodded slightly when he heard this, turned his head to look at Lu Bin, and said with a smile, "This dark god has a very bad temper. He wants to punish us at any time, and destroy us at any time." The green dragon below heard the voice, and several question marks popped up in his head instantly. Irritable? That can't be said. We don't know the dark god, but there is a reason why the believers are so irritable. Believers? It's very simple. It's just to regard the gods as supreme, which cannot be blasphemed. And the deeper the belief, the more fanatical. Why do we regard the church as an enemy? It's because the church is made up of faith. Because of this thing. I don't know whether God is kind or not, but I know that once you have a fanatical belief in God, if your actions are slightly contrary to his beliefs, you are finished. He may be smiling in the previous second, and he may chop you with a knife in the next second. Once you go to extremes, it's not a good thing. Just like the way this believer thinks. Her God wants to subdue the green dragon, and we protect the green dragon. So we are the enemy. We should be punished by God, and we will be destroyed by her God. They don't have compromise. There is no compromise in fanatical faith. And compromise is not faith, unless their God issues another oracle. Indeed, for them, this is not irritability. It is natural. But I'm curious about one thing. What if they meet another believer of God? Either one God is a coward, or one of the gods is beaten. No. Pagans are more hateful than non-believers. Ha ha ha. Mo Lan and the others all laughed immediately, without even looking at the dark elves who had turned to ashes. Even after being beaten so badly by us, the dark god didn't show up. It seems that if the believers were killed by us directly, these gods wouldn't have time to descend. The signal of divine punishment was cut off before it could be sent down? Lu Bin pondered for a moment after hearing this. If that's the case, then these believers are too weak. As long as we prepare sneak attack weapons, such as ultra-long-range snipers, as long as we kill all of God's believers in an instant, then God will not be able to send down divine punishment from a long distance? God still has a body. These awakened gods are not as high as the kingdom of God, as described in the novel. That's not right. We don't know much about this. Does God have a kingdom? Where is the kingdom of God? If you say so, will the kingdom of God be built in the spiritual space of countless people, or even in their memories? Or did God just use his mental power to build a space in the void? Not sure. Forget it. There's no need to make these unnecessary guesses. Anyway, we're already facing the dark church now, and we'll know sooner or later. As for now, let's strengthen the defense here first. Although there are some cannons here, I think the firepower is still a little insufficient. Emolan looked around, looking at the densely packed muzzles, and said, but facing a god, taking a god as an enemy, we still need to be cautious. After all, we can be confident, but we can't be arrogant. So, I will set up a seal here, and leave the magic coat to guard it. You can also set up some space means, and keep a trace of thought below, ready to activate at any time. Okay. Lu Bin nodded, and then said with some emotion, then again, after all, Lin Hua's method is the most replicable. Oh, no. It should be the most rapidly replicable, as long as the weapons and equipment are manufactured. And there is enough energy. Only one tower spirit can control it, and it can exert its full power. It is very costly for us to leave a constant method. And if it is not a constant method, we need to leave a trace of thought to maintain and control it, which cannot be replaced by the tower spirit. Emolan shrugged upon hearing this. No way, it's just a different route. It's just a different length version. You have to know that, although our methods can only be used by us, as long as we are alive, we can use them infinitely, unlimited bullets. As for Lin Hua, although it is convenient for others to use, even if he uses it himself, if it's gone, it's gone. In addition, there are many factors such as flexibility, targetedness. It's different. You may not want to become like Lin Hua. And you said that it is very costly for us to keep a spell, but have you ever thought that, in fact, Lin Hua's mechanical weapons are more expensive, more valuable, every shot is a waste of money. The reason why you have such an idea is that you just want to find a way to make the materials reusable. It's like I spent $10 at a time to make a weapon. And then Lin was spent a total of $10,000 to make a weapon, spending $10 each time. The luxury of the weapons he made is far beyond your imagination. Otherwise, how could Lin Hua be so poor when he is so good at making money? Okay. But, is he poor? Yes. Not rich. Of course. If the weapons on him are converted into value and assets. He is also rich beyond imagination. That's it. Let Lin Hua get some high-end weapons. This is the first battlefield facing a god. It's perfect to experiment with weapons. I want to get some, too. Mo Hui. Lu Hui. I have some special spells targeting gods and divine arts that can be stabilized. Maybe they will have miraculous effects. Tang Chuan suddenly formed a projection and spoke beside him. Anyway, this thing is not too much. Lu Bin said casually. Tang Chuan suddenly showed a shy smile. Pick up your fingers, a little gesture then a little bit. There is nothing wrong with weapons. It is mainly a little bit of funding budget. A little bit? Just a little. Tang Chuan nodded shyly. Emolan saw the corner of this mouth slightly twitched, seeing Tang Chuan's shy look. Emolan knew that this point must be the one he understood. Chairman, God should be the main enemy we need to face the next time. Tang Chuan said seriously. Emolan rubbed his eyebrows. Okay, apply, it's criticized. Chapter 660. Are you the green dragon that almost killed me? Thank you, President. I'll write the application now. When Tang Chuan heard Emolan's words, the projection trembled instantly and almost disappeared with excitement. The next moment, he even forgot to convert the mental power fluctuations into sound. Directly, a mental wave spread out, and then the projection disappeared. In other words, a projection that seemed to be real was formed out of thin air, and then his thoughts came over, and then his mental waves were converted into sound, and came out of his mouth. He had to adjust the shape of his mouth in real time, and the shape of his mouth had to match the sound, otherwise it would look weird. After this whole process, it is still quite difficult to form a projection, and to form a realistic projection. However, it seems to have gradually become popular in the Mage Association. Some people have even compiled special teaching materials, which are selling quite well. Now the people in the Mage Association do not use efficient mental communication, but project everything, such as meeting projection, experiment projection, and Q projection. The Mage Association looks lively every day, and the conference room is crowded every day. But in fact, there may be no one inside. People are basically huddled in the laboratory or meditation room. The figures you can see and the places you can see may not be human. Emolan had muttered when he found this before. I don't know who started this trend. It hurts people a lot. On the King of Chu's thin waist, many people starved to death in the palace. Missouri Lon shouted hurriedly when he saw Tang Chuan's projection disappear. Hey, wait a minute. Restrain yourself. Don't go too far. President, give up. He has left. He can't hear it. No. He hasn't left yet. He can hear it. No. He definitely can't hear it. Lubin said seriously. Emolan paused when he heard it. Okay, you make sense. Then let's go too? Okay, I'll go prepare the materials. Semi-constant spells also require some materials. Well then let's go. Emolan turned his head to look at the garrison mage next to him, patted his shoulder. Well, good job, keep it up. Okay. The garrison mage saw Emolan patting his shoulder so intimately, and also praised and encouraged his decision, and instantly became excited. As for why Emolan's projection could touch the assistant mage, who knows what strange spell effects Emolan added to the projection, you can't understand the spells of a spell master, unless you are also a spell master, otherwise you will never know which of his spell effects are from other spells. Those are the ones he created on a whim. I will do better next time, the garrison mage said firmly. Okay. I'll leave first then. I'll leave too. As soon as the voice fell, the projections of Emolan and Lubin disappeared. Hey. Wait. Don't you see the respected Don't you see me? The scarred green dragon below weakly emitted a mental wave. The garrison mage looked down at the huge green dragon below, and fell into deep thought. At this time, the projection that had just dissipated suddenly condensed again. Oh! I said I almost forgot something. It turned out to be this green dragon. Emolan suddenly realized. What do you mean by almost forgot? You just forgot. Lubin curled his lips. Emolan smiled. Come! Lubin, let me introduce you to this great green dragon. The green dragon felt a little proud when he heard it, and suddenly felt that his future life might not be too bad. Emolan continued. This is the green dragon that attacked me, wiped out my team with a breath of dragon, and almost killed me. As soon as Emolan finished speaking, the green dragon froze suddenly, and suddenly felt a burst of blackness in front of his eyes. The next moment, the green dragon folded its wings, and the small dragon claws under its body supported its body little by little, and silently crawled out of the shield. Emolan's projection disappeared, and then recondensed in front of green dragon, looking at the giant in front of him with a smile. Hey, aren't you going to cooperate with us? Are you lying to me? That's really great. I just thought it would be bad to keep my promise. If you are lying to me. No. I just stretched my body. I am willing to cooperate. I voluntarily cooperate with your association. Green Dragon quickly gave off a trace of mental fluctuations to explain. President, be more restrained, others will misunderstand us as villains. Lubin stood behind Emolan and poked him with his finger. Emolan looked back at Lubin speechlessly. What did I do wrong? You actually think we are not villains? Lubin fell silent. The number of people who died in our hands, or indirectly because of us, is more intelligent than anyone you have ever seen, and the number of monsters and experimental subjects that we hunted for no reason is still more than anyone you have ever seen. You actually think we are not villains? Did you take the initiative to put a filter on yourself? If that's the case, then it's okay. Lubin thought for a moment, and suddenly said, I suddenly feel that we are a little kind, but we are villains. You see, before you thought we were decent. You thought we were bad. Now that I say we are villains, you think we are too kind. Sure enough, it's better to still be a villain. If you continue to be a villain in the future, you can't wash it white, or else a bunch of bitches will suddenly appear and try to kidnap us. Yeah, okay. The green dragon trembled, and Emolan turned his head to look at it again. You take the initiative to reach a cooperation with the Mage Association. And the cooperation period is 1 year. The Mage Association will protect your life safety within 1 year. But you must also cooperate with the Mage Association to do some experiments that will not cause permanent damage to you. After 1 year, either of us can choose to actively terminate the cooperation relationship. When the cooperation relationship is established, you will automatically lose the protection of our association, and you will not need to cooperate with our experiments. Regarding the content of the cooperation, do you have any questions? Don't worry. You have the right to refuse. This is completely voluntary, Emolan said seriously. Of course, we have already paid in advance for this cooperation, including sheltering you once under the Dark Church, killing a team sent by the Dark Church, becoming hostile to the Dark Church, and the energy consumption generated when killing the Dark Church. If you choose to refuse, then you need to settle the payment we paid in advance. You can pay it voluntarily, or we will take it voluntarily. You can make a choice. What is voluntary payment? Take out treasures or knowledge of the same value. What if you take it voluntarily? We forcibly take away materials or knowledge of corresponding value from you. The green dragon said dejectedly after hearing this. I am willing to accept cooperation. Chapter 661 Titan. Come! Take some scales. Take some blood. You have so many broken scales. So many wounds. The flesh here is corroded. Is it the corrosion of the darkness? Come, I'll help you cut it off. Emolan said with a smile. Lubin poked Emolan with his finger behind him, whispering, President, keep it back, or it will be scared away. I've already kept it back. Emolan replied carefully. The green dragon trembled when he heard it, and instantly became obedient, and Emolan quickly finished taking the samples. In principle, we will not restrict your personal freedom. But you are so seriously injured now. I think it is not convenient for you to run around. And we need some time to recover the price we paid. After all, you are in debt now. After the debt is paid off, we can restore an equal cooperation relationship. Do you understand? I understand. Well, then, let's go up. We will provide you with food, accommodation, and some ways to quickly repay your debts. Emolan was about to leave. But before leaving, he looked back at the injured green dragon. Intermediate healing spell. The white light of the intermediate healing spell fell on the green dragon, but the healing effect was minimal. Emolan raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this. Such high magic resistance. The healing spell is useless to you in this situation. High magic resistance, hard to get hurt, but if you get hurt, ordinary spells are useless. It seems that you can only heal slowly. Forget it. Let's go? Go back directly. Roar. The green dragon let out a light roar, flapping its huge wings, and the green dragon floated into the air in the strong wind. To be honest, this scene does not look very scientific. Let's go! Emolan floated in front, and the green dragon followed behind. As he flew toward the surface, Emolan asked, By the way, how did you end up in this mountain range? Are there other dragons in this mountain range? I was born in this mountain range. I have never found other green dragons. I plan to look for them after I grow up. Emolan raised his eyebrows. Not yet an adult? How old are you now? How long will it take to grow up? I am only a young dragon now. It will take at least a few hundred years to grow up. TSK. Dragons are really blessed. The dragon race is the most powerful race besides the Titan race. The green dragon raised his head slightly, revealing a hint of arrogance that belongs to dragons. Although he needs the protection of others now, his pride has not diminished at all. And he knows so much about the race without any contact with other dragons. So confident. And he also knows that he is a Titan. Emolan smiled and muttered to himself. Inherited memory. There must be inherited memory or something similar. Oh, so powerful. But what is a Titan? Titan? Titan is Titan. A giant walking between heaven and earth. Holding the power of heaven and earth. Holding the power of heaven and earth. Emolan asked curiously, and the green dragon was about to say it. But halfway through, a glimmer of inspiration suddenly appeared in his eyes. This is knowledge, extremely precious knowledge. Emolan paused when he heard this, then nodded seriously. I will convert it into a price and deduct it. If you tell me knowledge or information of sufficient value, I can promise to directly wipe out your debt, directly enter into an equal partnership, and you can cancel it at any time. Green Dragon said directly after hearing this. Every true Titan is directly bred by heaven and earth. The earth bred the earth Titan, the sky bred the sky Titan, the mountain bred the mountain Titan. Some Titans are in the shape of giant beasts, some Titans are in the shape of giants, each is different, but there is one thing that all Titans are the same. That is, Titans are the embodiment of a certain rule, mastering the origin of the rules of heaven and earth, and it can even be said that Titans are part of heaven and earth, an important part of heaven and earth, an extension of heaven and earth. What is their strength? What strength? No dragon knows, but we only know that Titans are invincible within the rules. What about the Titans? Emolan's voice sounded again, and Green Dragon said directly after hearing it. The Titans are a race born from Titans and Titans, or Titans and other life forms. The Titans have Titan blood flowing in their bodies. And the Titan blood carries the authority of heaven and earth. The real top Titans are also extremely powerful. Emolan nodded gently. Is the dragon a Titan? No. The dragon is a dragon, not a Titan. The Green Dragon answered without hesitation. And Emolan smiled. But the dragon's power also comes from blood. And the Titan's power also comes from the Titan's blood. If the dragons are not Titans, Then what is the source of your bloodline? The green dragon fell into silence, and a trace of confusion suddenly appeared in his eyes. I don't know. Emolan looked at the green dragon, and suddenly found that he seemed to have met an honest dragon. It was so honest that he felt a little embarrassed. But it seemed understandable. After all, it was just a simple young dragon. He had never seen a fellow dragon. Maybe he had never socialized at all. It didn't seem strange for a dragon of this type to be honest, Emolan thought. But his mouth did not stop at all. He took advantage of this precious opportunity to ask, "Where is the Titan? Where is the Titan clan? Why have I never seen it? Why have I never heard of it? I don't know. My inherited memory tells me that the Dragon Clan has seen only a handful of Titans. And there are very few real Titans. They all like to sleep and usually don't come out. And no dragon knows where they sleep. There was even a dragon who guessed that these Titans were sleeping in the rules. When a dragon really touched the rules, the Titan would wake up. But in the inherited memory, no dragon has ever really touched the rules. Is that so?" Emolan supported his chin with his hand, thinking silently, and suddenly asked after a moment of silence, "Then if a certain creature instigates a concept, tries to turn itself into this concept, tries to master the rules, does this count as truly touching the rules? For example, light? For example, darkness?" The green dragon shuddered suddenly upon hearing this, and a sense of fear surged into his heart. "Well, does this count?" Emolan asked curiously. "How many Titans are there? Are there Titans for every rule? Does this count as truly touching the rules? If the Titans who are born to master the rules are born gods, then what are these gods who are born to try to master the rules? Who does the rules belong to? Who is the god? Do you know?" The green dragon trembled more and more, as if it was suffocating and couldn't speak. Chapter 662 New Gods. Ancient Gods. Titan destroys the world. The green dragon trembled as he said these 4 words. Its dragon eyes revealed waves of fear, as if it had seen something extremely terrifying. "I see that you are not in good condition. So you go and rest first. I will have someone bring food. Since the knowledge you provided is of high value, and you are also quite frank, the prepaid price, that is, your debt will be wiped out. We are now entering into a formal equal cooperation relationship. From now on, I, and even the association will not force you to do anything." After saying this, Emolan asked someone to take the green dragon, which was obviously not in a good condition, to the living area arranged for it. "President, are you really not going to touch it?" Lubin asked, and Emolan nodded. "I don't have much else to say, but I still have some credibility. As for the green dragon, I was a little confused before, but now it seems that such a simple and honest green dragon is not difficult to deal with. These days, tell the kitchen to give all the delicious food, drinks and fun things, and give them all the treatment regardless of cost. Then next week, we have an equal cooperation relationship, and we are not obliged to provide so many resources. We will just give the minimum ration, which is humanitarian. But it serves this kind of thing, it can be purchased with points." Lubin silently gave a thumbs up, and Emolan smiled at this. "So this is easy to handle. I have been thinking about another question. That is, these gods of faith are trying to master the rules. What will be the attitude of the Titans? The source of the rules? I feel that this is basically a mortal-enemy relationship. It can't be relieved at all. Now these gods of faith are just born, which is understandable. If these gods of faith are really mature, and really touch the source of the rules, then won't they definitely raid the Titan's lair? Hey, actually, it's quite interesting to think this way. Believe in new gods, rule ancient gods. This is the end of the Titan ancient god era. Believe in new gods era, the alternation of times, the collision of old and new times. It feels like that. It's just. Emolan rubbed his brows. The root of belief in gods lies in faith, in believers. Once the Titans conflict with the gods of faith, then believers will definitely bear the brunt, and humans will definitely be within their attack range. Emolan fell into deep thought, and suddenly became silent. Titan, that is the origin of the rules of heaven and earth, the ruler of the rules of heaven and earth, the ruler of the authority of heaven and earth, is an ancient god born and raised, is a part of heaven and earth, may have to face such an enemy in the future. Even Emolan will feel a little depressed. Lubin was listening nearby, and he couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Then Emolan said, "But there's no rush. The dark god and the light god are both just born with their wills. They are still very weak at this stage, and they happen to have opposite attributes. I'll introduce their believers to each other later. Pagans are often more hateful than enemies. The appearance of a group of pagans and an old enemy should be enough for them to fight. Right? Well, let's do it this way. The slower these gods become stronger, the lower the possibility of Titan awakening. No. I seem to have overlooked something. Emolan tilted his head in thought, feeling as if he had forgotten something. At this time, Lubin poked Emolan. President. You seem to have forgotten something. What is it? The first step in the cultivation of the seventh ring of our magician is to use the rules, and the second step is to improve and strengthen the rules. I won't talk about the rest, just these two steps, especially the second step. If the Titan is the origin of the rules, and is sleeping in the rules, then wouldn't it mean that we are constantly provoking the sleeping Titan when we strengthen the rules? Are you sure this won't wake up the sleeping Titan? Emolan remembered what he had forgotten. Emolan fell silent. Emolan had a headache. Lubin continued. And this is basically unstoppable. If a mage wants to become stronger, he must use the rules, and he must constantly strengthen the rules. And strengthening the rules means awakening the Titans. Every time we become stronger, we are closer to awakening the Titans. Emolan wanted to say something, but in the end, he shook his head helplessly, muttering to himself. This is really a desperate guess. If this is the case, then we must make some arrangements in advance. At this time, Lubin continued to speak. In fact, I am still curious about a question. The Green Dragon said that the Titans are the darlings of heaven and earth, and the source of the rules. So what are the rules that we have developed and enhanced? According to our understanding and calculations, all the rules that we have developed and enhanced will be synchronized with the rules of heaven and earth. The rules are truly enhanced. This has been verified. Then the question is, Titan was bred by the rules, and the rules were bred a long time ago. So can Titan have the rules that we have developed and enhanced at the same time? Titan holds the authority of heaven and earth, in other words. It holds the rules. Then, are the rules we create and enhance within the control of the Titans? If so, then the question is, when we become stronger, not only will the Titans wake up at any time, but they will also become stronger at any time. Every time we create something, they will become stronger, and they will always be stronger than you. Of course, there are also benefits. In this way, we mages, humans, should be unanimously protected and loved by the Titans. After all, when mages strengthen the rules, they are strengthening their strength. They should like it if they become stronger while lying down, and all mages help them become stronger. Another possibility is that the rules we have developed, innovated, and enhanced cannot be controlled by Titan. In this case, as we make the rules stronger and stronger, the volume of the rules is getting bigger and bigger, and Titan cannot control these newly added rules. Doesn't it mean that the authority of the rules controlled by Titan accounts for a lower and lower proportion of the rules? Can Titan who cannot fully control the rules still be called the controller of the rules? In fact, the more critical point is the next point. That is, since Titan cannot control these rules created and enhanced by us, then can we, the creators of the rules, do the same? If we can, if I didn't create them, the enhanced rules will exceed the original rules. Doesn't that mean that the Titans have lost control over the rules? Doesn't that mean that we can completely suppress the Titans with the greater power of the rules, and completely master the rules? Then who is the Titan? If this is possible, mages will be more hated than those who believe in God. But there are also advantages, that is, mages have unlimited potential, and may even directly replace the Titans, become the controller of a rule, become the controller of the power of heaven and earth. Chapter 663 Except for the European Emperor. Ah! If it is the latter, then things suddenly become interesting. Emolan supported his chin with his hand, and Lubin continued. President, although these Titans are born from the heaven and earth, they are the sons of the heaven and earth. But isn't the heaven and earth ruthless? From the perspective of the heaven and earth, the strength of the rules means the strength of the heaven and earth itself. And what can motivate people to create rules, and strengthen the rules better than the controller of the rules? This is the most logical, Lubin said excitedly. Emolan glanced at him, and curled his lips. But the world never talks about logic, because it doesn't need logic. The world's illogicality is not called illogicality, it's called fact, or weirdness, or miracle. Oh, I've gone off topic. What I want to say is, the world often doesn't develop as you imagine. It generally likes to say no to self-righteous people. Emolan paused suddenly while speaking and continued. Except for the European Emperor, but obviously, you are not. So what do you mean? I mean that I don't think highly of your guess, I think the opposite, since Titan is the origin of the rules, as the embodiment of the rules. Then our newly enhanced rules. Newly created rules will be integrated into it. Because our enhanced rules are originally enhanced within the rules. Isn't it? Even if they don't automatically integrate into it. The rules themselves absorb the rules. Digest the rules. And constantly master the new rules. Isn't this unreasonable? Looking for food. Strengthening oneself. This is the instinct of any living creature. I think Titans are no exception. Even if they can't, they will create opportunities to become able. In this case, our achievements will become the food for Titans to become stronger. In this case, before Lubin finished speaking, Emolan understood the meaning, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Don't be so naive. Is the world really as beautiful as you say? No, the world has never been beautiful. The essence of the world is always cruel. The beauty you have experienced is just created for you by countless people of countless times, with their cruelty to themselves. Not even a bit of it is given by the world. What will the real world be like? Will the Titans be able to master and digest the rules we created to become stronger? But at the same time, as the original creators of the rules, we are the people who are most familiar with these rules, and the people who understand these rules best. If the Titans are the ones who know the original rules best, because they were bred by the rules, then we are the ones who know the new rules best, because we bred them. When the proportion of these new rules gradually increases, and when we gradually become the people who are most familiar with the entire rule, guess what will happen? We are the most familiar. So will someone else control the rules? Other Titans? No. It's still us. However, when we try to master the rules again, we have to face these Titans, who have been strengthened countless times by us. We strengthen the rules as much as we strengthen the Titans. This is enough to make the Titans become our mortal enemies, while they continue to grow stronger. Emolan's face was inexplicable at this moment. And he continued, of course, this actually reflects the fairness of the world. The world never relies on anyone. The world never pampers anyone. The world is fair. And the rules created by us can also be mastered by us. Is such a world still unfair? Emolan thought about it, and added a sentence. Of course, the world never pampers anyone. But the European emperor is an exception. Lubin, who was a little touched just now, was stunned when he heard the words, and said with a bit of laughter, President, what exactly did you go through? What made you so impressed by the European emperor? Emolan's face remained unchanged, and he said slowly, I don't have any experience. I just don't want to be slapped in the face by the European emperor who doesn't follow rules, logic, or morality. Seeing this, Lubin nodded slowly. Well, it seems that the lesson is very heavy, and I remember it deeply. Emolan glanced at Lubin, and Lubin's face immediately straightened. President, I mean the situation shouldn't be this bad. Right? We are just guessing. No, I'm not guessing. And I don't have any evidence. I'm just used to thinking about the worst possible outcome. First, I never have hope for my luck. The lesson is very deep. Emolan glanced at Lubin, and Lubin shut up instantly. First, I never have any expectations for my luck. Second, as long as I consider the worst possible outcome, then everything I encounter will be better than what I expected. This makes me feel that I am very lucky. Lubin silently raised his thumbs, and then said, Then are we going to prepare to face the Titans? Then I think we can find some weaker Titans to test the waters. After all, the Titans dare not provoke. But the weaker Titans should still be able to be touched. Since they are all Titans, they all have Titan blood flowing in their bodies, and they all carry the authority of heaven and earth, then there should be similarities. Right? Don't worry. Don't worry, we just need to prepare to fight the Dark God now. As I said, the belief in God is formed by the belief in a concept. The God of faith formed in this way will definitely try to encroach on the rules represented by this concept. In this case, the God of faith and Titans have something in common to some extent. We can study it and use it for reference. Of course, the Titans can also follow up simultaneously. Maybe when the two directions intersect, we can complete the puzzle of Titans. As for this direction, we can corrode the green dragon. I think there must be a lot of useful information in its inherited memory. Even if there is no useful information, it is very likely that it carries the blood of the Titans. And it is very likely that it carries the authority of heaven and earth, which is worth studying. In addition, Emolan said hesitantly, your description of the Titans, Green Dragon's description of the Titans makes me feel a little coincidental. The various characteristics of the Titans, bloodline, the authority of heaven and earth. Are you sure you are not talking about the winged sky beast? Lu Bin's eyes widened, surprised. Is the winged sky beast a Titan? This description makes me feel very similar. Emolan thought for a while and continued. In fact, what I care more about is another thing. What is it? After entering the Abyss world, the winged sky beast lost all authority and all its innate power. Lu Bin was shocked instantly. Chapter 664. What about Titan? After entering the Abyss world, the winged sky beast lost its authority and lost all its innate power. Emolan's words echoed in Lu Bin's ears for a long time, making Lu Bin's head buzz. And Emolan's eyes became deep and long at this moment. If the winged sky beast is like this, then what about Titan? What about Titan? These three words echoed for a long time. Even Emolan let out a long breath at this moment, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lu Bin. Knowledge is like a circle. The bigger the circle, the more unknowns you come into contact with. The more I feel my ignorance, and the more ignorant I am, the more excited I am. Because this means there is still infinite knowledge for me to explore, which means there is still a considerable depth waiting for me to dig. This world is still full of unknowns, still mysterious, and full of charm. President, you were normal not long ago, and you are horny again? And you are horny. Lu Bin's words instantly broke the artistic conception formed by Lu Bin. Emolan was stunned, and then his dangerous eyes moved up and down Lu Bin's neck. Lu Bin was shocked instantly. President, Lin was sent someone to bring back a new weapon for installation. Do you want to go and take a look? It is the latest laser weapon. Lin we used extremely powerful light magic combined with the principle of weapon-grade laser in reality to create it. It is extremely powerful in a good atmosphere. Even in a vacuum environment. It is the strongest and fastest single-target attack method he has invented so far. Laser weapon? Emolan frowned. Another weapon that is highly dependent on the environment? The directional sonic resonance weapon has once again become a pre-clearance weapon for other weapons. Well, but it is understandable. Often the more restrictions, the more professional the spell. The stronger it is in its professional field, so strong that it is beyond imagination. Seeing Emolan's interest, Lu Bin hurriedly continued. Then will the president go to see it and test it? No. Emolan turned and left directly after saying that. Lu Bin blinked and shrugged. Okay, then I won't go either. After saying that, Lu Bin turned and returned to the Mage Tower. After returning to the Mage Tower, Emolan entered the meditation room and began to continue cultivating his 4 potted plants. But now they are no longer cultivated in the 4-element pools. At this moment, they have all been moved to the magic element pool for cultivation. Under the influence of the elemental spirits inside, the 4 magic plants have gradually adapted to the magic power and began to absorb the magic power to grow. At this stage, the elemental spirits that merged with Emolan's spell position also influenced the 4 magic plants little by little with Emolan's will. Under the influence, the roots of the 4 magic plants gradually entangled together, and the 4 trunks as thick as little fingers were getting closer and closer, and were about to be combined. Emolan checked the growth of the 4 magic plants. And after making some minor adjustments, he began to control the growth of the fiber structure inside the 4 magic plants through the elemental spirits, influencing them bit by bit, guiding the tiny wood fibers to grow into tiny, but complex magic structures. The complexity of these magic structures is beyond imagination. And the difficulty of growing wood fibers is beyond imagination. But under Emolan's control, they still grow little by little. Emolan only spent about an hour on it, and then began to prepare for unshakable meditation. Cultivating these 4 magic plants is just a way for Emolan to pass the time. Influencing the growth of magic plants and constructing the internal wood fibers is not work, but a kind of rest and entertainment. These 4 magic plants are a handicraft, a tool to vent the brain's inspiration thoughts and clear the distracting thoughts. For Emolan, all the wonderful ideas, all the ideas that he wants to verify, but has no time to verify fortunately. All the messy ideas and distracting thoughts will be thrown into the 4 magic plants by Emolan's magic structure, becoming part of their internal wood fibers. So this directly leads to a result. The wood fibers inside the 4 magic plants are extremely complex. So complex that even Emolan can't understand them. The types of spell structures contained in them are all-encompassing. And they have everything. However, there is another problem. These extremely complex wood fibers form one extremely complex spell structure after another. These spell structures are extremely complex. They seem to be connected together. And they are actually connected together. However, they have never been adapted to each other. In other words, they are forced together. They are irrelevant. Not to mention running smoothly. There are also many conflicts. In other words, the complex spell structure inside these 4 magic plants does not have a basis for operation. Because it is simply too messy. After meditation, Emolan left the meditation room and began to continue to build the spell structure that controls the anti-gravity rules. After understanding the rules of Titan, Emolan now feels suddenly enlightened when he looks at the structure that controls the anti-gravity rules. Rules. Emolan muttered to himself, trying to deduce a new anti-gravity spell structure after being familiar with the anti-gravity rules. After a while, Emolan derived a new anti-gravity rule spell structure. This new anti-gravity rule structure was integrated into the original anti-gravity rule. At this moment, the anti-gravity sphere that originally felt like there was no gap, could not be influenced at all, seemed to have a small flaw inside, and it seemed that I could try to influence it. Yes, the new structure I created is of course what I know best. And when this new anti-gravity spell structure is integrated into the anti-gravity rule, and becomes a part of the anti-gravity rule, it also means that there is a little more anti-gravity rule in the anti-gravity rule that I know very well, and can try to influence the overall anti-gravity rule. Does this mean that the originally impenetrable anti-gravity rule sphere has already had a flaw? Emolan was shocked. This means that as long as I continue to create the basic spell structure of the anti-gravity rule, and strengthen the anti-gravity rule bit by bit, more and more flaws will appear, and these flaws will eventually be combined into a fulcrum. A fulcrum that allows me to pry the anti-gravity rule. Emolan let out a long breath. It seems that the second actual experiment will be carried out soon. If everything goes well. If we really develop it according to this idea. Then maybe when the third actual experiment is completed, we can try to build the core of the real floating city. If we reach that level, then the floating city can barely be considered to have completed its prototype. And it can even be controlled to fly out. Emolan smiled lightly. And he was once again immersed in this extremely complex spell structure. Chapter 665, A Day in the Life of a Green Dragon. It's still early, but we still need to prepare some things. It's safer to have something but not use it than to use it but not have it. Emolan, who was studying, suddenly stopped his study, looked up at the wall in front of him, and muttered to himself, but I have to think carefully about how to prepare it. Mage Association. The green dragon was brought to a huge rock house by a mage. Inside the house, there was a flat ground covered with soft green grass and vines. These vines and grass seemed to have been designed when they grew, intertwined with each other, and woven into this huge, living nest, soft and neat. There is also a pool next to it. The pool is not small, and the green dragon can roll in it. The wizard who brought the green dragon said with a smile, I don't know what kind of nest you like, so I just built one casually. If you have any special requirements, you can ask us. The green dragon took a look at the neat and beautiful nest and said casually, It doesn't matter what the nest is. Just give me a stone. But now that it's ready, I'll just use it reluctantly. After the green dragon said this, he felt that the wizard in front of him looked at him strangely. Very hot. Very enthusiastic. Which made the green dragon feel uncomfortable. If you have nothing else to do, go out first. I'm going to rest. Okay. The mage left. The green dragon looked at the green nest in confusion, walked up to it, and felt a soft feeling when he landed. When he lay down in the middle, the green dragon instantly sensed something was wrong and twisted his body slightly. It fit perfectly. This made the green dragon stunned. However, this green bed, which was perfectly designed with dragon body engineering in mind and tailored to the needs of the dragon, made the green dragon feel relaxed and comfortable in any posture. Ah! The unprecedented comfort made the green dragon let out a long dragon roar. At the door, the mage who suddenly appeared stared at this scene in a daze. The green dragon also discovered the mage at this time, and was stunned. This is a way of healing. Oh, I see. I'm just here to remind you. Dinner will be delivered in a while. It's best not to do something that takes a long time to heal. I think that if I'm full and have enough nutrition, I should be able to stimulate the body's self-healing ability, right? Yeah, that's fine. The green dragon nodded modestly, and then threw himself into the soft green bed after the mage left. Half an hour later, when a skewer of meat more than 1 meter thick was placed in front of the green dragon, the green dragon was puzzled and turned to look at the wizard. What is this? Even dog-headed people don't eat this kind of thing. The wizard was stunned and wanted to say something. But at this time a big head popped out of the door. Hey, where did this country bumpkin come from? The green dragon looked at the big head and suddenly remembered that there was a big house of the same size next to it when he came here before. What did you say? Big fish. Country bumpkin. The green dragon felt the contempt coming from the mental fluctuations. And the dragon was stunned for a moment, sensing the breath of this big fish. Level 6, that's right. I didn't sense it wrong, how dare it. This is the pet raised by our president, and he has a good relationship with him. Oh, that's fine. The green dragon pretended not to hear it. As a green dragon raised in the wild, it is not a fool without a brain. Even the gray dragons were quite weak when they just spoke, at most. They were the strength of elite monsters. If they were only elite monsters, they would have died long ago if they could not learn humility and bow their heads. So the green dragon has the pride of the dragon family, the pride in its bones, but it also knows how to bow its head and give in. When the winged sky beast saw that the green dragon ignored it, it felt a little bored. It took a big bite of the barbecue, swam back while eating, and asked, "Talling, how much homework do I have today?" "What, so much?" "Forget it, I won't get entangled with this country bumpkin. I'd better do more homework with this time." The winged sky beast left, and the green dragon recalled the way the winged sky beast ate barbecue before, and immediately looked at the barbecue in front of him with doubt, and then took a small bite with half belief and half doubt. Next lesson, the bursting taste exploded on the taste buds. The green dragon widened his eyes, and suddenly opened his bloody mouth to eat the whole skewer of meat, chewing it with big mouthfuls. Even the thick wooden stick was crushed in his mouth, and swallowed by him. It tastes good, but the wood inside is a bit hard on the teeth. You don't need to add it in the future. The wizard next to him breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Different species have different taste buds, and their sense of taste is different. What is delicious to humans may be very unpalatable to other races. The barbecued meat sent to the green dragon this time was made with the recipe that the winged sky beast usually eats. The ingredients were specially prepared after many experiments. I thought that the green dragon race didn't like this before, but now I feel relieved when I see this. In this case, the task the president gave me shouldn't be too difficult. Well, I'll ask the winged sky beast for help later. The mage looked at the green dragon eating heartily, and a smile appeared on his lips. Eat slowly. As a guest of our mage association, we will supply you with unlimited quantity. The mage turned around and left after saying that, and only skewers of meat with a diameter of up to 1 meter continued to float into the place. After a long time, the green dragon lay on the green bed and nodded. It's almost done. The mental fluctuations spread, and no more skewers floated in. At this time, the mage who had just left came back and quietly lit a circle of incense. What is this? The green dragon asked immediately, and it still remained quite alert. Oh, this is a calming incense, which is used to nourish the mind, nourish the mental power, and has a slight stimulating effect on the blood. It can effectively stimulate the self-healing ability and speed up the recovery of your injuries. The green dragon sniffed gently after hearing this, and felt that there was no danger. Then he nodded, and the faint fragrance lingered around him. He suddenly felt warm all over his body, and his heart was unprecedentedly peaceful, as if all distractions had been cleared away. At this moment, some brushes, towels, and buckets floated into the room. When they floated to the green dragon suddenly opened his eyes again. What do you want to do? Seeing this, the mage lifted the huge bucket in front of the green dragon to check. This is a top-notch medicine for wounds. It can kill viruses, reduce inflammation, and clean wounds. It can also accelerate the growth of scales and increase their strength. It is extremely valuable. The green dragon sniffed the liquid medicine and nodded vigilantly. Okay. The mage smiled and directly controlled the guy to give the green dragon a full-body massage and apply medicine, which made the green dragon feel refreshed and relieved a lot of pain from the wound. However, at this time, another bucket floated in. Chapter 666 Dark Realm. What is this? Dragon scales are polished and waxed. After this treatment, the scales are round, smooth and shiny. The green dragon hesitated for a moment, recalling the scales of the winged sky beast just now, hesitating for a moment and nodded. Okay then. After a long time. What is this? I see that your nails are long, well, rather casual, so I might as well trim them and wax them. That's fine too. Clean your mouth again. Take care of your wings. The horns on your head can also be polished a little, which should make them more majestic. In just less than a day, the green dragon felt that the first half of his life had been wasted. What is a dragon life? This is a dragon life. I didn't know it before, but now that I know it, I have to live a refined life. It's hooked. Keep doing it for half a month, to give it a habit. Okay. The innocent green dragon didn't know that. This world is full of malice. There is no such thing as a free dinner. There is no such thing as a free pie. There are only traps. Even if something looks good, there must be a purpose behind it. But in addition to this, there is another point, that is, all the gifts of fate have actually been secretly marked with value. This sentence applies to the Green Dragon, and to the Mage Association. While the Mage Association obtains a lot of information from the Green Dragon, it also needs to pay a corresponding price. The Dark Church is coming. The Dark God is coming. The boundless darkness surged out from the cracks of the rocks like a tide, filling up the caves one after another in an instant. The animals, plants, and all life in the caves died silently under the cover of darkness, as if the sound had been swallowed by the darkness. At this moment, the darkness seemed to have intelligence, and it surged in one direction without any prior agreement. That was the location of the Mage Association's Underworld Research Office. But in a flash, the darkness formed in the surrounding cave surged towards the research center in the central cave like a tide. However, the darkness stopped just as it spread to the edge of the cave. At the edge of the darkness, a shield appeared. Alert! Dark Church invasion. Dark Church invasion. Alert! Shield energy consumption increased by 127%. Please note, shield energy increased by 127% instantly. The sudden surge in shield energy consumption directly attracted the attention of the tower spirit and sounded the alarm. The garrison mage, who was always on the alert, immediately had an idea when he found the alarm. The next moment, a dazzling beam of light shone into the darkness the moment it appeared. The light that could have illuminated the entire cave seemed to be non-existent in the darkness, and all the light was swallowed up by the sticky darkness. Resist the light? Try this. As soon as the garrison mage finished speaking, the originally extremely thick and dazzling light condensed instantly. The light that could illuminate the entire cave condensed instantly to the thickness of a thumb. At this moment, a terrifying concentration of light elements gathered. At this moment, the basic particles of light elements inside the light became extremely active. And the source of this light was a huge laser transmitter, a laser weapon built by Linwa himself, and then planned to be tested here. The light element structure equivalent to the 7th ring spell at this moment passed through countless mechanisms, the compression and refraction of the spell structure, and at this moment, it turned into a ray containing terrifying energy. At the place where this ray converged, the end of the laser transmitter turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even melted. The level of energy gathering was beyond imagination. At present, even the best materials that Linwa had found could not bear it. The garrison mage did not dare to delay seeing this. He immediately thought and activated the pre-made group attack method inside the laser launcher. In just a moment, the light passed through thousands of places, moving the light beam at an extremely fast speed. With the help of the extreme speed of light, it only takes a very short moment to complete an irradiation, thus completing an extremely terrifying attack. Based on the laser launcher, the beam angle can be adjusted in a very short time, and an extreme single attack can be turned into a group range attack. As long as the adjustment speed is fast enough, this laser launcher can even use a machine to complete the attack intensity of a barrage, just like now. In front of the extremely condensed beam, the darkness, like a tide, seems to be non-existent, and the beams of light break through and shine through as easily as shining on normal darkness. Although the darkness will restore the light again the moment it disappears, this moment also allows the garrison magician to accurately capture their position. This made the guarding wizard sneer. Fire! In an instant, countless electromagnetic rail guns locked onto targets one by one, and sharp gold-patterned black steel shells broke through the sticky darkness, and slammed into the dark elves in the darkness. Boom! 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 A fierce explosion occurred in the depths of darkness, and each gold-patterned black steel shell was an extremely powerful bomb. At the moment the bomb exploded, the carefully designed gold-patterned black steel shell was transformed into countless tiny and sharp fragments and flew away. Each fragment was equivalent to an extremely terrifying bullet, destroying everything in front of it. In just a moment, countless dark elves were destroyed. When he discovered this beautiful result through the trajectory, he laughed. At this moment, the garrison mage suddenly discovered something, and his eyes lit up. Is the darkness much thinner? The explosion of the two shells before and after, combined with the abnormal energy consumption of the shield, woke the garrison mage instantly and reacted directly. The higher the concentration of darkness in the dark church, the stronger its strength, and the more dangerous it is. If the guess is correct, the concentration of darkness, that is, the power of darkness, is closely related to the number of believers present, and it is even very likely to be proportional. The more believers present, the more darkness protects the believers of the dark god, and at the same time, the believers of the dark god support the existence of darkness and accept the protection of darkness. To remove the darkness, you have to kill the dark god believers. And the best way to kill the believers is to break the darkness. TSK. Wonderful! The garrison spell exclaimed. This can be called the dark domain. Right? It is still difficult to accurately snipe the believers in the dark domain, after all. They must have changed their positions after being sniped once. However, as a mage, connecting to the tower spirit, possessing extremely high computing power, you can completely use repeated attacks to control the movement direction of the believers in the dark domain, and finally force them into a dead end, and kill them in one fell swoop. This is completely possible, but it's a bit troublesome. The garrison mage pondered, and then shook his head. Forget it, it's better to be straightforward, and cover the entire firepower. Chapter 667 Firepower Field. Full firepower coverage. The garrison mage thought, and in an instant, the cave stone wall, the ground, and the dome next to the research center all showed black gun muzzles. That would be fine, but the most outrageous thing is that many holes in non-vital parts have been extended in space. On the surface, it may look like a space of only 1 meter square, but in fact, there are dozens of large-caliber elemental cannons hidden inside. At this moment, the element pool is running at full power, the energy output system is 120% loaded, and the energy channel center almost collapsed under the huge energy surge. At this time, Emolan and Lubin, who had received the news, instantly formed a projection and worked together to stabilize the central energy channel that passed through the surging elements. This garrison mage is really a hot-tempered one. He doesn't care about anything at all. He dares to make decisions, give orders, and attack. He is decisive enough. Well, he is also reckless. Lubin said while stabilizing the central energy channel. He is reckless enough, decisive enough, and at the same time, he is rough but also meticulous. Otherwise, he would not have been chosen to garrison the Underground World Research Office. After Emolan finished speaking, Lubin rolled his eyes. It's like you chose this garrison mage. President, you probably don't know about this. You just signed. President, Linhua and I will sideline you sooner or later. Emolan's eyes narrowed and widened slightly. Ah, there is such a good thing? Lubin was silent after hearing this, and couldn't help but choke. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Let's discuss the matter at hand. The central energy pathway overload. Lubin pointed to the nearly collapsed central energy pathway and said seriously, Hey, don't. Just now we were talking about business. Okay, let's talk about business. Facing Lubin's angry eyes, Emolan shrugged and said nothing more. While they were talking, all the cannons that had enough element supply roared. In an instant, the elements shook horribly, and in an instant, countless beams of light fell into the darkness outside. Boom! 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 Countless beams of light and artillery fire connected together. If the Dark Church brought the Dark Domain, then what was formed at this moment under countless artillery fire was the Explosion Domain, or the Firepower Domain. The absolute killing domain formed by supreme firepower has no upper limit on power. But, at this moment, the dark waves surged, as if it had become countless times denser in an instant, as if it had formed a huge wave in an instant, wave after wave, and it came like a tsunami. Boom! 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 The collision of darkness and firepower, again and again, again and again, the earth seemed to shake with it, even in the mage association above. There was a slight tremor. And in this background, Emolan and Lubin were still chatting, oh no, talking about business. You also said that this garrison mage was smart. The central energy pathway was supported to this point, and still kept booming. Emolan pondered for a moment after hearing this. Are you sure he didn't do this because he found out that we were maintaining the central energy pathway, and we didn't stop him? Lubin was silent for a moment. Forget it. Let's get back to business. This energy pathway. We have never discovered it before. I didn't expect that when it reaches this level through the elements instantly, it would cause the energy pathway itself to collapse. Although I have known for a long time that the energy pathway has a limit, I have never had the opportunity to test the specific value. I didn't expect to encounter it now. And this is also good. This time the firing was also a good one. It directly exposed a huge hidden danger hidden in our association. If it is not exposed today, it is very likely that it will bring us huge, even decisive losses in the future. Lupin said slowly. How many weapons and cannons are there here? How many magic arrays are there? And how much instantaneous energy output can be achieved when fully activated? Not counting the defense inside the association. The instantaneous energy output of the elemental cannons, weapons, and magic arrays of attack alone is dozens or hundreds of times that of the ones below. Although the multi-core element pool method is used above, the central energy pathway also reserves a large margin. But no matter how much margin is left, it has been a long time. Although we greatly reinforced the weapon energy system when we deployed it on a large scale for the first time, it was strengthened once. But after all, it is a change based on the original foundation, which is greatly limited by the original foundation. This directly leads to the fact that when adding weapons again and again, habitually adding magic arrays, and installing weapons when idle, the required instantaneous energy output has exceeded the instantaneous output limit of the central energy pathway. There is no need to calculate. I know it must have exceeded when I saw this limit. The most fatal thing is that it is not a big deal at ordinary times, and it is completely fine for normal use. But if one day, we completely activate all defenses and attack the system, I suspect that the central energy pathway will collapse directly, and we will not be able to maintain it even by force. This is a very big, even fatal flaw, because the battle that allows us to mobilize all the attack and defense systems in the association's headquarters must be a battle that involves the survival of the association. At this time, the central energy pathway collapsed, let alone the two of us who are 7 rings. Even if we are both 8 rings, I don't think we can withstand the surging elements that are so terrifying. Emolan nodded when he heard it. Indeed, this is a very big safety hazard. Well, President, I think it is necessary to renovate, rebuild, and improve the energy system in an all-round way. The safety hazard must be completely eliminated. Okay. Emolan nodded in agreement. But before that, I think we can upgrade the energy flow system to a deeper level. You know, if we talk about the source, the original inspiration and structure of our energy pathway comes from the pattern on the blood pool created by the little devil. And the blood pool created by the little devil is just a replica of the real blood pool. Although the current version of the energy pathway has been innovated by us, it has been updated countless times, and it has long been completely different. But if we have to calculate it, our energy pathway is just a replica of the real blood pool energy pathway, a grandson's generation. Now that the real blood pool is right next to us, we can conduct a deeper level of research, directly and fundamentally strengthen the energy operation system of our association. The external energy pathway of the blood pool is the ground vein pathway. And the carrying capacity of the ground vein pathway, the instantaneous energy output capacity of the ground vein pathway, is extremely terrifying. After all, the ground vein pathway can rely on itself to resist the 7-ring spell. If the earth is not broken, the ground vein pathway will not be broken. It has a higher defense than the defensive spell of the Mage Association. I think it should be able to withstand the terrifying instantaneous energy output. Chapter 668 Dark God Descends. If it is a ground vein passage, it will definitely meet the requirements of the Association's energy transportation and supply system. Emolan said slowly. Lupin agreed with what he said. That makes sense. Well, and there are ready-made samples here? You don't seize the opportunity to study, aren't you a fool? Then do you or do I? Lupin looked at Emolan and asked. Emolan pondered for a moment, and said after thinking for a while, I'll do it myself. I just want to study energy recently. One of the projects at hand involves energy, which is an unavoidable hurdle. Many things and technologies are interrelated, not just a simple accumulation of quantity. Let's take the Association's overall attack system as an example. It seems that our attack system is very powerful, with countless attack arrays, elemental cannons, and weapons, which seem to be able to continuously improve the firepower output in an instant. But in fact, the final firepower output in an instant depends on the energy that our energy source can output in an instant. It depends on this inconspicuous, very simple energy system. So if you want to improve the attack power of a building, The energy output system is an inevitable obstacle. Instantaneous energy output will definitely become one of the decisive criteria for judging the quality of weapons and buildings in the future. Lu Bin nodded. Emolan continued. For us now. Emolan suddenly stopped talking halfway and turned his head to look into the depths of darkness. At this moment, Lu Bin also looked at the same place in the darkness. I've been waiting here for so long, and finally the real master came out. It's not in vain. Emolan said with a smile, and Lu Bin also smiled when he heard it. The real body should not come. It feels like an incarnation, or will that came with the help of believers? Lu Bin said, and Emolan laughed when he heard it. God itself is a polymer of belief and concept. Why are you so sure that God's body is a material body of flesh and blood? Why can't God's body be a will, just a group of unformed concepts, just a group of unformed rules? Lu Bin was startled, and then he laughed. Yes. Let's see if we can take it down. Even if we can't take it down, we can understand God better. After Lu Bin finished speaking, he looked at the central energy channel that was still surging and outputting elements, and spoke directly. But the voice appeared in the ears of the garrison mage. Stop. Stop. We are going to attack. And we don't have time to maintain the energy channel. If you dare to fire another round, this energy channel will explode in a minute. Yes. The garrison mage replied directly after hearing this. The next moment, various magic arrays, elemental cannons, and weapons stopped working directly. And the central energy channel that had been running at the limit for a long time finally stopped. And he breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Emolan immediately released his control and appeared in the sky above the research center. Lu Bin hurriedly followed. Dark God, come out and talk. I know you have come. Emolan's voice slowly echoed in the air of the blood pool. The other mages were shocked when they heard it. They turned their heads to look in Emolan's direction, and then looked at the cave shrouded in darkness. Dark God, the only two gods in the world who appeared. Although the deeds when they appeared were a bit low class, they could not even catch and subdue the 7th level green dragon. But no matter what, this is also a real god. A strong life formed by the faith of thousands of underground creatures. A life form that has never been seen before. A brand new life that has not been recorded in any files. Has not been subjected to any live experiments. And has an unknown specific structure. All these made them turn their heads to look into the depths of darkness, wanting to see the true face of the Dark God. You know, this is a precious existence that can be recorded in history with just a little research. And it is extremely valuable. Human, you should have the most basic respect for the gods. A female voice slowly spread, and Emolan raised his eyebrows when he heard it. Really? Why do I feel that you should maintain the most basic respect for humans? The Dark God in the Dark Realm did not speak again. The next moment, darkness surged. A scorpion tail instantly pierced through the darkness. The needle tip was extremely dark, as if even light could be absorbed by it, the ultimate darkness. Silently, invisibly, the shield in front of the scorpion tail was instantly pierced. The shield did not break, only a round hole appeared in an instant. The scorpion tip connected to the darkness instantly pierced towards Emolan. Obviously, the Dark God did not intend to say a second word to Emolan. The scorpion tail, the sneak attack, the fatal blow, and the survival rules of the underground world, and the dark beliefs of the underground creatures were fully demonstrated in an instant. Darkness is the easiest to accommodate dirt, and it is also the easiest to produce dirt. The birth of the Dark God was not accidental, but inevitable. And the Dark God may not be suitable to be called the Dark God. Perhaps the God of killing or the God of negative emotions is more suitable, or a more appropriate and more specific name. The Evil God. However, what others did not expect was that almost at the same time, a ray of light that was only as thick as a hair but condensed into a dazzling light shot out from the tower, directly penetrating the shield, penetrating the darkness, and shooting straight to the source of sound in the darkness. The source of energy gathering. Emolan, who had just attacked, fell silent when he saw the scorpion tail rushing towards him without a word. Damn it, he has no martial ethics, and actually attacked me. Emolan cursed in his heart, and with a thought, the defensive array fixed in the magic coat formed countless defensive spells in front of him in just a moment. However, these extremely powerful arrays, each of which was enough to resist the damage of the 7th ring spell, did not stop the scorpion tail. Each layer of barrier could only be seen for a moment in front of the scorpion tail. In an instant, the strong shield was pierced by the sharp scorpion tail, and the scorpion tail only slightly slowed down its speed. However, what Emolan wanted was to delay for a while, and this time was enough for a special spell to work. The space was broken. The space in front of Emolan was broken, revealing an extremely deep void. The spell originally used for escape was used at this moment, and Emolan naturally did not intend to escape. The dark scorpion tail, which was originally unstoppable and extremely dangerous, disappeared directly and sank into the extremely deep dark void. Indeed, the dark scorpion tail is indeed unstoppable. The 7-ring defense spell is as brittle as a piece of paper in front of it, and can be broken one after another. Even the space spell can rely on its absolute sharpness and power to forcefully break through the dark scorpion tail. However, what is in front of Emolan at this moment is not a space spell. There is no spell here at this moment, nothing, not even space. Space repair? Reinforce. Chapter 669 for example. Earth. Repair space, reinforce. Emolan directly cast 2 spells that matched the space-breaking spell, then turned his head and looked at the dark god. The brilliant light locked onto the source of the dark god's voice, and the node where the energy in the darkness was most concentrated. The brilliant light hit almost the moment it appeared, directly increasing the attack speed to the speed of light. In terms of attack speed, it is almost epic-making. Of course, the basis of this epic-making significance must be the attack speed of light, and the extremely powerful attack power when the launch is completed and the target is hit. As far as it can be seen, the laser tower built by Lu Bin has already done it. In front of the brilliant light, the liquid-like viscous darkness seemed to be non-existent, piercing through the darkness and directly hitting the source of the sound. The brilliant light burst out with a burst of light at the moment of hitting, directly illuminating the darkness. With the help of the bright light that appeared at that moment, Emolan looked closely and saw a dark elf evaporate directly under the brilliant light. The brilliant light at the speed of light made it unable to react and evaporated instantly. To some extent, it was also lucky that it did not cause any pain. It was lucky for it, but unfortunate for Emolan, because it was obvious that the source of the sound and the energy concentration point were all fake targets deliberately created by the dark god to confuse Emolan. The dark elf was just a scapegoat. This shows one thing, which directly shows that the dark god has engraved cunning into his bones. Damn. It's so sinister. You were just born. So where did you get so many dirty tricks? Could this be the manifestation of the omniscience of the gods? They know their believers all-knowingly, and believers have no secrets in front of the gods. Even their memories? Then this god shapes the character while gaining knowledge from the believers? Emolan's thoughts turned 1,000 times in an instant, and he had finished thinking in the blink of an eye. Forget it, I'll cut off your scorpion tail. I want to see if you can get it back after being locked in the void. Lu Bin assisted on the side. Under the effect of the spell, the broken space in front of him instantly recovered to its original state, and instantly superimposed several times to reinforce it, but before the space recovered, Lu Bin seemed to have made some small movements. Lu Bin, what did you do? Oh, nothing, I just felt that if it was just one layer of space, it would be too easy for the dark god, and it would be too unchallenging. So I stimulated the void a little bit in the last one, but it's not a big problem. It's just a void storm at most. The dark god should be able to withstand it. Emolan smiled. Speaking of which, the dark god has a scorpion tail. I think the scorpion tip is substantial. The scorpion tail is pure darkness, and the scorpion tip should also be made of pure darkness. So from this point of view, the dark god's main body should not be human-shaped, but the shape of a strange beast, or a 4-legged image with the characteristics of many strange beasts put together. Well, if it is the latter, then it is very evil. Haha, isn't this normal? The gods created by humans are naturally human-shaped, or have an appearance that conforms to human aesthetics. Are there humans in the underground world? They are just a group of aliens. A group of aliens are strange in appearance, and the gods they create must also be strange. What is more fatal is that the believers who create the dark god are not just one race, but probably all races. It is estimated that they just put a little here and a little there to form a brand new image. But what really makes me curious is not this, but another thing. Lu Bin's face is quite serious, and he said slowly, that is, as a god of faith, as a god condensed from countless faiths and spiritual power, how can the dark god have a substantial body? First of all, the first guess is that this is the body of a non-human believer of an alien race that the dark god has occupied, and has transformed its body into a state that suits its descent. This can also explain why it has a substantial body, and why it has the nature of the dark god. The second guess is, Lubin said slowly with a more serious expression. That is, as a magical life of faith. As a new form of life. Pure faith. A body condensed from the spiritual body. It can already, or has already touched the materialization of the spiritual body. Materialization of spiritual power. Compared to elements, how much higher is spiritual power? And what is our strongest point as a magician? Is it the elements? No. The elements are just our tools. Just an intermediate medium for us to transform powerful spiritual power into actual power. Attack power. Defense power. Healing ability. Etc. Just like our spiritual power is a person. The elements are guns, cannons, cars, and airplanes, which are just tools we use. The real strength of our mages is spiritual power from beginning to end. And this is possessed by every mage. Every type of mage. And even every mage. If we can directly convert spiritual power into actual power, it is like converting cars and guns into elemental power that we control. It can bring us closer to the essence of power. Or in other words, we can control power more fundamentally. Because of cars, guns are easy to lose, elements are everywhere, but there are always places without elemental power, or where elemental power is forbidden, but spiritual power is our own, it is nurtured and born by ourselves. This cannot be separated, and it is closer to the essence. Lubin said slowly, then his eyes became extremely deep, and he uttered a word. For example, the earth? Emolan was shocked. The strong shock made Emolan's spirit lose control for a moment. At this moment, a dagger as black as ink suddenly appeared in the darkness, and went straight to Emolan's spine. Backstab. At this moment, the shield on Emolan's surface. All the elements were broken, as if he fell into silence. Obviously, this dagger has a very strong magic breaking effect. In addition, the darkness on the dagger was rendered, penetrating into the space, blending into the space, and directly stabbed this space, nailing this space. Even if Emolan had not lost consciousness, he might not be able to avoid this fatal blow. Not to mention that Emolan was shocked, and was in a state of mental collapse. Emolan would definitely die. He is stronger than you, and he patiently waits for your flaws. He will directly stab you if he catches the flaws. If he doesn't catch the flaws, he will die without taking action. How can this be broken? There is no way to break this. However, at this moment, Emolan, who lost consciousness, and Lubin said something in unison. I've been waiting for you. The moment the words fell, Emolan exploded before the dagger hit him. You don't have to kill me, I'll die by myself. Although Emolan deliberately exposed his flaws to let the dark god assassinate him, but Emolan didn't intend to let the dark god's dagger hit him, even if it was the magic coat. That's not confidence, that's brain damage. Chapter 670 Abnormal Mage. Obviously, although Emolan is not very smart, he is not stupid either. Although he really gave out a fatal flaw, Emolan would not be so arrogant as to use the magic coat that carries his thoughts to carry an unknown dagger of a god. Who knows if the dark god has seen through the essence of Emolan's magic coat? Who knows if the dark god's dagger can follow the thoughts, and kill you with a clone? You know, the dark god is nurtured by faith and spiritual power, symbolizing the god of darkness, or the evil god. Its essence is mental power. It has the ability to kill people completely according to thoughts without any surprise. So Emolan committed suicide before the dark god killed him. As long as I commit suicide quickly enough, you can't kill me. Emolan can't escape, but suicide must be skillful enough. After all, with Lin's previous record, how could Emolan cast the magic coat without leaving a last resort of burning himself to death? And now only one of the means is activated. Death? Oh no, Emolan didn't forget to taunt at the last moment before withdrawing his thoughts. God of Darkness. I think you should be called the god of sneak attacks and assassins. Ah! You have no moral principles. Emolan retreated the moment the mental power wave spread out. The next moment, the magic coat burst out instantly according to the established procedure. The huge amount of magic power that constituted the magic coat spread out instantly, forming a sphere with a diameter of 100 meters. While spreading into the sphere, all the magic arrays fixed on the magic coat were activated. All the defense arrays were turned on. But this time, they were not facing the outside, but all facing the inside. At the same time, a large number of spell nodes and energy channels directly formed a forbidden magic field. Under the concentrated suppression of the huge and terrifying forbidden magic field, All the elements in the internal space of the sphere were trapped in the forbidden magic, as if they were all dead. It was like a dead zone of elements. Vines, black steel wires with golden patterns spread and spread. And the extremely low temperature was enough to freeze the elements. The regular ice of the space filled the entire sphere. Space repair, reinforcement spells are reinforced on the basis of the previous reinforcement by the Dark God, make the space in this area like an iron plate, a black steel plate with gold patterns. Burn the magic coat, explode the full power of the magic coat to push the effect of these magic arrays to the extreme. And the last step, space shattering, however. The space shattering that was originally used to let Emolan escape is now used to exile the enemy. In the setting, the enemy that Emolan feels cannot be killed by the magic code self-detonation attack must be insufficiently sealed. Emolan's solution at that time was to shatter the space, use the moment the seal is maintained to throw the enemy into the deepest part of the void, exile the enemy, use the power of the world to make it lost or even kill it directly. Hey! Wait! Don't go! Don't go! Stop! Emolan's projection appeared outside the sealed sphere. And he stretched out his hand and pulled it, stopping the sealed sphere from falling into the void. Emolan gave up a magic coat to seal the Dark God. So he couldn't just throw it away. The Dark God couldn't crush Emolan. And if they fought normally, Emolan would naturally not choose to perish together. But now, they are perished together. For the Dark God sealed inside. Among all the gods that have been born and awakened, the Dark God is the only one that is jumping around outside, and is known to Emolan. And this god is the weakest among all the gods. How can Emolan not be tempted? If he doesn't take advantage of the immature god, this god is at its weakest stage. It would be a waste of opportunity. Even if he can't keep the original body, he must at least keep some samples for research. Emolan can't give up such an opportunity. Now that he is almost successful, it is even more impossible for Emolan to throw away the spoils that have been successfully sealed. Looking at Emolan, who reappeared in the projection state, Lubin also gave up the projection inside the seal and formed a new projection next to Emolan. As soon as it was formed, Lubin spoke out. President, I suddenly realized that we are somewhat shameless. What's wrong? Emolan maintained the strength of the seal while turning his head to look at Lubin. President, you see, we can form a projection. How is the combat effectiveness of our projection? Combat effectiveness? It's okay. Although there is no spell slot to assist. It is impossible to cast spells instantly. But as long as there is some professional knowledge of the arcane master, the simplified element refining process can complete the casting. Although the combat power is not as good as the original mage, it should not be too much worse. At most, it may be several times or even dozens of times stronger because the original mage is covered with equipment from head to toe, while the projection has nothing. But in general, it is still very strong, and it should still be able to crush other combat professionals of the same level. Well, it is similar to my assessment. What is the cost of forming a projection? Of course, we have to lay a mental power channel in advance. You can't form a projection in places where your mental power cannot extend. What about after the mental power channel has been laid? Then, there should be no more. Right? After all, the projections vary in degree of reality. 3 rings, 4 rings, 5 rings, 6 rings, 7 rings, if you must talk about the cost. What is the cost of casting a spell? And the computing power required to maintain the authenticity of the projection? In fact, we can cast spells without forming a projection. When the thought descends, the mental power gathers there. And then we can cast spells. It's just that without a projection, it's not convenient for others to recognize who you are. After all, not everyone is familiar with your mental power fluctuations. Lubin said silently. Oh, really? Emolan asked in surprise. Oh, that's right. I've gotten so used to projection that I almost forgot that I can cast spells without projection. If someone interrupts me in the process of forming a projection next time, I'll probably forget that I'm still casting a spell. Emolan said seriously, while Lubin next to him was speechless. Actually, I just want to say that I find that the profession of mage is becoming more and more shameless. You can stay at home without moving. Use the spell slot to lay a mental power channel. Directly form a projection dozens of kilometers away. And then cast a spell. And do whatever you want. When we become stronger, we can even reach hundreds or thousands of kilometers. Or even tens of thousands of kilometers after the technology advances. It may not be a problem to descend across the world. Then our original bodies will stay in the safest home, with all the safety measures in place. And we will not die no matter what we do. Others work hard to kill our projections. And then we form an identical one next to them in the blink of an eye. Without any cost at all. Unknowingly. Has the magician become so shameless? That's right. Emolan smiled. Looked at the time. And found that it was already 12 o'clock in the evening. He smiled again, and looked at Lu Bin. A year has passed in a flash. And before I knew it, it's the new year. Lu Bin, I wish you a happy new year. Happy new year. Lu Bin also laughed. But then suddenly realized it. Hey, that's not right. Why am I still in the game during the new year? To work. Shouldn't I work during the new year? Ha ha ha. Emolan laughed loudly. And then said slowly. Everyone. Happy New Year. Chapter 671. Starfall Technique. Happy New Year. Lu Bin said with a smile. Although he said he was working overtime, he was actually at home now, with his family. Because real game is only a game so far, you just play it online. As for playing games during the Spring Festival, it is reasonable to play games at home during the Spring Festival. Right? You can take leave at work, but who has ever heard of taking leave to play games? Thinking of this, Lu Bin changed his focus with a smile, listening to the voices of his family outside. Lu Bin, have you found a girlfriend? Have you married? Have you had a child? Do you want me to introduce you to one? Lu Bin's expression was stern, and he immediately switched his attention. I didn't hear anything, I'm fighting, I can't be distracted. Emolan looked at Lu Bin's unpredictable expression, and suddenly laughed, but before he finished laughing, he heard someone knocking on the game console. Emolan, I'm telling you, Dad is not against you taking games as a career. Dad is very open-minded, do whatever you like, maybe I can't understand what you do very well, but you have shown me your efforts, your achievements, I am very pleased. Father Emo said earnestly, just when Emolan was slightly moved, the style of the painting suddenly changed. It's just that you have to work. But you have to have a relationship. Right? Emolan's face changed instantly. He pretended not to hear anything, and focused all his attention on the game with lingering fear. He and Lu Bin looked at each other, and saw the information in each other's eyes. They couldn't help but sigh. Alas! Let's get down to business. What business? It's gone. But at least it left something behind. Emolan looked at the spherical seal and said. Lu Bin beside him shook his head helplessly. Its body, or will should have been there before. But your seal can't even seal my will. I can easily get out of it. Not to mention the will of spiritual creatures, and the gods of faith creatures. Only things with physical material properties and elemental properties are intercepted and sealed. Emolan also shrugged. What can I do? I have never conducted research on will before. If there are restrictions, I have no idea how to seal it. Uh-huh. That's right. That's why materials like gods are very valuable. They can let us get in touch with new things and new rules. It doesn't matter if we can't seal it now, we have already started anyway. As for the future seal, let Tang Chuan study it. This direction may be able to cultivate a new boss, a new vice president. When that time comes, you can rely on your seniority to throw all the affairs of the association to him. Right? Lu Bin laughed immediately. The one who knows me best is the president, but how can I say that I am throwing the work to him? This is giving him power. This is giving the opportunity to train the newcomer who needs it most. This is cultivating him. I wish you success. It won't be thrown to me anyway. Emolan shrugged. No more talking. Let's continue fighting. It looks like it's a little angry because it's sealed with a dagger. Emolan said, as he glanced at the black dagger inside the seal. And the darkness behind it. It was as viscous as liquid. And it seemed that the darkness that existed in reality had power. With power, it could also be sealed. It was no longer transcendent. In fact, it was the same with gods. Only the high and mighty were gods. If gods had communication with the mortal world, then they would have been polluted by the mortal world and lost their transcendence. The kid whose toy was taken away will be angry. Lu Bin laughed slowly, and stretched out his hand to pull, activating some of the original arrangements, forming an extremely complex and high-end space structure to seal it. As for bringing it back to the association, it is impossible to bring it back to the association. Didn't you see that Tang Chuan's projection has already started to study it with a bunch of Project Teen Wizard projections? It's just a projection that saw a ghost. You two want to abandon me after all these good things. It's too much. A voice sounded. A supersonic plane only the size of a palm broke through the air, and when it appeared in front of Emolan and others, its wings spread out. Countless tiny mechanical parts rolled and expanded in an instant, A very handsome human-sized robot was formed, and his face was 99% similar to Linhua. The reason why it is not 100% similar is not a technical problem. It seems that Linhua has made some minor adjustments to it. Linhua, why are you here? Lu Bin was stunned, and then turned his head to look at the light tower that fired the laser beam. You left a secret door. Hey, I'm leaving. Linhua smiled and looked at the darkness that was coming again like a tide. He turned over, and flames instantly spurted out of his palms and feet, and the whole robot flew out. Before the robot reached the darkness, a row of holes opened on its shoulders, and it was dark inside. Then missiles as thick as little fingers were destroyed and flew away. Swish, swish, swish. A dazzling bright light burst out from the tiny missile. The seemingly tiny missile has become half a meter thick and several meters long after a series of extensions during the flight. The energy reaction in it has broken through the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying shock waves slightly repelled the darkness. The dazzling white light and darkness collided with each other, forming an extremely eye-catching boundary between light and darkness. The darkness has become stronger. This is the end of the Dark God. Emolan smiled slightly. The projection dissipated, because a brand new magic coat had flown down the passage. Having said that, the mage is somewhat shameless. If you can't kill me, you can just wait to be annoyed to death. Let's go! Emolan controlled the magic coat, took a step forward, and the whole person appeared outside the shield, appeared beside Linhua. And just after he appeared, he stretched out his hand and pulled, and a piece of boulders tens of meters thick appeared in the sky. Under the effect of repulsion, anti-gravity and other rule-level spell structures, the boulders were instantly given great kinetic energy. At the same time, the extreme fire element boiled in the core of the boulder, gestating, and when the boulder could no longer contain this terrifying fire element, a group of flames slowly emerged on the surface of the boulder, and formed a tail of output behind it. Starfall. Emolan opened his lips slightly, and pulled his right hand downwards. The huge boulder above the cave suddenly swooped down. The terrifying energy level, and the air pressure brought by the swooping made people feel stuffy in their chests and breathless. The dark elves, spiders, and dog-headed men in the area directly locked by the starfall were sweating profusely, looking at the sky in fear, and their bodies were locked tightly, and they could not move at all. Puff! 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 One after another, they crawled to the ground. Chapter 672 Dark God Condenses. Wow, you want to play something so exciting right at the beginning? I want to do it too. Lu Bin took a step across a distance of 1,000 meters, and appeared directly next to Emolan and the others. He stretched out his right hand, pressed his middle finger on his index finger, and clicked like a go move. Stop! As soon as the words fell, a deep spatial fluctuation spread, like a ripple to the surroundings. And in just a moment, this space, everything carried by this space was like a bug falling into amber, and could not move. However, this state only lasted for 1,000th of a second before it was broken by the sticky darkness. Yo-hoo, you still dare? I am definitely not your opponent in the spiritual space, but you have to call me daddy when it comes to the use of space on the real material level. As soon as Lu Bin finished speaking, the shallow and deep layers of the surrounding space centered on him began to appear one after another extremely complex spatial structures. Lu Bin had already fought with the Dark God on the spatial level, and he could not defeat the Dark God, but for a while, the Dark God could not defeat him either. Ha ha ha, Lu Bin, didn't you say that the Dark God has to call you daddy in terms of space? Linhua said gloatingly beside him. Damn it, if you can do it, go ahead. Lu Bin cursed angrily, and then he became depressed again. It's just that. This Dark God is illiterate in terms of space, but his essence is too high. In the aspect of space, a high essence gives you an innate advantage. In other words, you don't have any skills, but you have brute force, and you can beat a master with a random punch. In this damn world, why can you increase your weight in space as long as you become stronger and improve your essence? Every time I challenge someone at a higher level, I always suffer the most because I am a space mage. Lu Bin said angrily, and Emolan, Lu Bin couldn't help laughing when he heard it. A world where only Lu Bin was hurt. Haha, just watch my performance. As soon as Linhua finished speaking, two metal wings more than 10 meters long instantly stretched out from the human-sized robot. The feathers on the metal wings were actually gun barrels, and the inside of the gun barrels were all black. Linhua's thoughts moved, the metal wings flapped slowly, and the gun barrels on them moved as if they were breathing, then followed Linhua's will, and headed forward, and then sprayed a terrifying number of bullets at an extremely high rate of fire. The darkness, which was like a solid viscous liquid, instantly rippled violently in the face of such a metal storm-like attack. At this time, the projectiles fired out were inductively connected to each other, and the thunder elements brewing in them all came out along the inductive method. Boom! The purple thunder flashed, spreading between the projectiles, and turned into liquid plasma in an instant, and the darkness it touched was like ice and snow hitting hot water, and it melted instantly. However, Emolan's mouth twitched slightly when he saw these, every minute and every second. The physical shells fired by Lin were an extremely terrifying number, and the value of these metals, and the added value of processing made the price of these shells extremely high. What is burning money? It is impossible to burn money so quickly. At least there is a process of burning money. This terrifying power is completely exchanged for the same weight of money. The more terrifying the power is, the more terrifying the money consumed is. I still save money. Emolan shook his head helplessly. Under the joint action of the anti-gravity rule spell structure and the repulsion rule spell structure, the huge stone on the top of the cave has been given extremely terrifying kinetic energy. And the dark stone condensed by the 7-ring stone wall spell structure has a very high density, and the machine is hard. Tired. Destroy it. As soon as the voice fell, Lu Bin, who had been in a stalemate for a long time, suddenly activated the space structure he had arranged before. The space structure closely connected to the space collapsed instantly. It not only activated Lu Bin's own power, but also the power of the Dark God. The two opposing forces instantly formed a combined force, affecting the space and leveraging the power of the space itself. Space collapse? The space collapsed instantly, and the surrounding darkness all condensed at the landing point of the meteorite. Play with me? You illiterate. Call me daddy honestly. Boom. 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 Meteors with a diameter of tens of meters hit the dark area accurately, and the terrifying fire element and the extremely compressed earth element blended together at the moment of collision. The earth and fire elements and the terrifying kinetic energy carried by the meteorite all exploded at this moment. Boom! The extremely terrifying energy all poured onto the sticky darkness, and then through the darkness, poured onto the land. The sticky darkness surged like liquid, trying to remove the power of the boulder bit by bit, but the constant collision of the earth and fire elements shook it away, trembling the entire darkness, letting all the kinetic energy carried pour onto it. And the moment the meteorite fell, the earth also began to tremble, terrifying cracks appeared on the ground, and quickly spread to the surroundings. When the crack touched the stone wall of the cave, the stone wall was broken. And then the dome. The sky collapsed and the earth split. At this moment, the entire cave became extremely depressing. Once it collapsed, no one could survive. However, at this time, in the Mage Association located directly above the cave, Emolan's body opened his eyes and thought. Suppress! The tower spirit received the command and instantly connected the tower spirits of dozens of mage towers within the association. The next moment, a stream of powerful earth elements turned into long pillars that penetrated deep into the earth and penetrated into it. As the terrifying earth elements merged into the earth, the cave that was about to collapse and collapse instantly stabilized, and only a few fallen rocks fell to barely show its strength. Are you kidding? Emolan started his career by destroying other people's houses. How could the Mage Association be destroyed? If it was destroyed, it would be a joke. After stabilizing the cave, the power of the meteorite continued to pour down on the darkness. The dark wave fluctuated violently. Every minute and every second, a large amount of sticky dark matter was decomposed and vaporized. But whether it was Emolan or Lu Bin, Lin's face did not relax at all, and even became more solemn. Because they could sense that the energy level contained in the dark matter did not decrease, and even began to condense. The truly terrifying things are condensing. The terrifying energy level, the terrifying essence contained in it makes them tremble. This is facing a higher level of life. The body trembles instinctively, cannot be suppressed. There is also the trembling of excitement from the heart when sensing a higher level of power, seeing a higher field of knowledge. This should be the real Dark God. Right? Are we just waiting for it to condense like this? Isn't this behavior a bit stupid? Lu Bin thought about it, and said aloud. Emolan nodded when he heard it. A bit stupid. Before Linwa could speak, a voice suddenly came out from the side. That, Emo Hui Lin Hui Lu Hui, can you let me try it? As I said before, develop the kind that targets gods? Tang Chuan poked his head out, and said in a low voice. Chapter 673 Adding Dark God. Can I try the new weapon? Tang Chuan suddenly poked his head out and asked. Emolan looked at Tang Chuan. Tang Chuan continued immediately. Didn't I make some arrangements here before? What I arranged is my newly developed weapon, which is made according to the formation principle of belief in God and interferes with the belief in God. Anti-God weapon, however. Since there has been no actual combat experiment, I am not sure how much effect it can play, and whether it can play a theoretical role. Emolan raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Okay, you try it. See if you can interfere with the coming of the Dark God. If you can't, then we'll try again. You have 30 seconds. Okay, thank you, President. As soon as Emolan finished speaking, Tang Chuan said excitedly, and then he led a group of projections to start using his previous arrangements. He had almost prepared it, and now, with the help of many assistants, he completed the activation in the blink of an eye, forming a rather complex spell structure in the air. It is a relatively rare spiritual spell, and the energy used is pure spiritual power. While the spell structure was running, Emolan, Linhua, and Lu Bin were also preparing their own attacks. If Tang Chuan couldn't do it, they would attack with the force of thunder. At this time, Tang Chuan spread a spiritual wave and explained. The formation of God is the result of countless beliefs and spiritual power gathering and nurturing. The power used by God, which is consumed at every moment, comes from the faith of believers. Some of this consumed faith may have been stored before, but the vast majority should be transmitted through the faith of believers. With faith as the anchor point, the power is transmitted to the gods through the air. So I derived two ideas. The first is to find a way to cut off the connection between the gods and believers. Without the power of faith transmitted by the believers, the gods should be like people without food, and gradually starve to death. However, due to the many restrictions and the high difficulty of implementation, I did not study it in depth. The direction of my in-depth research is the second idea. Since the power of faith is transmitted to the gods in real time, the question is, can I imitate faith, or create fake power of faith, and use the anchor point of the gods to transmit my power into the gods? Tang Chuan stopped explaining here. The spell structure has been activated. Emolan clearly sensed a majestic pure spiritual power guided out from the inside of a soul stone sphere and poured into the magic circle. Pure spiritual power is collected and purified from players and natives in various cities by the Mage Association through various means. For this, the Mage Association has paid a lot of money and spent a lot of energy to build and maintain some projects such as buses, trams, and long-distance trains. These pure spiritual powers are generally used to maintain the mother bed of the constant magic array and the tower spirit. If the mage experiment requires an application, it can also be applied for. The soul stone is the only item that the Mage Association has discovered so far that can store spiritual power. Except for the spiritual system extraordinary core. Emolan could clearly sense the surge of pure spiritual power pouring into the magic circle. And then as it flowed inside the magic circle, the originally pure spiritual power began to be tainted with strange auras. As the magic circle operated, the aura emitted by the pure spiritual power became closer to the dark god. Emolan looked at the magic circle, and then turned his head to look at the dark god, who was condensing and preparing to descend. It stands to reason that the dark god should be able to sense more clearly what Emolan could sense. In this case, Tang Chuan smiled and turned his head to look at Emolan, as if he had guessed the doubts in Emolan's heart, and spoke directly. I'm betting that the dark god receives the power of faith through a different system. I bet that just like people cannot control their heartbeats, God cannot control the faith that flows into him. God cannot resist the change that the power of faith has on him. God is created by faith. So God must be affected by faith, and even controlled by it. As soon as the words fell, the pure spiritual power that had been tainted with the breath of the dark god's faith directly rushed towards the group of darkness that was condensing and forming. Under the gaze of everyone, this surging spiritual power directly merged into it, without any stagnation, as if it was originally one. Sure enough, Tang Chuan showed a surprise on his face. Although I can't do a complete simulation, I can't directly transmit the power of faith to the dark god through the air, but when the dark god is in front of me, I can still integrate it. The dark god has no defense against faith at all, there is no firewall at all, it accepts all comers. Tang Chuan was more and more surprised. At this moment Emolan couldn't help but blink. Tang Chuan, what is the use of this spiritual power you just integrated? Add settings? President. You can understand it, as the correction result of the continuous faith on the gods themselves after modifying the doctrine. Adding settings means abandoning the process, directly loading the results, that is, correcting the gods according to the design. Emolan raised his eyebrows. Isn't it unrealistic? The reason why the revision of doctrine can correct the gods is that the doctrine has been revised, the belief in the new doctrine gradually covers the old doctrine, suppressing the old doctrine, which also requires the accumulation of a large number of believers. You have so little, which is very large from an individual perspective, but from the perspective of the faith of so many creatures, it is not enough at all. Yes, it is indeed not enough for me, but I didn't want to influence me at all. I am influencing this part of the dark gods that are descending before my eyes. This part of the dark gods cannot be all of them. The dark church is coming. It is impossible for them to put all their strength here. Right? They can only bring a part at most. And since the church has not moved, the main force of the dark gods must be tied up there. This is inevitable. The gods spread their faith with the help of the church, so they will inevitably be influenced by the church and bound. In this case, there will definitely not be too many dark gods coming. If there are not many, I will invest a lot of mental power at one time to temporarily correct this part of the setting. Theoretically, it is completely feasible. Is that so? Emolan whispered, and then looked at Tang Chuan curiously. So what setting did you add to it? Love. Just a joke, President. Don't take it seriously. Someone did propose to add love at the beginning, but I rejected and suppressed it. The setting we added after research and discussion is very serious, and very interesting. What is that? Emolan became more and more curious. Seeing this, Tang Chuan smiled slightly, and slowly uttered 2 words. Freedom. Chapter 674 I am the god of slaughter. Freedom. When Tang Chuan uttered these 2 words, Emolan instantly burst out laughing. What the hell? Freedom. Tang Chuan also laughed, and said again. It's just to add some settings, correct some settings, so that this descended dark god clone desires freedom, desires independence. Emolan's eyes widened, not only him, even Linhua, Lu Bin stared at Tang Chuan in amazement. My goodness, Tang Chuan, you are playing so big now? Tell me, what settings did you add to the dark god that can achieve the effect of freedom? Emolan and the other 2 dispersed the attack spells they had just prepared, and prepared defense spells with all their strength. What attack? Prevent the dark god from coming? What a joke, how can this be possible? Such a fun weapon, such a powerful weapon. Even if I have to abandon this underground world, even if I have to completely destroy this underground world, I have to watch this to the end. The spell structure next to it is still continuously transmitting the spiritual power contaminated with the breath of the dark god to the darkness. While Tang Chuan maintained the spell structure, he said with a smile. It's nothing, just adding a little process to the doctrine of the dark church. The beginning and the end are the same, but I added this paragraph in the process. It is probably that there was once a god of slaughter that brought disaster to the underground world. When people were living in poverty, the dark god saved the underground world, and destroyed and devoured the god of slaughter. Actually, this is nothing, just adding a villain who was destroyed by the dark god, and then highlighting the power of the dark god. There is no change in the beginning and the end. Wait, stop, the dark god has awakened. How do you modify the doctrine? And you should not have contacted the dark church. Right? Emolan suddenly interrupted and asked. Of course not. Otherwise it would not be temporary, but permanent. This is just a process I compiled separately, and then I added it to the mental power. The spell structure is still continuously delivering mental power. With the integration of this huge mental power, the darkness becomes deeper and deeper, and even begins to spread again. The terrifying energy contained in it rises again. Oh! So, then continue. Tang Chuan nodded and continued. In this process, because the modification of the dark doctrine is not big, and there is no change between the beginning and the end, and the style is the same, so it will not be too abrupt and will be easily accepted. This is the preparation work. What is the real material I mixed? The material I mixed is the god of slaughter. Tang Chuan's mouth curled up slightly. These fake faith powers of mine are anchoring the dark god, and when pointing to the dark god, there is another direction. The god of slaughter. The god of slaughter swallowed by the dark god. The god of slaughter has awakened. As Tang Chuan's voice sounded, a surge of spiritual fluctuation spread out, almost in sync with Tang Chuan's words. At the same time, 2 lives said the same sentence at the same time, and the 2 sentences seemed to have overlapped. The god of slaughter has awakened, accompanied by a strong aura of killing. Lan and others were horrified and subconsciously alert. I am the god of slaughter. A huge life form exuding a strong momentum slowly emerged from the darkness. And the darkness completely disappeared and merged into its body. This is a beast-like life, with a ferocious head, two mantis-like scimitars in its arms, flashing with cold light, sharp barbs on its shoulders, and a demon-like reverse joint knee in its lower body, with a ferocious blade growing from the joint. It seems to be a creature born for killing, and every organ in its body is for more efficient killing. But at this moment, this killing machine seemed to have broken down, and a trace of struggle flashed in the four blood-red eyes from time to time. The pupils were sometimes black, sometimes blood-red, as if two wills were fighting for this body. At this moment, Tang Chuan's face became more serious than ever, and he immediately focused all his attention on the spell structure. At this moment, the spell structure was overloaded, and every moment, the spiritual power stained with the breath of the dark god could flow over and merge into it. And compared to before, the information contained in the spiritual power has changed again, and its internal directionality. The anchor point has completely become the god of killing. After a long time, when Tang Chuan had consumed nearly 1/3 of the pure spiritual power stored in the entire association, something unexpected happened. The huge body shook, emitting a strong aura, and a spiritual wave spread out, which seemed to contain a shocking killing intent. Kill! At this moment, Tang Chuan showed a hint of surprise when he felt this spiritual wave. Success? Lan, Lu Bin, and Lin Wu looked at each other, and finally looked at the clone of the dark god. Oh no! Looked at the god of killing, and fell into deep thought. Where are my believers? The god of killing emitted a second spiritual wave, and then disappeared in front of everyone the next moment. In Lan's perception, the god of killing had already left, getting farther and farther away. Run away? No, when the god of slaughter called himself the god of slaughter, he severed the connection with the followers of the dark god. That is to say, the god of slaughter is now without followers. As a god, it has to pay a price for every minute and every second of its existence. Generally, this price is the faith of the followers. When there are no followers, it will draw its own power to pay, and if the power is insufficient, it will dissipate. So when it senses that it has no followers, it will go to find the followers. Oh, is that so? So, in that case, you created a god of slaughter out of nothing? That can't be said. From the attack of the dark god just now, it can be seen that the dark god actually includes sneak attacks and killings. I just made some changes to the killing part. In essence, it is still the dark god. My weapon is only temporary. In a very short time, the settings I imposed will become rootless duckweed because there is no new faith to maintain it. Finally, they will be dispersed, and the god of killing will turn back into the dark god. Creating a god out of nothing? Tang Chuan shook his head. How can I have such ability? This weapon may be very powerful in the future, but it is just a beginning now. It can only be regarded as a spell that can make the dark god's clone lose control for a short time. Oh, I see. Lan nodded slowly, and then continued to ask. But the premise of what you said has always been that the god of slaughter has no faith. But what if it finds believers before it dissipates? How can 1 or 2 believers sustain a god? To sustain the consumption of a god, the number of believers required must be extremely large. The god of slaughter will definitely not be able to find so many believers in a short period of time. Halfway through his words, Lu Bin suddenly thought of something, and his face froze. Shouldn't be able to find it, right? Chapter 675 The Struggle for Divinity. Tang Chuan, killing should be a normal thing in the underground world. Right? Lan said slowly. The survival resources in the underground world are even more scarce. If you want to survive, you must fight, seize, and rob. Give me the conclusion. There are many killings. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many killings in the dark god. Oh, is that so? Then fear can also be a belief. Right? Lan took a deep breath and said slowly. Theoretically, it is possible. Intelligent life is afraid of itself. Life that cannot be defeated is prone to worship. That's how totem appears. It can even be said that the concept of the dark god evolved slowly in fear. And finally the dark god was born. There is a land of killing, and only fear is needed to form faith. Tang Chuan was speechless. What will happen? Will another god really be born? Theoretically, this is almost impossible. It is just a clone of the dark god. Without faith, It will be taken back by the Dark God in a short time. Tang Chuan said seriously. And Imolan also looked at him seriously. Generally speaking, theoretically speaking, this kind of statement is the opposite. Theoretically speaking, it is impossible, but then it is possible. And according to the normal scenario of normal thinking, when a crazy wizard conducts an uncontrollable and dangerous experiment, he will usually create an extremely strong uncontrollable and dangerous life by chance. Tang Chuan covered his face with both hands. It is very likely to dissipate. Do you believe it yourself? Tang Chuan was really speechless. Hearing this, Lu Bin beside him slowly patted Tang Chuan on the shoulder. Brother. Awesome. You created a god directly. You are the big brother after me. Originally there were only 2 gods. But now, there are 3 awakened gods. Tang Chuan shuddered when he heard this. And then his body shook. And his hands stroked his hair from both sides. Well, since things have come to this point, I won't hide it. Everything is under my control. Do you think that with 2 gods, we have more enemies to face? No. Why do you think that the new god is our enemy? Is it because the association is us, and the other gods are them? But they are not in the same group. On the contrary, there is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain. Not to mention the gods. How much blood is buried under the 3 words pagans? What's more, this new god was created by the rebellion of the Dark God's clone. And he is the Dark God's enemy from the beginning. Since the birth of this new god, the main enemy of the Dark God is no longer us, but this god of slaughter. Compared with us, the god of slaughter is the enemy who will truly touch its foundation and may affect its survival. This is all in my plan. Tang Chuan showed an expression that everything was under control. Imolan, Lu Bin, and Lin Wu looked at each other. I believe it. You guys. I believe it too. I don't believe it. After Lu Bin finished speaking, Lin Wu poked him. He was stunned, then looked at Tang Chuan and nodded, and said seriously, I believe it. Tang Chuan silently squatted in the corner and drew circles. After a while, he turned around and prepared to say something. Have you thought of how to explain it? Imolan looked at him with a smile and asked. Tang Chuan paused. He almost forgot what he had just thought of. Then he sorted out his thoughts before continuing. 3 presidents, although this is an accident, I have carefully thought about it, and think it may not be a bad thing. Imolan and others who were talking and laughing raised their eyebrows when they heard this. Oh! What do you mean? Energy conservation? The mental power I transferred is not enough to create a god. Can we be sure of this? Yes, we can be sure of this. The existence of God is not just the accumulation of energy. There are some mysterious things, such as the anchor of faith. It must be a certain concept. Can we be sure of this? Yes, we can be sure of this. Then the question is, I only transferred some mental power and some fabricated information. I didn't provide any of the 2 necessary items for the god of slaughter to appear. How did the god of slaughter appear? When Imolan heard this, he and Lin Wu, Lu Bin looked at each other, and suddenly thought of something in their hearts. Dark God. Didn't the god of slaughter awaken in the Dark God's clone? Then the energy must be provided by the Dark God's clone. Imolan said slowly. Well, then the question is, the energy is provided by the Dark God's clone. What about the anchor of faith and the mysterious concept? Did it come from the information I made up? Tang Chuan shrugged after speaking. How is that possible? If so, I will laugh to death. I will prepare energy to make up a few goddesses for myself as maids. And then everyone in our association will be given one as a wife. This is unrealistic. And it is impossible. The anchor of faith and the mysterious concept must come from the Dark God. Look, President. You think so too? Then the last question. Tang Chuan smiled slightly. Chairman, for example, do you think it is a threat to our association or the pinnacle of the 2 7th order peaks to our association more threatened? Certainly, God is definitely not the 8th order. There is no such strength in the 8th level. This division does not necessarily allow the Dark God to drop the order directly. This is just a metaphor. Imolan didn't speak. I thought in my heart, Tang Chuan continued to say. In fact, it was not me created a brand new god. Instead, there are many kinds of mysterious in the Dark God. It is called this concept as divine. It's also very appropriate, quite specific. There are many kinds of divinities hidden in the body of the Dark God. Darkness, sneak attack, assassination, killing, hiding and other kinds of divinities together constitute the Dark God. Well, it is also possible that the Dark God commands these divinities. Of course, let's not talk about these for now. The main thing is that these divinities together constitute the foundation of the dark god. And I did not create a brand new god. I just separated the killing divinity from the dark god by chance. The separated killing divinity was loaded into a clone of the dark god. After a fierce struggle, the killing divinity became independent. A new god was born. But the price of the birth of this new god might be that the dark god lost his killing divinity forever. Or a gap appeared in the killing divinity that the dark god possessed. And it was no longer complete. Tang Chuan said slowly. The conflict between the dark god and the god of killing is not just a conflict of betrayal by the clone, but also a struggle for the killing divinity. Divinity is the foundation of the gods. And this is a fundamental struggle between the two gods. Chapter 676, Perfecting the God System. The mage is obliged to do so. Oh, I see. Emolan nodded, just when Tang Chuan thought that Emolan understood. He suddenly said something that almost drove Tang Chuan crazy. Then Tang Chuan, help me build a god of love. I think our association needs this thing. President. How can I build a god? Tang Chuan said madly. Emolan laughed at this. Haha, just a joke. I understand what you mean. I'm not so stupid that I can't understand this. Emolan said seriously after laughing. I'm just thinking about a question. That is, can gods be influenced so easily? If they are really so easily influenced, then gods are just like this. Right? Now the dark god is stronger. Why don't you just dismember the dark god's various divinities a few times? If you dismember 10 or 8 gods from the dark god, you can distribute the faith power that the dark god originally enjoyed to 10 gods. If this is possible, then I think we need to open 9 more god laboratories. Otherwise, we can't study it. After Emolan finished speaking, Tang Chuan shook his head. President, how can gods be so easy to deal with? Why did I succeed this time? It's all because of the faith power I simulated. The faith information that is obviously different from the doctrine can be integrated into the faith power of the dark god, thus affecting it. The information contained in this simulated faith aura is different, and it can be integrated into it. President, do you know what this means? It means that I drew a 100 yuan bill with my hand, and the 100 on it was written in Chinese characters, and I spin it. The current dark god is a system without any protection system. Anyone, whether human or dog, can deceive the system and integrate into it. There is no so-called firewall at all. But it is only now. Gods are just born. They know nothing, have no experience, and do not know the dangers of the world. So although they are strong, they are not perfect. There are loopholes everywhere. Seizing a loophole can have a huge impact on it. But in terms of the nature of gods, this problem will definitely be made up at a very fast speed, and will spread rapidly. By then, except for the gods from remote villages, all others will be equipped with firewalls. At that time, this obviously fake faith power, this obviously problematic faith information will be directly screened out by the faith system. Rejected, and difficult to manipulate. But isn't it still not perfect now? I don't believe that the dark god will be so fast. You know, this involves the fundamental modification of the gods. The modification of faith. How can it be so easy? You can continue to act on the dark god now. If the dark god has really fixed the loophole, then if it doesn't work, we'll go find the light god. It's definitely not that well informed. Right? The dark god will definitely not be so kind as to give this to the light god. Right? You can figure out that the light god must have a lot of other divinities besides the main divinity of light. We can separate them all, such as the sun, the moon, the stars, the flames, and so on. Now there are only 2, oh no 3 gods. That's too monotonous. As the saying goes, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. As a mage with this power, we should make due contributions to the development of the diversity of gods. Emolan's words made Tang Chuan a little excited. But he calmed down immediately, and said with a wry smile, But President, the firewall of the gods is not perfect. And our means of invasion are also quite imperfect. President, didn't you find that the spiritual power of simulated faith before was directly flowing towards the dark god's clone? And it was integrated into it after it came into contact? It is because this is a simulation of faith power, and it has not been transformed into faith power. Simulation is simulation after all, not the power of faith. It can't achieve the effect of faith power that can be transmitted through the air with only one faith anchor point. If it can't achieve this effect, then the doctrine information I made up can't be input, not to mention affecting the gods. And how much talent I can input, how can it affect the original body of the gods? So if you want to split the divinity of the gods, the only chance is that the gods will descend directly in front of me, and then I will directly attack the clone. This method is the only possible way to split the divinity, and create a new god so far. Is that so? Emolan thought for a moment, then nodded. Then slowly looked for opportunities in the future. Although the gods will definitely popularize the faith firewall in the future. After all, it is not popular now, and those who can promote them to popularize the faith firewall and improve the god system will only suffer losses. Emolan patted Tang Chuan on the shoulder. The task of assisting the improvement of the gods and popularizing the faith firewall is left to you. Come on! Make sure to complete the task. Okay. Emolan suddenly remembered something at this time, directly opened the attribute panel, set the visibility of others, and then adjusted to the title page. Show the title page to Tang Chuan. Tang Chuan, what is this? Tang Chuan looked at it, and was immediately attracted by the dazzling gold. But after looking at it for a long time, Tang Chuan looked at Emolan in confusion, and then showed a hint of shock on his face. President, your title is already golden, so great. That's it? Emolan looked at Tang Chuan and asked in surprise. Tang Chuan was stunned and scratched the back of his head, thinking that he might have misunderstood. President, don't you want to show off your golden title? Emolan's expression froze. Am I this kind of person in your impression? Linhua and Lu Bin were laughing beside them. Almost going crazy. Oh! No. No! Tang Chuan nodded subconsciously, then shook his head violently. Emolan was helpless. I want you to see if the aura emanating from this title is divinity. After all, you are the expert in studying gods. In addition, the projection of this panel is not fabricated by me. But I have really opened the panel. Your real body is downstairs from me. Please extend your mental power to see it. Understand? I understand. But divinity? Tang Chuan was slightly startled. But this time, there was no element of acting. He was indeed a little surprised. He immediately extended his mental power to perceive it. After a moment, Tang Chuan shook his head. President, I don't sense any breath, President. What can you sense? Can't sense it? Maybe only I can sense it. Emolan frowned slightly and said, It's just that this title will tremble slightly when a god appears. And this title represents the appearance of a mage. It makes sense to say that this title carries the thoughts of all mages, so I ask you. If you can't sense it, forget it, just wait and see. Chapter 677 Artifact. President, this may be your divinity, maybe it is the foundation of becoming a god. Tang Chuan smiled when he heard this, and said half jokingly and half seriously. President, first of all, the concept is a mage. How many mages have changed their profession now? Millions. Tens of millions. I don't know if it has exceeded 100 million, I can't count it, but I estimate it has exceeded 100 million. And mages are all powerful in spirit. Theoretically, a mage can provide much more faith than a normal person. From this perspective, there is no problem at the level of faith. The thoughts of so many mages are connected. Even if it is not faith. It is a huge energy. President, you are the creator of the mage profession. And you are also the most powerful mage recognized by all mages now. And all of this is tied to the title of Mage Pioneer. If all of this is put together, it will form a god. And it is normal to form the divinity of the god of mages. President, maybe you will become a god in the future. Congratulations. President, congratulations. God. Slurp. President, when you become a god, don't forget to study it for us. This is really great. Slurp. Lu Bin said with drool. His eyes were shining, as if there was a god in front of him who could be manipulated at will, and would even actively cooperate with the experiment. Emolan rolled his eyes at this. Bullshit, god of mages? I can do this? Emolan pointed to the direction where the dark god left. Become this kind of god? Tang Chuan, I realize you are cursing me. I already have a gold mine worth billions to mine. And you are here to wish me to become a millionaire. Is 100,000 considered a millionaire? Lu Bin leaned over and asked. Is becoming a god considered a blessing? Emolan asked directly, and Lu Bin immediately shut his mouth. Okay. Okay. Tang Chuan smiled and flashed away. Seeing him leave, Emolan pouted, but then looked at the title on the attribute panel. Becoming a god. Does this title really represent a divinity called a mage? Is this title really a cornerstone of becoming a god? I am looking forward to it. If it is true, it would be great. Emolan muttered to himself expectantly. If this is true, Why would I spend so much effort trying to catch a god? I already have a sample of a god that will actively cooperate and can be studied at will. This is simply amazing. There is such a good thing? President, I want to study it too. Give me some when the time comes, Lu Bin said. And Imolan rolled his eyes. Go away. Go away. There is no sign yet. Go play aside. Wait until you are sure that this is a god. Besides, this title is in the attribute panel. We can't bring it up. Even if it is a god, there is nothing we can do. We can only watch. Okay. Okay. Lu Bin shrugged. Then I'll leave first. I still have a lot of things to do. After Lu Bin finished speaking, the projection disappeared in front of Imolan, and Lu Bin left. Imolan looked at Lin Wu next to him, only to see that Lin Wu was connecting to the light tower that emitted lasers, receiving the valuable experimental data in the light tower, and when he noticed that Imolan was looking at him, he turned around. I'll leave after receiving the data. Imolan nodded when he heard this, and was about to turn around and go to the seal, but as soon as he turned around, he found that a familiar projection was taking shape next to the spherical seal again. Lu Bin, who was reshaping the projection next to the spherical seal, felt a familiar gaze, turned back to look at Imolan, and then pointed at the spherical seal. I felt that the effect of the dark god holding a dagger and nailing the space directly was very special and strange. I came here to collect some data and see what the principle is. After Lu Bin finished speaking, he focused on the spherical seal. In addition to sealing a dagger inside the spherical seal, it also sealed the dense darkness connected to the back of the dagger. Compared to the dagger, Lu Bin's focus was still on the dense darkness. Previously, it was mainly these darknesses that helped the dagger to nail the space. Interesting, Lu Bin muttered to himself. And Imolan also walked to the side of the spherical seal, quietly looking at the dagger inside the seal. The dagger seemed to be able to swallow the light, and only a small part of any light that fell on it would be reflected, which made the dagger extremely dark. This dagger was only as long as a forearm, and there was no feature in appearance, as if it was just an ordinary and simple dagger. However, when Imolan looked at the dagger, he felt a slight chill in his heart. At this moment, Imolan could suddenly be sure of one thing. The research of the Dark God and other religious gods on the spiritual power system is definitely far beyond his, and far beyond the magician. Besides, this dagger, as he had guessed before, must have the ability to hurt his original body according to his thoughts, or even directly kill his original body. Even with Imolan's current knowledge reserve, he could not judge one thing. That is, whether the game's security system can block this dagger, and whether it can protect the soul of the player in reality. Knowing too little about the security system, Molan didn't even know where the security system worked, didn't know in which environment the security system was effective, and didn't know what the principle of the security system was. This made Imolan unable to judge whether the game's security system could block this dagger. It should be possible. The attacks of the God of Light on the players were blocked. Imolan muttered to himself, and then shook his head. What if the God of Darkness is special? After all, the God of Darkness is an evil god with killing, assassination and other related divinity. However, no matter what the result is, one thing is certain: once killed by the gods, then forget about the number of resurrections. The account will be gone directly. Moreover, even the players themselves will be greatly harmed, which will result in the inability to register a new game account in the short term or even permanently. No matter what, they cannot be killed by the gods. No matter whether the gods can really kill the players, they cannot be killed by the gods. Otherwise everything will be destroyed. Imolan looked at the spherical seal again, connected to the tower spirit. His mind moved slightly, and an order came out. The sealed dark dagger is included in the highest level of protection, and the spherical seal is included in the secondary protection list. This dark dagger is not allowed to have any problems. This dark dagger is not allowed to kill any mage, any player. After Imolan gave the order, he immediately felt that under the control of the tower spirit, one line of defense after another was formed around the spherical seal. Looking at the dark dagger that is substantial but full of the power of the dark god and has extremely high lethality, Imolan's heart moved. Maybe this is the artifact. Chapter 678, the source of the god system. There is also divinity on this. Tang Chuan had stood beside Imolan without knowing when, said slowly, "What divinity?" After a simple analysis, I found traces of two divinities, namely assassination and death. The dark god also controls death? Why do I feel that he controls everything? Imolan was surprised, but Tang Chuan nodded. President. You are right, the dark god really controls everything at present, because other gods are still in the process of being conceived, even if he has divinity. It is just divinity. As the only god, the dark god is in full swing. And the dark church is developing rapidly. According to the clues we have captured, the dark god is using the concept of darkness to annex other divinities. For example, people often say that death will lead to darkness. With this in mind, the dark god's darkness has a little bit of death, under the pretext of making a false argument, and without any god to resist. The dark god has also taken over the death divinity. What about the god whose original divinity is death? It is impossible that there is no god. Right? Tang Chuan shook his head when he heard this. God of darkness, I am not very clear about the underground world. But on the ground, these divinities that were annexed and controlled by the god of light, the church faith that they originally nurtured is shrinking. According to the basic law that faith provides the birth of gods, these gods who have lost their faith will gradually die out. The underground world should not be much different. From what you mean, other gods can basically not be born. If I were the god of light, I would definitely plunder all the divinities, destroy all the gods, and become the only god. That's basically the case. This trend has basically appeared on the ground now. Tang Chuan said slowly. After the birth of the god of slaughter, according to our project team's deduction, all divinity in the future will most likely be plundered and controlled by the god of light and the god of darkness. They are the only two gods. And if nothing unexpected happens, they will become the initial gods of the two pantheons, the source gods of the two pantheons. Over a long period of time, the two gods will split into various gods for various reasons, like the god of slaughter, becoming an entire pantheon, or a system of myths and legends. Emolan fell into deep thought after hearing this, and Tang Chuan patted his head. Look at me. I accidentally said too much, but I was going to report to the president. Now I will report in advance, and I will make a written report later. Back to the topic. I found the existence of assassination and death on a dark dagger, but it is estimated that it is not all divinity, but only part of the divinity gathered by the dark god, combined with his own energy to forge a dagger. So this is a real artifact, not only because it is the weapon of the dark god, but also because its essence is also divinity, and it can be regarded as a god. So this can be called a divine weapon, but since it was forged by the dark god, and assassination, death, and other divine powers are in the hands of the dark god, so we have no way to use this artifact, the dark dagger, and can only use it as a sample for research, and can only be studied through the seal, because once this dark dagger is freed, it will be controlled by the dark god, and it will be very difficult to seal it again. Is that so? Emolan muttered to himself, thinking about something in his mind. Does this dark dagger have divinity? Yes. Tang Chuan nodded. This dark dagger was made by the dark god, and it contains the dark god's energy. Yes. According to this, aren't the artifact and the gods themselves one and the same? Yes. It is because the artifact and the gods are one, so the artifact will never be out of the control of the gods, so the artifact has powerful power. The artifact and the gods are one, the artifact is the extension of the god's limbs. When Emolan heard Tang Chuan's answer, his expression suddenly became strange, and he patted Tang Chuan on the shoulder, making Tang Chuan stunned. President, what's wrong? Tang Chuan, please help me. President, please tell me. Emolan raised his lips slightly, said slowly. For the growth and expansion of the dark god's system, Tang Chuan, I think it's time for the god of assassination and death to return to his position. Tang Chuan was shocked when he heard this. His eyes widened immediately, and the next moment his hand slammed on his thigh. Yeah, why didn't I think of it just now? After Tang Chuan finished speaking, his mind worked quickly, and he thought of a possibility, and his breathing suddenly became heavier. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Tang Chuan muttered to himself. Great. Great. The artifact and the god are considered as one. The artifact is the extension of the god's body. The dark dagger has the power of the dark god, and has the divinity of the dark god. What's the difference between this and the dark god's clone? At most, it's just a dagger-shaped clone. Maybe the dark god hasn't fixed the loophole yet. I can seize the opportunity and take advantage of the victory to split the dark god again and create an independent god. But it doesn't matter whether to create a god or not. And it doesn't matter if the dark god is split again. What really matters is a god. Tang Chuan tightly grasped Emolan's hand. President, this is a kind of god. An independent god. Tang Chuan's hands were shaking. The dark dagger is in our seal. Which means that as long as we set up the seal in advance, the newly split god, the god based on the dark dagger, will also be in the seal. Even if this means that the new god has no time to create believers to fill the faith. It doesn't matter. Even if the new god lacks the support of faith and can't hold on for long before being swallowed by the dark god again. It doesn't matter. The really important thing is, this is a kind of god, an independent, new god whose body is inside the seal. Tang Chuan's hands were shaking. Emolan tried to break free from Tang Chuan's hands, and was stunned when he heard the words, and was stunned. Lu Bin, who was studying darkness next to him, was stunned when he heard the words. On the other side, Linhua, who was debugging the laser tower and collecting data, was also stunned. In just a moment, Lu Bin, Linhua's projection appeared next to Tang Chuan, staring at Tang Chuan. What did you just say? Say it again? Tang Chuan also smiled when he saw this, and said happily and seriously. 3 presidents. You heard it right. It's a new god under our control, whose body is sealed by us, and can be used for research, Tang Chuan said, and waited for the reaction of Emolan and the others. But Emolan pushed him as soon as he finished speaking. Then why are you still standing there? Get ready. Quick. What if the dark side fixes the loophole in such a short time? Go. Linhua. Leave a mecha on the battlefield. And come back directly. Lu Bin. From now on, you will set up the seal with me. Tang Chuan. Send someone to set up the seal for the gods. Quick. Quick. Don't stop. Get to work. Chapter 679 ran away? Are you ready? Emolan's voice rang in everyone's ears. Everything that can be prepared has been prepared. Material, energy, space, even the mental power has been forged with a layer of shell using high-grade elemental metals and elemental stones, which can play a certain degree of shielding role. For now, the Mage Association has not found any material or spell that can absolutely isolate, shield mental power. Even if it was previously thought that the material could shield mental power, when the strength increases, it is found that it has no effect at all. Just like the original gold vein black steel ore, when Emolan was detecting outside the Red Maple Earl's castle, he couldn't penetrate it with his mental power, as if it had a shielding effect. But when Emolan reached this level now, it was not difficult to penetrate the original gold vein black steel ore with his mental power, so the mental power that he thought he could shield at that time was actually just because Emolan's mental power was too weak, and it had nothing to do with whether he could shield mental power. And according to experiments, research, generally speaking, the higher the level of elemental metal, the better the effect of elemental stone on blocking mental power. This is the method we are using now. It took a huge price to use a large amount of precious materials to complete this layer of seal against mental power. As for whether it can work on God, what effect it can play, I don't know at all. I can only say that it can increase the degree of blocking mental power as much as possible. If the experiment goes well, this dagger will become the new god of assassination and death, and become our first sample of gods. After a short period of time, without sufficient faith support, the god of assassination and death will lose to the dark god in the battle for divinity, the new god will be destroyed, and the will of the dark god will reoccupy this body. At this time the dark god will become our new sample. This time is very precious. The will of the dark god descends, even if it is only for a moment. We can obtain a large amount of experimental data. Finally, due to various seals, the dark dagger cannot escape, the dark god can only withdraw his will and abandon the dark dagger again. The dark dagger regained its calmness, and turned into our collection and precious experimental material. However, such behavior will definitely cause the dark god to be more vigilant, so as to seal this loophole as quickly as possible, so that we can no longer turn the dark dagger into a separate god. Tang Chuan said with a smile. But this is not a cost for us at all, because the dark god will fix this loophole as quickly as possible, whether we do it or not. Lu Bin nodded when he heard it. It's a beautiful idea. A beautiful plan. But according to my experience, the more perfect and beautiful the plan is, the more likely it is to go wrong. According to the practice of conducting dangerous experiments on gods, the gods will escape the seal, bypass or break the safety barrier we set up, kill one of us, and then leave a curse. Let others slowly die in despair, or integrate the curse into their blood, and pass it down from generation to generation with their blood, torturing 18 generations. Lu Bin, you've watched too many movies, right? Where do so many accidents come from? Where do so many curses come from? And with your routine, Are you shooting Resident Evil or Ghost blowing light? Lin was robot pouted his lips in an anthropomorphic way, and said aloud, and then turned his head to look at Emolan. But President, Lu Bin is right about one thing. After all, they are gods. I think we need an unexpected interruption. I feel that in this kind of situation, no accident is the biggest accident. Emolan laughed when he heard Lin was say this. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I have made the worst plan. Evacuate everyone below, leaving only a few of us, and be prepared to evacuate if something unexpected happens. After making the worst plan, no matter what the result is, it must be good news for me. President, you are still open-minded, Tang Chuan said with a smile. In fact, everyone doesn't need to worry too much, because our seals on matter and energy are absolutely in place. The more powerful Dark God, who just controlled the Dark Dagger, couldn't break free from the seal, let alone a new god that was just split from the Dark God. The new god is also a god, but I don't think it will be stronger than the Dark God. So the worst result is that the god's thoughts escape, and then take away the divinity on the Dark Dagger, leaving only the energy that constitutes the Dark Dagger. Don't worry too much. Emolan, who was originally smiling, paused. He seemed to see the flags behind Tang Chuan, just like an old general on the stage. Stop. Stop. Don't say any more. I feel a little nervous if I say more. Let's start. Start right away. Emolan interrupted. Tang Chuan nodded, and said nothing more. Okay. Then I'll start. Before he finished speaking, Tang Chuan had already activated a new magic circle, transforming pure spiritual power into the seal, and integrating it into the Dark Dagger, compared with the magic circle of the first experiment. Although only 1 day has passed, this magic circle has been completely renewed. Although traces of the original magic circle can still be seen, it is actually completely different. After the actual combat, the magic array obtained a lot of valuable experimental data. Tang Chuan's project team has completed a phased iteration of the magic array based on these valuable experimental data. Although the principle of the new generation of magic array is the same as the original one, the function is much more powerful. Not only that, through the simple research on the Dark Dagger in the early stage, the faith atmosphere simulated by the magic array is more like that of the real faith. In Tang Chuan's words, sooner or later he will be able to simulate the real power of faith with pure mental power. At that time, whether it is for personal use or to murder the gods, it can be freely used. With the input of pure spiritual power, with the continuous flow of false faith into the Dark Dagger, the dagger seems to have not changed, but the darkness behind the dagger seems to flow slowly, as if it has regained its activity. The false faith power flows continuously, but the Dark Dagger still has no reaction, only the darkness behind it slowly creeps, and begins to recover. It seems that the recovery of the Dark Dagger will take some time. As time slowly passed, the association's pure spiritual power gradually decreased. Emolan and others were not impatient at all. They just waited silently and patiently. However, at this moment, the Dark Dagger disappeared into the seal along with the darkness behind it. In just a moment, less than a blink of an eye, the Dark Dagger disappeared without a trace. No matter how you sense it, you can't sense the Dark Dagger. Even the hole left by the original seal of the Dark Dagger was filled by the seal. The seal became solid, and there was no trace of the Dark Dagger. Run away? Chapter 680 God escaped? Emolan, who subconsciously disconnected the projection connection, opened his eyes in the Mage Tower and asked in confusion. At this time, Lin Hua, Lu Bin, Tang Chuan and other spiritual power followed the connection of the tower spirit to find Emolan. President, how is the seal? Emolan asked. There is no abnormal fluctuation in the seal. Part 1 am responsible for. After Lin Hua finished answering, Lu Bin and Tang Chuan also said directly, mine is the same. Everything is normal. Has the Dark Dagger escaped? Emolan's question made the three people hesitate. No one knew whether the Dark God had escaped or not. If he didn't run away, it would be fine. But if he really ran out and waited for Emolan and the others to come down, he might face a life and death crisis. For these gods, it is not too much to pay attention to them. Probably not. The Dark God didn't run away when he controlled the Dark Dagger. I don't think this new god can run away, Emolan said slowly. President, don't take risks. After Lu Bin finished speaking, Emolan nodded. Don't worry. I know the severity of the situation. After speaking, Emolan gave a direct order. Tower Spirit, Project the image of the underground world sphere seal to me, and start the highest precision detection, and send me all the detected data. When Linhua, Lu Bin, Tang Chuan sensed Mo Lan's order, they immediately raised their eyebrows. President, great. Mo Lan smiled, and the next moment he found that they all began to drive the tower spirit to perceive. Theoretically speaking, the tower spirit's mental power level is the same as that of the master, but the control of the mage itself, the driving of the soul at the same level, and the soul and skills possessed by the mage itself are much stronger than the tower spirit. So although the tower spirit has the same level of mental power as the mage, the actual perception accuracy is much worse. Of course, this can be solved by the mage integrating thoughts. But now the situation is that the god will kill him according to his thoughts. So Mo Lan and the others simply ordered the tower spirit to detect, and then transmitted the detection results to them. In this way, even if the new god is hiding below, they can only kill one tower spirit at most. The tower spirit is essentially the pet of the mage. If the pet is killed, it will not affect the mage at all. This is equivalent to a layer between the enemy and oneself. Although the perception accuracy is much lower, it is safer. With the help of the tower spirit, he perceived the underground world. Looking at the unchanged but empty spherical seal, there was no change around him either. No matter inside or outside the spherical seal, he could not sense the breath of the dark dagger. Lu Bin, you are responsible for space exploration. Find out the problems at the space level. Linhua, you are responsible for physical inspection. Tang Chuan, you are responsible for mental power and faith power inspection. Yes. The three replied, and Mo Lan directly input detailed commands into the tower spirit, letting the tower spirit complete the exploration on his behalf. Detailed commands were input into the tower spirit, and the tower spirit immediately began to explore. The elements inside the seal had been trapped in a dead fixation under layer after layer of suppression, like a dead zone of elements. In this environment, no one could mobilize any elements to release any spells. However, at this moment, a trace of pre-prepared magic power spread inside the seal, and a simple spell was formed. The magic power turned into the smallest particles and spread out, hitting the elements and passing through directly. Elements are constructed with elemental basic particles, and magic basic particles that are only the size of elemental basic particles can naturally travel freely between these structures. As the magic foundation hits the wall, rebounds the information inside it, and the structure is transmitted. Countless magic basic particles spread out and vibrate, ricochet, and as time goes by, the affected range gradually increases. Countless magic basic particles spread little by little, and wherever they pass, every trace of element and every elemental basic particle is clearly detected by Mo Lan and mastered. This is an extremely powerful microscopic field detection spell mastered by Mo Lan. This spell has extremely high detection accuracy. Even if there are several basic particles of elements that do not belong to it in a trace of an element, it can be detected. It is extremely powerful. This method has only two disadvantages. First, it requires extremely high computing power to maintain detection. Second, this level of detection takes a very long time and is very slow. However, these two problems can also be said to be the problems of the mage. As long as the mage is strong enough, this spell has no disadvantages. As time slowly passed, countless information and data were transmitted to Mo Lan by the tower spirit, allowing Mo Lan to gradually build the internal structure of the seal from the level of elemental basic particles. On Linhua's side, the magic array pre-installed inside the seal took effect, and a trace of sound waves and a trace of vibrations continuously reverberated inside the seal. The detection method was similar to Mo Lan's detection method, and all changes on the material level could not be hidden from him. And Lu Bin's space wave detection, Tang Chuan's phase source detection. At this moment, for top mages simultaneously explored the interior of the seal, looking for the trace of the dark dagger. As time passed slowly, Mo Lan and his companions never found any abnormality inside the seal. There was no way. After such a long time, Mo Lan and his companions still could not determine whether the dark dagger had escaped. The only thing they could be sure of was that the new god was not guarding them outside the spherical seal. After another exploration, they still found nothing. Then at this moment, a dagger and a piece of darkness slowly emerged in the center of the spherical seal, as if nothing had changed. Once again, it returned to the state before the experiment. What happened? Lu Bin muttered to himself. At this moment, Mo Lan's face was quite serious. He said slowly, "The new god has been born." The war of gods has begun. The new god has fallen. And the dark god has left. Mo Lan's voice echoed slowly. Everything happened under our noses. This magnificent scene. Unfortunately, none of us has the ability to spy on it. Linhua and Lu Bin fell silent. Only Tang Chuan spoke slowly. The god of assassination and death. Hiding should be the characteristic of this god. After all, he is assassinating. So it hid itself the moment the god of assassination and death awakened, waiting for a chance to escape. Faith slowly faded. Life was fading away. The assassin's patience made it wait quietly. Even when it was swallowed by the dark god, it did not show up. We missed a good show. Compared to God, our level is still a little lower, Tang Chuan said slowly, and then looked at the dagger in the spherical seal. It seemed as if nothing had happened. But now there is a question lingering in their hearts. Facing the dark god with such power, why haven't they died yet? Chapter 681 Space Transmission Hall. In fact, we don't need to do this, and belittle ourselves. In the extremely quiet situation, Mo Lan suddenly spoke, and the three turned their heads to look, only to see Mo Lan pointing at the seal, and speaking slowly. It is still sealed by us, and it can't escape. Mo Lan's mouth curled up slightly, and the seriousness, tension, and pressure just now gradually dissipated in Mo Lan's words. For us, God is still unknown, and more mysterious, and God is a completely different life form. We don't have enough understanding of this new life form, so it is normal for God's hiding to be hidden from our perception. This does not mean that God is stronger than us. If it is stronger than us to this extent, then why is it still inside the seal? Why hasn't it escaped yet? Doesn't it want to escape? No. It just can't escape. Although we can't sense it, it's just because we haven't found a suitable way. It's not for other reasons. After all, as the god of assassination and death, it's normal for it to have a strong ability to hide, Mo Lan said with a smile, which immediately made Linhua, Lu Bin, and Tang Chuan feel much more relaxed. Tang Chuan thought about it and spoke out. However, President, I think there is one thing that needs to be noted. That is the issue of the multiple divinities of the Dark God, Tang Chuan said after a moment of silence. In theory, the Dark God has multiple divinities, and the energy is to fully exert the characteristics of these divinities. But now think about it. In the previous battles, the Dark God used mostly assassination and darkness, and the murderous intent that erupted the moment the God of Slaughter appeared, and the concealment ability of the God of Assassination and Death was not seen at all. It should be there, but it is not used. Perhaps it can only be said that among so many divinities, the Dark God truly controls, or proficiently controls, and uses only a few. Although it controls most of the divinities, it only controls them. It has too many divinities, and it has not actually exploded the true power of these divinities. You mean that because the Dark God was just born, it is still very immature in terms of growth and combat accumulation, and has great potential, right? Yes. Tang Chuan nodded slowly. Yes. But I want to say one more thing. That is, the God of Assassination and Death who was swallowed again. Because the God of Assassination and Death only has two divinities. Like the God of Killing, he turned the use of divinity into instinct as soon as he was born. And now the God of Assassination and Death has been swallowed by the God of Darkness. You mean, after such a process, the God of Darkness has a deeper control over the two divinities of Assassination and Death, and can use them well? This is just a guess. But whether it is true or not, we need to be prepared for the Darkness God to have extremely high concealment ability and unknown abilities brought by the Death divinity. After all, these two divinities are in his hands. Mo Lan pondered, and suddenly smiled. Suddenly I feel that this may not be bad news. The three of them turned their heads to look at Mo Lan. This may mean that the Dark God will not fix this loophole. Because if it were me, I would not fix it either. Wouldn't it be better for us to continue to brush the divinity? Although there are certain risks, it is generally safe. And brushing once will gain one divinity. Ah, this is too good. Right? Tang Chuan couldn't help but fall into deep thought after hearing this. Can we still look at the problem from this angle? Hiss, it seems to be really good. President, what you mean is, can we keep using the weapon that splits the Dark God? Can we keep researching it? Theoretically. That's right. Oh, is there such a good thing? The four of them laughed instantly. Okay, Tang Chuan, Lu Bin. You continue to study this dark dagger, try to crack the dark dagger's hiding method as much as possible, I don't want to encounter this situation again next time. Okay. Yes. Emolan was about to disconnect from the tower spirit after he finished speaking. Just now, the four of them formed projections through the tower spirit, and then control the projections in the same way as the tower spirit. If the previous method is compared to a virtual reality game, then the current operation method is to use a computer to control the character, and use headphones to receive information. Although the effect is much worse, it is safer. It also allows Emolan to come up with an improved projection spell to increase the safety of the main body. Projection will be safer in the future. However, just when Emolan was about to control the tower spirit to disconnect the projection, Lubin suddenly said something. Hey, do you think the god of assassination and death has really been swallowed by the dark god again? Could it be that the god of assassination and death is not dead? It just found that we were not fooled, and then pretended to be dead and waited for an opportunity. In an instant, the scene became extremely quiet, and Emolan spoke slowly after a long time. That's even better. It's like we have a god that we can study for a long time. As for safety issues, the seals will not be reduced, but will continue to be increased, and they will be regularly maintained, updated, and installed with the latest and strongest seals. After saying this, Emolan turned his head to look at the dark dagger. The dark dagger did not move at all from beginning to end. Disperse. Disperse. Emolan's projection dissipated, and he leaned back in his chair and thought quietly. After a few minutes, he stood up and walked towards the meditation room. After arranging 4 beautiful potted plants, Emolan entered a meditative state. Although Emolan had a very important experiment to do today, he would not interrupt his meditation habit unless there was a special situation. Even if his progress in meditation was minimal every day, no strong person can reach the sky in 1 step. Without accumulating small steps, there is no way to reach 1,000 miles. Emolan will naturally not make such a low-level mistake. After the meditation, Emolan came to the transmission hall next to the Mage Tower. After a long period of accumulation, the Mage Association already has more than a dozen space channels leading to other spaces and other worlds. These space channels are open all year round. The mages of the Mage Association can freely choose different spaces, world concepts, experiments, investigations and research, development, treasure hunting. It can be said that these different spaces and different worlds have brought great gains and a lot of heritage to the Mage Association. Or in other words, the coordinates of these different spaces and different worlds have become the precious heritage of the Mage Association. Of course, in order to maintain the existence of these space channels, the Mage Association consumes a lot of space elements every minute and every second, which is very luxurious. Among these different spaces and different worlds, the elemental world is the most common type of different space, and it also accounts for the largest proportion. The Earth Elemental World, the Fire Elemental World, the Phoenix Elemental World, the Water Elemental World, the Gold Elemental World, the Wood Elemental World, etc., except for the 4 elemental worlds of Earth, Fire, Wind and Water. Fortunately, many elemental worlds have been found by the members of the association, and have become one of the heritage of the association. And Emolan stepped out and entered the Earth Elemental World. Chapter 682 Elemental Alloy. Earth Element Realm. It still feels familiar. Emolan took a step forward, entered the Earth Element Realm, felt the surrounding environment, felt the rich breath of Earth Element, which made him sigh. But his sigh did not last long. The next moment he stepped out, he came to the Earth Element Realm not for sightseeing, but for a very important experiment to do. If this experiment fails, it may cause a big commotion. Emolan thought about it, and decided not to do it in the association, but came to the Earth Element Realm. After all, if the experiment fails, otherwise, at least his own magic tower might be gone, and the people in the magic tower would also be killed. As for himself, he should not die, but he would inevitably be in a mess. If it really comes to that, he would definitely be laughed at by Lupin and Linhua for a whole year. So after careful consideration, he decided to come out. But this time, Emolan did not choose to go to the abyss, but randomly found a direction, and found a deserted place. What Emolan was going to do was not a big experiment, it was just a nuclear explosion. To be specific, it should not be a nuclear explosion, but a nuclear fission experiment, to be more specific. It should be called a controlled nuclear fission experiment. There shouldn't be many people here, so let's do it here. Emolan muttered to himself after finding a rather desolate place. As soon as he finished speaking, A fire phoenix landed on the ground with a piece of black steel plate with gold patterns in its mouth. After putting down the black steel plate with gold patterns, the fire phoenix drilled directly into the center of the black steel plate with gold patterns, and turned into a slowly jumping flame. At the same time, Emolan waved his hand, and some elemental metals emerged. Each elemental metal was extremely precious. If it appeared at an auction, it would easily be sold at a sky-high price. Only a little bit of elemental metal mixed with normal metal can create an extraordinary magic weapon. Not too much can arm an army. It can be said to be a real strategic resource. But if an outsider saw the scene, his eyes would definitely widen, and he would be shocked and speechless. Because if you count carefully, there are 23 kinds of elemental metals in front of Emolan at this moment, the most of which are several cubic meters, and the smallest is as big as a wash basin. Even if these elemental metals are the most rubbish and the cheapest, they are already priceless. Emolan looked at the elemental metals in front of him. The most common of these elemental metals is gold-patterned black steel, which is several cubic meters. Then, there is space bronze, which is also more than 1 cubic meter. Then, there are all kinds of strange elemental metals, which are almost the size of a wash basin. These scattered elemental metals are basically produced by the Stone Beast farm in the abyss of the Earth elemental realm, and have various effects: energy absorption, vibration absorption, echo, suppression. Emolan muttered to himself, confirming the materials he prepared one by one. The materials in the formula are all complete, according to the data given by the laboratory. This alloy is the strongest in reducing and suppressing energy attacks among all elemental metals and alloys. I hope it can meet my needs, Emolan said silently in his heart. The Mage Association has a variety of elemental metals, and naturally there is a project team that specializes in studying elemental metals and improving the utilization rate of elemental metals. The alloy formula is one of the biggest achievements of this project team, and the element alloy formula in front of him was carefully selected by Emolan. It is extremely superior in terms of cost and various effects, especially the cost, which is so superior that it makes people tremble in their hearts, because it requires 23 kinds of elemental metals alone. Huh? Emolan took a long breath, and as soon as he thought about it, a force field that constrained the temperature was instantly formed on the iron plate furnace, and the next moment the flame surged, and a phantom of a fire phoenix appeared faintly in the flames, and the temperature was amazing. In order, first put the most difficult element metal into it, heat it little by little, and then melt it. Silently calculate the degree of melting in your mind. When it is almost done, put another element metal into it, and heat it together. At this juncture, Emolan did it more easily, more casually, but when he put in the 7th element metal, Emolan tensed up. Because the properties of the 7th element metal conflict with the 2nd element metal, they cannot be fused. You must wait for the element metal of the 6th element metal to be initially fused with the 2nd element metal. The alloy with changed properties can be fused with the 7th element metal. There are many elemental metals that conflict with each other and cannot be fused. The smelting of this alloy requires great precision. If you are not careful, the smelting will fail. Finally, a waste alloy is cast. The internal elements conflict, and basically it is useless except for being hard. It is directly useless. Moreover, it is almost impossible to separate the different elemental metals, even if there are a few that can be decomposed. The cost is very high. There are no more than a handful of people in the entire Mage Association who are capable of smelting this kind of elemental metal. So at this moment, Emolan was also very cautious. If so many materials were wasted, even he would be uncomfortable for a while. As time passed slowly, the flames had spread when the 21 elemental metals were melted, and the liquid elemental alloy was nurtured bit by bit in a gentle and high-temperature dark fire. The most difficult step began. After 7 hours, Emolan felt that the state of the liquid alloy had reached the standard, and then he put the remaining 2 elemental metals into it at once. Half an hour later, the 23 elements of metal merged into one, but its internal properties had not yet been completely integrated, and its state had not reached its best. It could only be slowly nurtured by the previous high-temperature dark fire method. This nurturing took more than 10 hours, and Emolan could only wait silently. When its internal properties were completely fused, a burst of colorful light flowed across the surface of the liquid alloy, and it converged in just a moment, turning into a dark gold-black liquid alloy. When Emolan saw the colorful light, he knew he had succeeded. The colorful light was a sign of success. This elemental alloy is extremely magical. The outside is dark gold with a black tint, But if you look closely at its cross-section, you can see a flash of colorful brilliance. It is very magical. It can begin. At this moment, Emolan was also shocked. As soon as he thought about it, the liquid alloy expanded rapidly and instantly turned into a hollow ball with a diameter of nearly 10 meters. The high-temperature flame continuously maintained the temperature and state of this hollow ball. Inside it, countless liquid alloys flowed and grew, and extremely complex spell structures began to take shape. Chapter 683 Fission Furnace. The liquid element alloy flows rapidly, grows, energy pathways, and spell structures are formed rapidly. Suppression structure, energy absorption structure, shock absorption structure, temperature absorption structure, etc. Countless extremely complex structures evolve together to form this huge spherical furnace. The alloy furnace, with a diameter of 10 meters, is hollow inside, and metal beams extend toward the center of the ball, and finally converge at the center of the ball, leaving only a spherical space with a diameter of 1 meter. In the space between the beams, countless extremely complex structures formed high-level spell frameworks. Although no energy had been input, these extremely complex spell frameworks were already extremely mysterious. People with weaker mental strength might feel dizzy after a few glances. Fix! Emolan shouted softly, and the entire spherical liquid alloy was fixed. The next moment, the surrounding flames gradually dissipated, and the temperature dropped at an extremely slow and even rate. The liquid alloy was solidifying, which meant that the oven forged by Emolan was taking shape. The basic preparations are complete, and we can start the most important experiment. Emolan muttered to himself. Just these basic preparations took him a lot of time. However, the previous work, the structure of the wrapping furnace, had actually been conceived long ago, and the element alloy itself was already a mature technology of the project team. All that was needed was to be careful. Although it was a bit troublesome for Emolan, it was not difficult and basically guaranteed to succeed. But the next step was different. Emolan himself was not sure whether it would succeed. After a long time, the oven was completely finalized. But Emolan did not rush to start the experiment, but closed his eyes and meditated first. An hour later, Emolan felt that he had completely calmed down, and went over the completed parts in his mind, deduced the parts that had not been done, and made sure that there were no omissions before he officially took out a small ball. This was a hollow ball, and there seemed to be nothing inside. Even Emolan could only sense a faint radiation, but could not capture the source of the radiation, or the source itself is no longer here. What Emolan and others collected from the beginning to the end was just ordinary radiation breath, not the original material that emits radiation. But no matter what is in here is all the radiation breath collected by the Mage Association so far. Since the radiation breath cannot be sensed, Emolan and others have no way of knowing the amount of radiation breath. They can only determine the amount of radiation breath by how much blood is filtered. The accuracy of this estimation method depends on the uniformity of the radiation breath in the blood. Once the uniformity of the radiation breath in the blood changes significantly, it will directly lead to errors in the estimation. But there is nothing we can do about it. We can only find a way to observe the radiation aura as soon as possible, to understand it more deeply, to study the radiation aura. According to the blood volume, if the radiation aura contained in the small ball in Emolan's hand triggers a fission reaction and all explodes, it may be enough to flatten the Mage Association, and Emolan will not be able to escape. Of course, Emolan will not use the entire amount for a one-time experiment, but even if he separates the amount for a single experiment, Emolan thinks he can flatten his own mage tower. Shaking his head, getting rid of the distracting thoughts in his head, Emolan held the ball and shook it evenly, trying to evenly distribute the radiation inside the ball. Because according to Emolan's observation, if these radiation auras are left still for a long time, they will slowly settle under the action of gravity. Of course, the premise of precipitation is that the radiation auras are not attached to dust and other particles, otherwise the radiation auras will attach to these small particles, and then float. The inside of the ball in Emolan's hand is in a vacuum state, trying to exclude the existence of matter as much as possible. Emolan shook it just to judge the amount he intercepted. After all, the radiation breath cannot be observed. If you want to determine the amount taken out, you can only let it spread evenly in the space, then intercept a part of the space, and calculate the intercepted radiation breath by the total amount of radiation breath in the space. However, this will directly lead to a huge error in the estimated value. But there is no way. You can only reduce the error as much as possible, and then make the alloy furnace thicker, and increase the load of the alloy furnace as much as possible. As long as the alloy furnace is thick and strong enough, as long as the load of the alloy furnace is high enough, then there is no need to worry about the error. The power of flying bricks is an eternal truth. Emolan accurately cut out 1/1000th of the space from the ball in his hand, and turned it into a thumb-sized ball to contain it. Looking at the thumb-sized ball in his hand, Emolan had an idea. A switch on the alloy furnace was turned on, revealing a small hole. Emolan stuffed the thumb-sized ball into it, and closed the hole. After the hole was closed, the internal levels were opened one by one, and the ball fell directly into the bottom of a beam closest to the core. Emolan's mental power sensed along the pre-installed channel, checking and making sure that there was no problem with the furnace bit by bit. Otherwise this would not be a joke. After checking several times, Emolan fell into thought. I have already mastered the magic structure of nuclear fission, although I still don't know why. There is no problem in using it. There is only one factor that restricts nuclear fission, and that is nuclear materials that can easily produce chain reactions. Now, I have mastered this kind of radiation that can easily produce chain reactions. It is no longer difficult for me to use nuclear fission weapons. Following the steps, only enough radiation breath is needed to release the power of destruction. This material, this fission method is more superior than those in reality, and no constraint conditions have been found so far. And controlled nuclear fission is to turn this destructive energy into controllable energy. The stronger the destructive power, the more difficult it is to turn it into controllable energy. Emolan pondered. The energy released by the nuclear fission of radiation breath is different from the elements, or it is a new element. An element without specific attributes, which is closer to the essence of energy. If this element is peaceful and stable air, it is not difficult to assemble. But the problem is that the energy released in an instant by mass energy conversion is unprecedentedly violent and active. It is this unprecedented violence that gives it devastating damage. If it is controlled directly, this energy can be used 100%, and the utilization rate is sky high. However, it is impossible to control it directly. With my current ability, it is impossible to do it. I dare not even dream of it. So I can only take an indirect route. Chapter 684 Controlled Nuclear Fission. There are more options for indirect methods. Emolan smiled. Besides, boiling water used in nuclear power plants in reality is a simple and clear indirect method. Although the energy utilization rate is a little low, it is simple and mature. However, in this world with magic, boiling water is not the only option. Emolan muttered to himself. The energy absorption structure contained in many defensive spells can convert kinetic energy into normal elements. Energy-absorbing spell structures can absorb all energy and convert it into a certain element. Spell structures that suppress the speed of chain reactions in the blood pool. There are also force fields that can suppress the activity of elements, arrays, etc. Theoretically, these structures should be able to convert the terrifying energy released by nuclear fission into elements that can be used normally. Emolan sorted out his ideas when he conceived the fission furnace bit by bit, took out his experimental notes, recalled bit by bit, and confirmed bit by bit. It should work. If it doesn't work, I'll try the old method of boiling water. At least in this world, electricity can be generated, and electrical energy can also be converted into thunder elements. It's just that the energy utilization rate of boiling water is a little lower, and it has to be converted several times, which is more troublesome. Emolan finally confirmed that there was no problem with the fission furnace and had an idea. The small ball that was placed in the fission furnace appeared directly in the true center of the fission furnace. And then, it was suspended and fixed in the center under the restraint of a force field. The first experiment begins. Emolan set up several cameras, tested energy fluctuations, and set up a magic array to test radiation concentration. Then, with a thought, the fission furnace was instantly activated by the magic power Emolan input into it, and began to operate. At the same time, a tower spirit in Emolan's hand began to take over the operation of the fission furnace. In the design, this tower spirit should be embedded in the fission furnace. But considering the danger at the beginning of the experiment, and considering that a tower spirit is also quite expensive, the more you can save, the better. So Emolan did not embed it, but held it in his hand, so that he could carry it with him at any time. After all, in Emolan's opinion, with his luck, although this experiment has been deduced and calculated many times and modified countless times, with his luck, the first time will definitely fail. It's not that he is not confident in his own strength. In his opinion, the conditions for controlled nuclear fission are ripe. So this project will definitely succeed. It just takes some time and a few failed experiments. Stay away. The fission furnace started to operate. Under the initial magic power, the fission spell architecture was activated. The chain reaction suppression spell architecture was activated. And the energy absorption spell architecture was activated. After a few seconds, all spell architectures completed self-checking. Under the control of the tower spirit, the fission spell architecture acted on the small sphere, directly splitting the small sphere and the radiation breath inside it. Buzz! At this moment, a trace of radiation breath completed fission, which was like a little spark falling into a barrel of gunpowder. The next moment, the energy that can destroy the world will be released from it. Flash! 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 The continuous flashes made Emolan appear thousands of meters away in an instant. And he only used his mental power to pay attention to the situation of the fission furnace. Emolan, who had just flashed, sensed the situation of the fission furnace, and was suddenly stunned, because the situation of the fission furnace was a little different from what he imagined. What's going on? Emolan muttered suspiciously. Under his gaze, the fission reaction occurred slowly. The fission reaction that could be completed in 1,000th of a second or 1/10,000th of a second was extremely long at this moment. The chain reaction of just a little bit of radiation lasted for a full second. Although 1 second sounds short, it is thousands of times higher than before. This means that the pressure that the fission furnace needs to face has been reduced by thousands of times. This is a qualitative change. According to this trend, is this the rhythm of success? Emolan's face was a little strange. With his calculation ability, he had already calculated the intensity of the energy impact when he found that the chain reaction was extended to 1 second. When the intensity was compared with the fission furnace, Emolan knew whether it would succeed or fail. Emolan originally thought that he would face an explosion speed of 1,000th of a second or 1/10,000th of a second. But now the speed of the chain reaction has been suppressed to 1 second, which leaves a lot of load space for the fission furnace. Emolan looked at the fission furnace with a strange expression. The violent destructive force inside was absorbed by the magic arrays after being suppressed by the suppression force field for a moment, and was refined. Finally, a rich earth element was uniformly gushed out, causing the concentration of earth elements in the fission furnace to increase by an unknown number of times. Emolan never thought that he could succeed at once, so he did not install the energy storage structure. So the earth elements converted from nuclear fission destructive energy were not stored, but were spewed out between heaven and earth. Feeling this surge of earth element, calculating the total amount of earth element that had just been converted, Emolan's face became more and more strange, because he found that the conversion rate of nuclear fission energy of this fission furnace also reached the set standard, and even slightly exceeded it. And if the fission furnace keeps running, it only takes 1 day, and the converted earth element may exceed all the earth element reserves of the Mage Association at present. It only takes 1 day to operate. This terrifying power, from the design goal, has met Emolan's requirements, which means it is successful. This happiness came too suddenly, and Emolan was a little caught off guard. It took a long time for him to calm down and think. The magic structure that suppresses the chain reaction from the blood pool is too good in practical application. It is much better than the data in the previous experiment, Emolan murmured. But this can also explain why the blood pool continues to undergo nuclear fission without being destroyed. In fact, from this perspective, the blood pool itself is a successful controllable nuclear fission building. Controllable nuclear fission is going on inside it every moment. And I have moved almost all of the core technologies of the blood pool here. So this success is not a surprise. After sorting out his thoughts, Emolan looked at the fission furnace quietly. It would be even better if we could find a way to suppress the speed of the chain reaction again, and the energy utilization rate could be raised again. However, even if the status quo is maintained, it is acceptable. Although the surprise came a little suddenly, I have indeed mastered controlled nuclear fission. Although the materials are relatively precious and rare, it has also initially solved the energy limitation. Solving the energy problem means that the most critical step has been completed by me. Floating City. Chapter 685 Floating City. The success of the fission furnace has filled the last link of the power system for me. The most important power system is now ready for use. That is to say, if I don't consider anything, I don't consider life, I don't consider attack and defense, then I can build a floating city. I can directly lift up the red maple city, suspended in the sky, and float above the 9 heavens. Emolan smiled. Or directly cut the island carrying the Mage Association off from the earth, lift the Mage Association into the air, and turn it into a floating island. Relying on the numerous mage towers in the Mage Association, and countless arrangements, thousands of mages, the floating island can directly possess considerable combat power, and be formed directly. Emolan let himself go, letting his thoughts drift for a while. And it took a while for him to calm down. But then again, although the most difficult step of the floating city was still completed by me, the next work is the largest and most tedious. The combat power and symbolic meaning of the floating city. If it wants to be a level higher than the Mage Tower, it needs the most scientific design, the best configuration, and the best construction. Only in this way can I build a high-hanging floating city. And only in this way can this floating city live up to its name, live up to my expectations, and become a floating city that never falls. Emolan pondered, took out a piece of paper, and began to draw. The design of the floating city can be roughly divided into 3 categories. The first category, the design of the floating city itself, such as the power system, energy system, etc. The second category, military design, that is, defense, attack, movement, repair, production, etc. A series of military-related designs. The third category, designs related to people's livelihood, life production, residential life, life support in vacuum, artificial sun, and everything related to life. I can't complete such a complex design by myself, although I have independently completed the design of the Mage Tower. But the Mage Tower is just a building for a mage to live alone, attack, defend, and conduct experiments and research. Everything is very simple, and it is not comparable to the floating city. One sentence can reflect the complexity of the design of the floating city. The floating city was not designed for 100 people at the beginning, but for 1 million people. Only a city with a population of 1 million can be called a city. And if you want to complete the food, drink, housing and transportation of 1 million people in the design of a floating city, just thinking about it can make people scalp numb. Emolan immediately called Lu Bin and Lin Wu on video, and told them the situation. Lu Bin's eyes widened instantly. Damn, President, why don't you just kill me? Such a high-level task, such a large workload. Lu Bin suddenly had an idea. Hey, President, isn't it just urban design? Isn't it just a city with a population of 1 million? In reality, there are more than 1 or 2 cities with a population of tens of millions. Instead of looking for us laymen, it's better to look for those professional bigwigs. Don't you have the contact information above? Ask for help, find a way to help contact, for the big guys who design food, clothing, housing and transportation for tens of millions of people. Millions of people are nothing. Emolan rolled his eyes when he heard this, and ruthlessly dispelled Lu Bin's idea. It's not that simple. We want to build a floating city in a magical world, not a huge city built normally on the ground. In addition to this, there are also differences in the technology trees, and they can't be compared at all. If we let others design, it means that we must first take out everything in our association, including high-end and low-end, confidential and non-confidential, and then wait for them to learn and integrate them before we can start designing. Some techniques are not important, but if we want to learn and integrate them all, and perfectly combine them with urban design. Lu Bin, do you know how long it will take? Oh, it's not just a matter of time. It's also a matter of whether we can learn it. Even if they can learn, I will ask them to help me a lot, and throw a lot of technology to them before they start working, and tell them, learn it for me. If they can't learn it, they can't design it. Do you think this is realistic? This is not realistic at all, so we should do it ourselves, and have enough food and clothing. Oh! This. Lu Bin was speechless. At least we have strong mental power, and with the assistance of the tower spirit and learning, we should be able to learn much faster. In addition, I will try to get some non-confidential design drawings and materials for reference. Emolan said slowly. As for the workload, my idea is that the 3 of us will start with the deduction first, and then divide it after the skeleton of the entire floating city design is built. For example, for a city, we will divide each community, school, and factory, and assign them individually to the members of the association to design and produce, all following a set of standards. After the design is completed, we can put them together like a puzzle. In this way, our association has thousands of mages, all of whom are top figures, plus the current large number of tower spirits assisting in calculations. Design? Although it is difficult to complete, I think it should not be impossible. As for the three of us, each of us will be responsible for a major aspect, and we will take a comprehensive approach to build and improve the most critical systems. It sounds like it's not a big problem, but for such a large project, there will definitely be a lot of problems. Linhua frowned and said, "This is certain. It is simply a pipe dream for a group of outsiders to design a city that can accommodate 1 million people out of nothing. There will definitely be a lot of problems, and direct construction will definitely cause a lot of accidents. For this problem, my idea is to build a large-scale tower computing power cluster and build a dedicated operation logic engine. I will build the city we designed directly in the virtual world to improve the realism as much as possible. Then I will generate 1 million dummies in which to carry out normal work, life, social interaction, and entertainment. I will allocate computing power to each virtual person to maintain its intelligence, and even shape its personality to simulate real life. As long as my computing power is high enough, I can deduce all of them. If this doesn't work, I will hire 1 million natives to log in and live every day, and deduce them in real life. I don't believe that I can't design a reasonable city planning map for 1 million people with such a huge investment. It doesn't need to be extremely excellent. It doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to be reasonable. Ah, it's on fire, Lu Bin said. Linhua nodded when he heard it. Yeah, how can it not be on fire? The surface of the tower spirit can even fry eggs, Linhua said with a smile. Done. Chapter 6, 8600,000 mages. That sounds interesting, Linhua said with a smile. Mobilizing the entire association to design together, this is an unprecedented large project, and the final result will definitely be dazzling, and will definitely become a legend. Although we have created more than one legend, but this kind of creation of legends, creating history, and becoming a legend still makes me feel good. Maybe this is the so-called sense of accomplishment and life ambition. What am I responsible for? Emolan rolled his eyes when he heard this. How do I know what you are responsible for? Didn't I say that we will divide the design work after the three of us build the skeleton together? The skeleton is not out yet, and the entire design drawing is still at the stage where it can be described in one sentence. How can I divide it? Which sentence? A floating city with 1 million people. Linhua rolled his eyes, and then Lu Bin thought about it, and said aloud, I think it should be a floating city that can support the food, clothing, housing and transportation of 1 million people. When Linhua heard this, he immediately understood what Lu Bin meant, nodded, and said aloud after a moment of silence, I think it should be a floating city with strong military force, strong defense, and the ability to support millions of people. Emolan also understood what Linhua and Lu Bin meant, and they had already started a discussion by explaining the meaning of the word floating city, and then adding his own ideas. As the sentence describing the floating city became longer and longer, the floating city became more specific and more vivid. When the sentence could no longer be extended, the prototype of the overall framework of the floating city was formed, and it only needed to be refined. Doing things without delay, doing things as soon as you think of them, this is a common quality of successful people, and it is obvious that Emolan, Linhua, Lu Bin are all successful people, and they all have this excellent quality. After Emolan understood, he pondered for a moment and spoke out. I think it should be a city that can enter and exit the starry sky with high mobility and powerful military force. You talk and I talk. In less than a day, Emolan and the other two have already drawn up the general outline of the design of the floating city, and they only need to check for deficiencies and fill in the gaps before they can divide and distribute it. This workload is still a bit heavy. Molan looked at the outline and had a rough outline of the workload in his mind, but this outline was a bit too large. Too large. I'm afraid that even if we take our headquarters, the thousands of people in the branch can't finish it. At this time, Linhua also frowned, and after pondering for a long time, his brows slightly relaxed, and he reached out and drew 3 lines directly on the outline. President, do you think this is okay? We divide the entire floating city design into 3 levels. When actually manufacturing the floating city, all construction is divided into 3 levels. The levels are isolated from each other and do not interfere with each other. Even if one level is completely destroyed, it will not interfere with the isolation of the other 2 levels. The first level is the floating city foundation level. This level only includes the array structure and architecture that maintain the basic functions of the floating city, such as the ecological shield, the atmospheric shield, and the space transmission. As long as the first level is not destroyed, the basic existence of the floating city will not be a problem. The second level is the military level. Energy, weapons, and other systems are all independent, only responsible for attack, defense, accelerated flight, transmission to another world, and other systems. Finally, the third level is the livelihood level. All food, clothing, housing, transportation, farming, and breeding belong to this level. If divided like this, I think we don't do most of the workload at the livelihood level ourselves. We outsource. Lin was said slowly, and Emolan and Lu Bin looked at each other, and immediately became interested. Because the livelihood level does not involve any buildings or magic arrays in the first and second levels. Theoretically, even if the third level explodes, the floating city will not be affected at all. So the third level is actually the least important. But the workload of designing the third level is the largest, and the most tedious. Of course, for the more critical buildings and magic arrays in the livelihood, we still design them ourselves. But for the most ordinary houses, market construction, transportation system, sewage treatment, etc., we can completely cut them all out and outsource them. Let others design and construct them. Even if the construction is known to others, it doesn't matter. Even if others leave some secrets, it doesn't matter. It's all unimportant. And we need computing power anyway. We can use a large number of tower spirits to build a tower spirit cluster, and then compile a recognition and error detection system. The tower spirits are all intelligent. In other words, they are all artificial intelligence with learning ability. This should not be difficult. As long as we use computing power to pile up, we can solve most problems. The rest, to put it bluntly, are irrelevant. And the people we can trust and have strong abilities will be responsible for designing the important and key buildings and structures at the third level. And for designing the military part at the second level, we will be responsible for reviewing. As for the most critical part of the military part, even the first level design, we divided the work among the three of us and did it ourselves. Finally, we put all the designs together for deduction. In this process, we can even ask the wizard responsible for the design to come in for acceptance. Whether it is our association's wizard or the outsourced wizard, all of them should come in to correct the mistakes for me. Isn't this more effective than the president hiring 1 million aborigines? Besides, we can also hire 1 million aborigines on this basis to deduce together. The most important thing is that you don't have to pay. Accept your own design and be responsible for after-sales work. Isn't this a basic service? Lin was said righteously. After all, President, you invited 1 million natives instead of 1 million players, because the cost of inviting 1 million players is hundreds or thousands of times that of natives. Right? It doesn't cost anything to bring these players in. If this plan is decided, I can rely on the network and information database built by the association branch to attract more than 100,000 players and mages to participate in this project. And I can even tempt these mages in the name of a super large project. Let them take the initiative to participate. Let them participate in the exchanges of the association. Participate in the exchanges within the project. Spend money? No, I won't spend a penny. Not only will I not spend money, I will also earn some money from their registration fees. Emolan and Lu Bin looked at each other, finally looked at Linhua. Linhua smiled at this. President, 100,000 level foreign mages plus thousands of excellent mages we trained ourselves, plus us, should be enough. Right? Emolan nodded. Okay, but if you want to make money, make less. I'll feel guilty if I make too much, although I don't have this stuff either. Got it. Chapter 687. The Little White Mouse, who came to the door on his own initiative. Have you heard? The Mage Association has started a big project. What project? It is said that it is to design a 1 million level magic city. It intends to use the design of this city as an opportunity to perfectly integrate the productivity of magic. Really bring out the productivity of magic, really let magic serve people, for everyone, for those who are not mages. This will be a magic city. Hiss. Imagine, you are walking on the road, there are tracks floating in the sky, traffic in different directions rushes by, looking up. A shadow approaches, a sky garden slowly floats by, it is full of beautiful flowers and trees, and there are small houses hidden in it. How much is the house price? Shut up, don't interrupt me. Don't make a scene. Walking out, one after another. Magic factories without environmental pollution and noise pollution produce goods one by one, supply and use. At the outermost edge, circles of fields like flower beds cover the entire periphery of the city. The flower beds look only a few square meters in size, but when you step into them, it is actually a whole farm. The fertile soil is full of grain, the magic waters, fertilizes, accelerates growth, the grain warehouse is full. How much is the house price? Oh, I can't talk about it today. Is the main point of all the things I've said so much about the house price? What is that? Salary? How many mages does he recruit per day? The Mage Association should not be poor. Right? It must give a lot. No money, only a certain amount of living allowance. Huh? No money? Why would you recruit people without money? Will there be any fools going there? Fools? TSK, they don't even want ordinary people. Only mages who have completed formal mage certification in the Mage Association branch are eligible to register. Mages are so stupid? Why do you think so? No wonder you can't become a mage, vulgar warrior. You? If you were my girlfriend, I would beat you up. TSK, I tell you, this time the Mage Association is going to recruit 100,000 mages, and the threshold is so high. Do you know what this means? This means an unprecedented exchange opportunity, and it is an exchange opportunity led by the Mage Association. Working together on this factory, participating in such a large project, to put it bluntly, this is a great opportunity to improve the value of your resume. Having participated in the project of the Mage Association, this sentence has a very high value when written on your resume. To put it elegantly, this is a very good opportunity to exercise such a large project, led by Emolan, Lubin, Linwa. They don't say, it's too high for me to touch. Just the participation of all the mages of the Mage Association is enough for us to learn a lot. You know, the ticket price for the Mage Exchange with the participation of the Mage Association members is at least 4 figures. And without a certain level, you can't reach the threshold for buying tickets. If this major project can improve our magic level. Salary? What is salary? Will mages be short of money? Yes, mages are indeed short of money. But mages are also the least short of money. A channel to obtain a lot of knowledge. A project that may improve your ability to a level. As long as you can participate. What is a little reward? If others just spend money, I might not be willing to go. Who cares about those few stinky dollars? Okay. Then do you want to sign up? I remember you just passed the assessment. Of course. This precious opportunity cannot be given up. The same conversation was heard in countless places. And countless people. And countless mages left their laboratories, where they had lived for a long time, and chose to go to the pure white mage tower of the Mage Association branch. This is the powerful appeal and symbolic significance of the Mage Association today. In the eyes of countless mages, the Mage Association is an absolute holy land for mages, symbolizing the highest academic level and the highest magic level of the entire mage world. Any subject and project there is the absolute forefront of the mage world. In addition to this group of mages, there is another group of people who focus their attention on this project. Emolan wants to design a city with a population of 1 million. A president said in surprise. Gung Tao glanced at him when he heard it. No. To be precise, it is a design of a magical city with a population of 1 million. It is a brand new city that integrates magic and the city. What is Emolan planning to do? He is planning to design the blueprint. Is he going to build a city? As soon as the president finished speaking, all the presidents who heard this were startled. And the atmosphere became subtle. You guys are so cowardly, Gung Tao said contemptuously, and slammed the table and said loudly. So what if Emolan wants to build a city? Even if Emolan wants to attack me? So what? I, Gung Tao, will be the first to stand up and surrender. I will fight you back. And I won't be afraid. Huh? You won't be afraid to fight us? Aren't you talking nonsense? There is such a huge gap between the strong and the weak. Don't you help the strong but the weak? Gung Tao said contemptuously again. And the others were speechless. Okay, do you know what it means that a sparrow cannot understand the ambition of a swan? Do you know what it means that a hungry phoenix does not eat millet, but only jade? How can I compete with a group of chickens for a meal? Do you think Emolan would be interested in this? In terms of power, Emolan is the leader of the Morse Player Alliance, and we are all under his control, including the top player guilds in the entire Morse Kingdom. In terms of wealth, a little bit of what slips through Emolan's fingers is enough for us to eat a lot. In terms of strength, I'm afraid you don't know how the 7th level warriors of the Southern Empire and the Northern Empire died. At that time, there was no ability to resist it all. Now it will be even more outrageous. We are not as good as him in everything. What are you worried about? There is no point in worrying. Our vision is not at the same level as his. Yifei said unhappily. Emolan once told me that he wanted to create a wizard civilization. If nothing unexpected happens, the design of this magical city is Emolan's initial attempt at wizard civilization. Try to integrate magic into life more thoroughly. Try to let magic penetrate into every corner of life. And try to completely turn magic into a high-end productivity. Compared with power. Finance. This is what Emolan wants to see. This is his life ambition. Gung Tao. Where are you going? Yifei turned his head and looked at Gung Tao, who was suddenly leaving. Want to go to Emolan to ask for the design drawings? Want to be a test subject? Want to be a pilot? Gung Tao turned back to look at Yifei, and Yifei grinned. No need to go, I got them all, otherwise why would I say this here? Gung Tao glared. Yifei, you are useless. The rest of the quota is mine. Yifei interrupted and said. Gung Tao's face remained unchanged, and continued. Yifei, you are so handsome. Chapter 688. Shishan. The quota is in the hands of my beloved President Mo. Yifei finished his unfinished words with a smile. Gung Tao also continued with a smile. Yifei, you are such a handsome little bastard. But I have the right to make suggestions. Yifei added with a smile. Gung Tao said without changing his expression. Sure enough. I was right about you. A little bastard is a compliment to someone's intelligence in our place. Oh, really? Then, wish you a little bastard? Thank you, little bastard. Both of us, both of us. Gung Tao shook hands with Yifei enthusiastically. Same here. What's the matter? Come here after you finish the video call. We've spread the word here. If we can't assign tasks and coordinate this project, it will be a disgrace. Lu Bin turned his head to look at Emolan, muttering. Oh, Yifei is looking for me. Huh? Why did he look for you? Dinner with you again? No, he said he wants to contribute some money to support this project. Will he pay for nothing? What does he want? He wants the blueprints. Oh, he wants to rebuild his guild's base according to the design blueprints of the Magic City. He has already chosen the place. When the time comes, it will be built according to the standards of the Magic City. The scale is not even 1 million. Only about 100,000. Lu Bin's mouth widened slightly when he heard this. Ah, are you going to come up and be a guinea pig? You're giving us money for testing for free? That's not the case. Yifei got the city blueprints designed by our 100,000 mages. This is a huge profit for him. It can only be said to be a win-win situation. We got free testing. And Yifei also got free city blueprints. Lin was said beside him. President, I think this is okay. The complete blueprint, even if it is only the third layer, cannot be given to Yifei. But the weakened version without the core technology can still be provided to Yifei. We will give it to them after we use the tower spirit to deduce the blueprint. But the entire construction process and the later maintenance process must be fully participated by the mages of our association. We can use this to regard Yifei and his team as a completely real deduction. After they finish the deduction, our design should have very few flaws. Emolan nodded when he heard this. I have already promised him. It is similar to what you said. But it is not just Yifei, but all the guilds of the Morse Player Alliance. It can be regarded as a benefit given to them by me as the leader. They should not refuse. In addition, Yifei insisted on supporting a batch of materials and money. I can't refuse it. I guess other guilds will follow suit. This quantity should not be too small in value. I roughly estimated that after collecting all the costs, the cost is basically wiped out. And there is still profit. It is not a small profit. Linbo was silent, and spoke slowly after a moment. Okay, they are all good people. Let us take care of the guilt. Isn't it just a pang of conscience? It hurts. I just have to endure it. For the win-win situation, I will endure it. Hearing these shameless words, Emolan suddenly felt a little silent, and a question popped up in his mind. Who did Linbo learn to be so shameless? Could it be Lu Bin? Emolan looked at Lu Bin suspiciously, then shook his head, returned to his seat, took his notebook, reached out and touched. A word appeared, and then grew vigorously like a seed, turned into a complex tree diagram. As Emolan, Lu Bin, and Linwo kept clicking their fingers, tree diagrams appeared one after another, and the projection on the entire table became more and more complex and more specific. Looking down, all the tree diagrams converged at the bottom. And it was a word. Floating City. The second branch above the floating city is the City Foundation. Military, and people's livelihood. The City Foundation is divided into energy systems, life support, and other branches. The military is divided into energy systems, weapons, shields, and other branches. In this way, each module is refined little by little, and the number of branches at each level is growing exponentially. When it reaches the top level, the branches are like an ocean, full of technology, and the content is almost endless. In the Mage Association, a big project is being played. The Southern Empire and the God of Light are fighting fiercely. The God of Darkness and the God of Slaughter are fighting fiercely. The Northern Empire is watching the show with fascination. The Saya Empire still has no sense of existence. Other human kingdoms are usurped one by one, in the peaceful time of rebellion, in a corner above the dome. Here is a towering mountain. The huge mountain base is located on the continent, and the mountainside is broken through the sky, surrounded by clouds, and the top of the mountain is surrounded by stars. The stars are like small beads next to the mountain, and can only shed starlight, illuminating this huge, world-like, like a divine mountain. However, at the top of this sacred mountain, there are towering palaces on the mountainside. Each palace is hundreds of feet high, and the highest palace on the top of the mountain is even nearly 10,000 feet. Each towering palace exudes an extremely terrifying, oppressive atmosphere, and the portals of each palace are very tall, as if the people living in these palaces are giants hundreds of feet high. And above these towering palaces, invisible chains are hanging down, as if they are integrated with the palaces, and as if they have constructed these palaces. The palaces located here seem to emit a terrifying aura, as if suppressing this sacred mountain, and as if suppressing the entire world. On this sacred mountain, time and space have been suppressed by this terrifying force. There was no sound on the sacred mountain where time and space had been frozen. It was extremely quiet, with only the stars falling silently. However, at this moment, a hanging chain suddenly swayed. The chain emitted a sound of metal collision, which slowly spread in the sacred mountain where time and space were frozen. Clang! 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 A chain swayed slowly, swaying and clanging. Suddenly, another chain began to sway, clang, clang. The third one. As time passed, more and more chains swayed, and the metal collision sounds they made grew from small to large, spreading little by little. It stopped. For a long time, no new chains began to sway, only the 3 chains were still swaying. But I don't know how long it took. Suddenly, another chain began to sway, and the sound became much louder. No one knows about the changes on the top of the sacred mountain. The Mage Association is still studying the floating city. The Southern Empire is still fighting with the God of Light. The Dark God is still trying to take back the killing. The Northern Empire is still watching the show. The Saya Empire is still peaceful. Other human kingdoms are still being usurped by players and rebellion. Everything is still as usual. Chapter 689 Mental Power Network. Hey, President, have you heard? A god of the earth appeared in the Northern Empire. They had been watching the fun before, but now they are just going crazy. I am dying of laughter. Lin was sat in front of the triangular workbench, stretched slowly, and said to the 2 people opposite. Emolan raised his head slightly when he heard this. Isn't this normal? Before, the Northern Empire could watch the show because the tentacles of the God of Light did not extend over there. The God of Light had no believers there, so he could watch the show all the time. But without believers of the God of Light, and with the soil of faith, the birth of other gods is an inevitable result, nothing to be surprised about. That's true. Lin was smiled when he heard this, and then thought of something, and spoke again. That's true, with the soil of faith, it's inevitable that it will be affected by the gods of faith. But then again, there seems to be no movement of gods in the Saya Empire, so low-key. Even players rarely go there, or simply can't go there. Very xenophobic. Have gods in the Saya Empire not been born yet? Emolan stopped what he was doing when he heard this, frowned slightly, thought, and then shook his head. Not sure, let's just finish the work at hand first. As for the Saya Empire, we'll know when we have a chance to send someone to investigate. With such a large empire, and such a long border, it's impossible to completely block the news no matter how hard we try. Emolan said this. Obviously, Emolan was also a little curious. Ordinary things were not enough to make Emolan curious, and this was mainly because the Saya Empire's way of doing things was too strange, and it didn't look like a medieval empire at all. If it really doesn't work, one of us can go there in person. Come to think of it, I've been to the Southern Empire and the Northern Empire, but I haven't been to the Saya Empire. I'll go there next time when I have time. To see the situation. To see whether the Saya Empire is a land where gods haven't had time to give birth, or the Saya Empire has never given birth to faith. Most likely the former. How could a medieval Western empire not have a land where faith was born? That's unrealistic, Lupin said. And Emolan nodded and lowered his head, continuing to focus on the work in front of him. However, as he lowered his head, Emolan's heart moved slightly. For gods in the blink of an eye. With a sigh, Emolan calmed down to do his own thing. While Emolan and his team were studying, countless mages rushed to the branches of the Mage Association in various cities to sign up. All the mage towers of the Mage Association branches are equipped with tower spirits, and the tower spirits between branches are completely connected. Although the owners of each mage tower are different, so this kind of mental connection cannot bring thoughts to the past, but there is no problem with data exchange and data intercommunication. So in fact, every branch of the Mage Association is connected to each other, and is connected to the Mage Association headquarters, forming a huge mental network covering the entire Morse Kingdom. Among them, due to the scarcity of tower spirits, the current network coverage is still only some backbone networks. That is, the mesh is relatively coarse, and has not been refined to spread to villages and towns. However, with the increase in the number of tower spirits, and the deepening of the Mage Association, it will not take long for this network to gradually become more refined, until it finally covers every corner of the entire kingdom. Of course, in order to build this network, the Mage Association also has many tool mages, providing spell slots, and using mental power as a network intermediary, or a signal station. This kind of work is rather boring and requires long-term stay in the wild. But the points rewarded by the task are also considerable. And there are a steady stream of mages who take on such tasks and go to the network station nodes for rotation. After all, although the place is a little remote, there is a network. And it doesn't matter if it is a little remote. And it is precisely because this kind of network requires the spell slots of mages to build a network. And the Tower Spirits method has great limitations. So the current network is still only for internal use of the Mage Association, and will not be open to the public. Perhaps when there is no need for manual labor, and mental channels can be created directly, this kind of mental network will be completely popularized, completely open to the outside world, and develop rapidly. The current mental network is still just a dedicated network that provides convenience for mages. Nowadays, the Mage Association also uses this network to transfer countless data, screen, and quickly solve the huge amount of data with powerful computing power to get a solution. Almost at the moment of the registration deadline, the list of mages who passed the screening was freshly released. The list of mages who passed is as follows. The mages who passed can receive the spirit code, access the internal spirit network of the Mage Association, and the relevant notices, information, and tasks will be announced on the network. As the list was announced, the mages became more and more lively. What spirit network? I have heard that the Mage Association has completed the construction of the local area network, but it has never been open to the public, only for internal use. Do I finally have the opportunity to use it today? Some mages who heard the news gradually became excited, while those who knew nothing were stunned when they heard it. What is this? What LAN? Network? Has the Mage Association even created a network? So, there are computers too? Can we go online? What are you thinking about? It's not the kind of network in reality, but a mental network, which is very different. As for computers, there should be no computers. This LAN is built entirely by the human brain. And you don't need a computer to log into the LAN, you don't need an internet cable, you just need a human brain. Found it. The mental power that has been shrouding the Mage Association is actually a LAN built by mental power. I thought there was a mage paying attention to this place. Mental code verification. Okay, wait a minute, I'm in. Hiss. The mage was silent, and the mages around him asked, What? What? What happened? Speak up. No, I want to go up and see too. Hiss. Hiss. As mages logged into the mental network one after another, the Mage Association branch suddenly heard a series of inhalation sounds, raising the temperature of the entire Mage Association by several degrees, making those who had not logged in more curious, and hurriedly logged in, and those who were not eligible to log in were immediately anxious and impatient. After a long time, someone slowly said, The Mage Association is really full of incredible things. Wow, I'm actually playing a virtual game in a virtual game. That's not a game, that's a discussion hall, or a conference hall, and what you see is just a background. Chapter 690, Omens of the Age of Magic. I heard that people in the Mage Association never go out. Do they communicate through this network? Someone said longingly. It's worthy of being the Mage Association. Everything is so incredible, Everything is so magical. No, the Mage Association is not like that. The mental network is actually just a network. How are they? They treat reality as a virtual game. Huh? What do you mean? You didn't move even after I told you. Then how did you know? How could I not know? My uncle's son's ex-boyfriend's girlfriend is my wife. I heard her say that. Oh. This. Stop arguing and stop copying. The specific tasks have been given. Everyone will be notified by logging into the mental network directly. In an hour. A mage from the Mage Association will explain the ideas of the design drawings and the application methods of some spell models, and even reveal some of the latest spell structures created by the Mage Association. In addition, he will host and participate in the discussion. Why don't you hurry up and familiarize yourself with the tasks and content issued? If you don't understand, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Just a member of the association. Although it is rare, you will regret it for a month or a lifetime at most. It's not that exaggerated, right? The ideas of the explanation were summarized by Emolan, Linhua, and Lu Bin, and many of the spell structures explained were created by Emolan himself. They are extremely simple, but the effect is not bad at all. The utilization rate of elements can be 1.5 to twice as high as that of ordinary structures. After the mage finished speaking, he didn't get a response for a long time, which made him a little puzzled. Where are the people? Where are the people? After asking a few questions, a mage next to him became impatient with the noise and said directly, I have already familiarized myself with the tasks and requirements. How can I have time to chat with you? You are the only one who has not come online yet. Don't make noise. You will be beaten up if you continue to make noise. Fuck. After saying this spell, he quickly logged into the mental network and familiarized himself with his tasks. In the mental network, the originally complex design has been divided into tens of thousands of tasks. Each task is handled by a group. And a group is roughly 2 to 3 people, so that they can discuss together without making the structure too bloated. 1 hour after receiving the task, the mages of the Mage Association rushed to various cities to organize exchange meetings after Mo Lan's training. At the exchange meeting, they conveyed Mo Lan's design concept and ideas for the entire design drawing. At the same time, these mages taught some commonly used optimized spell structures that may be used in the design, which made all the participating mages intoxicated and deeply immersed in it. At this moment, the Mage Association did not need to urge them to design this drawing. As a qualified mage, they would subconsciously apply the new knowledge after receiving it, and try to integrate the new knowledge into the design. And they would be very serious and strict. The designs produced in this state are often better than those in the normal state, with higher enthusiasm and faster speed. It can only be said that the mages of the Mage Association are absolutely the best among the mages. After dealing with the best mages in my family many times, and becoming familiar with them, it is very easy to grasp the pulse of the mage group and grasp the vital points. It is very easy to mobilize them. After the exchange meeting, all the mages disconnected their mental power and gathered in the mage towers of the Mage Association branches. In the fanatical atmosphere, each group discussed enthusiastically and gradually used all their experience and knowledge reserves to conceive and draw the design drawings. A magic well that can condense clean water out of thin air. A magic sewage treatment plant that can directly eliminate sewage. A high magic configuration school with virtual projection teaching, equipped with solidified mechanical thinking, memory enhancement, and other spells. A magic projection TV that ordinary people can use. A magic bus that uses magic power. Using the principle of mental power, anyone can understand it. A magic broadcast without any language boundaries. Gathering the wisdom of 100,000 mages, a kind of machine that is common in life. The architecture integrates the concept of magic, achieving the effect in reality, even beyond reality. A magical building, extremely integrated with spells. This shocks the players. It even made the mage design by itself that it felt amazing. It feels surprised. Before again, they never thought that spells can still be used like this, or before. No one will be large-scale, organized thinking like this, go to do it. One kind of design drawing is completed. A variety of design drawings gathered in the hands of Mullen. At the same time, a lot of design drawings are circulating outside. The Mage Association does not limit the drawings that cannot be spread outward. So, some merchants and guilds seem to have caught the business opportunity. Build magic wells in places where water is scarce. Sell magic projection TVs in the homes of nobles. Optimize the production structure by manufacturing magic production lines. and improve production efficiency in large quantities. This time, the concept and ideas that appeared on a large scale produced a large number of feasible design drawings, and the finished products produced by these design drawings attracted a lot of attention. This influence was even greater than what Emolan, Linhua, and Lu Bin had expected. The entire Morse kingdom seemed to be undergoing subtle changes because of this. Changes in the times. This is the opening of the mind. After the mind is opened, more and more spells will lose their threshold, enter the hands of ordinary people, enter the fingers of warrior players without mental power, and now is just the beginning. 1 month later. Time flies. A month has passed in the blink of an eye, and in this month, all 100,000 mages have completed their tasks, and all have completed the most basic first review of the Tower Spirit, and appeared in Emolan's database. At this moment, a huge amount of data is gathered here in Molan. Each design is the hard work of others, each one is not simple, and there are tens of thousands of them here. Even Molan was slightly shocked when he saw it. Fortunately, they were numbered in advance. Emolan shook his head slightly, and paused, and the large Tower Spirit cluster in the next room started to run at high speed, and all the data was input into it. Under the powerful computing power, the design drawings were all combined together according to the numbers, like a puzzle, and filled in one by one, forming a huge and complex puzzle. Emolan's thoughts moved, and a huge projection slowly condensed. This was the design of the Magic City with a population of 1 million that had just been assembled and spliced in the large cluster of Tower Spirits. Looking at this extremely complex design drawing, Emolan, Linhua, Lu Bin couldn't help but look at each other, and then they all laughed. Chapter 691 Intellectual Property Protection. Finally it's out, Emolan said with a smile, and Lu Bin beside him also smiled. Originally I thought the most important thing in the entire floating city was the first floor, or at least the second floor. But I didn't expect that, in the end, the most important thing was the third floor that we didn't care about the most. Lu Bin's words made Linhua nod in agreement. Indeed, our original idea was not wrong. The first and second floors are indeed the most important for the floating city. The third floor can even be said to be dispensable, Emolan said again. But if we think from the perspective of the entire magic world, the entire world, and the entire civilization, rather than limiting ourselves to the floating city, we will understand that the third layer is truly important. The blueprints of the third layer embody the wisdom of 100,000 outstanding magicians. It is also a key that will bring out the accumulated knowledge from previous research on magic. If we judge the key nodes of civilization, this will be a very important project. Not because of the floating city, but because this factory has opened up everyone's minds and made everyone understand that magic can not only be used for fighting, nor can it only be used for construction. Magic can not only be used by magicians, nor is it exclusive to professionals. Everyone can use it. And now there has been such a big change at the beginning. It won't be long before the whole world will rapidly undergo earth-shaking changes. But President, there is one thing I still want to pay attention to, Lu Bin said as he thought, frowning slightly. This is a critical turning point. In other words, the tide of the times has been set off. Countless people use these magic models and magic arrays created by others to transform them into actual productivity, thereby earning crazy profits. This is normal. But from the perspective of a mage, from the perspective of promoting the advancement of magic and the advancement of magic application, we cannot let it develop like this. Once development is fast, it will inevitably be chaotic. Since we have the ability and have the template of reality as a reference, we cannot let it develop like this. The simplest point is that these design drawings, there are many newly created arrays in them, all brand new. But I heard that the various instruments and arrays used in buildings on the market are all newly created arrays. And his creator did not receive any news at all, nor did he give any authorization, permission. Some mages who came to ask were even beaten directly. Isn't this unreasonable? Emolan fell into deep thought after hearing this. Lu Bin looked at Emolan. He knew very well what Emolan was thinking, so he continued. We used to only protect the intellectual property rights of our association, because of the height we stood at, the ability we said we had, and the prestige that made it possible for us to do this. Facts have also proved that we are right. We only protected our own intellectual property rights with difficulty. No one or organization dared to use our association's intellectual property rights for free in transactions. But President, it's different now. As for the height issue, we have basically become a holy place in the magic world. And our appeal has reached the point where we can call on all mages. In terms of power, As the leader of the Morse Player Alliance, we have the right to do anything in the entire Morse Kingdom. In terms of strength, this is a very critical node. So far, except for the Mage Association, no 7-ring mage has been born. Oh, even the 7th level professional has not been found. As for the trump card that can burst out the 7th level combat power, I don't know if there is any, but it doesn't make much difference. We already have the strength to crush ordinary 7th level combat power. So our strength has almost reached the stage where our appeal is equivalent to our strength among players. Invincible. Ignoring the number, we are overwhelmingly invincible. Lubin knocked on the table. President, we are now qualified, capable, and necessary to formulate some rules for the entire mage world, and even for all players. How about we start with the intellectual property protection of mages? Lubin was a little excited. Emolan just glanced at him lightly when he heard it. Are you done? Lubin was stunned, looked at Emolan, and then looked at Linhua, but found that Linhua's eyes were relatively calm at this moment. Lubin, you are too proud. Lubin frowned when he heard this, hesitated for a moment, and then closed his eyes, and began to recall what he had just said. After a moment, Lubin opened his eyes. At this moment, he had calmed down, and even broke out in a cold sweat. For the two of you, although your strength and talent are similar, I still think Lin was better in terms of character. Now it seems that my feeling is indeed correct. Linhua's character is indeed much better, but fortunately you have not lost the calmness of a mage. Otherwise, I will help you calm down. Linhua shook his head when he heard this. There is no such thing as a good or bad character. I just know more, and know more about reverence. If I lose these reverences, I don't know where I can drift to. I admire you even more, President, for being able to stay calm at all times. Knowing reverence will keep you from drifting. But no matter why, this is your character. As for me, I just stay alert like you. There is always a sword floating above my head. Only by staying alert and keeping my original heart can I avoid being destroyed and self-destructing. In fact, we are both about the same. Only Lubin is a little worse. But he woke up after a little while. So it's not much worse. Lubin shook his head. There was not much smile on his face. And his heart, which was a little floating, finally came to the truth. President, I know I was wrong. Well, it's good to know. Lubin, no matter how smooth we are, no matter what kind of strength, influence, and power you have, you must always remember one thing in your heart. Keep a grateful heart. Our Mage Association will always be just an industry association organized by the people. Do you understand? I understand. Emolan nodded slightly at this. That's good. Then let's get back to the topic just now. You did say nothing wrong. If the mage civilization wants to make continuous progress, it must make magic research and mage application continue to improve. And to achieve these improvements, it is necessary to make the vast majority of mages in the world actively and proactively research and improve. Then we must build a complete and positive cycle. From this perspective, the relevant rights and interests of mage intellectual property rights must be protected. And this must be brought to the table for discussion. Chapter 692 Domineering Words. Now is a critical stage. Now is the moment when a wave is about to rise. It can even be said that now is a sign of the coming of the magic era. Emolan knocked on the table. If we don't have the ability, it's fine. Since we have this ability now, since we have the dominance at this critical node, then we need to make the world complete the turning point at this critical turning point. It is necessary to make this wave more turbulent. It is necessary to completely ring the bell of the magic era. President, the way you speak is exactly the same as my arrogant and floating just now. And you even slapped the table. Lubin suddenly said. Emolan's tone stagnated. Linhua glanced at Lubin. Lubin, you are so arrogant because you are so successful that you have lost your mind. The president has raised his position because he has never forgotten his original intention. Okay. Just kidding. Lubin shrugged. Then what are you going to do? President? What should I do? Why should I consider what to do? All I have to do is make my attitude clear. It's not me who needs to consider what to do. Emolan logged into the forum as soon as he finished speaking, and sent a message directly using his own account. The TV is a concept, and using projection arrays to create a magical TV is also a concept. No matter who came up with this concept, others can do it, and no one can refute it. However, even if the TV is made using projection arrays, even if the same principle is used to develop the magic model and the array created, the array cannot be exactly the same. Even if the same spell model is developed at different times, and under different conditions according to the same principle and idea. It is different. The mage only needs to take a look to see whether it is the same array. And everything is clear at a glance. Because the plagiarist certainly has no ability to change the spell nodes, the layout and position of the magic channel without affecting the function of the magic array and the function of the spell model. Even a little bit is impossible. I am really grateful for this. As if God wants to protect the intellectual property developed by the wizard, laying the foundation for everything. I know that in the process of me gathering 100,000 wizards to reasonably design the Magic City design drawings, a large number of new magic arrays were designed. A large number of buildings that can be directly put into production. And the equipment design drawings were designed and leaked. In this process, some people respect the intellectual property rights of the mage, contact the mage himself, and develop the economic value of a certain design with the mage's consent, making a lot of money. I agree with the existence of this group of people and encourage them. It is you who make the wisdom of the mage come true, which is good. However, since there are this group of people, there must be another group of people who do not respect the intellectual property rights of the mage, do not respect the mage, and directly use the mage's design without permission. And the magic circle. Even the magician came to my house and fought. For this part of people, I have nothing to say. After all, I am just a homeboy, I have a good temper, I don't like fighting. I won't say too much. You make your own decisions, and you will bear the consequences. In addition, you are welcome to expose the behavior and imagination of infringing the intellectual property rights of the magician under my post. The Mage Association and I will protect it to the best of our ability. Oh, by the way, I will say something off topic here. I have developed a way for the magician profession to advance to the 7th ring. In addition, Lu Bin, the vice president of the association, has also developed a way to advance to the 7th ring. We have all completed the promotion. Now, mages who are stuck at the peak of the 6th ring can start to develop. The road exists, and it can be taken, so there is no need to worry about no road ahead. And if you don't have the ability to develop on your own, then you can find a way to exchange it with the Mage Association. I put the method on the list of external exchanges of the Mage Association. Well, it's just that the price is a little expensive. But as a peak mage of the 6th ring, you should not be poor. Right? That's what I think. But it doesn't matter whether you are rich or poor. The method of promotion to the 7th ring is also intellectual property. I don't want people to get something for nothing, and I don't want some people who originally had the opportunity to create their own unique promotion method to lose the opportunity to find their own way. So that's it. Those who can afford it can buy it, those who can't afford it can wait. Sooner or later it will be announced, well, sooner or later. Mo Lan's account itself was followed by countless people. The moment Mo Lan posted a post, it was seen by many people. And the next moment, it was pinned to the top of the forum because of its constant popularity. After that, the forum exploded. The president is so domineering. Mo Lan felt his eyebrows raised. From your own association? Have you finished the work? I'm gone. You will take the consequences at your own risk? Emotion is so domineering. Emotion is now a 7th ringer. Forever God. Too many explosive points. Am I the only one who thinks some people need to take care of themselves? You know. Emotion is now a 7th ringer, a master level mage, not a master level warrior. No way. No way. Is there anyone who really thinks he can stop a master level mage? The above, it's really hard to say. Is it hard to say whether he can win or not? No, is it hard to say what some people think after all? People can always create miracles. You never know what kind of weirdo you will run into. That makes sense. After all, reality doesn't follow logic. At this moment, Lin Wen and Lu Bin also saw this post and silently gave Mo Lan a thumbs up. The president is so domineering. When I saw the words your own consequences, I felt my body tremble. Mo Lan smiled when he heard it. Some people probably can't sit still now. It's time to consider what to do. What can be done? The majority of players can see clearly. Could there really be someone who thinks he can stop a 7-ring mage, or a 7-ring guild leader? Could there really be someone who can withstand the pressure from the entire mage world? It was okay before, because the mage world was just an industry before, and it was all a mess. But now the president has stood up. Could there still be fools? Who knows, but even if there is, what's the difference? Lu Bin shrugged and looked at Mo Lan again. But president, why did you announce your method of advancing to the 7th ring? To further increase prestige? To increase deterrence? To increase appeal? It's unnecessary, it's enough to not say the original. Just to encourage other mages, for the development of the mage world. Emolan pointed to the design drawings in front of him, and said with a smile. Of course, to earn some resources to make this thing, by the way, it's mainly for the development of the mage world. Chapter 693 Legend. Unworthy. Aren't our resources enough to build this floating city? It should be enough. Lu Bin was a little confused. It's not strange to release this to exchange for some resources, but it's a bit strange that Emolan released this to earn money to build a floating city. If the floating city is just ordinary, if it is built normally, I can do it now. The reason why I spend so much time preparing the design drawings is to build it better. Or not to build it, but since it is built, then just build the best. Lu Bin frowned slightly when he heard this, looking at the complicated drawings, looking at those dense parameters, calculated slightly in his mind. No. Even if it is built to a high standard, at least several can be built. President, do you have any misunderstanding about the treasure house of our association? The treasure house of Earl Red Maple. The treasury of the Kingdom of Morse. And the continuous collection of mages from the entire mage association. And finally the licensing fees, technical support fees, maintenance fees, and proportional commissions collected from various guilds and players are the biggest part. Plus the continuous excavation and mining from various different spaces and different worlds. As for the current situation of our association, there are large stocks of both high-grade treasures and low-grade consumables. With our background, just to build a magical city with a population of 1 million and the construction and layout of the city foundation, even if it is done according to the highest standards, we can build 3 or 5. Right? Emolan smiled when he heard this. I have no misunderstanding about the association's warehouse, but I think you may have misunderstood the high standards I mentioned. What do you mean? Lu Bin's face changed slightly. What I mean is still the same sentence, either don't build it, or build the best. This best is not the best compromised, I mean. Unlike cost compromise, for the highest performance, everything that can be used is the best. For example, if ordinary brass can solve the problem, if the 7th level gold pattern is better, I will choose to use gold patterned black steel, even if the cost of gold patterned black steel is thousands or tens of thousands of times that of brass. Emolan said, and Linwood beside him heard his eyes widened with envy, muttering in his mouth. A wasteful thing? What did you say? I'm asking you. What are you going to do this time? Or what are you going to do with the floating city? What makes you so cautious? So careful? And even willing to spend such a huge price? From what you said before, it seems that you plan to use all the materials and technical background of the entire association to build this floating city. With our strength that can seal the 8th level blood demon with a little preparation. What makes you so cautious? It shouldn't be worthy of the 9th level. Right? Lu Bin's face slowly became solemn at this moment. They all knew Emolan very well, and naturally knew that Emolan was not the kind of person who would make trouble. They believed in Emolan on this point. President, I've never seen you prepare so carefully. Although the Dark God is still mysterious, it has not reached this level. Moreover, we have sealed a dark dagger, which can be used to study the gods. This level is not worthy of the gods. Right? You have finished talking. So what else can I say? Emolan shrugged, while Linwa and Lu Bin looked at each other, and finally looked at Emolan. Titan? Emolan nodded gently. There is already a lot of evidence to prove that Titan does exist. There is also a lot of information that Titan is likely to wake up. If Titan will not become an enemy, then it will be fine. Everything will be fine. But if Titan and we become enemies, then we must stand up to deal with it. Emolan said lightly. After all, there are tall people to hold up the sky when it falls, and now, our mage association is a well-deserved tall person. When facing unknown threats, we need enough strength to face them. When facing powerful enemies that may appear, the mage tower is outdated, without a mage presiding over it. The mage tower with a maximum combat power of level 6 is not enough to become the current main force, nor is it enough to carry our current diverse combat methods. We now need a new combat platform. While having a higher combat power limit, it also has the ability to carry a variety of combat methods. The floating city is such a combat platform that I conceived, with high combat power, high endurance, high mobility, and high defense. After all, compared with the newborn gods of faith such as the Dark God and the Light God, the Titans are well-deserved in terms of both strength and maturity, real gods. The floating city is a combat platform that I conceived to kill gods. Kill gods. Otherwise, why conceive the floating city? Why build the floating city? Is it cool? Will it be fun to build it? Lu Bin frowned slightly when he heard this. But according to the information we have obtained, the 10th level is just legendary. And the 12th level is still a legendary stage. If Titan is really a god, and his strength is also that of a god, then the starting point is the 13th level. Or the starting point is the 16th level. This level really requires us to prepare with all our strength. Even if Lu Bin shook his head and did not continue. But Lin was said what Lu Bin did not finish. If it is really Titan, even if we prepare with all our strength, we may still be far from meeting the requirements. Right? But will we not prepare because we are doomed to fail? Moreover, when will we fail again? Mo Lan's mouth curled up slightly. Of course, I have my own preparations. The floating city is just one of the more important ones. And you underestimate the floating city too much. Don't you? Do you think that the floating city that we have built with the wisdom of 100,000 mages and the full strength of the association will only remain as a legend? Legend? Not worthy. Mo Lan opened his lips slightly and slowly uttered these two shocking words. Since I have spent so much money to prepare to build the floating city, I am naturally confident that I can upgrade it to a level that will satisfy me. If it's just a legend, Mo Lan sneered. Wouldn't it be better to do our best to improve the strength of several of us to the level of legend? Interrupt all projects of the association, all mages of the association, and all mages that can be summoned from the outside world will help the three of us study our respective specialties. We will be responsible for commanding and commanding. At the same time, we will exchange all the wealth of the association for precious resources that can enhance mental power and assist in becoming stronger. Use resources to pile up. With magic technology and concepts, large-scale development will be interrupted, and all wealth will be exchanged for resources. Going forward on both ends. Will it be difficult to become a legend? Mo Lan shook his head. For some people, becoming a legend is as difficult as a chasm. But for us, becoming a legend is really not difficult. And such a big move is not worthy of being a legend. Chapter 694 Luxurious Meditation. I always feel that the president is showing off in front of people. But I have no evidence. Lu Bin opened his mouth and said aloud, while Linwa beside him looked at Lu Bin in surprise. What the president said makes sense. Don't you think so? Lu Bin opened his eyes, and then narrowed his eyes, and looked at Linwa, and nodded solemnly. Yes, I think so too. Oh, I thought you didn't think so. Is legend difficult? Not difficult, not difficult. Yeah, yes, not difficult. Lu Bin also nodded, only Mo Lan beside him looked at the two with a smile. But they didn't lie. For them, becoming a legendary mage is inevitable. And legend will not be the end of their lives. As long as nothing unexpected happens. They all have this potential. Okay. Stop joking. Let's integrate this blueprint again. After the integration, throw it to Yifei. And Gung Tao and others will make it. They have already agreed. I gave them the blueprint, and they started to build a new city. Well, I guess they are planning to take the opportunity to open up new territories. Their old city has established a foothold in the mountains. I don't know how much profit the open territories bring them every day. They all make a lot of money. And because they have found a stable profit point, the valuations of the guilds have skyrocketed. Our blueprints have just arrived. They have eaten the group head, and they will definitely build a city deeper in the mountains and open up new territories. This stage is just right to verify our blueprints by comparing different territories. After integrating the blueprints, we will start the second layer, which is the continued design of the military layer. Due to the delays of various things before, the design progress of the military layer is much slower than we expected. In addition, the research on the Dark Dagger cannot be left behind. The Dark Dagger is the only artifact sample, or even a sample of the god in our hands. We must seize the opportunity to study the mystery of divinity. I don't expect to thoroughly study it within a short period of time. But I must study the ways and means of controlling the rules by relying on divinity. The realm of God is the realm of rules. The war of killing gods must also mean the war of rules. If the realm of rules is not touched, even if the floating city is launched, it will only be a lump of iron suspended in the sky, without any deterrent power. It is not worthy of being called a floating city. Yes, Linwa, Lu Bin said solemnly. Our project team and Tang Chuan's project team are currently studying the Dark Dagger. Although there has been no breakthrough, we can also effectively observe the Dark Dagger. which lays the foundation for further breakthroughs in research. Emolan nodded lightly, said nothing more, and continued to work. However, when the 12 hours were up, Emolan stood up and left, and went into the meditation room to meditate. Even if he attached great importance to this work, Emolan only allocated 12 hours for research, and 8 hours of the remaining 12 hours were spent on meditation, and the remaining 4 hours were used to deal with other things and some more important research work. Linwa and Lu Bin did the same. The three of them took turns meditating, and the remaining 4 hours were also for rest, or doing research in their own fields to adjust their thoughts. Emolan was immersed in meditation, although the association did not use all its strength to help him improve his spiritual power. His accumulated wealth was enough for him to purchase very luxurious treasures to assist in meditation. The highest-end custom meditation incense made by the association's internal magicians with precious materials. The Shenyulian tea that was superior to the Yangshan tea. The precious spiritual potion he took. And even the extremely compressed but very stable and calm magic pool. And the meditation room specially built with a variety of meditation-assisting arrays. If everything is converted into monetary value, and then converted into real currency, the value of resources spent by Emolan in meditation for one day may be tens of millions. And many of them are because Emolan is the president of the Mage Association, many of which are produced within the association, or obtained by the Mage Association in various spaces and worlds. So they are all at cost price. If they are sold outside, coupled with the scarcity of these materials themselves, it is not surprising that they cost millions. And these are just the consumption of Emolan's meditation for one day. Although the depreciation of architectural facilities, such as meditation rooms, is also calculated. It is not entirely the value of the consumed materials, but it is also extremely exaggerated, which shows the wealth of Emolan and the wealth of the Mage Association. Of course, it is precisely the great investment of these resources that allows Emolan's meditation to maintain a very fast progress speed. Every minute and every second of meditation can feel the growth of his soul and the improvement of his mental power. There is such a feeling. This is too luxurious. It is a bit like not being a protagonist, but a villain. 8 hours passed in a flash. After finishing meditation, Emolan slowly opened his eyes and slowly looked at the attribute panel floating in front of him, or the title on the attribute panel that was shining with golden light. Mage Pioneer. Emolan looked at the title slowly. The title should have been just a few golden letters on the attribute panel, but for some reason, Emolan's mental power could faintly sense this title some time ago. It might be because Emolan's mental power became stronger, but it could also be other reasons. Sensing the title, but he couldn't find it anyway. Compared with before, it was just that the sense was clearer, making Emolan more certain that this was not his illusion, and that what he sensed was indeed this title. After sensing and finding that he still couldn't find the title, Emolan got up and left the meditation room. In the magic pool behind him, 4 slender woody magic plants grew slowly, emitting 4 different scents. After leaving the meditation room, Emolan did not go to the laboratory, but came to his desk and quietly looked at a report placed in the middle of the desk. It was an experimental report submitted a few days ago, on the application significance and solution of remote transmission of pure mental power. The project team that focused on the research of purified mental power and purified mental power transmission finally made a breakthrough, and presented the report to Emolan as soon as the breakthrough was made. Create a new spiritual array. Extract a special substance from the soul stone. Use the special substance in the soul stone to solidify the spiritual power to create a solidified spiritual power barrier, which is used to restrict the flow of spiritual power through the special properties of purified spiritual power. Use purified spiritual power as a high-quality carrier for information transmission. Very wonderful ideas, great innovation, and great results. Emolan looked at the report quietly, thinking in his heart. No one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 695 Kingdom of God. My mental power is not strong enough, not strong enough, it would be better if it could be stronger. Emolan muttered to himself, picked up the report in front of him and walked to the laboratory, and there was a name on the report, Kuchingji. Emolan heard Lu Bin and Lin were discussing something before he arrived at the laboratory, when he found that Emolan turned around and said, President, we roughly understand what you mean, your idea is indeed very strong, and it has considerable feasibility. But Linwa and I discussed it for a long time, and I always felt that this idea was still missing a very critical link. Without this link, your idea cannot be implemented. Before Lu Bin finished speaking, Emolan put the report in front of him. Is this what you are talking about? If so, then fill it in. Emolan's voice fell. Linhua. Lu Bin turned his head to look at the name of the report. And a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed in his mind. The last link was filled in. Linhua and Lu Bin looked at each other. And finally looked at Emolan. And nodded together. That's right. This spiritual power channel and the information flow array can directly solve this problem. This is the last link. The most important thing now is to find a way for the gods to touch the rules and control the rules. As long as this problem is solved. Lu Bin stopped. Linhua continued. With a floating city as the core, the spiritual power constructs a network, using spiritual power to control the rules and influence the rules. The scope of the spiritual power network is the domain of the floating city, or the domain of God, the kingdom of God. The president is not making a weapon to kill gods. The president is making gods. Using the architecture of gods to make weapons. The floating city is the body of gods. The mental network is the domain of gods. Or the kingdom of gods. With the surging energy of nuclear fission. The floating city is a god. A man-made god that can be controlled. Or in terms of building rating. This will be a god-level building that can burst out the power of gods. Linhua said slowly. His face was extremely serious. Emolan smiled at this and said aloud. If we can't even kill gods, then what right do we have to call it a floating city? That's too shameful for the name. Killing gods? Linhua said seriously. I remember what the president said before. The floating city is a new generation of large-scale combat platform, an advanced version of the Mage Tower. What I just said is just the basic configuration of the floating city, that is, the gods themselves. As a large-scale combat platform, we will definitely not let it go into battle without any configuration. At least it must be fully equipped, with everything it should have. Right? The energy conversion contains extremely terrifying energy, and there is no upper limit. I think it is not an exaggeration to call it a god-level energy. With the god-level energy source of the fission furnace as the basis. As long as we have enough capacity, we can install anything with high consumption, low cost performance, or high power. At least I think our energy consumption will not reach the output limit of the fission furnace in the short term. If it doesn't work, we can even find a way to directly restrain the violent energy released by nuclear fission. Compress it and release it. As long as the equivalent is large enough. As long as the power that originally spread in all directions is concentrated in one direction. Even inside a gun barrel. Then the original energy of destructive nature can definitely cause a devastating blow to any creature or any substance. With this god-level energy, we can consume it wantonly, to reduce consumption, to care about cost-effectiveness, and we must have the most powerful one. Linhua became excited as he spoke, and Lu Bin beside him suddenly reacted and said cautiously, the terrifying, huge, endless destructive energy, does this mean that I can do experiments wantonly? President, what is the instantaneous output power of this fission furnace? What do you want to do? Emolan turned his head to look at Lu Bin, and Lu Bin smiled when he heard it. I suddenly remembered that I had conceived a research project before. But due to the high energy consumption and the high requirements for instantaneous energy output, the conditions were not met at the time. So it was never carried out. And the data was just sealed. But now that I have listened to you, I suddenly feel that the experiments I conceived seem to have a basis for realization. Lu Bin was eager to try. And Emolan raised his eyebrows when he heard it. With the current capabilities of the Mage Association, the resources cannot complete the experiment? What experiment? Which requires such high energy? Oh! It's nothing. Just multi-threaded space stretching spell. How many threads? Space stretching is not a particularly consuming spell. 10,000 threads. I just want to try to simulate space storms with space stretching. And use tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of space stretches to distort space into a model of space storms. I want to see what happens. Emolan raised his eyebrows and nodded. You can do it. This should be no problem. Although it's a little more, it's acceptable. This is the first one, and the simplest one, with the least energy consumption. Lu Bin smiled shyly. Emolan paused when he heard this, and Lu Bin continued. I also want to try the effect of gravity on empty space, whether gravity can act on space, and vice versa, whether changes in space can affect gravity. I've calculated it, and the energy consumption of this one is even more excessive. Emolan's mouth twitched slightly, and Lu Bin continued. There are also experimental ideas for forcibly folding space through huge amounts of energy. Etc. President, I wonder if the fission furnace can supply it? Lu Bin looked at Imolan expectantly. Imolan said with a twitch in the corner of his mouth. It should be, probably maybe enough, but I'm afraid the consumption of raw materials will be very large. Imolan hesitated for a moment, then shook his head slightly. Forget it, I'll give you the fission furnace, you can do the experiment yourself. But save as much radiation as possible, this kind of fission raw material is too rare, and it's too difficult to collect. Lu Bin nodded happily, and Lin Wu beside him said after a moment of silence, President, if you want to lift a magical city with a population of 1 million and make it float in the air, and also defend, attack, etc., the pressure on energy will be very great. Right? Yes. And it's not just a big problem. Many things have very high requirements for the instantaneous output of energy. Our original element pool simply cannot meet the instantaneous energy output requirements of some key facilities. That's why I studied the fission furnace as soon as possible to complete the vital energy system. I understand this. The caliber of my electromagnetic railgun is limited by the instantaneous energy output power. The element pool cannot meet the requirements of railgun shells with higher calibers. Even if I compress it many times, I can't do it. So I haven't been able to increase the caliber and continue to increase the power. But now I have a fission furnace, the caliber and firing rate of my electromagnetic railgun, and the power can be increased again. Chapter 696 3-Layer Blood Pool. Let's get back to the point. The instantaneous energy output power of the fission furnace is indeed the highest, and the quality and quantity of the output energy are very large. But there is a very critical point, Lin Wu said slowly. What about the raw materials? The fission furnace is very strong in all aspects, and it can be called a god-level energy source. Then the question is, how much fission raw materials are needed to maintain the uninterrupted operation of such an energy source? What's more, according to our design, the energy systems at all levels are separated separately. The third level of the livelihood layer is fine. We can use the element pool technology. The element pool technology is quite mature. Both the energy output power and the collection efficiency can be stably supplied to civilian and low-level applications. After all, we have opened up various element realms. Collecting elements from various element realms is not difficult, and storing them is not difficult either. But the 2 layers of military and city foundation are not something that the element pool can solve. According to the design standards, there must be at least 1 fission furnace per level, or even 2. Although we don't know how much energy the floating city needs. We will temporarily open 1 fission furnace in the regular cruise mode, another fission furnace in the regular combat mode, and 3 fission furnaces in the full load combat mode, calculated in the most basic combat mode. How much fission raw materials are needed for the continuous operation of 2 fission furnaces? The speed at which we collect radiation breath is very slow and very single. At this speed, I think we may use up all the fission reserves if we encounter a fierce battle, or even use up all our reserves if we cruise for a while. Lin Wu said seriously after he finished speaking. President, I think it is necessary to explore deeper into the Abyss continent. We now have a large number of blood pools in the outermost layer, which is the lowest level, the first layer. Let's call it the first layer blood pool for the time being, and there is only 1 second layer blood pool. But the radiation produced by the second layer blood pool has exceeded the sum of all the first layer blood pools. Our current strength and the chassis have improved a lot. I think it is necessary for us to explore deeper. If the radiation inside the blood pool comes from a higher layer blood pool, then we explore deeper, occupy a higher level blood pool. Maybe we can find radiation or in the form of solid matter. If we really find this level of ore, then it can definitely sustain our use for a very long time. And it is even equivalent to directly controlling a nuclear bomb with a very large yield. Detonating it directly in a critical moment may also achieve the effect of killing gods. And if our guess is wrong, the radiation smell comes from the earth instead of the higher blood pool. Then at the very least, we can occupy more second-level blood pools, or even third-level blood pools to greatly increase our nuclear raw material output. According to the difference between the second-layer blood pool and the first-layer blood pool, if we occupy more of the second-layer blood pool, the third-layer blood pool, and accumulate for a period of time, it should be able to meet our needs. At least our daily output must exceed the consumption of maintaining the daily cruise of the floating city. After all, we can stop cruising, but we must maintain the ability of the floating city to cruise at all times. Lin Wu hesitated slightly when he said this, but continued. According to our information, the strength level of the third layer blood pool should be a 9th level demon. There is still a certain gap between this kind of demon that is forcibly raised, and the real demon of the same level. Even if the demon has a strong talent, the fighting instinct of the immortal battle cannot make up for this part of the gap, and it can only be narrowed at most. It can be basically confirmed that compared with normal demons, the demon raised by the blood pool is weakened by the same level. The 3 levels of the master level are level 7, level 8, and level 9. Although the level 9 is high, it is still within the scope of the master level, although it may be many times stronger than the level 7. I think there is no essential difference between it and the level 7 in essence, although we are still only 7 rings. With the strength of mages surpassing all the same level, we can prepare buildings, arrays, and arrange them to kill professionals of the same level. After proper preparation, we may not be unable to take down the 3-layer blood pool. Linwa's words made Emolan nod slightly, and he thought for a moment and asked, how much combat power can the instantaneous energy output power of the fission furnace increase? I dare not say much, but with the prepared electromagnetic rail guns and Tesla coil towers, the higher instantaneous energy output power can allow me to manufacture larger caliber electromagnetic rail guns and Tesla coils with greater lightning output power. If I use my fission furnace to modify the energy system of the mecha, and use the repulsion array to modify the power system, the performance of the mecha can at least double again. The original energy system and power system are a drag, and cannot fully exert the power of the mecha. Emolan nodded gently. In this case, after Lu Bin uses the fission furnace, you can use it to upgrade your weapons and upgrade your mecha. Okay, Linwa agreed, and then he turned around and left. After Emolan came back, it was his meditation time, and he was going to meditate. Let's continue. Lu Bin nodded, and once again joined Emolan in adjusting the design of the magic city. Although the splicing had been completed with the tower spirit, it was not perfect with the tower spirit's ability level. Or it could be said that the tower spirit only spliced, while Emolan and others were integrating. Now it can basically be used, Lu Bin suddenly said, and Emolan nodded. I sent the drawings to Yifei and the others. In fact, their materials have all arrived. They paid faster than the other, as if they were afraid that I would regret it. Lu Bin smiled, said nothing, and immersed himself in the integration of the drawings again. Emolan and Lu Bin, little by little, connected tens of thousands of drawings of different styles together, and then adjusted their positions, and little by little integrated all these tens of thousands of drawings into a magic circle. As long as they finished integrating, the entire design would actually turn into a huge magic circle. A huge magic circle that condensed the power of the entire magical city. And the design was extremely powerful. However, in the same way, facing tens of thousands of different design styles and designs with different ideas, even Emolan and Lu Bin would find it extremely difficult to integrate them together. And if there was no supercomputing power support from the tower spirit, even they would not be able to do it. This would be an incredible miracle in itself. No one outside would believe that someone could integrate tens of thousands of drawings of different styles, functions, and levels together, and integrate them into a magic circle while ensuring that a single design drawing does not affect normal use. Chapter 697 Small World. Time passed by minute by minute. On the 5th floor of the ordinary mage tower, at the core of the mage association, Emolan, Linwa, and Lu Bin's wisdom collided. The spark of wisdom illuminated the darkness, like a furnace that merged tens of thousands of different magic arrays bit by bit, becoming one. The 3 floors of the floating city are the city foundation, military, people's livelihood. According to the original plan, the 3 floors should be completely isolated, leaving only some emergency passages, normally closed, and opened in extreme emergencies. But there are exceptions. This fusion array that integrates the entire livelihood level is the exception. This array not only covers and is related to the livelihood level, but also connects to the military level, and is even related to the city foundation level. It is extremely important. That is why Emolan did not give the integrated design version to Yifei and others. He only gave the original spliced version. Of course, that is also powerful enough, if people really compare it with the price paid by Yifei and others. Yifei and others are making a lot of money. The price they paid was not enough to exchange for this extremely precious design drawing. Even if the price paid by all the buses was doubled, it would not be enough. But Emolan just needed a group of people for experiments, and Yifei and others were quite honest, and there was a previous relationship. Emolan thought about it and agreed. Emolan would not be stupid enough to give them the experimental products just because they paid money and think he made a profit. It was just a joke before. Emolan was not the kind of scientist who only knew how to research. Emolan actually saw these things very clearly. And if there are really people who want to take advantage of Emolan, they can get out of here. Emolan is not a good person. Time is the least valuable thing in the world. But it is also the most valuable thing in the world. A week has passed, and Emolan put down the blueprint in front of him. The blueprint at this moment has not been completely integrated, or even started to be integrated. For so long, Molan and the other three have only built a rough framework. Further integration only requires hard work, and there is no technical content. So Emolan and his team decided to put it aside for now, because Fei and his team were still building their city. The experimental report had not come out yet, the results had not come out yet, the loopholes that must exist had not been created yet, so there was no rush to merge. Emolan didn't want to wait until the fusion was complete, and then find loopholes, and then modify them. Design Drawing Version 1. Design Drawing Version 2. Design Drawing Version 3. Design Drawing Version 4. Design Drawing Version 5. Design Drawing Version 6. Design Drawing Version 7. Design Drawing Version 8. Design Drawing Version 9. Design Drawing Version 10. Design Drawing Version 11. Design Drawing Version 12. Design Drawing Version 13. Design Drawing Version 14. Design Drawing Version 15. Design Drawing Version 16. Design Drawing Version 17. Design Drawing Version 18. Design Drawing Version 19. Design Drawing Version 20. Design Drawing Version 21. So let's stop for a while. The main framework has been set anyway. After the test results come out, it's just a matter of adding details and making minor adjustments. It doesn't take too much energy or time. After Emolan finished speaking, Linhua and Lu Bin nodded. They naturally had no objections. Then let's go to the abyss now. This is the most urgent thing at the moment. After all, even if we occupy a more advanced blood pool, it will take time to accumulate enough raw materials. If there are no raw materials, then no matter how well we build a floating city, it will only be a decoration. Okay, but it will take me about a week to prepare. Linhua nodded, and then spoke out. Okay, Lu Bin, what about you? Emolan turned his head to look at Lu Bin. Lu Bin held his face helplessly. I don't want to go, you guys go. I'm just asking for trouble as a space player. Most of these bastard demons have the talent of announcement, and the stronger the strength, the stronger the space ability. For normal professionals, I can use 1 part of my strength to exert the effect of 20 parts of strength, but for these bastards, I can exert 5 parts of my 10 parts of strength. I'm just asking for trouble when I fight them. Every time you show off, I'm getting beaten. I don't want to go. I'd better stay in the association and find a way to chew the hard bone of the dark dagger. Lu Bin said with resentment. Emolan didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard it. That's true. But in this case, you are too severely restrained by the space system. Right? You have to find a way to overcome it. Lu Bin's face darkened instantly when he heard this. Bullshit. What do you mean by restraint? I will be restrained by the same system? What are you thinking? There is no restraint in the same system. Only the high level crushing the low level. Why am I restricted? It's because we always deal with high level ones. If the level is lower than mine or the same as mine, it's a joke. It's like showing off a big sword in front of Guan Gong. I can exert 100% of my strength and kill them directly. But we are facing enemies of a higher level, the same family. I am the one who is showing off my sword in front of Guan Gong. In this case, I can still suppress the higher level of the same family. I am already very powerful. Okay? Ha ha ha, we are leaving first. You keep up the good work. Emolan laughed loudly when he heard this, and he slipped away directly with a flash. Linhua also smiled, and he also stood up and left. Lu Bin snorted coldly when he saw this, took a step forward, and disappeared on the spot. After Lu Bin left, Emolan turned back again, and walked in another direction. I accidentally went the wrong way. Emolan muttered, returning to his meditation room, closing his eyes slightly, and sinking his mind into the spiritual space. The core of the spiritual space is the slowly rotating ink box, and below the ink box is a chaotic colored spell slot. Emolan's mind sank into the spell slot, and inside it is a small space. Compared to when it was just opened, this small space has become much larger, and inside the small space stands an extremely huge magic coat. Feeling the state of the small space, Emolan pondered. I heard from Lu Bin that his small space has been opened up to a very large size. And as he continues to improve the space structure, the space strength of the small space is constantly increasing as it grows larger. And at the same time, the space elements contained in it have increased many times. In comparison, my use of the small space is much worse. Emolan thought quietly, and at the same time called up the space structure that Lu Bin sent him. After just one look, Emolan shook his head silently. No, this space structure is not suitable for me. And it is not suitable for my small space. Emolan looked at his small space, which was a void inside, and was filled with the magic of chaotic aura. The last time he looked at Lu Bin's small space, he found that Lu Bin had dug some stones, put soil in it, and lit up a light spell that highly simulated sunlight, and also put in a lot of air, and planted some vegetables on the soil. Lu Bin should want to develop in the direction of different space. Half plane. Small world. Emolan said silently. Chapter 698 Bottleneck. If Lu Bin can really develop the small space into a small world with complete rules, then he can control a world and master the power of a world. Emolan murmured. Although the current light technique, a pile of soil, some air, a few vegetables are still a long way from an independent world, although there are still countless difficulties now, but at least the direction has been clarified. And what about mine? In which direction should my small space develop? According to what Lu Bin said, the potential of my chaotic small space is better than his small space, and the quality is so good that he is a little jealous. Perfect earth, fire, feng shui, in myths and legends. These are the 4 basic elements of the evolving world. The fusion of earth, fire, feng shui is chaos. So do I have to find a way to open up the world? Find a way to transform the current chaotic magic power into real chaotic breath? Then create the world in chaos and recreate the world. Emolan shook his head slightly. Too fantastic, and these are just my magic power. I call it chaotic magic power, but it is actually no different from real chaos, and the world is not necessarily opened up. These are just some conjectures. But how should I develop my small space? It is impossible to leave it here idle without any development. It is only used to store magic coats, and magic or some items. It is impossible to use it as a storage space. Right? Emolan frowned slightly, thought for a long time and shook his head slightly. Forget it, I can't think of it for a while, so I will use it as a storage space for the time being, and improve the size and strength of the space step by step. I will make plans when I have an idea. Emolan suddenly thought of this small space, to expand his thoughts in his spare time, and relax a little at the same time. After relaxing, he gathered his mind and focused on the research of the mutual transformation of matter and magic power, as well as the microscopic particles carrying thoughts and spiritual space. Emolan once again focused his research on the casting of elemental bodies, or the casting of magic bodies. First, if Emolan completed the casting of magic bodies, it would be a breakthrough for the entire master-level research process of the mage. Second, the successful casting of magic bodies is the key node for the fusion of the 2 professions of arcane masters and mages. Emolan really wants to merge the 2 professions, and see if the titles that symbolize the 2 professions will undergo some wonderful changes after the fusion of the 2 professions. Emolan is very curious. In fact, before this, Emolan had always believed that the magic coat was the key node for the integration of the 2 professions of the arcane master and the mage. But when the magic coat was cast, Emolan found that the casting of the magic coat only raised the arcane master to the master level, and only raised the arcane master's title, the arcane pioneer, to the gold level, which is the same level as the mage pioneer. Other than that, it did not successfully integrate the 2 professions. Time passed quickly in the research, and a week passed, and Emolan gained nothing. There were countless obstacles before he could successfully forge an elemental body, the method of converting magic power into the body, the structure of the body composed of magic power, the maintenance of the soul in the pure magic state, the conflict between the existence of spell positions and the pure magic body, the maintenance of consciousness, the control of magic power, etc. Countless problems stood in front of him. This time, Emolan felt as if he had really fallen into a bottleneck. The more he forced himself, the more he felt that the elemental body was far away from him. Emolan sat in front of the desk waiting for Linhua, thinking quietly, and suddenly muttered to himself, "Maybe I should stop for a while." Emolan thought of some problems. During this period of time, too many things, too many goals entangled with me, and God's Titan, these problems occupied a lot of my mind. although I still looked very calm on the surface. But maybe my subconscious mind has begun to be urgent. Everything has become urgent quietly, but researching this kind of thing is exactly the most urgent thing. Emolan keenly discovered the problem at this moment. How long has it been since I studied the results of the association members in depth and systematically? How long has it been since I had the patience to read even the worst paper in the Mage Journal? How long has it been since I came into contact with the unexpected Mage results of the Mage Association? How long has it been since I calmed down to study and read the interesting remarks made by low-level mages? It's been at least a month. Right? Emolan muttered to himself. I said Lubin was arrogant before. Maybe I should also reflect on myself. Am I arrogant too? Emolan was silent for a moment. I used to say that a mage's thinking should not be rigid, and should not be restricted by stereotypes. I did so at the beginning. But it seems that as my achievements grow, as I understand mages more and more, the stereotypes I made seem to have bound me. Perhaps I should calm down and study hard for a while. When I spread the mage profession throughout the world, I thought that thousands of people would improve this profession together. The ordinary people would improve the basics, and I would only focus on the high end. This idea is indeed correct. But a tall building is built from the ground up, without a foundation. There is no way to build a tall building. Before the 7th level, my own thinking, the knowledge I accumulated during my research, and the foundation were enough to support my research. But after the 7th ring, any spell involves a large number of fields, many of which I have not studied. I learned all the knowledge from the blood pool and the achievements of other mages. Therefore, my high-end research can still be maintained after the 7th ring. But now I have stopped studying for a month due to various problems. And the mage is just starting out. Even if it takes one day, a large number of spells can be produced. A great result can be produced in 3 days. In this month, I don't know how much new knowledge has appeared in the association and the mage world that I haven't learned. Emolan exhaled slowly. Without the foundation, how can a tall building be built? But only a month has passed. It's not too late to react now. And I have to reflect on myself frequently in the future to avoid having problems without knowing it. No powerful enemy is to be feared. But it would be shameful if they were defeated by me in the end. Emolan smiled lightly, and immediately retrieved all the achievements within the association within a month, and all the achievements published by the magician community within a month collected by the association. After making a list, he started from the first one. Reading while waiting for Linhua. Chapter 699 Farming in the Abyss. President. Linhua walked into Emolan's office and shouted. Emolan looked up at him. Are you ready? Ready, I have everything on me. Emolan looked at Linhua, looking at his belt, watch, earrings, necklace, badge, shoe soles, and the poke ball on his waist, after taking a look at all of them. Emolan's mouth twitched slightly. You are the most flashy of the 3 of us in the association. Can I understand that you are saying I am handsome? Middle school. But handsome. Social death. Handsome. Emolan was silent, silently rolled his eyes. Let's go. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Let's hurry up. Emolan went out and walked towards the teleportation hall where the gate to the other world was located. When he passed by Linhua, he glanced at him and shook his head but couldn't help but say, I now find that your shadow space is more fancy than Lubin's space spell. Linhua laughed when he heard it. Space spell is a big category. In my opinion, shadow space is just a small category in space. After losing the effect of space teleportation, it also has its unique features in other places. Since I specialize in studying the hidden space, compared to Lubin studying the entire space, I am naturally much simpler. I am not as good as him in space, but I am definitely better than Lubin in the degree of specialization in the shadow space. That's true. Emolan nodded. By the way, I heard that you also made a space lotus seed to create an inner space. The small space inside the spell slot, referred to as the inner space. Yes, because some big guys are a hole, and because of structural strength and other issues. They cannot be folded and extended, so it is inconvenient to store them inside the shadow space. So we have to open up an inner space to store these big items. And to store my body in combat situations. Yes. Emolan nodded gently, while walking, thinking. Obviously, Lubin's inner space is used for development, while Linhua's inner space is used to store items and protect himself. Emolan thought for a moment and shook his head, walked to the door to the other world, and opened the door to the other world. The huge space elements flowed into the door to the other world, and this extremely complex, mysterious constant array emitted strong space fluctuations, along with the distortion of the central space of the portal. It seemed as if a membrane was broken in the center of the portal. Pop! A hole appeared, and it quickly grew larger under the support of the powerful spatial force, and was finally bound and supported by the magic threshold. The gate to the other world was formed. Behind the formed gate to the other world was an abyss continent in the abyss world. The moment the gate to the other world opened, a breath of abyss permeated. Once the abyss breath permeated, it was diluted as soon as it drifted away, and only covered the area about 1 meter away from the gate to the other world. As usual. But the difference is that, this time, behind the gate to the other world is not a wasteland full of killing, but a neat and tidy rice field full of vitality and green. From the gate to the other world located in the sky, you can also see a few small black dots active in the rice fields, releasing spells one after another to loosen the soil, water, improve plant activity, improve plant adaptability, and accelerate plant growth. Emolon and Lin was skillfully used spells to resist the erosion of the abyss, and then stepped into the abyss. The gate to the other world behind them slowly closed. Looking down at the rice fields from the sky, the rice fields are very large, and they are horizontal and vertical, divided into neat small squares by canals. As Emolon and Linwood descended, they could see the details of the rice fields below. In a corner of the square, there are sealed houses. The air and soil inside are from the main material world. Even the sunlight is a light technique that simulates the sun's rays. The light time also changes with the main material world. The simulated environment is almost the same as the main material world, and it is sealed with the most stringent sealing means. It is almost not invaded or affected by any external substances. The rice, wheat, sorghum and other plants inside thrive in different blocks. The second specification is still similar to the first one, but this rice field will be regularly ventilated with the outside world, and the air will circulate. Although the time is not long, it will also make you full of radiation and blood, and make the plants a little sluggish. But they will still grow. The longer the air circulates, the more the proportion of abyss materials in the rice field will increase. One control group after another. One different attribute control after another. Until the end. The latest rice field is no different from the abyss. No, that's not right. It should be said that they are planted directly in the open air on the land of the abyss world. Even the water for irrigation is drawn from the river in the abyss. And in this rice field, there are sparsely growing rice, sorghum, wheat and other plants, which are sluggish, short and look like they may die at any time. However, there is a mage who lives next to this rice field. This mage continuously releases spells to improve vitality and heal plants to maintain their lives. At the same time, there are spells to improve vitality and adaptability, improve their adaptability, and finally release spells to accelerate growth, speed up the growth of these plants, and shorten their growth cycle as much as possible. That one is the first field at the beginning. Linwood pointed to the first sealed rice field and said, the first batch of seeds produced in that rice field was planted in the second rice field, and the seeds of the plants in the second rice field were planted in the third rice field. These are basically planted one after another, increasing the proportion of the abyss generation by generation, trying to make them fully adapt to the abyss. However, when it comes to the later lands, it is easy to break, because it can't produce seeds, and it is easy to be wiped out. So the next few pieces can basically only use the seeds from one piece of land. This project team has developed various functional spells to improve plant adaptability, improve plant vitality, and accelerate plant growth. It has also developed a large number of tool spells such as watering spells and loosening soil spells. Under these spells, especially the functional spells, plants can improve their vitality, are less likely to die, improve their adaptability, and accelerate the plant's adaptation to the surrounding environment during the genetic process. They can also speed up their growth, reduce the growth cycle, shorten the experimental cycle, and speed up the experiment. With these spells combined, this project team can easily cultivate plants that can grow in these worlds. So far, crops that can grow in the earth element world and the water element world have been successfully cultivated. In this area of expertise, this project team is quite powerful. Chapter 700. You can barely make a living only if you are famous for generations. This project team is amazing, Emolon said with some surprise. Although he knew that there was such a project team before, This was the first time he learned about it in detail. It would have been fine if he hadn't heard it, but he was immediately surprised when he heard it. He is indeed an excellent talent. As far as I know, he seems to have planned to start cultivating magic plants, mass production crops, at the level of magic potions. In his original words, he wants to cultivate rice that can strengthen the body, sorghum wine that can improve mental strength, corn cakes that can increase magic affinity, and so on. He said that he was not smart, nor was he good at fighting. He just wanted to grow some crops, and make a name for himself in history. Only in this way could he barely make a living. What a talent! If he continues like this, is it necessary for him to make a name for himself in history? The belief of tens of billions and hundreds of billions of indigenous people can make him a god right away. Ascend to heaven right away. Be invincible right away. After all, for him, if he has already made magic plants, it should not be difficult to make some high yield, strong vitality, and easy to grow crops. Lin was smiled beside him, and said nothing. Who is in this project team? Han Bin, a very simple young man, very hard-working, and talented, but if he is Versailles, he is probably not inferior to you. Emolan rolled his eyes when he heard this. You say I am Versailles? I am already very low-key compared to you. Right? No way, I am so lousy. Take this plane for example. Lin took off an airplane pendant from his keychain and threw it forward. The pendant opened to reveal a shadow, and countless mechanical parts surged out of the shadow in an instant, and in just a few seconds. They formed a large pure metal plane, streamlined fuselage, black and blue style matching, like a falcon flapping its wings in the sky. Although this plane looks very handsome, it can actually only fly less than 10 times the speed of sound under extreme conditions. How lousy. How incompetent must I be to only be able to build an airplane that can travel at less than 10 times the speed of sound? How can I be extraordinary if I am so incompetent? Emolan rolled his eyes when he heard this, looking at Lin who was waiting for him to speak with a smile. Emolan pondered for a moment, and then nodded. You can't even reach 10 times the speed of sound? Indeed, you are quite incompetent. It seems that I have wronged you. Linhua, who was waiting for Emolan to speak, froze when he heard this. The smile on his face gradually disappeared, and he said expressionlessly, Then I will inconvenience you, President. I am too incompetent, so you can only ride this cheap supersonic airplane that can travel at less than 10 times the speed of sound. I can't help it. It is a little incompetent, but I can't help it. You have tried your best. Just make do. I don't blame you. Emolan sighed, and then he walked into the plane through the open door, and Linhua behind him gradually twisted his face when he heard this. Linhua boarded the plane with a distorted face, and looked at Emolan with resentful eyes. But Emolan seemed to be unable to sense it. Looking around, and sizing up the layout inside the plane, the space inside was not small, and was divided into 3 areas. A desk area, an experimental area, and a living area. The living area was the smallest and most rudimentary, while the experimental area was the largest and had the most equipment. When the plane entered the other part, it began to fly. If Emolan's mental power had not sensed it during the flight, it would have been almost unnoticed. Emolan felt it a little, and found that this area was separated from the plane itself by layers of magic arrays, which almost completely isolated the movement of the outside world, allowing people to read or do experiments without being disturbed while flying. And Weiwei felt the mental fluctuations. Obviously, this plane is loaded with tower spirits, and the tower spirits are quite intelligent. As long as they are given a target, the tower spirits can completely control the flight by themselves, and in addition, the tower spirits can also provide experiments for the magician. In addition, Emolan also found that there are quite a few closed openings outside the plane, which look like gun muzzles, and are probably gun muzzles. Obviously, the attack power of this plane is probably not low. Your plane is still a little bit bad. How about this? Build me an identical one later, and I will beg you to test the plane for you personally, and give you some suggestions, so that you can optimize it. That won't be a burden to you. I'll be the only one to bear the burden of such a bad plane. Hey, don't be so polite. What's the relationship between us? It won't hurt to bear the burden a little. Shame on you. What did you say? Nothing. Linhua blinked his innocent eyes, and then ran to the experimental table to do the experiment. Emolan saw this and smiled. He walked to the desk and sat down. He opened the book list he had just created, and read the paper he had just read carefully. Emolan read very quickly. He could often memorize a paper of tens of thousands of words, with just a few glances. He could understand it in an instant, and then open the next paper. Emolan, whose strength had reached the 7th ring, had a very strong mental power. When mental power became stronger, transformation was actually the external manifestation of soul transformation. At this moment, Mo Lan's soul had become very strong, with strong acceptance and digestion abilities, coupled with the mental arithmetic ability provided by mental power. Mo Lan's learning ability had reached a perverted level. Some people describe geniuses as having a photographic memory. But Mo Lan is not only able to remember everything he has seen, but can almost understand everything he has seen. Of course, this is currently only for those relatively simple, basic, and watery papers. For those papers with more dry goods and higher degree of specialization, Mo Lan still needs to read them at full speed and patiently, chewing them bit by bit, and pondering them bit by bit. After slowing down, Mo Lan almost understands and absorbs them after reading them once. Only truly top-notch and specialized papers can make Mo Lan slow down. Read them repeatedly, understand them repeatedly, deduce them repeatedly, and even conduct experiments and verify them according to the papers himself, so that he can thoroughly absorb these papers and absorb these valuable knowledge. In the sky of the abyss, a black-blue fighter with graceful curves cut through the sky. However, neither the sound nor the picture leaked out. Even if a creature used mental power to scan, it might not be discovered if the mental power was not strong enough. This was a fighter with multiple stealth technologies. Only the elemental fluctuations emitted during the fighter's flight could easily detect it. The elemental fluctuations emitted during the supersonic process would still be emitted even after multiple weakenings. It could only be weakened as much as possible, and the elemental fluctuations could be simulated as much as possible to the normal elemental fluctuations in the natural environment to avoid attracting the attention of other creatures. While flying at high speed, a series of mental powers and detection spells swept across the land. When the blood pool was discovered, the tower spirit instantly judged the demon's strength. The moment after the judgment was completed, boom, 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 the crazy electromagnetic rail gun fired intensively, and the demon with only the 7th level strength was instantly destroyed. Chapter 701, Seizing the Control of Spells. Boom, boom, boom. The ashes dispersed, revealing the broken demon corpse next to the blood pool. The blood gushing out of the corpse soon seeped into the ground and disappeared without a trace. The invisible fighter in the sky paused slightly, and then a machine fell from the sky and disappeared in a wave of space when it landed in front of the blood pool. The mental power that deployed the machine swept over the 7th level demon corpse when it was retracted, removed the extraordinary core from it, and took it away together, and the next moment the invisible plane broke through the air and flew away. The land regained its tranquility again, as if nothing had happened, except that the original 7th level demon had died. Not long after, the 6th level demons in this area sensed the abnormal state of the blood pool and rushed over instantly. The corpse of the original 7th level demon was torn into pieces and devoured. And then a fierce battle broke out. The final winner occupied the blood pool and broke through the 6th level with the help of the blood pool's power, becoming a brand new 7th level demon. At this point, the blood pool completely regained its tranquility, and it was no different from before. Only at the bottom of the blood pool, a machine was slowly operating, stealing the radiation breath flowing in the earth vein channel. One after another, the 7th level demons were killed instantly. One after another, machines were installed under the blood pool and entered working mode. There were also more and more small dots on Mo Lan's magic map. These small dots were connected into a line and continued to extend into the depths of the Abyss continent. There are so many machines produced during this period. There are also so many people who have reached the combat power of the 7th ring mage by various means. So, let them occupy the edge of the continent with the machines and spread them. The efficiency of the two of us is too low. And if they come together, if they work together, even if the output of one layer of blood pool is small, it can accumulate into a large amount. Then the final output will be greatly improved. Linhua thought for a moment, and then nodded. That's good. Although they are slower in killing 7th level demons, they have more people, so the speed may not be slow. Linhua immediately opened the chat page and started sending messages to contact the mages in the association, and began to arrange this matter. However, just when Linhua was about to send the message, an alarm sounded inside the plane. Alarm, alarm, the 2nd level blood pool has been discovered. You will soon encounter an 8th level demon. Please prepare for battle. Please prepare for battle. The voice of the tower spirit instantly startled Mo Lan and Linhua. They looked at each other, and saw the joy in each other's eyes. The 2nd level blood pool which is a blood pool one level higher than the lowest level blood pool, has only occupied the second level blood pool belonging to the blood demon so far, which accounts for half of the radiation breath output of the entire association, which is very large, far exceeding the first level blood pool. This means that as long as we occupy this blood pool again, we can increase the output of radiation breath by 50%. Emolan and Lin will look at each other. President, I suddenly feel that there is no need to find the third level blood pool. The third level blood pool is at least equipped with 9th level demons, and 9th level demons are 9th level after all. We have never fought them, but according to the combat power of normal demons, we may not be able to beat them, and it will definitely be very difficult to beat them. But the 8th level demon is different. Although it will be more difficult to fight, but it should be basically no problem to win. It can basically ensure the continuous occupation of the second level blood pool, and one second level blood pool can increase by 50%, and 2 will double it, which will definitely greatly increase the output of radiation breath in our association. Emolan was also moved when he heard this, and nodded slowly after a moment of silence. First, we should be safe. We should occupy the second level blood pool as much as possible. But I think we should not give up exploring the deeper blood pools. The main reason is that we don't know where the radiation comes from. Is it from the earth? Or from a higher level blood pool? If we don't know this, we can't give up exploring the deeper and higher level blood pools. Because if the radiation comes from a higher level blood pool, then the higher level blood pool is very likely to contain a real physical radiation source. A real physical radiation raw stone. If this kind of raw stone exists, then only a little bit will be enough to meet our energy needs for a very long time. As long as this possibility exists, we cannot give up exploring deeper. Linwood nodded slightly when he heard this. At this time, both Emolan and Lin was sensed a strong, violent, chaotic, and hot breath. 8th level demon. The two of them looked at each other, and saw that it was a demon with a human-like body, goat horns on its head, and red fire all over its body. 8th level flame demon? Emolan said aloud. The moment he saw this flame demon, Emolan gave it a vivid and specific racial name. Emolan flashed, and Lin and the others appeared outside the fighter plane. However, just as they appeared, a ferocious flame whip that stretched for 1,000 meters came across the sky. At the end of the ferocious flame whip was a tongue, which hissed and spit out snake tongue like a living creature. The flame snake whip was made entirely of flames. The terrifying temperature made the space slightly distorted, and it felt that anyone or anything in front of the flame snake whip would be annihilated by the terrifying high temperature of the flames at the moment of contact. And the flame snake whip carried a force to lock the space wherever it passed. The space was directly locked. Emolan felt that the 4-ring flash spell was useless. Flashing in this locked space would definitely fail. It's locking the space again. Why do I feel that this group of demons is completely targeting the mage? Basically, all high-level demons have the ability or spell to lock the space. The mage's instant displacement spell without delay will not work in front of any of them. This almost ruined the life of most mages. Emolan complained. For Lu Bin, the whole road is gone. These demons disgust him. Otherwise, he wouldn't even want to enter the abyss. Lin was said with a smile. Emolan also laughed when he heard it. TSK, why do I still want to laugh when Lu Bin is so miserable? I want to laugh too. Emolan smiled, but his mental power was shrouded in the flame snake whip, trying to analyze the structure of the flame snake whip while trying to seize control of the fire element that constitutes the flame snake whip, even trying to seize control of the fire element basic particles that constitute the flame snake whip. This is a way of playing that Emolan has just discovered recently. If your elemental affinity is high enough, if your mental power control is subtle enough, if you can suppress the mental power control by the opponent, then you can completely forcibly seize the control of the opponent's spells. If the conditions are ideal, you can even directly control the spells released by the opponent to attack the opponent. Of course, this is mainly because it looks cool, but it is actually a loss. This method will never be used in actual combat with equal strength. Even if it appears in actual combat, it can only be a show of skill. However, Chapter 702 Water Attribute, Absolute Freeze. Completely controlling the opponent's spells has no practical significance, and it is completely not worth the loss. But this does not mean that being able to seize the control of the elements in the opponent's spells is useless and meaningless. On the contrary, completely controlling the enemy's spells has no practical significance, but controlling only part of the elements that make up the spells has great practical significance. Especially for a mage like Emolan, who has a profound understanding of the spell structure, this is a magical skill. But unfortunately, apart from himself, Emolan has not found another person who can forcibly seize the control of elements from others. Even Linhua and Lubin can't do it, because this is not only the special mental power, but also includes the extreme skills that Emolan has trained and the extreme understanding of various elemental basic particles. It is the accumulation of research on elemental basic particles day and night that has allowed Emolan to successfully master this ability that can be called against the sky. Just like now, Emolan's thoughts moved, and a word came out of his mouth. Disperse. As soon as the words fell, the flame snake whip that was about to hit Emolan and the other two instantly disintegrated, turned into flames in front of Emolan and Linhua's eyes, and slowly dissipated, leaving only a gust of hot wind blowing on Emolan and the other two. Linhua, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but sigh. President, I can only say that your method is miraculous no matter how I look at it, especially when you just said the word disperse. President, you are like the Lord of the Elements, the King of the Elements, with one order, even the spells that attack you will disintegrate because of the disintegration of the elements. Emolan laughed when he heard this. This is the application of forcibly snatching control of others' elements in actual combat. To forcibly seize the control of an element controlled by someone else depends on the strength of the other person's mental power. Depending on the strength of the other person's control over the element affinity will cost tens to hundreds, or even thousands of times the mental power. Theoretically, even if you control a spell cast by a much weaker mage than yourself, you will have to spend dozens of times the mental power as a cost. Because the element controlled by others has already integrated the mental power into it, and has been marked with a temporary mental imprint, it has already occupied it. If you want to seize control, you must first break through the opponent's mental defense, and then spend a lot of effort to suppress the opponent's mental power. Suppress the temporary mental imprint, and then you can start to control the element. However, how long you can control it depends on how long you can resist the opponent's mental counterattack. When applied in actual combat, if the control of the element you seize is too little, it will not have any effect on the entire mage. Because even the lowest level spell consumes a large number of elements if it is decomposed into the smallest unit. If you want to effect a spell, you must control a considerable part of the elements. But this means that the mental power consumption is far greater than that of the opponent. It is better to release a spell to resist directly, which is simple and convenient. If you want to control the least elements to achieve the greatest effect on the entire spell, you can only do it like blasting a building. You have to find the bearing point, the key point, and blast the core point. Once the core point is broken, the whole building will collapse. This is the same reason. This is the ultimate reason why the flame snake whip suddenly collapsed into flames and dissipated. Just a moment ago, Emolan directly analyzed the key nodes and core nodes of the flame serpent whip spell model, and seized the elemental control of those key nodes in an instant, and then guided them to strike. The load-bearing wall and the load-bearing column went on strike, and collapsed. With a tiny amount of mental power, the entire spell was destroyed. This is a miraculous scene, which requires strong mental power, a thorough understanding of the spell structure, and a pinnacle of perfection. At the same time, it also requires supercomputing power that is strong enough to complete calculations in an instant. This kind of effect, only Emolan can do it, which is why Linhua was amazed again and again, because although Linhua couldn't do it, but he could understand it. Of course, it was obvious that this 8th level fire demon couldn't understand it, so another fire snake whip came through the air. Your weapon attack is much stronger than mine. I will control you to kill. Linhua was stunned when he heard this, and several questions popped up in his head. What? My weapon attack is stronger than the president's spell. Bullshit! Just when he was about to say something, he saw Emolan rushing over. It was too late for Linhua to say anything. It's obvious that you don't want to prepare, and you can't spend the effort, Linhua muttered, and then hurriedly followed Emolan's figure. When Emolan was flying at high speed, the flame snake whip swept by, but it dissipated before it hit him, faster than the last time. After the flame snake whip dissipated, Emolan appeared in front of the flame demon in an instant, looking at the flame demon with a raging sea of fire burning on his body. Emolan smiled slightly, and then pressed down with one finger. Water attribute. Absolutely frozen. As soon as the voice fell, a circle of ice instantly spread towards the flame demon. Within the range of the ice, all elemental basic particles and all elemental activities were frozen, unable to move. This is a brand new spell created by Emolan based on the absolute territories, freezing of all particle movements. However, since Emolan cannot freeze all particles, he can only barely freeze elemental basic particles. So it is only named absolute freezing. However, even so, it is very, very powerful. Under the ice, any elemental basic particles stop moving. The ice quickly spread to the flame demon, and the flame demon's body was flaming up. Red and black fireballs appeared instantly and exploded, directly dispersing the water element basic particles that were about to turn into ice in that area. Obviously, the flame demon's perception was also very sharp. But he was very smart. He did not attack the ice that had already appeared, but instead dispersed the spreading water element basic particles. If the flame demon had not been so muscular, and had not held a real whip in his hand instead of a staff, Emolan would have almost thought that he was a magician from the demon race. However, Emolan's spells were not so easy to disperse. The water element basic particles continued to spread, forcing the flame demon to retreat quickly, and continued to release fireballs to disperse. However, this time the fireball was annihilated the moment it emerged, and the spell structure inside had been shattered by Emolan's control over the elements. The president is simply a rogue. No spell can be used a second time in front of the president. The spell used a second time will not have any effect and will collapse. Emolan glanced at him. You are wrong. Huh? It is the spell that has been analyzed by me that cannot be released in front of me, not the second time. Is there any difference? Yes, it is okay if it is a spell structure that I am completely unfamiliar with, but if it is a spell created by me, or a spell that is of the same lineage as mine, or a spell that I have learned, it does not need a second time at all, and it cannot be released the first time. Linwa was silent. Okay. Chapter 703 Divine Power. President, are you trying to say that you are invincible in front of a mage? You can dispel any spell at a negligible cost. In this case, what other spells can harm you? Linwa said softly. Emolan looked back at him. Those who learn from me live, and those who imitate me die. That's about the concept. Anyone who completely learns my ideas, the law model I created, no matter how strong he is now, as long as he doesn't have his own ideas, and doesn't have his own unique research, then he will die in front of me. But the problem is that even if he has his own unique thinking, and his own unique research, as long as he comes from the mage system of you, the president, you can learn by analogy, you will learn it at a glance. After all, you are the pioneer of this road. And you are also the pinnacle of this road. Unless there are disruptive results on this road, you can't get out of it. Even if there are disruptive innovations, you are not incapable of learning. I see that you are still learning. Even if there are disruptive results, you can learn it in a few steps. Those who are like you will die, and those who learn from you will also die. It's not easy for me to be modest. Why do you have to say it so thoroughly? Do you have to say that I can influence any spell structure, or any spell that mobilizes elements, or any professional skills? Do you have to say that as long as I have studied, understood, and seen it, it will not work for me? Emolan glanced at Linwa. Do I have to tell you that if you want to defeat me, you must find the blind spot in my knowledge? And it must be a blind spot that I cannot learn or understand in order to defeat me. Oh, no. It's not defeating. It's just the basic condition. Only after you have the basic condition can you have the foundation to challenge me. Then you can face my attack, defense, displacement, and other spells. Linwa fell into deep thought. President, I'm thinking about a problem now. What's the problem? Emolan mobilized the ink cartridge, and the tower spirit computing power he carried with him assisted in the calculation, and quickly cracked the spell effect released by the flame demon. Although the flame demon was an 8th level, and although the spell was powerful, it was not complicated for Emolan, and he was even very familiar with it, and could easily crack it. The naturally evolved spell structure always looks the same. Most of them evolve based on the corresponding element rules. In front of Emolan, who has mastered the fire element rules and started to create new spell structures to strengthen the rules. This spell structure based on the original fire element rules is simply too simple, too easy to understand, and too easy to crack. Perhaps only the miracle spell structure born in a 1 in a billion time situation, the spell model, can make Emolan feel difficult. What on earth gave you this incredible ability? It's fine if it's just this ability, but what I'm confused about is why this incredible ability happens to appear in someone like you who has the highest level of magic knowledge. It's fine if this ability appears normally, it's just a useless ability in an ordinary person, but it happens to appear in you. The President, this is so amazing, it's simply incredible. Emolan smiled. This is not a coincidence, this is not a random awakening of special abilities, and it doesn't depend on luck. This ability was acquired by me precisely because I am the top person in magic knowledge. That makes sense. Lin was said subconsciously, but he suddenly realized it the next moment. Wait, President, what you mean by this is that you know how this function came about. How did it come about? Can it be copied? Make one for me to play with. This function is simply too good to be true. President, you don't know that the flame snake whip that swept everything and burned everything just now collapsed in front of you in an instant, turned into thousands of flames, and dissipated. And how cool the scene of you flying through the flames was. It was so cool. I want it too. Emolan pondered for a moment after hearing this, and finally came to a conclusion. I'm handsome? Linwa was stunned. I've said so much. Is this the point? This is not the point? Linwa was silent. Okay. This is indeed the point. But now that we have focused on it, let's focus on things that are not the point. Since you said it is not the point, what should we focus on? Okay. I was not very clear before, but I gradually got a sense of it during this period. It is the effect of the two titles of Mage Pioneer and Arcane Pioneer. Well, it is mainly Mage Pioneer, and the title of Arcane Pioneer plays a supporting role. Emolan found that Linwa's eyes were not right while talking, and he thought about it and said seriously, I guess it's because of the quasi-faith power condensed on the Mage Pioneer. You can probably regard this ability as similar to the ability brought by divinity. Emolan said lightly, just like eating potatoes. Beef brisket and braised rabbit meat for lunch today. Plain and ordinary. However, Linwa was shocked. What? The ability brought by divinity? Doesn't this mean that I can't get it? Emolan was silent. Your surprise doesn't seem to be the point? Isn't this the point? President, do you mean that this can be copied, and I can also obtain similar abilities? Emolan nodded, and said in Linwa's hopeful eyes, of course, as long as you create a brand new profession, and then let so many people change their professions. I believe that the spiritual power of so many players should be able to gather so much spiritual power similar to the power of faith on your title, and should also be able to produce similar abilities. As for what the ability is, it is not certain, but it is probably related to the profession you created. As Emolan spoke, Linwa's eyes gradually dimmed, and hope gradually disappeared. Is this also considered possible? Is it not considered possible? Creating a profession is not difficult. Linwa said angrily after hearing this. It's not difficult to create a profession. I can do it with some effort. But if you want to reach the current scale of the number of employed mages, is it possible? Is it easy? President, check your conscience. How can you say such a thing? How much effort has been put in to reach the current scale of employed mages? Don't you know how many technical gaps have been filled? Don't you know how many groundbreaking spell structures have been developed? And how many influential spell structures have been developed to reach the current situation? Don't you know? In addition, there were few employable professions at that time, and it was the first type of mage. In this situation, how hungry the players were, how much shock your mage profession announcement brought, and how much sensation it caused. Don't you know? Tell me, do you think this can be accomplished? Emolan looked at Linwa, who was getting more and more angry. He felt that he seemed to have said something a bit simple. How to solve the problem of making Lin was so angry. Emolan suddenly had an idea and pointed to the side. The fire demon is under control. Blast it. Chapter 704 Caliber, 10 meters. The flame demon is under control. Blast it. Flame demon, ? Emolan pointed at the frozen flame demon beside him. Unconsciously, Emolan's absolute freeze had spread to the flame demon and sealed it. The terrifying flames that enveloped the flame demon were all broken and dispersed by Emolan, leaving the flame demon naked, as if Emolan had stripped him of his clothes. But although Emolan had stripped him and dispelled the flames around him, the flame demon did not sit there and wait for death, but twitched his snake whip, waving his fists, and bombarded the surrounding ice again and again with pure strength. It must be said that the flame demon is indeed an 8th level existence. And as a demon race, its strength and physique are also extremely strong. Even as a suspected magician, the flame demon also has extremely strong strength and physique. The power of a punch and a whip has reached the 8th level attack and explosion. making Emoland's ice seal unable to get close. It can only continuously strengthen the surrounding ice and limit the range of the flame demon's activities. Even so, this absolute seal still cannot seal the flame demon alone, and can only restrict it temporarily. One spell cannot seal the 8th level flame demon. Emoland shook his head slightly. Alas! Flame demon, human words? And the angry Linwood beside him turned his head and looked over. He immediately found a way to vent his anger. He stretched out his hand, and a space crack opened, revealing a black gun barrel. The diameter of the gun barrel made of an unknown element alloy was as high as 10 meters. The terrifying diameter could fit a building. The most important thing is that Liu Bin actually carries this terrifying giant weapon that cannot be installed on any current vehicle and can only be carried by the thick earth. He actually uses it as a single soldier weapon. At this moment, the barrel of this terrifying single soldier weapon is only 10 meters away from the 8th level flame demon, and it is directly on the forehead of the 8th level flame demon ready to fire. Although the flame demon is still struggling inside the ice, there is a large area of activity. But at this moment, Emoland's burst directly forces the flame demon's activity range to less than 10 meters. It is not even as large as the diameter of the barrel. Let you run. Let you dodge. No matter how much you run, you can't run away from the caliber of this gun. And no matter how much you dodge, you can't dodge the justice of this gun. The 8th level flame demon looked at the terrifying destructive power bred in the 10-meter diameter barrel, and there was a trace of cowardice and fear in his tyrannical eyes. High-level demon? Emoland shook his head slightly when he saw this. It made no difference whether it was a high-level demon or not. Boom! It was as if a nuclear bomb exploded in the barrel. The terrifying power should have spread destruction in all directions. But at this moment, the power that destroyed the world was forcibly restrained, even compressed, and could only be released from a muzzle of only 10 meters. Boom! The gray-brown destructive light column flashing with lightning passed between 1,000th of a second, 1/10,000th of a second, and 100,000th of a second, leaving only a trajectory full of dark cracks. It seemed that the space could not bear this terrifying force, and cracks were formed by the terrifying force. As for the front, which was the main attack, Emoland's ice seal, the 8th level fire demon inside the seal, and the ground under the fire demon were like hot water poured into ice and snow, melting instantly, being directly torn apart from the elemental basic particle level, and being wiped out. At this moment, Emoland understood that even elemental life would be no different in front of this destructive force. The terrifying destructive force and the various energy rays it carried would destroy all the elements in front, and even all the elemental basic particles. No life form could survive in front of them. The flame demon disappeared, and it seemed that even the transcendent core was gone. The cracks on the surface of the space healed directly, leaving only a dark and deep hole on the ground to prove what had just happened. Emoland thought, and a ground-breaking spell was formed, and released at the hole. The power of the earth element was released, and the ground shook slightly. A large hole appeared in the cracks of the extreme path, and then began to collapse. After a while, there was only a pile of rubble and new soil where the big hole was. A machine flew down from the invisible fighter, flashed and disappeared, and began to be installed. Emoland looked at the muzzle and pondered for a moment. This is equivalent to a small nuclear bomb for a single soldier. The launch distance should not be long. Right? What is the effective attack distance? That is, the distance at which the attack power is maintained, the distance at which the destructive force is concentrated? A few hundred meters. Linwood scratched his head, and Emoland was silent. Fortunately, you have successfully restricted the direction. It is only a one-way attack, otherwise, forget it, but you have only restricted the direction of the destructive force, and have not completed further control compression. Otherwise, the caliber of the gun barrel can be reduced a lot, which greatly increases the power and the attack distance. How can it be that easy? It is already hard for me to control such a terrifying destructive force, and ensure that the gun barrel will not be blown apart. You know, although the equivalent is very small, it is also a small nuclear bomb. Do you know how difficult it is to control the direction of energy release of a small nuclear bomb? And compress it? Can it be done by spatial means? Change the diameter of the 10-meter destructive force to 5 meters, or even 1 meter. Although the energy form itself has not changed, it can be used to attack with miraculous effects, which is equivalent to compressing the destructive energy. What are you thinking about? How thick and strong is the original space membrane of this world? But even this level of space has cracks when carrying this destructive force. If it is blocked in front, it will be directly broken for you to see if it is directly under the attack. Besides, our stretching space is all based on the spell structure, and the spell model affects the native space. Before the native space is broken, our spell structure and spell model have been broken, which is impossible. I have tried this method a long time ago, and it didn't work. Emolan nodded. In that case, let's go. I have completed the investigation. Although the radiation inside this blood pool is much stronger, there is still no condensed radiation stone. Well, let's go. The two disappeared directly on the spot and appeared in the invisible fighter, leaving only their voices. Wait, that's not right. The topic just now has not been finished. Why do you always change the subject? Don't you know that there are so many mages? Your efforts, the efforts of thousands of mages, countless shocking results, accounted for 50% of the gaps filled. But at least 50% was due to the situation at that time. Because of the world background at that time. The situation makes heroes. Now I ask you to do it again, and you can't do it. And you actually say that this can be done? Alas. Listen to me. The situation makes heroes. But heroes also make the situation. Only through hard work. After struggle. You can only know that you are not good enough. Right? Ah. The stealth fighter continued to fly forward, and the voices of the two gradually drifted away with the wind. Chapter 705. Everything is ready. 1, 2, 3. Emolan and Lin was started a horizontal search mode, searching blood pools one by one, killing 8th level demons, and then installing a mechanical device to filter the radiation at the bottom of the blood pool. The density of the second layer blood pool is not high, because each second layer blood pool is a superior blood pool of many first layer blood pools. So Emolan and Lin will often encounter a large number of first layer blood pools before searching for another second layer blood pool. This made Emolan and the others realize that the blood pools were not distributed layer by layer. It did not mean that the blood pools closer to the depths of the continent were necessarily of higher level. They were distributed irregularly. In that case, it is not very reasonable to call them the first and second blood pools. Let's call them the first and second blood pools. It is simple and clear. Linwa thought after hearing this. Whatever. It's just a name. I am considering another question now. If the level distribution of these blood pools is not based on the distance from the depths of the continent, what is it based on? Random distribution? If it is randomly distributed, it does not match our previous speculation that the radiation breath comes from the higher level blood pool. In this case, does the radiation breath come from the earth? Is it the earth vein channel through the blood, and the spiritual power is extracted from the land? Emolan also spoke up after hearing this. That's not the case. Maybe the reason why these deeper first level blood pools appear deeper than the second level blood pools is because the first level blood pools are not directly connected to the deeper blood pools, but are only connected to the second level blood pools. In other words, the first level blood pools are not connected to the third level blood pools, but to the second level blood pools. Although the straight line distance is closer, the distance of the earth veins is still about the same. Which makes sense. That's true. I still can't make a judgment. Linwa shook his head, and suddenly said, "Oh, by the way, President, there's no more fuel." What? I said the stored radioactive aura is used up. A few question marks appeared on Emolan's forehead. You only fired 3 shots with so much radiation? Hey, 3 shots are indeed 3 shots, but those are to kill. Oh no, 3 shots that can kill an 8th level demon instantly. Isn't that powerful enough? You have to know, if these radiation auras are simply to trigger a chain reaction to create a nuclear explosion, let alone 1/3, even if all of them are added together, they may not be able to kill an 8th level demon instantly. In terms of energy utilization, although the overall energy utilization is not high, it is twice as much as the previous chain reaction. Right? Where does your disdainful tone come from? Be content. Okay? Emolan smacked his lips, and after calculating in his mind, he immediately realized that Linma was right. It can only be said that the radiation aura is too fragile, or that the radiation aura they collected is too little, so little that they have not been able to successfully condense any physical matter that can be sensed. However, it doesn't matter whether physical matter can be condensed or not, as long as the amount is reached, it's fine as long as it can be used. This radiation is too difficult to collect. and it consumes too much energy. Don't mention it again. Compared to the uranium-235 that needs to be dug out in reality and purified at great risk, the superiority of our radiation that can be used directly after collection is simply too high. It is so high that it is incredible. There are ready-made raw materials for chain reactions, ready-made magic arrays that can trigger chain reactions, and even ready-made magic array force fields that can suppress the rate of chain reactions. Everything is ready-made. As long as we collect the radiation and learn how to use the magic arrays that trigger chain reactions, we can create a nuclear explosion. Once you learn how to create a magic circle force field that can suppress chain reactions, you can create controlled nuclear fission. This is so damn easy. The process of researching these things is not easy either. What's not easy about it? I'm embarrassed to say this shamelessly. Even the blood pool that filters the radiation is ready-made. What's not easy about it? Compared to the manufacturing of nuclear bombs in reality, the research on nuclear energy, the difficulty of manufacturing, what is the difficulty of ours like? It's like two primitive people learning to open the cover on the nuclear bomb launch button, and then learning to press the button, then they can use nuclear bombs, and they can use controlled nuclear fission energy. Linhua, this is a question I have thought about before, and these realities have triggered my thinking again, that is, it is really possible that nature can rely on coincidences, and evolve again and again to evolve ground veins that can utilize nuclear fission and controllable nuclear fission. Is the blood pool coming? Emolan looked at Linhua and asked. Linhua thought for a moment and then spoke. President, how many coincidences are needed to evolve humans in reality? Oh, let's not talk about humans. Let's talk about life. How many coincidences are needed for the birth of life? Emolan was silent after hearing this, and Linhua continued. In reality, all conditions for the birth of life are met, and thus life is born. As for the abyss world, if we assume that this is a continent rich in radiation, and the land of this continent is rich in radiation everywhere, then why is it impossible for the continent to evolve to utilize radiation and evolve controlled nuclear fission? You know, the bioenergy contained in our human body is also incredible. And this is also the result of the free evolution of nature. Emolan nodded slightly when he heard this. I understand what you mean. It is not inevitable to evolve strong people and profound technology. But it is inevitable that strong people and profound technology survive the competition and are passed down. However, this reminds me of another question. Where did this continent full of radiation come from? Where did so much radiation come from? You know, uranium in reality is the heaviest element discovered so far. According to the rules, this kind of radiation should also be a heavy element. Even if it is not the heaviest, it will not be too different. As far as the entire universe is concerned, heavy elements should occupy a relatively small part of all matter. Iron should be the norm. And the heavy element enrichment here is not normal no matter how you think about it. Linhua was silent, and spoke weakly after a long time. President, please stop arguing. Okay. This is not a construction site. The main thing is, do you think I would know? We can't even be sure whether there is radioactive aura enrichment here. You come to ask me why there is radioactive aura enrichment. Will I go crazy? This is not arguing. Arguing for the sake of arguing is arguing. Asking for the sake of knowledge is not arguing. This is a scientific research attitude of breaking the casserole to get to the bottom of things. And I am not asking you, but discussing with you, discussing. Okay, discuss, but now is not the time. Right? President, you should think about what we should do next when the radioactive aura is used up. Chapter 706 Demonic Civilization? Okay, I just think these are too simple. It stands to reason that nuclear materials that can easily cause chain reactions cannot appear in the natural environment. But imagine it from another perspective. Higher demons are also intelligent creatures. If a higher demon or a higher demon civilization at the level of a demon god discovered this substance containing destructive energy and used it, then constructed this entire blood pool system that spread across the continent, this seems understandable. Just like humans in reality have also invented nuclear bombs. And using controlled nuclear fission to build nuclear power plants is generally inexplicable. However, if this is true, then we have to reevaluate the high-level demons deep in this continent. Linhua was a little helpless when he heard this. But when he heard the rest, his face gradually became solemn. This was the closest to reality he heard, and the most likely guess to be realistic. If this is true, then there may be a civilization in this abyss continent that is more technologically advanced than in reality. And they are standing on the land of this civilization at this moment, to rob this civilization of its nuclear power plant. President, what you said is a bit creepy. Emolan smiled. It's just a guess. It may not be true, even if it is true. So what? We have done it, and we have been collecting radiation for so long, according to normal civilization. There should be a reaction. Even if it is just equivalent to a power outage. Someone should come to repair it. Right? But there is no one, so even if there is a civilization, it may be a problematic civilization, or a collapsed civilization. Are these blood pools just prehistoric relics? Well, it's more exciting, haha. Emolan smiled. Let's go to the next level 2 blood pool to test the waters. So what if there is no radiation? We still need to work harder. Right? If we work harder now, we won't have no radiation in the future. Okay. Linwa nodded. Then, the invisible plane continued to fly forward, while Emolan on the plane took out the current blood pool distribution map, looking at the blood pools that had been explored on it, took a pen to write and draw. President, what are you doing? Seeing this, Linwa looked over curiously. Emolan didn't look up, and continued to draw. Oh, I didn't do anything. I just wanted to see if I could find the distribution pattern of blood pools through the known blood pool distribution map. At least the distribution pattern of the upper and lower blood pools. Emolan pointed to the distribution map and said, look at these first level blood pools, and this second level blood pool, this part of the first level blood pool, and that second level blood pool. Although the distances are different, they are generally distributed in a circle. Like what? It's like a province is divided into cities, and the province cannot manage it directly, so it is divided into cities for auxiliary management, and the area of the city is too large, and it is divided into counties, and even towns, and villages, and the ground veins are the roads connecting these areas. In my opinion, the structure of the blood pool is somewhat similar to this. The first level blood pool we found is the town. The town is unevenly distributed around the county. This county can be regarded as a second level blood pool. Where is the third level blood pool above? We now know the location of several second level blood pools. Although some of the second level blood pools may be connected to other third level blood pools, although the distribution of these blood pools is not uniform or regular. But through the approximate distance, the direction can also be roughly estimated the approximate area where this third level blood pool is located. This should be of great help to our subsequent exploration and search. Linwood nodded silently, and quietly watched Emolan draw lines on the paper. And finally all the lines were extended to the same area, and the area was closed. Emolan tapped the area with a pen, and then drew a circle to circle the area and the surrounding area. This is almost the area. Once we find a few more secondary blood pools, we can limit the area to a smaller size, and then it will be easier to find. Otherwise, in such a large area, I am going to walk bit by bit to find the third level blood pool. It is a waste of time and too tiring. Yes. Linwood nodded, and then returned to his position, and continued to do the original experiment. And Emolan also put away the blood pool map, and took out the book list again to read. Now Emolan's interest in reading is getting higher and higher, and more sufficient. Because for Emolan now, knowledge is power. Oh no, that's not right. For a mage, knowledge is eternal power no matter when it is. But now, for Emolan who has mastered new abilities, this power can be realized more conveniently and quickly. Emolan is also immortal. When knowledge can be realized faster, and without any trouble, Emolan will naturally be motivated, and will naturally read books more seriously, and actively to learn new knowledge. The Abyss continent is extremely large, and the scope of each blood pool is also very large. Even the first level blood pool. There are often 1 or 2 first level blood pools between 2 second level blood pools, or even 3 or 4. So the distance between the second level blood pools is not short. And the exact location of the second level blood pool needs to be searched within a larger range. So it takes a long time to find the next second level blood pool. The moment the second blood pool was found, the alarm sounded again. Emolan immediately closed the projected book, stood up, took a step forward, and immediately appeared in front of the invisible fighter. After leaving the fighter, they were not attacked as before. Emolan and Linwood looked forward. There was an island in the middle of the blood pool that looked like a lake. The island was completely black. There was a stream of dark red magma flowing in the cracks on it. It was hot and terrifying. From time to time, a black flame full of demonic nature rose up, which made Emolan and Linwood's mental power feel the real burning. A flame that can burn spiritual power? Mo Lan was slightly surprised. General elemental flames cannot harm spiritual power. It seems that they are in two different worlds from spiritual power. So they cannot harm spiritual power. Unless the mage resonates with it on his own initiative. But Mo Lan is clearly not in a state of resonance with the dark flame. The flame on this demon can actually burn spiritual power in a normal state? President, stop a little. This 8th level demon is very valuable for research. I think our association is still missing a test subject. Lin will also notice this and said, pointing to the black island in the middle of the blood pool. I think so too. At this time, Mo Lan and Lin was unscrupulous spiritual power detection awakened the 8th level demon. The huge dark rock island stood up, and its momentum soared to the sky. Roar! Chapter 7073 People in Sync. Huh? The magic fire that can burn mental power, it can be said that. This 8th level demon is naturally restrained by mages. Linwa looked at the huge demon standing up carefully, and said slowly. Most of the information that mages perceive about the outside world comes from the detection and perception of mental power. Even the detection spells are generally based on mental power. Comparatively speaking, the eyes, ears, nose, skin, hair, and intuition that warriors rely on more do not account for a high proportion when mages perceive the outside world. This kind of magic fire does not need to be activated. It can burn mental power in normal state. If it is activated again, it will be more powerful. This makes the mage lose one arm in perception. The mage can only use the eyes, optical detection spells, and even sound wave detection spells. Although it is not blind, it is equivalent to blindness in comparison. All the magic spells released by the mage, whether it is combat, defense, or displacement spells, are based on the mental power structure spell model. And this magic fire directly burns the mental power. It's hard to deal with just thinking about it, Linwa muttered to himself. But Emolan poked it from the side. By the way, you can talk, but can you lend a hand? Although this 8th level demon in the shape of hellfire is not strong, it is really uncomfortable for the demon fire to burn the mental power. It hurts. Can you make some machinery to lock it? It hurts so much. I also need mental power to maintain the effect of the spell. Linwa turned his head and saw that the burly and ferocious 8th level demon had been stuck by thick and ferocious ground spikes and blue icicles several meters thick. The ground spikes went up from the bottom, and the icicles went down, interlacing up and down. The terrifying earth and water elements were boiling, forming a dense seal that stretched for thousands of meters, like a colorful and majestic iceberg. However, it was often the case that the black magic fire on the 8th level demon would flick and smash it hard, and the ground spikes and icicles around it would shatter. Linwa knew immediately when he saw it that it was impossible for the ground spikes and icicles to imprison this 8th level demon. Only Emolan's mental power could continuously transport elemental basic particles into it, and continuously repair and update the microstructure of the basic elemental particles inside, and even adjust the type of microstructure in real time according to the attack of the 8th level demon, to improve the targeting, and make one element play 10 times the effect. This kind of magical and almost Taoist micromanipulation of elemental basic particles can only be done by Emolan. The elemental affinity and elemental control of Emolan and Lin are more than one level apart. It is precisely because of this elemental control method that Emolan was able to develop the absolute freezing that directly freezes the basic particles of the elements, and was able to rely only on the strength of the 7th ring, and to control the 8th level demon with just 2 simple spells. You know, in terms of frontal strength, Lu Bin is slightly inferior, and has not reached the 8th level. Or in other words, he can fight with the 8th level, can play with the 8th level, and can easily escape from the 8th level, but basically cannot kill a normal 8th level. Among the 3 people, Emolan and Lin would have reached the level of 8th level demons in terms of direct strength. Lin used external objects, but Emolan used his own strength and mental power from beginning to end. In fact, except for the latest nuclear fission energy cannon, all the weapons and equipment that Lu Bin has, Emolan actually has one, and Lu Bin also has one. The 2 of them have little development ability, but they can use them, regardless of whether they use them or not. They are basically updated synchronously with Linwa. This is just like how Emolan promoted to the 7th ring. The method of improving elemental affinity will be given to Linwa, Lu Bin space lotus seeds. The method of opening up the inner space, the space structure method, will be synchronized to Emolan, Linwa's. The results of the 3 people are basically shared at the first time, but they are generally not used often. the three people have some sense of cooperation and competition when competing with each other. There is no need to use their own research directions, but if someone thinks that they only know the direction they are specialized in, other directions or loopholes are all shortcomings, then there will be a good show to watch. Of course, although the technology has been achieved, the use of it still depends on their thinking and proficiency. Among them, Emolan has extremely high elemental affinity, extremely wide elemental affinity, and elemental control that is close to the Tao. In addition, his mental power is far superior to theirs. These factors make Emolan the strongest among the three. His spells are also the strongest, although it is a bit troublesome to deal with the 8th level demon head-on. It should not be a big deal. However, the powerful ground spikes and ice pillars are in front of this 8th level demon. The dark magic fire on its body can burn Emolan's mental power directly. I don't know if it will spread and burn along the mental power, and it wants to burn into Emolan's brain along the mental power. This is not a problem. The dark magic fire is extremely harmful to mental power, but its spread is a little slow, or it is relatively slow. As long as Emolan disconnects his mental power in time, nothing will happen. The main problem is that after the mental power is withdrawn, the ground spikes and ice pillars can't hold up. After the mental power is withdrawn, the ground spikes and ice pillars lose their changes, and lose the continuous supply of elements. Although the strength of the ground spikes and ice pillars can still seal the 7th level demon, it is still a little short of the powerful 8th level demon. It's easy to kill, but hard to catch. If I didn't want to catch it, there wouldn't be so much trouble. This thing naturally restrains me. Once the magic fire on its body burns my mental power, no sealing spell of mine can withstand it. Are you ready? Your machine is the easiest to use. Its physical strength has reached the 8th level, and it can withstand the destruction of the 8th level demon. In addition, the mechanical control does not require mental power, so it is not afraid of magic fire, and can control it. Here it comes. Don't worry. I don't have a ready-made mechanical lock. Let me modify it, and I'll build it for it. Lin was summoned a huge mecha amid the passionate music, and then used the tower spirit to edit a simple mechanical lock control program while making substantial modifications and optimizations to the mecha. Emolan even saw him take out the fire phoenix anvil he carried with him to melt elemental alloys to make some parts. This ability was also something that Emolan and Lu Bin did not have. They usually used ready-made ones. If they broke, they would let the mechanically loaded tower spirit repair themselves. If the tower spirit could not repair it, it would be thrown to Linwood to repair. Huh? Wait. Why is my fire phoenix anvil with him? When did he touch it? Hiss. Emolan was accidentally hit by the magic fire when he was delaying the 8th level demon, and he immediately gasped in pain. Chapter 708 Meteorites fall from the sky. Hiss, it hurts. Emolan twitched his lips. Mental power is an invisible and intangible force used by mages for perception. It is extremely sensitive. Like hands, the more flexible and sensitive, the denser the nerves, and the more painful it is when it is injured. The same is true for mental power. And Emolan's mental power is more sensitive than that of ordinary people. It is enough to directly perceive the elemental basic particles, and directly control the mental power at the elemental particle level. It will only hurt more than ordinary people's mental power when it is injured. It was fine before, I was prepared in my heart, but now I was caught off guard and provoked. Emolan couldn't bear it. I have been tolerating you and letting you go before. I used defense, sealing spells, and the heaviest was the ground spikes that kept rising from the ground. Is this giving you face? Emolan thought directly. In an instant, several fire phoenixes instantly soared into the sky, and they were holding soul stone balls in their mouths, but in an instant, the end of Emolan's mental power appeared 100,000 meters away from Emolan, a full 100,000 meters in the sky. At this time, Emolan showed a smile on his face. Before, the dome of the underground world was too low, which made me feel constrained, and I could only use the repulsion spell, assisted by the anti-gravity rule, but it was not the gravity rule, so it couldn't work very well, so I had never had the chance to fully release the move I had conceived before. Now the sky is high and the ground is far away, I can give it a try. Emolan slowly closed his eyes, and used a little thought to hold back the 8th level demon, and focused his main energy on the position of 100,000 meters in the sky, but he frowned at the beginning. 10,000 meters above the ground is too far away, and the earth element is extremely rare. Since it is not in the main material world, there is no way to open the space channel of the earth element world to attract some earth elements. In desperation, he had to move the earth elements from a position close to the ground, which greatly prolonged the preparation time for this spell that was originally expected to be completed in a few minutes. But there was no other way. He could only prepare little by little. It took Emolan a lot of effort to move enough earth elements from a height close to the ground to complete this spell. Then, this huge earth element condensed continuously, and quickly turned into rocks under the effect of one spell structure after another. And finally an enhanced stone wall structure appeared. In an instant, the huge stone block that was as big as a mountain collapsed instantly, and turned into a conical black rock that was 10 meters long. And 4 wind guide grooves were carefully fixed, which were similar to the feathers at the end of an arrow. After this black rock was compressed by Emolan to the point where it could not be compressed any further. The density of this rock had reached an extremely terrifying level. It looked small, but it had the terrifying weight of a stone mountain. The most important thing is that Emolan had spent a lot of effort to lift such a heavy rock at an altitude of 100,000 meters. At this moment, his mental strength could no longer hold on. However, Emolan did not need to see this. Emolan thought and relaxed. Fall, although it has not reached the peak yet, and is not worthy a ban, it is much stronger than when it fought the Dark God. It should be a bit like it. Meteorite falling from the sky. As soon as the voice fell, the cone-shaped rock lost its support and began to fall freely under the action of gravity. And Emolan was still helping continuously, increasing the falling speed of the cone-shaped rock to the fastest in the shortest time. Before long, the speed of the cone-shaped rock reached a terrifying speed of several kilometers per second. At this moment, there was already a very conspicuous fire and tail in the sky. Look over there, what a beautiful meteor. In a rice field at the edge of the Abyss continent, a mage pointed at the fire and tail in the distance and said excitedly. At this time, Linwa also felt something and looked up. Oh, what a beautiful meteor. Yeah, it's pretty. Emolan nodded in agreement, and Linwa felt something was wrong at this time. Wait. Why is there something wrong with the trajectory of this meteor? This speed, this trajectory, plus the influence of gravity, atmospheric resistance. The more Linwa calculated, the more he felt something was wrong. But when he got the final result, his eyes widened and he reacted instantly. Fuck. President. Don't get too excited. Don't get too excited. Linwa was crazy. At this time, the terrifying air pressure had enveloped the entire area. Even the 8th level demon looked up. His eyes, which were originally full of tyranny and killing, became a little dazed. A thick black rock finger pointed at the meteorite, then pointed at himself, and finally pointed at Emolan, and then pointed at himself. Hey, calm down. Calm down. I originally wanted to teach this 8th level demon a lesson, but then I thought about going higher, heavier, faster, and then I prepared for more than half an hour, so the power was a little bigger than expected. Bigger? Move away, I feel it's flying towards us. Don't worry. Don't worry. Falling from an altitude of 100,000 meters, gravity, air resistance, and countless other factors affect the trajectory of this meteorite, and I just interfered with its orbit before the speed was increased in the first half. There are so many variables later, I can't aim, the orbit can't happen to be here. Can't aim? Linwa breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment he became nervous again. Wait, you mean you can't interfere with the meteorite's orbit? Isn't that nonsense? A meteorite with a speed of nearly 100,000 kilometers per second. Do you know how much force you need to change its angle even a little? If I could interfere, I wouldn't have conceived this spell. It's because I can't interfere with this force. And it's so huge that no one else can interfere with it. So I came up with it. Where is the landing point? Although it was a mental communication, Emolan could still feel the trembling of Linwa's mental power. I don't know. Emolan waved his hand and drew a circle. My calculation shows that the end of the orbit is within this circle. As for the specific location, I don't know. There are too many interfering factors. We are still some distance away from the ground. We can't get a more accurate position. So immediately? Yes. Linwa was about to take off and run. But Emolan's faint words came through his mental power. Are you sure you won't run into the falling position of the meteorite? You know, when you can accurately calculate the falling point of the meteorite, your speed is not enough to let you run out of the weakest range of the meteorite. Linwa stopped immediately and prepared to build a defense. Give up. Let me come up with a spell that may be close to the power of the legendary forbidden spell. If you can block it, then what else can I come up with? I can't even block it. Emolan said very stubbornly. Then how did you stay so calm? Linhua asked faintly. I believe my spell will not fall on my feet. And instead of running away, instead of building defense, it's better to stand there with your hands behind your back and look up at the stars like me. What's the use? Emolan smoothed his hair with a slightly trembling hand. Keep it decent. Chapter 709 Free Combination Array. Boom! The meteorite with a long trail of fire hit a high mountain in the distance. At this moment, Emolan saw the high mountain disappear in front of his eyes, and then endless dust and smoke rose into the sky. Thunder, lightning, the earth shook violently, as if the world was destroyed. The terrifying shock caused the mountains to fall down one after another, and the earth to crack. Although the meteorite fell quite far away from Emolan and his group, the terrifying shock was comparable to the 7th ring earth-based shock spell. Even the inside of the huge blood pool was in turmoil, and blood columns were rising. Look! You're fine. What's the big deal? Emolan calmly tidied up his hair that was shaken and messed up by the aftermath. Lucky, Linhua said with lingering fear. But Emolan smiled. Do you really think it's lucky? Linhua was shocked, and then reacted. It's not luck. But you made the meteorite deviate? At that terrifying speed of nearly 10 kilometers per second. Let alone you are only a 7th ring. Even if you are a 9th ring. You can't do anything. You can't affect the angle of the meteorite to deviate even a little bit. Heh. When did I say that it was affected after the speed increased? What do you mean? Linhua looked at Emolan in doubt. Since I have decided to increase the altitude and weight, do you think I would not know how much kinetic energy such a heavy and large object would have if it fell from a height of 100,000 meters? There are ready-made formulas in reality. And the gravity in this world is not much different from that in reality. At most, there are factors such as rotation that need to be considered. Do you think I can't calculate the approximate power and killing range? You are overthinking it. It's just calculating an interval and getting a rough range. It's very simple. When it has reached the power and damage range, how could I use the meteorite to attack the 8th level demon as originally planned and try to injure the 8th level demon? Is this an injury? I'm afraid he will die while being hurt. Linhua's mouth twitched slightly. That's not the point. The point is that I already understood the power, so I led the meteorite far away from the beginning. Otherwise, how could the meteorite fall so far away? Don't you find it a coincidence? The meteorite fell not too far away, and the shock and aftermath it caused were just the 7-ring spell fragments that we can withstand and resist? This is not a coincidence, it's just my calculation in advance. Linhua almost believed it when he heard it, until he remembered Emolan shaking hands when he was fixing his hair. Make up? Make up? Keep making up. If your hands hadn't been shaking before, I would have believed it. If this is your plan, then why are your hands shaking? What are you afraid of? Emolan's face froze when he heard this. Calculation. Calculations are bound to have errors and errors. Linhua's face froze. And he used the stone wall technique to build a table in front of him. And then slammed the table. Die for me. As soon as the voice fell, Linhua disappeared on the spot. And the mecha that had been transformed rushed out. With the assistance of Emolan, the 8th level demon was subdued by Linhua in a short while. The huge mecha was half unfolded, and its limbs were directly buckled on the body of the 8th level demon. At the same time, a large number of mechanical arms extended from the mecha, and then circled the 8th level demon, and connected to the mecha again, locking the 8th level demon tightly on the mecha. Then, the specially designed machinery penetrated into the joints of the 8th level demon like a stream of water, and locked the body of the 8th level demon tightly. At the same time, a number of sharp bone-penetrating steel needles rotated at high speed and broke into the body of the 8th level demon, and stretched out their claws to buckle tightly inside. Then, the patterns on the mecha, the spell nodes, and the mechanisms quickly constructed a huge magic array. Forbidden magic field. The powerful and huge force field opened up and directly covered the whole body of the 8th level demon, and was transmitted into it along the steel needles pierced into its body, directly suppressing the activity of the elements. In an instant, the 8th level demon inside and out, and even the surrounding elements became full of inertia. Ordinary creatures, warriors, mages had no way to mobilize the slightest element. Only the strong among the mages could use powerful mental power to forcibly mobilize the elements under suppression. The effect of this magic circle is the conclusion drawn by Emolan, Linhua, and Lu Bin through personal experiments. Of course, it would be much easier to call upon the power in one's body. Although the power and effect are greatly reduced within the force field, spells can still be released. But at this moment, the forbidden magic force field targeting the 8th level demon has penetrated into its body through the bone-penetrating steel needles, and the energy in its body has fallen into silence. And the dark magic fire burning on its body is useless no matter how it burns. Perhaps at the beginning, the tower's spirit and mental power participated. But after the mechanical seal was completed, it was locked with a mechanical lock. No mental power was needed, and even the magic array running on the mecha was fixed on the metal of the mecha, rather than being constructed and carried by mental power. For a moment, the 8th level demon could only roar in anger. Fortunately, this 8th level demon has a fixed shape and can be sealed with high-strength metal. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with. Killing it may be okay, but sealing and capturing it is difficult. Yeah. Emolan nodded gently. Your free combination array is becoming more and more mature, and it can be used in preliminary applications. The so-called free combination array is based on the principle of movable type printing, or modular combination, and summarizes and manufactures the commonly used spell models, spell architecture, and even commonly used wizard nodes and energy pathway styles as much as possible. After all these are prepared, there is no fixed array, but whichever one is needed in actual use, it can be combined to adapt to the situation. It is not mature enough. So far, it can only evolve 3 arrays. This forbidden magic array was fixed by me working overtime to modify it. The gap between the real ever-changing and random combination is too big. Well, if you want to complete the ever-changing, you must find out the common configurations of all the magic node sizes, the thickness and length of the energy channels. Node size, channel thickness and length. There are billions of combinations, endless. It is impossible to make all constant. You can only find out as many nodes as possible in the array, then make the channels constant, and complete the random changes between some arrays. Well, I understand the idea. So much time has passed, and only 3 arrays have been completed so far. Linwa nodded, suddenly asked in a strange way. President, where are you going? To see where the meteorite landed, to see its power. To see the Earth, to see if there are any blood pools that have been blown up, to see if there are any earth veins that have burst blood vessels. Emolan said without turning his head. But you are going in the wrong direction. The meteorite landed behind you. Emolan turned around and looked at Linwa in surprise. You actually plan to go and see it in person? Are you so brave? Chapter 710 Meteor? Sneak attack. You make a lot of sense. Linwa was speechless, so he had to speed up and catch up with Emolan. That's right, the meteorite made such a big noise when it fell, and a mountain that big disappeared without a trace, and the terrain of an entire area was changed directly. The meteor that attracted such attention before, and the terrifying vibration of the continent when it landed, if it was the place next to my house, and made such a big noise, I would definitely go and see it. It would be strange if there were no high-level demons there. If we went there in person, even though we are players, we would not really die if we died, but there is no need to waste our lives like this. Linwa was speechless. You make a lot of sense. But why do I feel that you are the least qualified to say such things? Did you forget about the meteorite just falling? Emolan continued to speak without blushing or beating his heart. My meteorite technique is still a little bit lacking. It's okay if it's in the main material world. I can open up the space channel of the Earth element world to collect Earth elements. In this way, it only takes 10 minutes to release the spell and complete the attack. In this abyss world, the Earth elements in the sky are too scarce. They have to be transported from below. Only after enough Earth elements are transported can we start preparing spells. Now the casting speed has increased several times. It will take more than half an hour to complete it. Compared to a spell, the casting speed is too slow. In normal combat, it is enough for others to kill me many times. And because my mental power can only reach 5,000 meters outward, if I want to reach an altitude of 100,000 meters, or even higher, I need a soul stone to carry the spell slot as an intermediary, which is extremely easy to leave a flaw and expand the target. In addition, the accurate attack of meteorites is also a problem. But correcting the shape of meteorites and making stabilizing wings should solve some problems. If the orbit deduction is strengthened, it should be possible to achieve a small error in the attack of meteorites. It may not be very useful for single combat, but it should be quite useful for attacking fixed targets, such as cities or armies. I won't say anything about armies attack a city. You don't call it an attack, you call it a massacre. Another said unhappily. Emolan nodded after thinking about it. Okay, attack a city is not good, but I just thought about it carefully actually. This spell may not be unusable for single combat, I can use it for sneak attacks. Although this spell has problems such as long casting time, insufficient attack accuracy, and I am easily attacked, but it also has advantages. For example, the attack is powerful, and the attack range is extremely large. If I can't hit it, then I can't hit it. If the opponent runs ahead, then he runs ahead. It doesn't matter. As long as my attack range is so large that others can't run away even if they run half an hour ahead. That's enough. Wonderful. A sneak attack god level spell. Linwa opened his eyes in disbelief, pointing to the sky, pointing to the smoke that had not yet dissipated, and pointing to the mountain that had disappeared. You call this a sneak attack? Huh? A sneak attack. What's the problem? Emolan looked at him in confusion. Linwa wanted to refute, but suddenly he didn't know how to refute it. It was as if someone told him that to assassinate a person, he only needed to destroy the world. Wouldn't the person be killed? Look now. Now is a perfect opportunity for a sneak attack. Emolan pointed at the huge dust ball that had not yet dissipated. How many powerful demons do you think will gather around that meteorite? How many powerful demons do you think will curiously go over to take a look? Go over and take a look. Linwa, I suddenly don't want to go over to see it. What's the point of going over to see it? If we throw another meteorite over, it will just explode. Why do we need to kill any demons? We can just go over and pick up blood from the pool. Great. Linwa was stunned. He opened his mouth. He didn't know what to say. He turned his head to look at the huge dust cloud. I don't know if it was an illusion. He seemed to see beams of light cutting through the dust and sinking into the dust cloud. Is it a flying demon? A moment of silence. Linwa's mind was a little confused for a moment, but he immediately sorted out his thoughts. He turned his head to look at Emolan and said slowly, President, you are planning to. I have no objection to a sneak attack. Linwa hesitated for a moment before saying those two words. But I would like to remind you that, at almost the same time, two meteorites fell in succession in the same place, with overlapping landing points, which is an extremely eye-catching human trace. This is almost telling the entire Abyss continent, telling all the intelligent life that can observe this place, telling them that there are intelligent creatures active here. This is almost exposing our own existence to them, which will directly attract all their attention. After all, your sneak attack is not a sneak attack. Why is my sneak attack not a sneak attack? Emolan said with a smile. As for what you said about attracting attention, it does make sense. But unfortunately, although this meteorite was completely shattered during the collision with the Earth, there must be fragments. As long as there is a brain, and some intelligent life with some technology, it can judge from the fragments that this meteorite is not formed naturally, but created by humans. So no matter what, we will definitely attract attention. What are you going to do? Lin Wuxing asked. And Emolan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said softly, I want to meet them, no matter if they are enemies or friends. As long as there is contact, my understanding of them will increase and improve exponentially. This can give me a deeper understanding of this Abyss continent. After all, we are already so far away from the location of the gate to the other world. We don't have to worry about the retreat being cut off. In this case, why don't we take a risk? There is already a certain risk anyway. So why not try to turn it into a good thing? And maybe we can occupy and explore a level 3 blood pool. Or even a higher level 4 blood pool? Linwa thought for a moment, then nodded slowly. Since 1 is enough, and 2 is also enough, then I'll do 1 too. If we do 2, the effect should be better. Right? Emolan smacked his lips. Hit. As soon as the words fell, Emolan and Linwa's bodies sank directly, and in the blink of an eye they sank into the ground, hiding in the earth. And then, the Fire Phoenix and the drone carried the 2's spells and rushed straight into the sky. It took a lot of effort for the 2 to finally gather the huge earth element used to condense the meteorite. Under the condensation of the 2 unscrupulous mages, 2 huge rocks slowly took shape at an altitude of 100,000 meters. The 2 conical black rocks, one large and one small, were extremely heavy, and they had reached the limit of the mental strength of Emolan and Linwa. Finally, the 2 meteorites began to fall slowly, gradually accelerating. Sneak attack. Chapter 711 Cruising Meteorites? Boom! Boom! The 2 meteorites were wrapped in flames, with long tails. and broke through the dust cloud raised by the previous meteorite that blew up the mountain at a very fast speed, immersed in it, and directly plowed a channel in the dust cloud. At this moment, Lin was seen to see many objects flying up in the smoke and running out, but it was too late. Curiosity kills the cat. Facing a meteorite falling at a high speed, unless you escape before it speeds up, otherwise. Facing a meteorite with a speed of up to 10 kilometers per second at close range, and a wide range of attack, Emolan has not found any person or other creature that can reach this speed. So under the watchful eyes of Emolan and Linhua, before the creatures in the dust could fly out of the dust, 2 meteorites had already landed. The terrifying power and aftermath directly swept all objects in the range. Boom! Boom! 2 meteorites landed in succession. No creature could survive such a collision. Feeling the terrifying vibration, watching the rapidly expanding dust cloud, lightning, thunder, earthquake, dark clouds, everything was full of the breath of destruction, which made Lin was face flushed. Just like putting a super large firecracker in cow dung when he was a child. President, is it not enough? Otherwise, why should I put 2 more? Emolan rolled his eyes when he heard this. If we set off 2 more people who are still alive, they won't be able to kill them. Besides, it takes more than half an hour to prepare one. By the time the preparation arrives, everything will have run away. It's just hitting the air. We are idle anyway. It's the same if we hit one or another. Linhua urged. Get lost. It's not that easy to hit. Do you think it's firecrackers? We may just hit one by coincidence. We will hit 2 more to demonstrate our strength. But if you hit the 4th or even the 5th one, it's a naked provocation. If there is such an uncontrollable crazy enemy, they will kill us at all costs. So if you have this spare time, you might as well study how to prevent others from hitting us with meteorites. Theoretically, as long as you reach the 7th ring, you will have the ability to release meteorites. Although the strength, height, speed, and orbit calculation may be a little worse, it is still a meteorite after all. If someone drops one on our foreheads one day, it will be a big joke. 7th ring mage. 7th ring mage. Emolan muttered. 7th ring mage can be called a walking nuclear missile launcher. A walking strategic deterrent. Wherever he goes, meteorites will hit him. Who can bear it? Who can stop it? So we must solve this problem before the 7th ring spell appears in large numbers, and the meteorite spell spreads. And find a way to resist or intercept meteorites. This. I always feel that you are fighting wits and courage with the air. Linhua muttered. And then continued. But what you said makes sense. President, we need to develop a spell to counter meteorite. This spell must be able to attack high-speed objects, and must be able to strike at a speed of 10 kilometers per second on a fixed orbit. And while having the strike function, it must also have enough energy, either to deflect the meteorite, or to directly destroy it. Well, I didn't expect the spell to counter meteorite, but I did think of another use of meteorite. President, do we want to have a few meteorites floating in the sky all year round, so that we can just wave our hands and call them down whenever we want, and strike immediately? Continuous strike. Clean strike. Emolan was stunned when he heard this, and continued. It's like we need to use a satellite, and then temporarily build a rocket to launch one. Oh no. We temporarily build a satellite, and then send it up with a rocket. This is such a waste of time. Why don't we just build a meteorite, and let it float in the sky? We can use it whenever we need it. When we are done, we can send another batch up when we have time. Oh. This. Emolan was stunned. Then changed his mind, and shook his head again. No. The atmosphere of this world is extremely high and thick. Or it is not the atmosphere, but a fusion of the world barrier and the atmosphere. With our current strength, it is impossible to break through the atmosphere and put the meteorite into the near-Earth orbit to circle. If we don't send it out of the atmosphere, we must provide the power of flight to make the meteorite resist gravity if we want it to fly normally in the atmosphere. How much power is needed to lift the meteorite that our 7-ring mages have tried their best to lift? Etc. No, why should I lift the meteorite? I just need to send the Earth element pool to the sky. How heavy is the Earth element pool? And although it can't directly form a meteorite, but with a ready-made Earth element, the speed of condensing the meteorite is also faster than going to the Earth element world to collect it temporarily. It can shorten the casting time by 1 or 2 minutes, but it can only shorten it by 1 or 2 minutes. Emolan thought about it, and shook his head. It won't work much. Unless there are ready-made meteorites. Otherwise, even if there are Earth elements in the sky, The process of making meteorites cannot be avoided. However, Emolan said slowly after a moment of silence, this structure can be installed on the floating city, so that meteorites can always be prepared for attack at any time. If a matching operating launch system, repulsion acceleration system, and other acceleration devices are installed on the floating city, the acceleration time of the meteorite can be directly reduced. Then perhaps it is really possible to complete the launch of the meteorite within 1 or 2 minutes. And the attack mission? Yes, let's do it this way. Linwo licked his lips after hearing this, and was about to say something when he saw Emolan floating up to the ground and preparing to leave. Hey, where are you going? President? Huh? Why haven't you come up yet? Go deeper. The meteorite just killed so many demons. Why don't you seize this precious opportunity? I want to occupy 1 or 2 level 3 blood pools, or even spy on the level 4 blood pools. Linwo's eyes lit up when he heard this. Get on the plane, let's go there quickly. Such a precious opportunity can't be wasted. But it would be a pity not to see where the meteorite landed. I also want to see if there are any ground veins that have been blown up. If we can see the broken earth vein passage, maybe we can enter the earth vein passage to explore. Or even find a way to enter the earth vein passage. Linwo felt quite pity. But Emolan said indifferently, it doesn't matter. We can use the meteorite technique at any time. It doesn't matter whether we watch it now or not. We must seize the precious opportunity in front of us. As for the landing point of the meteorite, we can quietly throw a meteorite when we have time. It's not a big deal. Okay, let's go! Before he finished speaking, the invisible fighter instantly burst into the air at a high speed. Chapter 712 7th Level Ferocious Bird. Level 2 Blood Pool. Emolan's spiritual power slightly sensed that there was a huge level 2 blood pool in front of him, but there was no demon next to the blood pool. Did this level 8 demon go to watch the fun and watch himself die? Linwo muttered. President, should we go down to install the machine? Emolan said directly and decisively without any hesitation. No, when can we kill the level 8 demon? The chances of killing the level 9 demon or even the level 10 demon are not always there. Let's get the most precious 3rd level blood pool first. I've marked this 2nd level blood pool. Remember the coordinates. When we finish dealing with things, come and deal with it at any time. You can't run away. While speaking, Emolan marked the location of this 2nd level blood pool on his blood pool orientation map, and used the location of this 2nd level blood pool combined with the previous 2nd level blood pool location to deduce the possible location area of the 3rd level blood pool again, directly narrowing the possible area again. Turn left to 15 degrees, accelerate forward. After Emolan finished speaking, Linwo did not say anything, but began to control the fighter plane himself. The moment Linwo took over the fighter plane, its speed increased instantly. However, with the increase in speed, the optical invisibility on the surface of the stealth fighter plane gradually distorted, and finally collapsed, causing the fighter plane to lose its optical concealment. Any creature with eyes could see it as long as it was not blind. The mute function was even simpler. It collapsed instantly at the moment of the speed increase. Then, a terrifying roar and a sonic boom instantly resounded between heaven and earth. At this moment, countless demons looked up, and the skies seemed to be thundering. Thunder roared, and then a fighter plane roared past, and disappeared from sight in an instant, leaving only a group of confused demons. However, at the same time, the sonic booms and roars that resounded through the heavens and earth also attracted the attention of many flying demons. However, when they found that other flying objects were flying over their territory and making provocative sonic booms, they were extremely angry and instantly exploded. Shee! Roar! Ouch! All kinds of flying demons made strange calls, and countless different flying demons all rushed towards the fighter plane at high speed. However, the fighter plane was a supersonic fighter plane, and it was currently flying at supersonic speed. The flying speed was far faster than sound. So when the flying demons heard the whistling sound of the fighter plane exploding the street, the fighter plane had already gone far away. And with the terrifying speed of the fighter plane, ordinary flying demons were not even worthy of being eaten. You know, this stealth fighter was specially used by Linwo for traveling and running away. Traveling away is fine. There is sometimes not much difference between going faster or slower. But the real key is the latter function, running away. In order to make the flying speed of this fighter reach the perfect running effect, when designing and manufacturing it, Linwo went to Lu Bin for advice, and even asked Emolan for a lot of opinions. But Emolan didn't pay attention, and didn't ask in detail at that time, so he didn't know it was used to build an airplane. In addition, Lin will also put his most advanced technology into this plane. Finally, this fighter is the best in terms of design, materials, and manufacturing. Lin will also keeps a high frequency of real-time updates to ensure that this fighter will be the fastest at any time. The stealth cruise mode controlled by the tower spirit is fine. That is the rush mode. But as long as Lin takes over the control personally, he can enter the extreme speed mode, abandoning all optical and sound effects. Every part of the entire fighter and every magic array has only one purpose: to speed up. Faster. 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 This level of speed, let alone the 7th level or even lower level flying demons chasing. Even the ordinary 8th level ones are not qualified to eat dust. Not worthy. President, let me tell you, the straight line speed of my fighter is amazing. Not to mention the 7th level and the 8th level that are not good at speed. Even the 8th level demons that are good at speed are not worthy of eating my dust. Unless there is a truly extremely fast one, that is, the peak of the 8th level, or even the fastest among the 8th level creatures. It is worthy of eating my exhaust. You know, for the sake of extreme speed. I even gave up turning, flexibility, and everything else. Everything is for the ultimate straight line speed, just like a rocket, without turning. Let alone humans, creatures, even the skills they use can't catch up with me. Unless it's a demon that has truly reached the 8th order limit speed. Are you talking about the kind outside? Emolan suddenly said. Linwa was stunned, looked back, felt bad immediately, only to see a palm-sized ferocious bird following behind. This ferocious bird is only the size of a palm. Its whole body seems to be made of divine iron. Its feathers, its hooked beak, and its sharp claws emit a faint light. And this palm-sized ferocious bird exudes a powerful aura belonging to the 7th level. Oh, it's only the 7th level, Emolan said suddenly. Look, it's still accelerating, accelerating. Oh Linwa, it's almost catching up with you. Linwa widened his eyes, stared at Emolan, and then covered his chest. Because he just looked twice more, and found that this 7th level ferocious bird was actually still accelerating, getting closer and closer, getting closer and closer. TSK TSK. Emolan clicked his tongue, and said nothing, but it was better than saying it, making Linwa feel uncomfortable in his chest, and his face turned black. At this time, the ferocious bird caught up, and kept pace with the fighter plane, and even had a tendency to surpass it. Linwa saw that the ferocious bird tilted its head slightly, and a hint of pride appeared in its fierce eyes, and it was about to surpass it after a slight cry. High-level demon? Linwa thought with a dark face, and an idea popped up in his mind. As soon as the idea moved, a large net was formed to instantly catch the 7th level ferocious bird and bring it into the plane. 7th level ferocious bird? ? Linwa sneered at this. It's only the 7th level. Can I beat you if I can't fly? Just stay here. 7th level ferocious bird. The ferocious bird, which was only the size of a palm, struggled violently, and its wings, eagle beak, and sharp claws struggled to break Linwa's restraints, but Linwa was right next to him. How could he let it run away? He directly strengthened the seal continuously, and threw the ferocious bird aside after it could no longer move. Stay here. I'll take care of you later. Linwa sneered. Emolan beside him found it funny, and looked up and down at this 7th level ferocious bird. He was obviously curious about how it could burst out at such a high speed, even though it was only 7th level. You know, there was indeed an 8th level flying demon chasing this fighter plane before, but it was still easily thrown away by the fighter plane. Linwa was indeed not bragging. But this 7th level ferocious bird did catch up. Chapter 713 Level 3 Blood Pool. Awesome, with the strength of level 7. It can burst out to be level 8. No, it should be level 7 with a speed exceeding level 8. Is it because of its small size? No, I don't know, there must be other reasons. Emolan muttered. Linwa personally piloted the fighter plane to fly at high speed in overload mode, while Emolan was playing with his level 7 demon beside him. It's a pity that it's not an elemental life. It would be great if it was an elemental life. Emolan was quite disappointed. Now, he uses the condensed Fire Phoenix to transport the soul stones that carry the spell slots. The Fire Phoenix has good combat power, and is not slow. It is suitable for this job. However, if we can find a faster carrier that can be constructed with elements, it would be even better. Because within a 5,000 meter radius, Emolan's spiritual power can reach it in an instant, and the time required is almost negligible. However, If it is beyond a 5,000-meter radius, the spell slot must be used as an intermediary. Wherever the intermediary reaches, the spiritual power can spread immediately. Therefore, what limits the speed of Imolan's spiritual power spreading is actually the speed of the carrier transporting the spell slot. That is, the speed of transporting the soul stone. For a mage, spiritual power is combat power, and the range of spiritual power is within the range. If the speed of the range can be increased, it is of great significance to the mage, and it is crucial. This 7th level demon bird in front of us can burst out the 8th level limit, or even exceed the 8th level extreme speed. But it is a pity that it is not an elemental life. Forget it. Although it is not an elemental life, it cannot be directly constructed. But if I can find and analyze the reason why it flies so fast, then I can modify the Fire Phoenix. Anyway, I have modified the Fire Phoenix more than once or twice, so it doesn't matter if I modify it again, Imolan muttered. And his mental power enveloped the fierce bird and carefully examined it, and tried to probe his mental power into its body to find the secret of its extreme speed. This little guy is quite spiritual. This is the first time I have seen such a high spirituality among demons. Although it is rather irritable, there is no cruelty or killing in its eyes, but it is full of spirituality. It doesn't look like a demon at all, it's more like a bird with a bad temper. If it wasn't for the breath of the abyss, I would have thought it was a bird that had strayed into the abyss from nowhere. Imolan has never found an opportunity to penetrate the body of this 7th level vicious bird. This vicious bird is not only very vigilant, it keeps guarding against Imolan. Its body is also very powerful. The feathers all over its body are like a black armor that tightly wraps its body. Even the joints of feathers do not leave any flaws. This makes the 7th level vicious bird look like one body. Imolan was about to say something, but suddenly he noticed that the speed of the fighter plane began to slow down significantly. Have you found it? Why is it slowing down? Such a large deceleration. Not found yet. Why slow down if you haven't found it? It's a waste of time. The fighter plane is overloaded to the limit. If it continues to run at this speed, it will be permanently damaged in less than a minute, and the speed will be permanently reduced. It's not worth it. Oh, so that's it. But it's only been a short time, and it's going to be useless? I thought your fighter plane could keep flying at this speed. So this is just overclocking mode, Imolan said quite disappointedly. Linwood shook his head and said after hearing this disappointed tone, "It's okay, the time limit of overclocking mode is not a problem with the fighter, but a problem with people." Huh? When Imolan was wondering, Linwood had already stopped the battle and summoned another brand new fighter, and soon they were flying at high speed in overclocking mode again. See, we can continue the overclocking mode again. You make sense, but how long can you keep this overclocking mode? Do you have any new fighters? No. Then can you use this fighter to do two things at the same time, or can you use an automatic factory to repair the fighter? No. Imolan suddenly realized. Oh, I see. Your fighter plane is fine. You have a problem. Linwa opened his mouth, but was speechless. Isn't it? Yes. Level 3 blood pool? Lin was suddenly shouted in surprise when he was halfway through his words. Imolan rolled his eyes. What an old trick. Don't try to change the subject. You are not suitable for changing the subject. Huh? Got it. Is it really a level 3 blood pool? Imolan stood up in surprise. In his perception, there was a huge blood pool. In the entire blood pool, there was no other life except for the endless demon worms killing and devouring each other. Imolan and Lin looked at each other. They could see the surprise in each other's eyes. Did the 9th level demon here also watch the fun and watch himself to death? 80% of the time, otherwise. The blood pool demons usually stay beside the blood pool to protect it. But for the sake of caution, let's go, we'll change the direction and leave. Just leave the projection and the spell slot for connection. Okay. After the voice fell, the fighter plane turned and left directly, but every time it flew a certain distance, a fire phoenix would land on the ground with a spell slot in its mouth, and finally sink into the ground. Imolan's magic coat and Lu Bin's mecha stood in the void, with a huge blood pool in front of them, and the main body behind them was still running away, and was getting farther away. We only need to punch the blood pool to know whether the 9th level demon is dead or not, Linwa said. Imolan glared at him. I don't know whether it is dead or not, but I know that I will definitely beat you to death. Why do you have to go to seek death when you can eat it? Why do you have to attack the blood pool? What if it is not dead? What if it just went out? Since it is not here now, We can study this unprecedented third-level blood pool. See its internal structure. See its internal spell structure that suppresses nuclear fission. And see how it gathers and filters energy. Wait. These can all be studied. Even if it comes back later, we won't get nothing. It doesn't matter if it blows up the projection. Okay. Linwood shrugged and rubbed his metal fist. The metal fist of his mecha can be fired. In addition, 3 sharp metal claw blades can be ejected. The power of electromagnetic rail cannon shells is also extraordinary. Emolan did not continue to speak. His mental power quickly penetrated and spread downward along the soil. Although soil is not a high-grade material, soil will also have a hysteresis effect on mental power. If the soil is thick enough, it will take some time for mental power to penetrate. At this time, Emolan's mental power was drilling under this level 3 blood pool. Chapter 714 Smash the Blood Pool. President, I don't know if the meteorite we used to smash other places just now will smash the earth vein passage. But I think if we do it here, we may be able to smash the blood pool directly, revealing the part of the earth vein passage connecting the blood pool, or blow a hole in the blood pool. We can go directly through the hole into the blood pool, and go into the earth vein passage through the blood pool to study. Linwa urged enthusiastically. Emolan glanced at him. Are you sick? You have to smash the blood pool, you got to be happy? I think you are completely addicted to smashing soul stones. You are better off going back to the earth element world to smash it, where the earth element is rich and the creatures are scarce. You can smash it however you want. As for the time in the abyss, just keep quiet. Emolan suddenly thought of something and said aloud. I warn you. You must not smash the main material world. Summon meteorites at random. And you must not smash the association. Emolan looked at Linwa with a warning look. In his opinion, Linwa was like an excited young man who just bought a hydraulic press. He was a highly dangerous person. President, don't worry. Hey, President, what's that look in your eyes? Are you still unsure about my work? I said I won't smash it. So I won't smash it. But the third-level blood pool is ours, and we can't smash it. Aren't there so many third-level blood pools that are not ours? Even fourth-level blood pools. Yes, let's find a level 4 blood pool with an owner. We can directly summon meteorites to smash it. Maybe the legendary demon can be killed directly. Even if it can't be killed and runs away, the blood pool can't have legs and run away. It will be a dead target. We can definitely use meteorites to smash the level 4 blood pool. When we do that, we will not only break the blood pool, but also drive away or even kill the legendary demon. Then the broken level 4 blood pool can be studied and explored by us. Anyway, we can't occupy the level 4 blood pool, so we can smash it. Why are you thinking about these blood pools? You will be happy only if you smash them. Emolan said unhappily, but then he muttered in his heart. Since the 4th level blood pool is paired with a legendary demon, the machine built by Emolan and his team, and even the technology on it are not sure to hide from the legendary demon's perception. And even if the machine can hide from the legendary demon's perception, Emolan and his team are not sure to remove the accumulated radiation from under the legendary demon's nose without alarming it. The 3rd level blood pool, which means hiding from the 9th level demon, should be their limit. Thinking of this, Emolan couldn't help but be tempted. How about smash one and try it? Don't you want to smash one and try it? Linwa saw that Emolan was already tempted, and encouraged him with a strange smile. Let's try it. We'll see if we can find a level 4 blood pool later. But one thing must be confirmed, that is, we can't smash the level 4 blood pools that are the upper level of our blood pools. Who knows if these blood pools will become ineffective due to the collapse of the upper level blood pools. So we have to find level 4 blood pools in other places. But actually speaking of it, the level 3 blood pools can be smashed open for good research, and the risk is lower. Hee, okay, then you won't need to do it. President, I'll do the hard work. I'll smash it, Linwa said with a smile, patting his chest. Ah! As he spoke, Emolan's mental power had already extended to the bottom of the blood pool. His mental power immediately expanded, creating a small space of several square meters and 3 meters high underground. Then the two of them took a step forward and disappeared directly from the spot and reappeared in the small space underground. If there was a perceptive mage above at this time, he would have discovered that in the projections of Emolan and Linwa, their aura and everything they triggered disappeared without a trace the moment their magic coats disappeared. Both elemental fluctuations and spatial fluctuations disappeared without a trace. In front of Emolan, a mage who had reached the pinnacle of elemental control. All elemental basic particles, and even elemental fluctuations could be directly erased without any difficulty. When the two entered the underground, there was no spiritual power fluctuation above. Emolan and Lin's magic had long been sunk deep into the earth. This spiritual power channel no longer went on the surface, but extended and converged at a depth of hundreds of meters underground, without a single ray of upward divergence. The confidence that Emolan and his team could hide from the perception of the 9th level demon was not exaggerated, but the strong confidence brought by real knowledge. After entering the small underground space, Emolan was in front of the bottom barrier of the blood pool, and next to it was a huge ground vein passage connected to the blood pool. Emolan first expanded this small space into 4 rooms and 2 halls, and then directly arranged shielding breath on the walls in all directions, up and down, left and right, to isolate everything, and simulate the magic array of soul and other functions. After all the arrangements were completed, he began to look inside the blood pool, preparing to start research. The first step of the research was to infiltrate the mental power into the blood pool to find the radiation breath that condensed into substance. The technique of infiltrating the mental power into the blood pool through the connection between the blood pool and the ground vein passage was already very familiar. Emolan and Lin infiltrated the mental power into the blood pool with familiarity, and then directly divided the work, trying to search for the radiation breath that condensed into substance in the huge space inside the blood pool. The space inside the blood pool is very large, and the radiation is also very strong. The total amount of radiation in the blood pool has reached a very large number. However, due to the magic structure that suppresses nuclear fission in the blood pool, these radiation will only slowly turn into a huge energy. And with the flesh and blood, the spiritual power will create a large number of demon worms. If not, according to Emolan's speculation, if all the radiation in the blood pool fissions, it can directly flatten the entire area. The space inside the blood pool is very large, and it took a lot of effort to search it. However, when the search was finally completed, when Emolan and Lin looked at each other, Emolan was a little disappointed, because he knew that there was no radiation breath that could condense into substance in this level 3 blood pool. The concentration of this radiation breath should be close to the threshold of condensation. If the concentration of radiation breath in the level 4 blood pool continues to increase at this rate, then the concentration of radiation breath in the level 4 blood pool should be able to reach the standard of condensation. It seems that we have another reason to destroy the level 4 blood pool, Lin said jokingly, and Emolan nodded slightly. Indeed. But now we should hurry up to study. We have been here for so long, and the level 9 demon has not come back yet. It is estimated that he is really dead. We must seize this precious opportunity. Otherwise, there will be level 8 peak demons to compete for the blood pool. Yes. Chapter 715. Can players use the blood pool? Install the machine first. After the machine is installed, we will go to another place to study. Even if something unexpected happens, it will not affect the collection of radiation. This may be the only level 3 blood pool we occupy. The radiation output of this blood pool alone may reach or even exceed half of our total radiation output. In fact, it is not difficult to hide from the 9th level demon to the blood pool. Even the 9th level demon will often go out hunting. You have to find an opportunity to hunt, or approach it little by little from underground. Emolan and the others can do it. But the real difficulty is that if you want to steal the radiation breath, you must build a space channel through the gap between the ground vein and the blood pool, which will inevitably touch the blood pool. The living demons will definitely come to check when they sense the blood pool, and the machine will be destroyed as soon as they see it. In addition, these 8th level and 9th level demons are generally high-level demons, and they are all creatures with high intelligence. According to the changes in the radiation breath before and after the machine, the number and speed of the birth of demon worms will be directly affected, which will inevitably attract attention. So if you want to steal the radiation from the blood pool, you must first kill the demon occupying the blood pool, and install the machine before the new demon appears. This is the only way. We can change the place and place another starfall spell, and follow the previous method to kill the demons out of curiosity. Don't do it. Emolan rolled his eyes and said lightly. While speaking, he had already installed the machine. After confirming that it was running normally, Emolan disappeared from the spot in a flash and appeared in a new cave far away. This cave is also where the blood pool and the ground vein passage intersect. Alas, it's a pity that this space channel is one way. Otherwise, I would have gone in to take a look. After Emolan left, Linwood looked at the huge space channel connected to the machine. The thicker the ground vein channel, the larger the space channel that the machine can adapt to open. This ground vein channel connected to the third-level blood pool is nearly 10 meters thick, and the space channel connected by the machine is more than 1 meter thick. Such a thick space channel gushes out a lot of blood containing radiation every minute and every second. It stands to reason that such a large space channel can be walked into without any problem. But the ground vein channel has a very strong force that blocks all matter and elements from entering the ground vein channel from the space channel. After Linwood tried it with his mental power, he shook his head in disappointment. It's still there, and this power is too strong. Isn't it? Forget it, let's go. Linwood took a step forward and disappeared beside the machine. The running machine collected a large amount of radiation every minute and every second and stored it. As soon as Linwood left the machine, he found that he had lost the sense of the machine. Looking back, his mental power could only find the same soil as the surrounding soil, without any difference. Only by driving a special spell at close range could he sense the existence of the machine. Linwood just appeared beside Emolan and heard Emolan whispering. More complex, more high-quality nuclear fission suppression array, and this nuclear fission excitation structure, it's much more complicated. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, even the information contained in this blood pool alone is a huge wealth. Maybe I can master the real nuclear fission method, rather than just pressing a button. Gradual difficulty. From shallow to deep, these blood pools are completely different difficulty levels of the entire system. By learning in this way from the simplest to the most complex, the difficulty of mastering the real principle and method of nuclear fission will be greatly reduced, Emolan said, and Linwood's eyes lit up when he heard it. But at this moment, he suddenly thought of something. Bullshit. It is indeed a gradual progress. But have you ever seen a gradual progress of the entry level to the level of Einstein? There is no difference between the difficulty of mastering the most basic level and whether there is a higher difficulty after it. If you can't master it, you can't master it. However, although Linwood said so, he still had to infiltrate his mental power into the blood pool as soon as possible and start studying. Because he has enough confidence in his own knowledge, confidence in his own ability, and even more confidence in countless scientific research predecessors in reality. He is confident that he can solve this problem by standing on the shoulders of countless giants, such as Einstein, and solve the secret of nuclear fission in a brand new way. So what if it is Einstein-level difficulty? There are many Einstein-level figures in front of them, and there is a civilization behind them. It is still very useful, Emolan said without thinking while studying. The magic array here is more complex than the first-level blood pool and the second-level blood pool. In the process of becoming complex, we can see a lot of information. It's like translation. If you are only given a word, an isolated word, you will never be able to translate the meaning of the word. But if the word becomes complex, it becomes a word, a sentence. On the surface, it seems that the content we need to translate has increased, and the difficulty of our translation has increased. But what is the reality? In fact, although it is still extremely difficult to translate a sentence, at least some clues can be found. When this word is expanded into an article, or even a book, then the possibility of translation is actually getting higher and higher. The first level blood pool is like a paragraph to me, concise, less information, and I have no idea where to start. The second level blood pool is like an article, with many paragraphs, but the length is too short, and I still have no idea where to start. And what about the third level blood pool? The third level blood pool is like a book. I have already obtained a lot of information, there are a lot of repeated words, and there are a lot of paragraphs. Although it is still difficult to start translating this book at this time, there is already a tiny possibility, Emolan said lightly. I am not afraid of the difficulty of information, but I am afraid of having no information. It is the most difficult to start without information. Linwood nodded when he heard this. Then, President, if you are asked to study the fourth level blood pool, can you study all the secrets of the blood pool? I don't know, Emolan said straightforwardly. Although I said a lot, I have to admit that the research of this blood pool is really difficult. I really have no idea where to start. I seem to be back to the first time I studied the spell model. Even more difficult. I am at a loss. I don't know anything. And I can't do anything. Stop arguing. Continue researching. We don't have much time. When the peak 8th level demons find out that this 9th level demon is dead, they will gather together for a decisive battle, and finally decide on a new 9th level demon. By that time, we won't have a chance to research. Emolan had just finished speaking, but at this moment, Lin was suddenly had a strange idea. Hey, can we occupy the blood pool and advance to the 9th level? Chapter 716 Body Blessing. Hey, President, why can the demon advance after occupying the blood pool? That's because the demon received feedback from the power of the blood pool, so it advanced directly. Then the question is, what is the basis for the demon to occupy the blood pool? The splicing is a drop of original soul blood that merges into the core of the blood pool. After occupying the blood pool, the demon worms produced in the blood pool will carry the genetic characteristics of this blood, and even form a race of demons. Then the question is, why can't we take charge of the blood pool? Wouldn't it be unhappy if we directly occupied the blood pool and advanced to the 9th level? After occupying it, it will become the 9th level, and we can study whenever we want, and maybe after merging with the blood pool, we will get some information, and some abilities, which may make it easier for us to study. It doesn't matter if we don't have the calculations. Even if we don't want the blood pool anymore, wouldn't it be better to give it up? Giving up will only reduce our strength back to the original level, and it won't have any impact. After Lin was series of words, Emolan couldn't help but stop his research and was stunned. After a long time, Emolan let out a long breath and said slowly, Linhua, you are really a talent. Genius. Hey, thank you for the compliment, then President, why don't we try it? Just try to control this level 3 blood pool directly. Emolan nodded after a moment of hesitation. You can try it. I also want to see how the blood pool gives power to the demons. It allows the demons to cross levels directly. How can it be so easy to upgrade? What kind of operation mode does it have? Output power to help the demons break through the bottleneck? It can't be like this. If it is such a demon, the strength will not change even if it leaves the blood pool. Because it is a breakthrough. It is to use energy to force the power of the demon to the demon, so that the demon has the corresponding ability. Once the demon leaves the blood pool, the blessed ability will be separated, and it will be directly beaten back to its original form. It is possible. What you said does make sense. However, after these demons break through, not only the energy, but also the body will become the body of the corresponding level after the promotion. Is this really what energy blessing can do? If so, how is this energy blessing effect achieved? If this can be studied out, let alone occupying the blood pool, even if the magic circle of this effect is separated to form a spell structure, it will be very powerful and practical. The most direct analogy is that your arcane master can continue to advance without an elemental body. Directly use energy to bless your body, make your body stronger, and after the body becomes stronger, it can carry more magic power. In addition, if this blessing effect can really make the body reach the same level of energy, I will have a super strong body directly. Then I will load Zhang Guangmo's melee spells, and add combat passes. Then don't say use ranged spells, don't say use mechas, I can easily beat the same level warriors with my body. Don't say it, just try it, Emolan said decisively. I have recorded the structure of the lines inside the 3rd level blood pool as much as possible. Although I can't record it 100%. I have recorded about 10% or 20%, which is enough for me to study for a while. Let's put this aside for now. Let's see if I can occupy this 3rd level blood pool. If I can do any research. Okay. I'll find the core position of the blood pool. After studying the blood pool for so long, this is the first time I have found the core of the blood pool from the perspective of the top of the blood pool. Linwood did it directly. The core of the blood pool is a little below the center of the blood pool, which is relatively close to the surface. When Linwood's spirit power approached, he sensed a fierce breath, which was very strong. This breath alone was enough to terrify people. A timid person might just flee. The mark left by the 9th level demon. This thought came to Linwood's mind. He immediately suppressed his palpitations, and continued to control his spirit power to approach. After approaching, he saw an extremely complex hollow spherical blood pool core. In the center of the blood pool core, a drop of black blood was suspended. There seemed to be a black shadow swimming in the blood, exuding a violent and fierce breath. However, the blood seemed to be much dimmer at this moment, and its momentum and luster were slowly fading. Linwa was not unfamiliar with the core of the blood pool. He had seen the black blood there countless times, and had studied it countless times. However, he had never looked at the core of the blood pool with the intention of occupying this 3rd level blood pool. Looking at this black blood, he seemed to have a different feeling in his heart. President. Shall I try? Go ahead. I'll observe and record. In addition, you should be prepared to cut off your mental power. Give up the interruption of this projection and mental power. And don't let the problem involve you. Understood. Lin immediately began to push his mental power forward against the pressure of the enemy's black blood. However, before entering the core of the blood pool, he felt a huge evil spirit slashing at him like a big knife. The trauma of his mental power made Lin groan. And he immediately constructed a mental power spell to attack the long sword made of evil spirit. Lin was mental power, and the power contained in the dark blood, evil spirit, and mental power collided continuously. Lin with strong mental power could not even gain the upper hand. If he was not careful, he would be dominated by the drop of black blood. If Lin was weaker, he might even be killed directly by the fierce evil spirit emitted by this drop of black blood. Fortunately, this drop of black blood was still decaying continuously. And the decay speed increased significantly when fighting with Lin was mental power. After the black blood weakened a lot, Lin finally got the upper hand and seized the opportunity to grab the black blood. After the black blood was controlled by Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. So strong. I finally understand why no one came to steal the home before the demon that occupied the blood pool died. After all, as long as the stealing is successful, you can become a 9th level, and the original 9th level will fall. But now it seems that it is not that no one stole the home, but that those who stole the home are dead. The mark left by the 9th level demon after its death is still this strong. If the black blood is at its peak and does not decline under certain circumstances, how strong will it be? Lin shook his head slightly, said nothing more, and cast his eyes on the core of the blood pool. According to their research on the core of the blood pool and the drop of black blood, the mental mark on the core of the blood pool should also have a similar effect. Chapter 717 Mental Imprint. Try to put a mental imprint on it, Emolan said. Lin nodded. I'll try. Lin fell silent after he finished speaking. Emolan immediately understood that it was condensing a mental imprint. There are many kinds of mage's mental imprints, but generally there are only 2 levels. The first level is the one that Emolan had just developed, through the continuous condensation of mental power, and the use of mental power to build a structure, transformed into a form similar to mental power threads. This form is also considered a non-level mental spell. After the mental power is transformed into mental power threads, the mage controls them, and spreads them to every corner, every tiny structure, and finally gathers them together to form a mental imprint that wraps tightly around the target. The magician has a high degree of control over his own mental power. This kind of mental power from the soul cannot be seized and controlled by others. Therefore, after the mental imprint is controlled, as long as the target's mental power strength does not exceed his own, he cannot break free. Of course, it can also be removed if there is another more powerful mage to help. The spiritual imprint condensed in this way has many advantages, including low cost and no quantity limit. However, the disadvantages are also obvious. That is, the spiritual power will dissipate with the passage of time, which will not last long. Moreover, since it is just a simple spiritual power residence, it is very rigid. The mage can only control it when the spiritual power is connected. Once it leaves the coverage of the mage's spiritual power, it is easy for a higher level spiritual power to touch the spiritual imprint without damage. The other way of condensing the mental imprint is an advanced version of the previous one. While condensing the mental thread into the mental imprint, the mage puts one of his spell slots into it to become the imprint center. The mage can even choose to keep a trace of his consciousness in the spell slot to control the mental imprint. The mental imprint formed in this way can exist for a long time. The stronger the spell slot used, the longer it can last. And due to the special nature of the spell slot, the mage can sense the direction of his spell slot anywhere, and when the spell slot dissipates, he can condense it again and immediately understand what happened. If the consciousness is retained, the mental imprint will become very flexible and dynamic. The original version is fixed. But if the consciousness is retained, it will directly follow the changes of the subject and continuously extend new mental lines to control it. It will become stronger as the subject becomes stronger, no matter how strong the subject is. Unless its mental power level is focused on crushing the mental power of the owner of the mental imprint at the same time, it is impossible to break free. The same is true for external help. It is useless to be stronger than the magician, unless the controlled subject is destroyed together. It is impossible to peel off the mental imprint intact without being crushed. The latter is actually the pet brand that Emolan often uses. However, there are new developments in pet branding. As time goes by, the spell slot will merge with the pet's soul, making them completely inseparable. The degree of mental branding has risen to a higher level. This basically belongs to the third level and can never be separated. Linwa is just a projection now. He does not carry a spell slot, so he naturally uses the simplest and lowest level pure mental power branding. After a while, Linwa's mental power branding was condensed, just like a ball of mental power thread that condensed a lot of Linwa's mental power. This group of mental power lines directly sank into the core structure of the blood pool. After reaching the core of the blood pool, the mental power threads danced like snakes, and the threads spread to the structure itself, entwined, attached, and even merged. After a while, the mental imprint was like a big net tightly entangled with the core of the blood pool, and at this moment Linwa and the blood pool also formed a connection. With a little induction, the next moment Linwa felt a great force rushing towards him along the mental imprint. Feeling this great and terrifying energy, Linwa was startled, and then he was happy. Success. Bang! Emolan watched as a force surged out of the void and sank into Linwa's projection. Linwa's projection didn't hold up for a moment, and was blown up. After the projection was blown up, this extremely huge, even terrifying force disappeared out of thin air. However, Emolan turned his head and looked behind him, looking at the position of his and Linwa's spell slots. Bang! One of Linwa's spell slots exploded, and the majestic force disappeared again. Emolan raised his eyebrows and looked at Linwa's second spell slot. Bang! It exploded again, and the majestic power disappeared again. Emolan's body heard the national quintessence from Linwa's mouth. Emolan rubbed his ears and looked at the spiritual imprint wrapped around the core of the blood pool. The spiritual imprint collapsed before Emolan could take action. It's a big loss. It exploded 2 of my spell slots. I finally understand why only the peak level 7 will compete for the level 2 blood pool. Ordinary level 7, or even level 6, let alone whether they can beat it. Even if they can beat it, they can't withstand this huge force that is enough to cross the level and will burst directly. The same is true for this level 3 blood pool. At least a body at the peak level of level 8 can withstand the blessing of this force and leap to the level 9 in one fell swoop. My projection and spell slots can't withstand it at all. Fortunately, my real body is not nearby, and there are many spell slots in between, otherwise I would have died here today. Emolan smiled. Linwa spent some time sending 2 more spell slots over, finally spreading his mental power to the side of this level 3 blood pool again, forming a projection again. But this force is really huge, and the energy level is also extremely high. It can have a very high strengthening effect on both the body and energy. This force has a very strong abyss demon attribute, which will pollute the body. The strengthened body should turn into a demon form. Emolan recalled Linwa's projection just now. Before disappearing, the projection seemed to have undergone a transformation. Normal projections would naturally not undergo such changes. But being used together by thousands of spells of the Mage Association, the projections playing together would naturally have played out a lot of tricks. The projections were no longer phantoms, but a state similar to an elemental body, with hearing, touch, smell, speech, etc., and were actually not much different from a normal life body. So when touching that power, it was strengthened by the power while changing its form. Although it was blown up before it changed, it was enough for Emolan to see some clues. The power itself should also undergo similar changes. Chapter 7:18 Demonic Spells Demon's True Form. To put it simply, it is based on your original body, and then strengthens your body to the level of a 9th order demon, and strengthens your power level to the 9th level. However, because this power is too huge, your own power is insignificant in front of it. Just like a drop of ink falling into a bucket of water will not change anything. But if a bucket of ink is poured on a drop of water, it will all turn into the shape of ink. This place has become the shape of a demon. Of course, the premise is that this basic body can bear the strengthening of this demonic power without being blown up. Linwa said simply and clearly, but he was still baring his teeth while speaking. Just now, 2 consecutive spell slots were blown up by the power of the blood pool, which made his mental power and soul a little painful. The problem is that this power is too great. We can't swallow it now. President, can your magic coat withstand the pouring of 9th level power? Emolan shook his head when he heard it. If I have an 8th level spell slot to integrate into the magic coat, it may be able to hold up. But without the support of the 8th level spell slot, the magic coat alone cannot hold up. What about your mecha? The strength of the mecha body should have reached the 8th level. Right? After all, the strength of the elemental alloy itself is here. Plus the blessing of various magic arrays. It should have reached the peak of the 8th level. However, this blood pool power may not be able to directly strengthen the metal body. If you can develop an energy converter to convert this power into an energy furnace and integrate it into the mecha as an energy core, you may be able to use this power. It is true that it cannot strengthen metal, but the energy core president, you reminded me that I have always been working on weapons and equipment and body strength to strengthen the mecha. Now it seems that the energy core is indeed a good idea. If the power of this blood pool can be turned into an energy furnace and an energy core, just using this terrifying power can make my mecha reach the 9th level. And I am only controlling the mecha. And I don't need to be attacked by this demonic power, which completely isolates the disadvantages of the demonic power. However, if I want to use this demonic power, it almost represents a new mecha route, which cannot be completed in a short time. Now if I want to occupy this blood pool, I have to think of other ways. Linhua fell into deep thought, and Emolan also pondered after hearing this. After thinking for a while, Emolan spoke out. There are only 2 ways to withstand this 9th order power. One is to weaken the power and lower the tolerance standard. The other is to strengthen the strength of our body and directly strengthen it to the standard of the 8th order peak. However, if we could strengthen it, we would have done it long ago. It is difficult for us to increase the hard strength to the 8th order peak in a short time. So we can only think of ways to weaken the power and reduce it to the standard we can withstand. We can't withstand the power of the 9th order, so we reduce it to the 8th order. Although it is far worse than the 9th order, at least we have the 8th order, which is not a loss, compared to forcibly reducing the energy level in a wasteful way. Linhua, I have an idea. You can also take a look and see if it is feasible. Emolan continued after a moment of silence. Disperse the power. Just because one person can't bear it doesn't mean that 2 people can't bear it either. Even if 2 people can't bear it, then 10 people may be able to consider it. If 10 people are not enough, then bring 100. There are thousands of people in our association. If we can disperse them, I don't believe that we can't bear the power of a mere 9th level. After Emolan finished speaking, Linhua thought for a moment. Disperse the power? This power descended directly from the blood pool, appeared out of thin air, I just sensed it, and did not find the way it descended. We can strengthen the equipment later, and prepare to reobserve the way the power appeared from the void, but I think it will be difficult to figure it out. So we have to start from the source, and see if we can disperse the power directly when it is transmitted from the blood pool. If we want to complete this step, then we probably have to work on the mental imprint, which is definitely impossible with the current version of the mental imprint. It's not a big problem. The mental imprint, a mental spell, was developed by me, and it won't be a big problem to develop it again. Now we should think about another question. What can we use to carry this dispersed demonic power? It is definitely not possible to bear it with our mage's body. The demonic power will make our mage's body and energy demonized, which is obviously not worth the loss. And the demonic power directly invades the body. Although there is no evidence, there is no experiment, but 99% of it will invade the mental power and affect the thinking, so we have to find a good carrier. Linhua looked at Emolan, and his heart moved. President, you should have an idea. Right? Emolan nodded. I have an idea, but I don't know if it will work. Emolan thought for a moment before continuing. Just now, the demonic power chose your projected body, probably because of the mental connection and the structure of the projected body. In this case, I think the magic code has all the functions of the projected body, and it also has extremely high strength. So the magic code should also be able to carry the demonic power. As for whether it will be invaded and alienated by the demonic power, it doesn't matter. It's just a layer of magic coat. If it's gone, it's just a matter of rebuilding. We just need to keep the magic array that protects the spiritual power in the magic coat constant, and protect the spiritual power, and thinking of the mage when the spiritual power enters the magic coat. If this step is really completed, then the demonic power blessed by the blood pool can completely create a batch of magic coats that are 1 level higher than the mage. Oh, no. It should be called a demon coat. Well, of course, if you think it sounds better, you can also call it a demon's true body. A mage with a finished demon's true body can use space spells, or summoning spells, to directly summon the demon's true body when fighting is needed. It is called transformation in short. After transformation, The mage controls the true body of the demon, and his strength level can be directly raised by 1 level. Linwood raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and there was a bit of surprise in his eyes. In Emolan's description, Linwood seemed to see a new form of spell, or a new way to use power, because after just listening to it, Linwood understood that this method of controlling the power of demons would be a new demon spell if it developed in depth, and it could control the power of various demons with the help of magic codes. And in terms of horizontal development, to put it bluntly, the demon power of the blood pool is also a kind of power of heaven and earth. If demon power is okay, other powers are also okay. It is completely a deeper level of utilization of the power of heaven and earth. A new way of energy utilization. An energy utilization system. Chapter 719 New version of spiritual imprint. President, the idea is very good. The main problem is, will they accept us playing with the blood pool like this? Can the demonic power of the blood pool be decomposed? If not, then it's useless for us to say anything. Lin was said after a moment of silence. After all, our behavior is like the demons mixing a bunch of soul blood together when they occupy the blood pool and then putting it in as a drop, which doesn't seem very reliable. Will it work? Won't we know if we try it? Emolan smiled slightly and looked at Lin with a hint of ill intention. What do you want to do, President? Do you mind exploding 2 more spell slots? Emolan ignored Lin's reaction, but directly connected to the portal tower spirit, using computing power to complete a deduction. The spirit imprint was developed by Emolan, and the spell slot version of the spirit imprint that can be integrated with the pet soul was also developed by Emolan. With the foundation of these 2 versions, the multiplayer version of the spirit imprint can actually be formed with just a few changes. Of course, some new spell concepts and some new spell structures must be referred to during this change. After a while, the first version was slowly formed under Emolan's hands. The most difficult step was completed. The next step was to optimize it as much as possible and fix the loopholes. If it was just a physical fusion, I don't think the blood pool would recognize it. But if the blood pool could recognize these as a whole, but then divide them into many small parts, then maybe it could be done. Emolan projected the multiplayer version of the spiritual imprint spell structure in his hand, with the help of the original spell position, and the part of the soul fusion structure, and the part of the spell structure that purifies the spiritual power. The spiritual power of different people can be integrated into spiritual power threads to construct the spiritual imprint. And while merging into a spiritual imprint, the spiritual power threads are still independent of each other behind. It's like there is a big water pipe connected to the faucet in front, but behind the water pipe interface are independent small water pipes. When a large amount of water is injected into the big water pipe, any small water pipe cannot bear it, but these small water pipes can do it. This is probably the principle. Come on, let's try it, Emolan said with a smile. Now he has a lot of knowledge, and a large number of different effects, different types of spell structures. When he wants to create spells now, most of them can be formed by splicing, matching, enlarging and forming different effects. Only when there are few types of spells that have never been used before. Never had similar points. And it is a completely new system that has never been touched before. It takes a lot of time to study and polish it. The multiplayer version of the spiritual imprint is obviously not this kind of thing. So Emolan can create it in a short time. Or improve it. Okay. Lin was smacked his lips. I hope it fails. Otherwise, I will lose my 2 precious spell slots again. Stop dawdling. We don't have much time. You have taken away the remaining imprint of the 9th level demon. Originally, you could rely on the residual power to intimidate the group of 8th level demons. Now the disappearance of the imprint will directly lead to the rapid dissipation of the 9th level demon's aura. If this continues, it won't be long before the group of 8th level peak demons will come to test. And we will be in trouble then. By the way, give me the 9th level demon soul blood you just took off. I'll operate it. See if I can prolong the breath of the 9th level demon for a little longer, and increase the pressure a little. Okay, I'll get familiar with the spell structure, and give it to you. Lin was said while looking at the spell model structure projected in Emolan's hand, and inside the blood pool, a drop of dark black blood fell into the control of Emolan's mental power. The mental power controlled this drop of dark black blood, although the remaining power in it had been consumed, but the pressure still made Emolan feel palpitations. The higher the level, the greater the gap. When Emolan was still in the 4th ring, the 6th level combat power was not a problem. However, when Emolan reached the 7th ring, He found that the 9th level combat power was still extremely powerful. So far, he has only reached the 8th level combat power. Go! Emolan constructed a simple magic circle, and then placed the drop of black blood in the center of the magic circle. This magic circle did not have any special effect, it just slightly amplified the momentum. When the black blood fell in the center of the magic circle, the palpitation that could only be felt at close range had enveloped the entire blood pool, and even the planes around the blood pool could feel it, and only those with keen perception could sense the dormant, restrained terrifying pressure from farther away. Emolan looked at the black blood whose power and aura gradually dissipated, and shook his head slightly. Time is running out. We can't hold on for long. Let's get started. Okay. Linwa had already familiarized himself with the structure of this version of the spiritual imprint spell, nodded, and began to prepare. Emolan and Lin would simultaneously output spiritual power inside the blood pool, using a specific structure to build the invisible and intangible spiritual power into spiritual power threads. Then the spiritual power threads of Emolan and Lin would fit together and weave. The structures of the two people's spiritual power threads are different, but in the process of weaving, the two completely different structures are combined into a complete structure. A new mental thread structure was formed, and the mental power at the original core point was purified and merged in the process. After everything was completed, a new mental imprint was formed, and was directly controlled by Emolan and Lin would to be injected into the core of the blood pool. However, before that, Emolan sent away his magic coat, leaving only a projected body. Although the magic coat only needs pure magic power to construct. But magic power needs to be accumulated, and it is also quite troublesome to construct, if it is not necessary. Emolan does not want to waste it for no reason. The mental imprint was entangled with the core of the blood pool. The next moment, the surging demonic power surged from the blood pool and then disappeared. The next moment, Emolan felt that a powerful demonic power appeared out of thin air in his projected body. Poof! The projected body exploded. Before the mental power exploded, he glanced at Linwa, and his projected body also exploded. As soon as this thought came to mind, the second backup projected body also exploded. And then the third, fourth, and fifth. Damn! The mental imprint condensed by the two of us is stronger, and it hasn't collapsed yet. The added demonic power is still there. You only prepared 50 projected bodies. I'm afraid you can't hold on for long. You? 100. Chapter 720. Hotbed of Gods. I'm waiting for him to explode. Emolan said calmly. I'm waiting for him to explode. 2. Linwa also shrugged. Although it's a bit unexpected that the mental imprint is much stronger, we have made some small preparations in advance. It shouldn't be a big problem. Yeah. Emolan and Linwa waited quietly. While waiting, they also used their own methods to observe the appearance of the demonic power and its nature. Compared to the spell position, although the projected body is also connected to the mental power, it will have a slight impact if it explodes, but it's only equivalent to a twitch in the head. It's not a big problem. Even if 100 projection bodies exploded at the same time, it would be equivalent to 100 slaps to the head at the same time. This is a bit of a problem. But as long as there is even a moment of interval, it is enough for Emolan and the others to recover. There will be no problem. These demonic powers seem to evolve in the same direction when blessing the projection bodies? Are the demonic images evolved by these demonic powers fixed? Linwa even had time to discuss with Emolan. Maybe because we didn't inject new demon genes, so the blood pool evolved for us according to the image of the previous 9th level demon? Emolan said. Of course. It is also possible that the demon is born from the heart. Everyone's evolved demon is different. What you just saw was your own projected body, so they are all the same. I am evolving in this direction. What about you? Emolan directly materialized an evolving projection image. This was captured at the moment when the projected body exploded. It has not evolved completely, but has grown some scales, and the body is a little strange. Same. Linwa also projected the scene of his projection body when it died. Then the direction of evolution is the image of the previous 9th level demon? I just don't know if the demon body evolved in this way will have the innate instincts of the previous 9th level demon. Their innate instincts are all very magical. To stand out from billions of demon worms and become 9th level demons, their innate instincts must be extremely powerful or have extremely excellent effects. I don't know, it's over. I blew up more than 20 of my projections. Linwa was stunned when he was talking, and realized that the spiritual imprint left by himself and Emolan in the core of the blood pool had dissipated. Although the pressure that the spiritual imprint needs to bear in the core of the blood pool is not great, Emolan and Linwood did not concentrate their full strength. Nor did they strengthen the pressure-resistant structure. So naturally they could not bear it for long. You can notify them, and ask them to prepare to come over. It will take some time to get from the gate to the other world to our place. Forget it. I will fly back to pick them up in a fighter plane. And then ask Lu Bin to come together. His small space plus my small space is enough to transport people here, Linwa said. And Linwa nodded. Indeed. But don't worry. I will sort out the method of condensing the elemental code first, and make a low-level adaptation version, so that those guys at the peak of the 6th ring can condense the elemental coat. After the elemental coat is condensed, it will have the foundation to carry the power of the devil when it is integrated with the spell position. Otherwise, it will only be able to bear it with the main body, which is unnecessary. That's true. But President, can that drop of demon blood last that long? Linwa's question made Emolan ponder, and he calculated silently in his heart, and spoke after a moment. It's not a big problem. The energy contained in this drop of demon blood is greater than expected. After all, it is a hybrid of the 9th level demon. If we don't attack and actively consume it, it can last for a long time just by letting it passively emit its aura. But we still have to hurry up. So Linwa, you can find a way to test this demon power and quantify it as much as possible. This new version of the spiritual imprint can adjust the proportion of each person when it is constructed. If possible, try to test how much demon power we can withstand, and how much strength the 6th ring peak mage can withstand. We should use as few people as possible to bear the strengthening of this demonic power, and try to ensure the strength of the power while bearing it. As for me, I will simplify the elemental code during this period, and then organize the manpower structure. By the way, there is one more thing. You should also remember to build your own elemental coat. After all, your mecha cannot directly use this demonic power at present. Okay. Linwa nodded, and immediately continued to study, thinking about the core of the blood pool, while Emolan took out the structure of his magic coat and began to adjust it, trying to use some magic arrays with lower thresholds to replace some things that can only be done after the promotion to the 7th ring. Of course, the threshold here is relatively low, specifically below the 7th ring, and the 6th ring is at its peak, while Emolan and Lin entered the abyss world and fell into silence. The outside world was still prosperous and lively, compared with a previous situation where players and indigenous forces targeted each other. The relationship between players and indigenous forces has eased a lot now. It is mainly due to the rapid expansion of the Church of Light. After going through the most difficult period at the beginning, the current God of Light is unprecedentedly powerful, and the abundant faith gives it abundant divine power. A large number of believers, missionaries give it countless eyes, tentacles. The oppression and persecution of slaves and free people by medieval nobles is simply the best breeding ground for gods, whether it is evil gods or righteous gods. Missionaries of the God of Light often only need to perform miracles in the most broken, dirty, messy, worst places in a city or town, use divine arts to treat people for free, and describe to these people a world without nobles, where gods manage everything. Then they will gain a large number of believers in an instant. I have to say that the Church of Light did a really good job in the early stages. It was like a savior in every way, in the entire game world, except for the areas ruled by players. No country, city, or area could resist the spread of the faith of the Church of Light. Of course, the fact that the areas ruled by players can resist does not mean that the players are kind and good to these people. There are indeed kind players, but not many of them can be the decision makers in the area. The reason why the player areas are better is that compared with the nobles, players know better how to tap the value of the population, rather than simply oppressing and squeezing out the last bit of money from those people. Compared with the players, these nobles played too crudely, or it could be said that these tricks of the nobles were long ago played by the players. At this moment, due to the existence of this hotbed of gods, the power of the God of Light expanded rapidly into an exponential trend. And under the pressure brought by this god, the players gradually became acceptable to the nobles. Chapter 721, Kingdom of Gods. Players. This group has gradually integrated into the world of the natives. A large part of the reason is the rapid expansion of the Church of Light. Of course, the rapid expansion of the Church of Light is only a strong and effective catalyst. The most fundamental reason is the strength of the players, both in terms of strength and thinking. Because when Emolan threatened the two empires, Because when Lin easily defeated two 7th level statues in front of the army, the players had already entered the sight of the nobles. It would have been fine if they hadn't noticed it before, but now that they have noticed it, they only need to do some simple statistics and investigations. When a huge group of players is presented to the nobles, even the nobles with a little bit of brains fall silent. When the average strength growth rate of this huge group of players is calculated, all the nobles fall silent. In fact, at this time, many knowledgeable people began to recruit players, form a player army, form a player guard. Some people think that players are the unruly fourth disaster, and they think that players will never accept the recruitment of nobles. But when the price offered by the nobles was equivalent to 10,000, 20,000, or even 100,000 a month in real life, the players agreed. What a joke. Food and drink. Money every month. Playing games for tens of thousands of dollars a month. It's so tempting. Which worker can resist this temptation? Working for anyone is fighting. Working for the nobles is the same. At this stage, many nobles secretly organized the players' power and recruited a group of combat players to drive them. Of course, these are relatively smart nobles who know how to adjust their own thinking concepts and talk to players on the level of nobles like knights and give them respect instead of beating and scolding their subordinates like slaves. It is not that there are no such nobles, but you can imagine their fate. If you talk to them nicely, the players may play with you nicely. If you make the players lose their temper, then the players will be the fourth disaster. You must know that there are no laws in the game that can restrain them. And there are no families in the game. Responsibilities bind them. So after a few major incidents, all the nobles who secretly recruited players' combat power reacted and quietly changed their attitudes and methods. The impact of this behavior is that the status of the entire player group has been raised a lot. Of course, what catalyzed this to the extreme was the rapid expansion of the Church of Light and the frustration of the Faith of Light in the player management area. This directly led to the two empires in the north and south issuing orders to organize player armies and recruit players to assist in managing cities. For a time, the northern and southern empires each claimed to have 1,000,000 projector armies, and a large number of new decrees that looked very familiar to the players were issued. In this wave, the nobles who adapted to the game soared to the sky with the help of the players, and they valued the players more and more, and resisted the players. The influence of the old nobles who could not change their thinking gradually declined, and even began to decline and go downhill. The countless players who participated in it could only sigh, "Oh my God, this money is so good." However, another negative impact followed, which was the second price reduction after the last drop in the value of game currency. After all, game currency is not real money. If you want to exchange the game currency earned in the game for usable money, you must go to the market to exchange it. Since this is a large-scale change that almost affects the entire game, a large amount of game currency has flowed into the hands of players, which means that a large amount of game currency has poured into the market. Scarcity makes things valuable. This is the law of all commodities that operate according to market rules. Game currency exists as a form of commodity and must be affected by market rules. However, compared with the long time span of the first price reduction in the early stage of the game, the price drop was large. This time the price drop only lasted for a very short time. Although the drop was large, it didn't take long for the price to rise again and stabilize in the original price range again, which was only a dime lower than the original price. This game seems to be more and more popular. Even the market for game currency has become extremely large. Even the sudden influx of millions of game currencies into the market has not caused a big fluctuation in the price of game currency, as if nothing has happened. However, according to the law of market demand, the influx of so many game currencies without a price reduction means that either someone deliberately stretched the price, or the original price had problems. However, no matter what the problem is with the exchange rate between game currency and real currency, as long as it does not break out, it will not affect the situation in the game. In short, players have gradually integrated into the system of the natives, becoming popular figures in the eyes of the nobles, or becoming emerging nobles. It's not that they have surrendered, but compared with Imolan and his reckless approach, many players and guilds have chosen much softer means and methods, just like the fine and dense spring rain, moistening things silently. But what is strange is that in such a big commotion, the Saya Empire still has no reaction. If that were the case, it would be fine. At most, It would show that the rulers and nobles of the Saya Empire were too ignorant, too stubborn, and too rigid. But the most outrageous thing is that neither the Church of Light nor other churches went to the Saya Empire to preach, or failed to go there to preach. Of course, this actually aroused the curiosity of many people, and made people murmur. Of course, occasionally someone would ask this question on the forum, but often there would be no response to such questions, and they would slowly fall silent. Time is like flowing water, passing day by day, and as time goes by, the scope of the belief in the God of Light and the number of believers are skyrocketing day by day, and the power of the belief in the God of Light is increasing exponentially every day. No one can stop the spread of the belief in the God of Light, because at this stage, no one is more believed in than the selfless God of Light. However, there is no pure light in the world. If it really exists, it is only a utopia in dreams. Once this utopia is contaminated by reality, there must be extreme darkness under this ball of light. In the sphere of influence of the God of Light today, everyone is equal. Even the High King and the lowest slave are equal in the eyes of the God of Light. In the kingdom of the God of Light, no one needs to work excessively. No one can order others. No one can be above others. And everyone can live their life as they please. There, the people are managed by the most fanatical and selfless servants of the God of Light. In the kingdom of the God of Light, everything is so beautiful and so desirable. Chapter 722 Ancient Times. The Kingdom of Light. In the eyes of countless lower-class natives, it was so beautiful and so desirable. But in the eyes of the nobles, it was completely different. In the eyes of the lower-class natives, they had everything, but in the eyes of the nobles, they would lose everything. They were madly afraid of all this, and tried their best to resist. But from the perspective of the players, it was different. They looked at the various intelligence collected within the sphere of influence of the God of Light, and felt a chill in their hearts. Because they all understand that the purest thing is the human heart. But it is also the dirtiest thing. The abyss in the human heart cannot be filled even by God. If the Church of the God of Light does not change its doctrine, does not choose to compromise, and continues like this, it will inevitably fall into destruction. This is inevitable. And what makes them feel cold in their hearts is not this, but another problem. The God of Light is a God condensed by people's yearning for light. Thoughts and beliefs can condense gods, but they will inevitably pollute gods. Once the powerful gods are polluted, what can stop them? Divine disaster. After listening to Lu Bin's report on the external situation, Emolan slowly uttered these two words. The God of Light will definitely be destroyed. But whether before or after the destruction, it will trigger a complete divine disaster. Emolan suddenly sighed and shook his head. I have to say, it's too rough. It's just that the extraordinary in this world has just appeared. Every system, whether it is the system of gods or mortals, is shockingly rough. And there are loopholes everywhere. If it is an ordinary system, it would be fine. But the system of gods also has so many loopholes. The gods are imperfect. The church system is imperfect. The church system governance is imperfect. The doctrine is imperfect. The way to resist the invasion of the power of faith is imperfect. And everything is imperfect. If you are not careful, it will be a disaster of destruction. Maybe some strange but immortal things will be born. Emolan asked after muttering for a while. Hey, Linhua. Lu Bin. You said that the ancient evil gods, and ancient evil things written in fantasy novels were all born in this background and environment. Now that I think about it, it is true. Only when all these systems are full of loopholes, all imperfect, and all blank can these incredible existences be born. Linhua and Lu Bin fell into deep thought after hearing this, and spoke after a long silence. So we are in the ancient times now. Who said it's not? The ancient times are the ancient times. But I'm curious about one thing. Lu Bin asked curiously. Since it is an ancient era full of miracles and wonders, then as a mage, oh no, as an ancient mage, what role do we play? Are we the savior hero who saves the world? Or the super big scourge, who creates the strongest ancient evil god, the strongest ancient evil god, the strongest ancient evil creature, and then leaves behind a lot of ancient ruins to seal them? I think it is most likely the latter. Why? In response to Lu Bin's question, Emolan said after a moment's hesitation, pointing to the blood pool and the demon on it. Before you ask this question, you should take a look at what we are doing now. Lu Bin looked at the blood-filled pool and the hideous, horrible, violent and murderous demons and fell silent, and finally smacked his lips. Okay, but if you think about it carefully, it seems not bad, quite exciting, more exciting than the setting of the Savior. Emolan couldn't help but fall into deep thought after hearing this. Well, I will try to strengthen the self-sustaining seal a little bit, and do more in-depth research. It would be best to seal these evil gods, evil things, divine evils, and the like for thousands of years, and then break the seal after we die for hundreds of thousands of years, and leave them for the brave and the Savior to consume regularly. Ha ha ha. The three of them laughed together at the bottom of the blood pool. Alright. Alright. Linhua. Lu Bin. Have you two brought everyone here? Yes. According to my calculations, 83 people can just guarantee that each of us can bear the demonic power at the limit. However, this is only a theoretical calculation. In fact, various factors and calculation errors affect us. I estimate that if we really bring 83 people, we will have to blow up one of our spell slots. So I increased the number of people to 90. In addition, to avoid accidents, I also brought 4 substitutes. In total, I brought 100 qualified mages. In addition to you, me, and Lu Bin, there are 2 more who are at the 7th ring, Zhang Guangmo and Mu Qian. In addition, all the others are at the peak of the 6th ring. As for the elemental outer garments, they have already been condensed, and I have collected all the data. After Linhua finished speaking, Emolan nodded gently. Zhang Guangmo and Mu Qian completed their promotion when Emolan was not in the association. So far, in addition to the 3 presidents of the Mage Association, there are also 7 ring mages among the elders. However, it also shows that although they are all elders of the Mage Association, there are differences in strength, talent, and degree of effort. So far, only Zhang Guangmo and Mu Qian have completed the promotion, but they were relieved after the 2 of them were promoted. The other elders immediately became anxious, especially when they heard that some elite members were also preparing to be promoted. The remaining 8 elders were completely excited. In the past, it was okay for only the president to advance to the 7th ring, but the elders have all advanced to the 7th ring, and they haven't advanced yet. Doesn't this mean that they are worse than them? Well, it's normal for an elder to be surpassed. After all, it's just a little bit worse. But if the elites have all advanced to the 7th ring, and they haven't advanced yet, then the elders will lose face. What? In that case, they are probably not elders anymore? Won't they lose face for the elders of the Mage Association? Oh, then it's okay. Roll up. Roll up. Roll up. If it's not you guys who roll up, I'm unworthy to be an elder of the Mage Association. The elite members are less stressed. But when they see the elders of the association who are more talented and stronger than them roll up, it seems that there is no other choice. Emolan knows more about the current situation of the Mage Association, but he doesn't care much. He will come back to rectify the atmosphere of the association after this period. As for now, let them roll up for a while. He is busy. Now that everyone is here and all preparations are done, let's get started. Emolan took a deep breath. Linhua and Lu Bin nodded, and immediately opened the inner space door, releasing elemental coats one by one. In a blink of an eye, 100 elemental coats appeared here. Each of these elemental coats consumed a huge amount of elements when they were condensed. At this moment, all of them gathered together, although the elements were only compressed inside the elemental coats. The terrifying energy fluctuations were still shocking and palpitating. Chapter 723 Unstable Matter. Begin. As Emolan finished speaking, everyone closed their eyes, adjusted their breathing, and gradually calmed down. Of course, they were only their elemental outer garments at the bottom of the blood pool, and their bodies were all at a considerable distance away, in order to avoid the demonic power from directly descending on them. The structure of this version of the spiritual imprint had already been given to them, and the amount of spiritual power that each person should concentrate, and the structures that each person should complete had already been allocated, and next they only needed to complete this spiritual imprint step by step. However, there is another very strict requirement, which is to cooperate with each other to ensure the integrity of the spiritual imprint. If you are not careful, the spiritual imprint will collapse directly. This is also solved by Su Zongxin's advanced version of the spiritual connection spell, the mind connection. In this mind connection, anyone can have an extremely tacit cooperation as long as they cooperate. Strands of spiritual power threads with different structures extend from the elemental coats and converge towards the center. In the center of the 87 people were Linhua's elemental coat and Lu Bin, Emolan's magic coat. When the spiritual threads on the elemental coats of the outer statues spread and gathered, the three of them also condensed the spiritual threads. Emolan took the lead in the center. Linwa and Lupin assisted on one side. The spiritual threads merged and compressed one by one, just like processing raw materials. After the raw materials were processed, the ends of the spiritual threads merged together, forming a rather complex spiritual thread. Then, these spiritual threads were woven together, intertwined into a thread lock, a thread hollow ball. At the moment when the silk thread hollow sphere was completely formed, a spell position flew out from Emolan's magic coat and sank into it. The moment the spell position sank into it, the hollow sphere was completed. One by one, the mental power threads were just aligned with the diamond-shaped spell position, and they were tightly connected together. Buzz! The moment the spell position and the silk thread hollow sphere were connected together, the whole mental imprint made a buzzing sound, and the mental imprint was completed. There were no mistakes in the whole process, and no problems. It was successfully completed in the first time, which made Emolan feel quite good. But the next moment, he became serious again. Because this was just the beginning. The real test was still to come. And he would be successful only if he completed the crucial imprint, and withstood this huge demonic power. Emolan did not make any sound, but just thought about it. And the mental imprint was like an octopus with 1,000 claws, with its tentacles dancing wildly, and countless extremely thin mental power threads in a specific shape, tightly wrapped around the structure, and tied to the structure of the core of the blood pool. It took only a moment to wrap everything around. And the hollow sphere connected to Emolan's spell position was exactly in the center of the core of the blood pool. This step still did not have any problems. A familiar feeling surged, and a huge demonic force surged from the blood pool. The next one disappeared. However, Emolan and Linwen knew that this force would not disappear, but would directly appear in their magic coats. President, can the mental imprint withstand the pressure? Don't wait until we can withstand it. And the mental imprint will jump directly. If that happens, it will be ridiculous. No problem. The pressure on the mental imprint is much smaller than the pressure we need to bear. With my spell position as the core, the mental power of our 90 mages is used to construct the mental imprint, plus the specially prepared pressure-resistant structure and force-discharging structure. The pressure that this mental imprint can withstand will be very large. How big is it? It's probably that we were all crushed to death by this demonic power, and the mental imprint is still fine. President, I can understand your way of using metaphors and examples, but at this critical moment, can you give a more appropriate example? Say this at a critical moment, President. I feel weird. I have a bad feeling. Emolan fell into silence after hearing this, and in the silence, that huge demonic power had already erupted in their elemental coats. Emolan sensed the moment the demonic power exploded. Compared to when the projection body collapsed instantly, the demonic power was still huge and violent. But it could not instantly crush the magic coat. Emolan could already sense this power very clearly, although this power had been diverted. And although Emolan only bore a few tenths of it, he could still sense its hugeness. The power almost burst a lot of the constant microscopic structures inside the magic coat the moment it surged into the magic coat, making the magic coat partially unstable. Emolan could only make up for it quickly, channeling this huge demonic power, separating the main force to flow into the spell slot at the core of the magic coat, and guiding the other half to disperse, and evenly flow into various parts of the magic coat. However, what happened the next moment shocked Emolan, and even made him ecstatic. Because under Emolan's gaze, the demonic power that flowed into various parts of the magic coat quickly merged with the magic basic particles that constituted the magic coat after being dispersed, becoming one. Even Emolan could not detect that they were two forces. In other words, even Emolan had no ability to separate them again. After the fusion was completed, the magic power carried an extremely strong abyssal aura, demon aura, as if these magic powers had become a new kind of demonic power. No, it should not be said as if, that is, the current magic power has become a new kind of demonic power. After the magic basic particles were transformed into demonic magic basic particles, the magic power composed of the basic particles also began to transform into demonic magic power. Similarly, the magic coat composed of magic power also underwent drastic changes at this moment. The original magic coat was based on Emolan's own appearance after being refined as a template, which means that when it turns into unstable matter, it is in the shape of Emolan. Unstable matter refers to the fire phoenix, which is a temporary substance that transforms the elemental body, since the essence of this substance is elemental. And if the fire phoenix dies, the substance will turn into fire element again. This materialized element is called unstable matter by Emolan. The magic coat turns into unstable matter in the form of Emolan. And the real combat state is actually an extremely large magic ball, or a humanoid magic life form. However, at this moment, the basic structure of the magic coat has undergone a drastic change. The magic coat in the unstable material form is the appearance of Emolan. At this moment, the body of the magic coat, which is like a real person, swells and becomes 4 or 5 meters high in a blink of an eye. The surface of the skin quickly bulges, hardens, and keratinizes. Scales begin to appear one by one. Chapter 724 Demon Legion. Scales. But in the blink of an eye, the skin of the magic coat was completely covered with thick dark scales. Demon power surged. At the arm position, fingers, the nails swelled, and the tips of the dark nails flashed with sharp edges. The leg joints twisted, forming recurved knees. The soles of the feet turned into sheep's hooves, slightly stepped. The ground cracked. At the joints, on the shoulders, thorns grew out, making this body seem to turn into a killing machine. Any part of the body became a deadly weapon. This is a demon worm that stood out from hundreds of millions of its kind, experienced thousands, tens of thousands, even 100,000 battles to evolve a body that evolved specifically for killing, everything for killing and survival. Finally, the demon power gathered on the back, accompanied by 2 bulges, and then tore. Puff! A team of huge demon bat wings, with a wingspan of nearly 10 meters suddenly opened, and the wind howled instantly. The changes have stopped. Emolan's magic coat has already withstood this huge demonic power. This body strengthened by the demonic power gives people a great deterrent when standing in place, making people feel cold in their hearts. Emolan can sense the invasion. Although it can exert the 8th level combat power under his control, the magic coat, which is essentially only the 7th level peak, has been completely reborn. At this moment, the strength of this body alone has reached the 8th level peak. This body can no longer be called a magic coat at this moment. Perhaps it can be called a demon coat, or the demon's true body. Emolan's demon's true body is not a special case. At this moment, one after another elemental coat has completed the transformation, contaminated with the devil's breath, mastering the devil's power, turning into the shape of a demon, or it can be said that these are demons, but they are completely controlled by the magician, just a spell in the hands of the magician. Compared to Emolan's 8th level peak. Among these demon bodies, only Linhua, Lu Bin, Zhang Guanmo, and Mu Qian have reached the 8th level, and the rest of the demon bodies are only at the 7th level peak. However, even so, they are still very powerful. Originally, the Mage Association only had 5 hard 7th ring combat forces. Although there are many 6th ring peak mages who can reach the 7th level combat force, they are not hard 7th ring after all. But at this moment, the Mage Association has 90 demon bodies with strength above the 7th level, and 5 demon bodies with strength of the 8th level. It is simply a shocking expansion. If it is spread out to the outside world, it will probably scare a lot of people to death. Of course, the consequence is that they will frantically look for ways to enter the abyss world. Emolan's thoughts follow the spiritual power and descend into the demon's true body, resisting the invasion of the abyss's breath on the spiritual power. However, he directly activated a spell that had been prepared in the spell slot, unilaterally isolating the spell slot from sensing the spiritual space. In this way, the huge demonic power in the demon's true body will be directly blocked in the demon's true body, and will not be pulled out of the demon's true body after sensing the mage's true body and enter the mage's true body. After successfully isolating the unilateral induction of the spell position, Emolan's thoughts descended into this body. The moment the thoughts entered, Emolan felt unprecedentedly powerful. Compared with the real body of the 8th level peak demon, his original body was as fragile as tofu. But all of this was not the reason why Emolan was shocked. What really shocked Emolan, and even made him ecstatic, was the fusion of demon power and magic basic particles. That was the first time Emolan knew that magic basic particles could actually integrate things into them. You know, what is a basic particle? It is the most basic particle. Although it has the characteristic of magic, Emolan still couldn't think that other energies could be integrated into the magic basic particle. So Emolan was extremely shocked. What made Emolan ecstatic was that this fusion phenomenon inspired Emolan, and gave him a clearer idea of the problem that he had been unable to solve for a long time and had no idea about. That's why Emolan felt ecstatic. This was a sudden surprise. What problem has troubled Emolan for so long? It is the true original version of the magic coat, or the advanced version of the magic coat, the elemental body. The problem that troubled Emolan for a long time before was that if the body was constructed with pure elements, there must be something to carry consciousness, to carry the spiritual space. Only when it carries the spiritual space and consciousness can it be the true elemental body. Otherwise it is just a magical coat. The question of what to use to carry the spiritual space and consciousness has always troubled Emolan. If soul stones or specific life substances are used, the elemental body will have no meaning, and it will still leave a fatal weakness for itself. If it is just pure elements, what to use to carry consciousness? There is no way. But at this moment, Emolan saw hope when he saw the demonic power merge with the magic basic particles. Since the demonic power can merge with the magic basic particles, then what about other things? Can consciousness merge directly with the magic basic particles? Can the spiritual space be directly transformed into countless, and carried by the magic basic particles? If this can really be done, then as long as the magic basic particles are not destroyed, even if the magic is wiped out by others, it will be useless. If Emolan is not dead, he can use the magic basic particles to condense his body. This is a feasible, or highly feasible, path. It is also the first time in a long time that Emolan feels that the elemental body is so close to him. In comparison, the demon body seems insignificant. In fact, following this line of thought, Emolan also thought of another possibility. According to the indestructibility of matter, the disappearance of matter is just the dispersion of basic particles, and the appearance of matter is just the combination of basic particles. If one day, we can use basic particles smaller than elemental basic particles to carry consciousness and soul, does that mean that we will not die? Basic particles are never destroyed. Does this mean that even if they are broken up, they can gather little by little in the world, revive little by little, and never die? This seems to be a path to eternity, but it is still very far away from Emolan at this moment. Emolan sensed the state of the demon's body, thinking silently in his heart, turning his head to see 89 demons as tall as 3.5 meters looking at him. The bat wings behind them flapped slowly, and the aura of nearly 100 7th level peak demons condensed together. In a trance, Emolan also released his aura and merged into it. The next moment, the aura soared to the sky, and in the aura, it seemed that there was a 9th level demon standing on the ground, standing in the blood pool. Emolan seemed to have merged into this 9th level demon. A pair of ruthless demon eyes looked down at the earth, and the demon surrendered under his gaze. Suddenly, Emolan became refreshed again, muttering to himself, Demon Legion. Chapter 725 Ninth Order Power. Demon Legion. Emolan felt this powerful force, and murmured in shock. Is this the power of the Ninth Order demon? It turns out that these scattered powers can be gathered together again. Yes, they were originally one, and now they are just gathered together again. They were originally the demonic power that could create a Ninth Order demon. Emolan looked down at the land from the perspective of the Ninth Order demon's phantom, with a soaring momentum. Everything he saw, from the demon worms to the 8th Order demons, all prostrated themselves on the ground in fear, expressing their submission. Finally, Emolan's sight was focused on a high mountain. Only practice can tell the truth. Similarly, only after exerting power can you know its strength. Emolan's thoughts moved. The demon's claws slowly rose. Just as it was about to fall towards the high mountain, poof! The shadow of the 9th level demon collapsed like a balloon, and Emolan's thoughts returned to the demon's true body. The very sudden power gap made Emolan a little disappointed, but he adjusted his mentality in a blink of an eye, shaking his head and speaking softly. It seems that I thought too simply. How can the scattered power be gathered so easily? However, if there is a magic array that can gather all the power of the 90 demons, if they are integrated together, it may not be impossible to turn the 9th level demon phantom into reality, and condense the real 9th level demon power. Although the demon projection condensed in this way is not as powerful as the real 9th level demon, it is at least at the 9th level, and it is still overwhelming for the peak 8th level demon. So there is still a magic circle missing? A magic circle that can integrate the power of the 9th level. Emolan muttered to himself, thought for a while, and looked back at the 89 demon bodies in front of him. Listen to me. As soon as Emolan finished speaking, the demon bodies that were originally communicating with each other turned their heads to look at Emolan. First of all, the demon body contains demon power, which has a strong erosion effect on mental power. So you must be on guard when controlling the demon body, and strictly control the time of using the demon body. Don't use it for too long to cause your mental power, or even thinking to be eroded, then it will not be worth the loss. Second, in terms of mind, although this demon's true body can allow you to exert a higher level of power, please pay attention. It is just a spell. You are mages. You are beings who master spells, and you are beings who create spells. Even if the demon's true body is strictly speaking just a spell I created, don't get hung up on it. I hope you can indulge in studying the demon's true body, not its power. Emolan looked around at everyone with a serious look. Remember what I said today? Don't lose the watermelon while picking up sesame seeds. Emolan said, and turned to look at Linhua. Use your shadow space to create a portable space, similar to the pet space, the portable summoning space for mount attacks, to ensure that you can summon it at any time whenever you want, and not be directly imprisoned by space spells. Linhua was stunned when he heard this. And then his face changed. What? Portable space? President. I can't do it. Huh? President. Don't look at these demons' true bodies, which are only 3 or 5 meters tall. But now they are just compressed by space. You are the creator of the elemental coat. Don't you know the real size of the elemental coat? The original height alone is dozens of meters. Not to mention that it has been strengthened by the power of the demons. And the space compression can't stand it, turning the external appearance into 3 or 5 meters high. Shadow space can't bear it. Oh no. Shadow space can bear it, but it's too difficult. I can't do it. Emolan said after a moment of silence. Then Lubin. Can you help him? Lubin pondered for a moment, then nodded. That's fine. I just want to learn more about shadow space recently. I want to try to add a layer of shadow space behind the normal space to make it a double layer space. After Lubin finished speaking, Emolan turned his head and looked at Linhua, who nodded hesitantly. Okay. Then I'll try. Well, I don't think it should be a big problem. I can tell you about it. There is no need to pursue perfection. Just like the pet space, mount attack, and summon space I mentioned. You can completely abandon some unnecessary functions. And you don't need to store anything. We only need to be able to store the demon's true body. The demon's true body is simply an elemental life. So the shadow space you create only needs to be able to store elemental life. The demon's true body is huge. And as an elemental life, the demon's true body is large in size, which actually means that it contains a lot of energy. And it is highly condensed. So it needs to be able to store high quality and large total energy. The shadow space only needs to complete these 2 points, and the rest can be discarded. In that case, Linhua pondered for a moment after hearing this. Okay. I'll try. Well, okay. Emolan drove the demon body to break through the ground and left. Where are you going? President? The surface of the blood pool. Emolan's faint voice came out. Our current strength is enough for us not to be afraid of those peak 8th level demons. And our demon body can be perfectly integrated into the demon. Not conspicuous at all. And there is no need to worry about attracting extra attention. In that case, then why are we still doing it secretly? In addition, Guangma, Muqian. Here. During this period, you will work hard, and be responsible for leading people to capture the 2nd level blood pool, and the 1st level blood pool. After occupying it this time, we will not wait for other demons to advance. We will go directly, and occupy the blood pool. The 2nd level blood pool, and the 1st level blood pool, will not be spared. Yes. Zhang Guangma and Muqian looked at each other after hearing this. They were kind for a moment, and soon each of them took more than 47th level peak demons to leave this 3rd level blood pool, and went out to find blood pools to occupy with this 3rd level blood pool as the core. The demons created by these blood pools alone will be a huge force. Linhua said softly. A level 1 blood pool is equivalent to a level 7 demon. A level 2 blood pool means a level 8 demon, or multiple level 7 peak demons. Linhua was touched. Emolan shook his head. If you can't withstand my meteorite, what's the use? In the final analysis, it's just a spell. The mage is the foundation. If the blood pool is not equivalent to a mine with radiation, I would not bother to occupy too much. Now it is completely because I have no choice. If you want to solve the fuel problem, you must occupy a large number of blood pools that can produce radiation. Chapter 726, Satellite. We still have to see if we can find a materialized radioactive stone. If we can find a materialized radioactive stone, then it will be enough for us to use for a very long time. The energy inside a fist-sized radioactive stone is probably enough to destroy the world. I just don't know if such a stone exists in nature, or does the radioactive aura have to exist only in its current state? Emolan frowned after he finished speaking. It is really possible. There may not be such a raw stone with such a radioactive aura in nature. After all, the energy density of this radioactive aura is too high. If it is condensed into a substance, then its energy density will reach an appalling level. The possibility of such a raw stone existing is extremely small. Forget it. Don't think too much. Guangma, when Muqian and his team occupied a large number of blood pools, they would also obtain the location coordinates and relative positions of the blood pools. As long as the amount of data is large enough, I can find a way to locate the location of the 4th level blood pool. I can go to the 4th level blood pool and take a look. Maybe I can get something. It's not that Emolan is unwilling to look for the 4th level blood pool directly, but after a long time of searching for the blood pool, Emolan has mastered a rule. This rule is that if the surface area of the Abyss continent is compared to the surface area in reality, then there may be only one 1st level blood pool in the range of a town. It is not difficult for a mage like Emolan, who can scan a radius of 10,000 meters with a thought to find it. The density of the 2nd level blood pool is even smaller. To put it in a specific way, there is only one in a county. This density takes some time for a mage like Emolan to find. But as long as you put in the effort, it won't take long to find it. But what about the 3rd level blood pool? To put it in a specific way, there is only one in a city. It is very difficult to find even for Emolan and his team. If you don't infer the approximate area, you can only rely on pure luck. As for the 4th level blood pool, which is one level higher, according to Emolan's speculation, there may be only one in a large province. If you want to find a blood pool in a piece of land equivalent to a large province, a blood pool that is only the size of a small lake, it is like looking for a needle in a haystack. If you don't deduce the specific area, if you don't narrow the search range as much as possible, you can only rely on pure luck. Maybe we will find it tomorrow, or maybe we won't find it next year. So although Emolan knew that the level 4 blood pool must have a stronger radiation smell, and there might even be substantial radioactive raw stones, he still had no intention of looking for it directly. If there was that situation, it would be better to command Linwood to build a few satellites to find it, which would definitely be much faster. It's just that the various ferocious birds and beasts in the sky are very annoying. No matter which world the birds are from, whether they are the demon beasts and ferocious birds in the main material world, or the flying demons in the abyss world, they are extremely sensitive to all flying objects that appear in their airspace. Once they appear, they will attack crazily and target them. There is no end to them. Moreover, these flying demons or monsters and fierce birds often have one thing in common. That is, their eyes are very sharp. Good fellow. Illusion, optical refraction, and the like can only hide for a while, and it won't take long for them to be discovered by their extremely sharp eyes. Of course, this is more likely because the satellites launched by Lin were generally small, and their combat effectiveness is relatively poor, so they will be bullied if they look easy to bully. But the problem is that those that are too high and too heavy are not suitable. The bigger and heavier it is, the more powerful it needs. The stronger the power and the larger the size, the harder it is to hide. Then the problem comes. Satellites with larger size and greater energy fluctuations will usher in stronger fierce birds. Good fellow. Linwa was speechless. That is why, although Linwa has been studying satellites and has never given up, he has never launched them into space again. It seems that he is ready to make a big move and kill these flying birds with wings. But speaking of this, hey, Linwa, if you have time, why don't you throw a few satellites up to see if you have time? I remember you still have a few in stock. Right? Emolan said. Linwa quickly covered his pockets when he heard it. Damn, President. Do you know how expensive it is to build a satellite that can see the ground clearly from tens of thousands of meters and transmit information? Before there is technology to break through the atmosphere. Before the invisibility technique can deceive the abnormal eyes of those mixed-haired birds. This thing is a disposable consumable. And it is only for a short time. Don't even think about it. Okay. Seeing Linwa's look, Emolan clicked his tongue, which was quite a pity. Linwa rolled his eyes at this. If you can spend a lot of money to clear all creatures within tens of thousands of meters, and establish deterrents and clean them regularly, I can send a satellite up. But don't even think about it before it's cleared. I only have a few precious satellites. No one knows that in addition to various warning arrays and spells, the headquarters of the Mage Association also has several satellites suspended in the sky more than 100,000 meters high. Those cold metal eyes are always watching everything below. And thanks to those ferocious birds that force Lin Wei into a corner, that is, the mixed-haired birds in Lin Wei's mouth. The shooting device of this satellite uses a lot of discoveries in bird pupils, creating new technologies, seeing far, seeing clearly, and breaking illusions. The ability to observe the essence is extremely strong. That will take too long. Emolan frowned. To clear all flying creatures within the airspace of 100,000 meters above and below, you need to be careful, plow through inch by inch, and also make sure that there are no ferocious birds flying in from other areas, no fish slipping through the net, etc. Otherwise, missing one may directly cause the extremely expensive satellite to fall. These satellites even use a lot of transparent element metals that are produced in very small quantities within the association. This transparent element metal cannot be reshaped, which means it cannot be reused after it is broken. It gives the satellite extremely powerful functions, but also makes it extremely expensive and difficult to manufacture. Therefore, every time a satellite is lost, Lin Wei is heartbroken. He is very experienced, and there are too many demons on the Abyss continent. Forget it. Let's first calculate the approximate range of the 4th level blood pool based on the blood pool coordinates, and then find a way to search with satellites. That's no problem. It shouldn't damage my satellite. Then come back to me. Searching in a small area means that you don't need to rise too high, which means that the probability of encountering a truly powerful beast is reduced, which means that it should not be damaged. So I agreed. Well, it shouldn't be damaged at low altitude. Right? Chapter 727, The Unity of Body and Soul. Element basic particles are not solid. Emolan pondered. The element itself is like a spell structure. Countless identical or different element basic particles are entangled with each other, hugging, circling, binary star rotation, multiple star rotation, etc. A variety of structural methods combine these element basic particles, and finally form an element. Therefore, the element is not solid. There are a lot of gaps in the middle, but before reaching this level, the element is a whole, indivisible. Then will the elemental basic particles also have a similar structure? Similar to the structure of molecules? Made up of a certain number of smaller particles? Or is it similar to the structure of atoms? Composed of a nucleus and electrons rotating around the nucleus? It should be like this. Otherwise it is impossible to explain why the demonic power can be successfully integrated into it. It can only be integrated into it if there is a gap, and the demonic power can enter this gap. If it is solid, then nothing will work. In this case, I also have an idea for the elemental true body, which is to merge the soul with the body, and merge with each elemental basic particle that constitutes the body, so that the body and soul will be united from then on. Even if it turns into an elemental state, the elemental basic particles are still the same, and there is no change, and the soul will naturally remain unchanged. However, the spiritual space is mainly to protect the soul. The soul is fused with the elemental basic particles. If the elemental basic particles are immortal, the soul will not be extinguished. The spiritual space is meaningless, but the spell position is. Emolan frowned at this moment, thinking, this question is not difficult. The answer has already appeared in his mind. But Emolan hesitated slightly. But then Emolan's brows relaxed, and he figured it out. If you don't want the spell slot, just don't have it. The spell slot was created before because there was no independent casting ability. The spell slot had to carry the complete spell model, and then directly activate the spell model to release the spell. Later, when I reached the elite level, I already had the initial casting ability. I learned some small tricks of casting, and I could use some spell structures in the spell slot as a trigger to release stronger spells. And now, I have reached the master level. I have basically mastered the basic casting ability. I can already cast spells independently, and the elemental true body is actually the magic true body. After mastering the elemental true body, my casting ability will only become stronger, not weaker. At this point, the only function of the spell slots is to extend the coverage of mental power, create tower spirits, and control pets. It has lost its status as the core of the mage and has become a kind of auxiliary effect. What these spell slots can do, the soul can still do after fusing with the elemental basic particles. Even if it can't do it, you can temporarily condense a spell slot. There is no need to store so many spell slots in the brain. Not only is it useless, but it also creates a weakness for yourself. No more. When Emolan said these 3 words, he felt refreshed and clear-minded. But he also felt some emotion in his heart. From the first ring of magic to the current 7th ring of magic, who knows how much effort and sweat Emolan has put in for this. From the weakest ring, any magic beast can pose a fatal threat to Emolan, to the current 7th ring, invincible among players, and a strong man among the natives. All this is because of the magic position. The feelings for the spell slot are special and deep. Giving up the spell slot makes me feel touched. But the chaotic magic space inside the 7th ring spell slot is a problem. Emolan thought of that space and frowned. If the spell slot is gone, then the chaotic magic space is also gone? Although it is just an inner space, it has a unique meaning. Because the power flowing in this inner space is chaotic magic. Chaos is chaos, magic is magic. Emolan calls this kind of magic chaotic magic, because the magic flowing in the inner space has a nature close to the legendary chaos, as if it can evolve everything. Magic is composed of the 4 elements of earth, fire, wind and water plus Emolan's mental power. The reason why magic is called magic is because it has an extremely excellent characteristic, that is, magic can replace any element currently known to release spells, even including space spells. It is precisely because of this extremely special, extremely excellent nature that it is used by Emolan as the basic power of the Arcane Master. Even Emolan did not give up the Arcane Master. Part of the reason why he continued to study the Arcane Master was related to this extremely special magic. This nature of magic made Emolan feel that the development potential of this profession would be very large, even larger than that of the mage, and it had the potential to develop into a higher level profession for the mage. And the point that the chaotic state magic was even better. Why was it named Chaos by Emolan? Evolve everything. Of course, it was not the real evolution of everything in the world. If everything in the world was successfully evolved, it would not be chaotic state magic, but chaos. The reason why it was called chaotic state magic, the reason why it was called evolving everything, was because Emolan discovered an amazing fact when the chaotic state magic first appeared after he merged the space nodes. Chaos magic can be transformed into other elements. It is not that magic replaces other elements, but it is truly transformed into other elements. However, that was fleeting, and the real transformation was not completed. Only a prototype was revealed. A prototype that transformed into space elements, fire elements, earth elements, water elements, ice elements, wood elements, and countless other elements. It is like colorful black, although it still looks like an element on the surface, but at the right time and the right angle. You can see colorful colors, and see the colors of the thousands of elements in the world. It was that fleeting scene that made Emolan determine this name, chaotic magic. And this also makes this inner space always have quite characteristic features. The spell slot is just the spell slot. Although Emolan felt quite touched when he gave it up. He didn't feel bad at all. But he couldn't bear to give up the chaotic magic inner space. Because this may represent the special changes of the arcane profession after the 7th ring. It may also represent a more advanced energy. Or even represent the breakthrough point of Emolan's future research. A major research result with far-reaching influence. Therefore, Emolan can't give up the chaotic magic. And it is even more impossible for it to control the inner space that is controlled by it, giving birth to chaotic magic, and circulating chaotic magic. Emolan frowned. But at this moment, he suddenly remembered something and slapped his head. Yes. How could I forget this? Magic. Magic 2. Chapter 728 Looking Back. Yes, magic power is also true. Emolan suddenly felt a sense of surprise. At this moment, he suddenly realized a sense of enlightenment, a feeling of so that's how it is. I have been looking for him everywhere, but when I look back, he is at the end of the street where the lights are dim. This feeling of surprise made Emolan feel quite comfortable. In the past, magic power was evolved from the 4 elements of earth, fire, wind, water plus my mental power. Although the composition of magic power has not changed, it is different in depth. Now magic power is composed of magic basic particles. The magic basic particles are formed by the fusion of the basic particles of the 4 elements of earth, fire, wind, and water plus spiritual power. The chaotic magic in the inner space was originally formed by the 4 elements of earth, fire, wind, and water, which were transformed into elemental basic particles, and then merged into the space nodes, and transformed by the space nodes. The root of it has always been the fusion of the 4 elemental basic particles. The most important thing is that the size of the magic basic particles, the result of the fusion of the 4 elemental basic particles, is no different from that of the elemental basic particles. In other words, after the 4 elemental basic particles were fused, they were only the size of one elemental basic particle. No, that's not right. There is also the participation of mental power. Mental power is also integrated into it. What does this mean? This also means the fusion of elemental basic particles. This overlap. Darkness under the lamp. It turns out that I have always been dark under the lamp. Emolan wanted to slap himself, but after thinking about it, he couldn't bear to hurt this face that was only a little more handsome than the reader, so he endured it. What is the most important thing? The most important thing is not the fusion of the elemental basic particles, which is certainly important, but it is not the most important part. The most important part is that the process of the fusion of the elemental basic particles actually involves mental power. Emolan used 3 actually in a row to express his shock and outrageousness. I actually looked at it, because the fusion of magic power is so common, so familiar. Is it black? It's outrageous, but when I was just preparing to create a profession, I found this kind of magic structure that is the fusion of 4 elements and mental power, which is also outrageous. Emolan said with a smile. At this moment, he was really very happy, even more happy than discovering the fusion of demon power and magic. Because the formation of magic basic particles involves mental power, and mental power is even one of the most important raw materials. What does this mean? This means that Emolan's mental power can participate in the fusion process of elemental basic particles. Mental power is the power that Emolan uses for perception, and it is the most perceptive power, and the most perceptive power participates in the fusion experiment. This is when the research subject directly puts a microscope on his face during the research, and then hands the eyepiece to you. It is so outrageous. As long as Emolan uses some tricks, when the 4 elemental basic particles merge with the magic basic particles, he may be able to peek into the process of elemental basic particles fusion, and may even be able to directly peek into the internal structure of the elemental basic particles. Emolan even has an extremely bold and risky idea. Since mental power can be used as raw material to fuse with the 4 elemental basic particles of earth, fire, wind, and water to become magic power, then can a part of the soul be directly separated to replace mental power and merge into the magic basic particles to become magic power? If all souls are decomposed into tens of millions, hundreds of millions of parts, and all are merged into the magic basic particles, does this mean the true birth of the elemental body? And if we find a way to let the inner space participate in this process, will there be a qualitative change if all the magic basic particles that constitute the magic body are converted into chaotic magic basic particles? Will we really master the unimaginable ability to evolve all things? Emolan had endless reverie. And then his thoughts gradually gathered, and he looked at the palm of his hand, looking at the 4 insignificant and extremely small elements. Earth element, fire element, wind element, water element. These are the most basic, most common 4 elements. Basically, when a mage first comes into contact with magic, the first time they come into contact with elements will be these 4 elements. Even Emolan is the same, but Emolan only comes into contact with these 4 elements at once. With a slight thought, the 4 elements instantly disintegrated into thousands of elemental basic particles. The elements at this moment are much more complicated than when Emolan was promoted to the 7th ring. Obviously, Emolan's original guess was correct. The spell structure of an element actually represents part of the element rule information. But when you master the entire spell structure of an element, you can basically say that you have mastered the element rule. Similarly, the element structure created by the mage will appear inside the element as long as it has been successfully used or successfully appeared. It is as if the world senses that the rules have changed and begins to adjust its internal element structure, adding this new element structure to its own rules. As time goes by, as the profession of mage continues to develop, countless mages continue to research and create. The rules of the future will only become more and more complicated, and it will become more and more difficult to master the rules and break through the 7th ring. Of course, the power of the rules mastered after the breakthrough will become stronger. It is reasonable to get what you pay for. Nowadays, the 4 elements of earth, fire, wind, and water have become more complicated, and their internal structure has been increased a lot. But this is not the focus at this moment. The focus at this moment is the thousands of elemental basic particles that collapsed. As soon as Emolan thought, the thousands of elemental basic particles began to rotate at high speed, and the rich spiritual power participated in it. Emolan did not know how many times he had done the process of refining magic power. Emolan did not know how skilled he was. It has basically become an instinctive action. However, except for the first time he refined magic power, except for the time when he created the Arcane Master, there was no time that he was more looking forward to than this time. Mo-Lan's thoughts were all focused on the mental power involved in the fusion. He maximized the observation details of the mental power, and carefully observed the fusion scene. The fusion began. The magic power appeared. However, Mo-Lan saw nothing. He only noticed the disappearance of the mental power. Oh no! It was not disappearance. He only felt that the mental power was transformed into a part of the magic power, becoming the hub connecting him and the magic power. All this was very normal. But what Mo-Lan really wanted to see, what Mo-Lan really wanted, he got nothing. The first failure. After the failure, the second experiment started again soon. And it was still a failure. Chapter 729 Basic Particles. Failed again. Mo-Lan said calmly. This continuous failure did not make him feel depressed. This was within his expectations. Because if the spirit power is also involved in the normal process of refining magic power, if the spirit power observes some situations at this time, then even if he is careless, it is impossible for him to look at each other, it is impossible for him not to find out all the time. So before the experiment started, Mo-Lan knew that there was a 99.9% probability of failure, and it was a continuous failure. The reason why he continued to try in the case of almost inevitable continuous failure was just that Mo-Lan adhered to rigorous thinking, and did not want to miss the last 0.1%, because the chance of success might be hidden in this 0.1%. However, I did not encounter this 0.1% today. Mo-Lan silently ended the experiment, and started a new batch of releases. Ordinary mental power is indeed just a normal energy for consumption, just a kind of power extended from the origin of mental power. It is very likely that this power will change its nature after being integrated into the 4 elemental basic particles, and becoming magic power. Based on the current experimental data, this is indeed the case. This mental power has become a part of magic power, and it can no longer be extracted and turned into mental power again. In this case, then use the mental power that will not be changed, or in other words, the mental power that is more closely related to me as the material to create magic power, the original mental power. Mo-Lan silently cast his eyes on the spell position in his mind. What is the origin of spiritual power? The origin of spiritual power is the origin of spiritual power, which represents the spiritual power of Mo-Lan's 7-ring cultivation, all used to construct spell positions. Normal spiritual power is used for use, and it will recover if it is reduced, but if this origin of spiritual power is consumed, it will be injured, and it may even cause the realm to fall. Of course, this origin of spiritual power is also extremely difficult to be consumed, even if it is integrated into the pet's body and destroyed. It can be recondensed, which will not cause the cultivation to fall. At most it will take a period of time to recuperate. This is why Mo-Lan chose the original spiritual power as the material for the next experiment. Break it. Break it, it will be broken at that time anyway. It doesn't matter if it's broken now. Mo-Lan muttered. With a thought, he directly smashed a first-ring spell position. His head twitched and groaned, and an additional spiritual power source appeared in his mind. Huh, it hurts. Mo-Lan grinned, with a thought. This original spiritual power was called out, the basic particles of the 4 elements appeared again, and the original spiritual power was directly used to wrap these 4 basic particles of the elements, and then the fusion began. Mo-Lan's thoughts sank into these original spiritual powers, compared to normal spiritual power, which can only be used for exploration. The original spiritual power, which was originally a spell position, truly contained a trace of Mo-Lan's thoughts at this moment. In other words, this strand of original spiritual power has become a clone-like existence after accommodating a strand of Mo-Lan's thoughts. Mo-Lan's operation is to use a strand of his own thoughts as the fusion material. This is to use his own clone as the fusion material, which is almost equivalent to using himself as the fusion material. From the perspective of perception, it can be said that way. Usually, spiritual power is melted by watching and controlling. Today, it is the first time to fuse spiritual power as a fusion material. Mo-Lan feels that the elemental basic particles have become much larger as he becomes stronger, and they have begun to expand together with the original spiritual power. Fusion began immediately. In an instant, an earth element basic particle, a fire element basic particle, a wind element basic particle, a water element basic particle, a wisp of original spiritual power, a wisp of thought collided together under high pressure. At this moment, a chemical reaction seemed to occur. The original spiritual power directly wrapped up all 4 basic particles. Then, the original spiritual power was integrated into the 4-element basic particles. Then, under high pressure, the earth, fire, wind, water element basic particles collided with each other at the same time. In an instant, they overlapped and turned into a magic basic particle. The magic basic particle was round and slowly floated in the air. However, Emolan was stunned. At the moment of fusion, Emolan felt as if he had entered a new world. No, 4 new worlds. A large number of huge spheres rotated at high speed within a range. In each perspective, there were countless huge spheres rotating at high speed. The number and size of the huge spheres were different, and the trajectories of their rotation were also different. A large number of spheres rotated at high speed within a spherical range. The rotating spheres occupied a small volume of the entire spherical range. But the spheres kept rotating at high speed, and they looked extremely dense. For perspectives at the same time, the moment the original spiritual power merged, the high-speed rotating spheres seemed to stagnate. The next moment, the 4 perspectives collided and merged together. The spheres that were originally rotating at high speed within the 4 spheres all move within one sphere. And in the gaps between the spheres, the original spiritual power permeated and filled them, and then the picture disappeared. Huh? Where is my spiritual power? Emolan's eyes widened. He had just been watching with great interest, but just when he was excited, it was gone all of a sudden, too sudden. The original spiritual power can be recondensed. But the original spiritual power is gone? Emolan felt the state of his spiritual power slightly, muttering to himself. The perspective just now should be the microscopic structure inside the elemental particles, or the microscopic world. The basic elemental particles are indeed not solid, but a basic particle composed of multiple particles moving. I didn't sense any properties of those high-speed rotating spheres, and I didn't detect any characteristics. They only differ in size. If I guess correctly, then it might be the real basic particle. Emolan projected the picture he saw at that time in front of him, and the 4 hollow pictures in the middle showed the world, the mystery of the microscopic world. As far as I can see now, the smallest contact is this kind of basic particle, and the structure of the world should be like this. Basic particles constitute different elemental basic particles, and elemental basic particles constitute elements. Different elements collide and fuse to evolve all things in the world. Thinking from this perspective, basic particles are the basis of everything. If you master the use of basic particles, you can almost create all the substances in the world out of thin air. Well, I'm off topic. Emolan patted his head. Just now, my original spiritual power and thoughts were maintained for 2 moments in the microscopic perspective. They were not erased during the fusion time, but disappeared 1 moment after the fusion was completed. In this case, the reason why the spiritual power cannot exist inside the magic basic particles is not the fusion, but other reasons. Chapter 730 Define the rules. Since the reason for the annihilation of the original spiritual power and thoughts is not the formation of magic power, then it means that there is a trace of thoughts left in the magic power, and there is no conflict with the formation of magic power, and they can coexist. This is simple, and there is no need to worry about anything else, and there is no need to consider anything. Theoretically speaking, as long as I can think of a way to successfully maintain the existence of the original spiritual power and thoughts in the basic particles of magic power, then I have completed the most critical step of the elemental true body, which is also the most difficult step. After completing this step, the elemental body is almost formed. For the first time, Emolan felt that the elemental body was so close to him, as if he could step into the world of the elemental body just by taking another step forward. But when Emolan thought about it carefully, he suddenly felt that although he was only 1 step away from the elemental body, this step might be a world away. In the microscopic world, if you want to keep the original spiritual power and a trace of thought, all the current means cannot act on the elemental basic particles of the element. My attack, control and other means can only break the elements into elemental basic particles, and break the matter into elemental basic particles. Going further, I cannot purposefully cause any attack to the elemental basic particles. In addition, there is only mental power inside the elemental basic particles, and the original mental power and a trace of my thoughts have entered them. In theory, mental power can also complete a series of arrangements. However, the elemental basic particles are extremely small, and the original mental power fused during the fusion process is also very small. This little bit of mental power, almost the source of mental power that has been divided to the limit, cannot be divided again, cannot perform any operation at all. This source of mental power can only be mental power. Emolan pondered. Is there any way to keep the mental power in my thoughts inside the magic basic particles? Strengthen my mental power, and keep increasing the strength of the mental power to the point where it cannot be destroyed or erased inside the magic basic particles. Emolan thought, this is indeed the simplest, most reliable, most practical way. As long as the strength of the mental power is such that the magic basic particles cannot be erased, then the original mental power, and the thoughts contained in it will naturally not be erased. Great shit. Who knows what strength is needed to withstand the power inside the magic basic particles? And at my level, every bit of improvement in mental power is hard won. If I want to increase my mental power to the level that can withstand the power inside the magic basic particles, I don't know when I can reach this standard. No, I still have to think of other ways. Emolan shook his head slightly, thinking, and at this time, Emolan suddenly had an idea. Hey, what is spiritual power made of? Matter is made of elements. Elements are made of elemental basic particles. Elemental basic particles are made of basic particles. When I can't use elements, I can use elemental basic particles to arrange the structure, and it can still play a strong effect in my hands. Then the question is, what makes up spiritual power? Is it the spiritual power basic particles? Or something else? Emolan pondered. He found that the strongest point of the mage is spiritual power, and the most ignorant, the most mysterious place seems to be spiritual power. Is mental power a kind of element or a completely special energy? What is the microscopic structure of mental power? Emolan pondered for a long time, but could not come up with an answer, because he found that mental power never seemed to have undergone any fundamental changes, whether it was weak or strong. With the increase of strength again and again, mental power is indeed strengthening and becoming stronger and stronger, but other than that, it seems that mental power is always the same. Mental power is always mental power. The mental power of the first ring is like this. The mental power of the seventh ring is also like this. The mental power is a whole from beginning to end, and the microscopic structure of mental power has never been discovered. It is never the mental power that changes. When the mental power could only observe the elements, the mental power was so strong. Now the mental power can observe the basic particles of the elements, and even when entering the basic particles of the elements to observe the basic particles, the mental power is still the same. It is only the observable objects that change. In the past, I thought that the mental power was invisible and intangible, and it was very normal to have these characteristics. But now think about it, mental power is not an invisible substance. On the contrary, mental power is real, and the original mental power is even more real. So the question is, what exactly does the actual mental power consist of? I am enough to cover a 5,000 meter radius. The huge mental power that can cover a spherical area with a radius of 5,000 meters is not an invisible substance. What exactly does this huge mental power consist of? What is the microscopic structure of mental power? Microstructure? Emolan frowned slightly, and a flash of inspiration seemed to flash through his mind. Wait. Microstructure. The element structure composed of the basic particles inside the element represents the rules of this element. The more element structures there are, the more complex the element structure becomes, and the more profound it is, the stronger the rules of this element are. Thinking from this perspective, the microscopic element structure is the embodiment of the rules of this world. Then does the lack of microscopic structure of mental power mean that although this world has such a thing as mental power, in fact, this world does not have the rule of mental power? There is no such rule? Emolan was shocked by his own guess. No way. Is this impossible? Emolan subconsciously denied it, feeling it very incredible, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was more likely. No way. If there really is no spiritual power rule in this world, then spiritual power has no microscopic world. Then does it mean that as long as spiritual power rules appear, spiritual power will have microscopic structures? Or as long as spiritual power has microscopic structures that constitute spiritual power, then the spiritual power rule will appear in the world? If spiritual power has microscopic structures, I may be able to directly disintegrate spiritual power, turn it into microscopic particles of complete spiritual power, and then control these microscopic particles to construct the spell model. If this is the case, relying on the power of the spell structure, it is not impossible to withstand the power inside the magic basic particles. And I can also completely change the microscopic spell structure of mental power, directly increase the strength of mental power, or increase the concealment of mental power, etc. Emolan trembled with excitement. So what I need to do next is to define the rules. Chapter 731 Learning. Set the rules, Emolan whispered softly. After saying this, he suddenly felt that the mental power was different. The mental power is a whole piece. It looks like a piece. It is invisible and intangible. But it is also visible and intangible. It is invisible and substantial. It is visible and substantial. I used to think that this is the mental power. Everything is the magic of the mental power. You could adjust the state of the mental power itself through various mental magic structures. From invisible and intangible to visible and substantial. But now, this is a piece of nothingness and chaos. There is no constraint. There is no qualitative determination. It evolves arbitrarily, waiting for the rules to be set. The current mental power is just a chaos, like a ball of water, which can change at will. But it cannot exert the hardness and strength of ice, nor the invisible and huge coverage of water vapor. Only the established rules can make the mental power exert its true ability, showing strong offensiveness and defensiveness like ice, expanding rapidly like fog, covering an area 10 times or 100 times larger. Perhaps after the rules are established, mental power will no longer be just an auxiliary tool. Perhaps the mage can exert super strong offensive power, defensive power, detection ability, and auxiliary ability with just strong mental power. Emolan muttered to himself. However, while possessing these new evolutions, the spiritual power must not lose its original ever-changing nature, and it must not lose its original potential. The rules I set may seem to enhance the spiritual power now, but in the future, they will become a restriction on the development potential of the spiritual power, and a constraint on the supreme potential of the spiritual power. I can't be the strongest. Now, in the future, there will definitely be a stronger magician than me. So I must retain the potential of the spiritual power while setting the rules, leaving enough space, leaving gaps, and making it convenient for the stronger ones to overturn the rules I set. Emolan pondered. But a new problem came again. Everyone can say that setting the rules, but how to do it specifically? How to do it requires real skills. Spiritual power, Emolan pondered. Although he was the most powerful mage so far, although he was a pioneer of mages, although he had studied the rules of elements in depth, but in the field of spiritual power, he did not get involved much. After all, no matter how strong he was, his energy was limited. It would take a lot of time and energy to study any aspect to a high level. This was no longer useful for geniuses. Or genius was just the basic condition for studying these fields from scratch. Those who could reach this point were all geniuses. Even geniuses had to spend a lot of time and energy to open up a new path in confusion. So even if Emolan is very powerful, even if he has the ink cartridge, the help of the tower spirit cannot be all-encompassing. But it is not a big problem. The Mage Association was established for this purpose, and it brought together Lu Bin, Linhua, Zhang Guanmo and others. Linhua, Lu Bin, I will go back first. You guys hold on here. Is it okay? Emolan said directly, and Lu Bin and Linhua on the other side nodded. To deal with some 8th level demons. Now that we have the demon's true body, it will not be a big problem. But are you going back now? President? Is there something urgent? Lu Bin asked curiously. Emolan nodded. Check some information. This place is too far away to connect to the main tower spirit, and it's impossible to find any information. Emolan nodded. Lu Bin didn't ask any more questions after hearing that. Okay, President. You go, Linhua, and I will take care of this place. Okay. Emolan took a step and disappeared in front of Linhua. Lu Bin. Since being led astray by Lu Bin, Emolan and Linhua like to use flash magic to leave more and more at times. It feels really good to disappear after taking a step. Another way is to use space expansion to simulate the distance between a stone and a world. One step is 100 meters. These two ways of traveling are now very popular with him. As for when there is no one around, they all use their most comfortable and fastest way to travel. Only Lu Bin can use the distance between a stone and a world. He specializes in space, and he is most skilled in this method. At this moment, Emolan manifests a fire phoenix. His body is hidden inside the fire phoenix. The fire phoenix spreads its wings and flies at high speed, while the wind whistles, riding the wind very fast. The 3rd level blood pool where Emolan and his companions were had already penetrated deep into the Abyss continent, and was very far away from the location of the gate to the other world. Even at Emolan's speed, it would take quite some time to reach it. Emolan took out his own pagoda spirit, and let it control the flight of the fire phoenix, while he entered a state of meditation. During meditation, The concept of time became weak, as if time would pass quietly without notice. When Imolon woke up, he had already arrived in front of the gate to the other world. At this moment, the gate to the other world had been opened, and many mages were taking this opportunity to transport some supplies. President. Yes. The fire phoenix dissipated. Imolon stepped out of the fire phoenix, and nodded from them, then stepped into the gate of the other world, and appeared in the teleportation hall of the Mage Association. Tower Spirit, collect all research papers and materials related to mental power. Collect all spell models and structures of mental spells currently available. Yes. Tower Spirit's voice rang in Imolon's ears, but when Imolon returned to his office, Tower Spirit had already prepared the data package and projected its catalog and introduction above Imolon's desk, like a computer screen, allowing Imolon to browse. Imolon looked at the catalog and browsed it roughly. In addition to the spiritual spell model, there are a lot of papers and research materials on spiritual power. However, these contents are mainly divided into 3 parts. One part is relatively scattered. This part has less content and is of a lower level. It is basically the result of research by some ordinary member mages or some small studios. The signatures of the remaining 2 parts are basically the same. One is from the Purification of Spiritual Power Project Team, and the other is from the Divine Spirit Project Team. These 2 project groups are the main research groups of the Mage Association for Spiritual Power. They have produced a large number of research results on spiritual power. The catalog and brief introduction of these results can be compiled into a large book. Imolon roughly read the catalog, then closed his eyes and lay back on the chair. After a long breath, he opened his eyes. His eyes were full of energy, and then twisted his neck. Begin, he whispered softly, took out a notebook, a pen, and then opened a research paper and began to read. While reading, he wrote on the notebook and entered the learning state. The first preparation before research is to study. Chapter 732, Floating City Foundation. This is interesting, Imolon said softly, while looking at a very special argument. While speaking, he also wrote in a notebook recording. Does this mean that the essence of mental power is a wave? The brain is like a brain wave transmitter, receiver and converter. Cultivation is to enhance the power of the brain wave transmitter. Mental power is the wave it sends out. The wave carries information, and will collect and feed back the information it touches. Imolon looked at it, and shook his head. Modern technology is modern technology, and mages are mages. To explain the essence of spiritual power, by forcing modern technology to fit it is to fall into the lower level and go astray. Imolon finished reading this paper, and his hand slid lightly, and he began to read the next paper, on the relationship between spiritual power, and will the collected spiritual power has a strong personal will and personal attributes. In the process of purification, personal will and personal attributes will be directly erased, leaving only the purest spiritual power. Personal will and personal attributes can be regarded as a person's thoughts. Since mental power can still exist in a pure form after the thoughts are erased, it means that mental power and thoughts are completely 2 different things. Mental power is essentially a special kind of power that can be controlled by thoughts, and can be integrated with thoughts. And thoughts are another kind of power, which is unknown for the time being, so no summary will be made. Imolon looked at the paper quietly, thought silently, then nodded and said, "This paper does have something." Looking at the paper, the data content attached to the back of the paper, the person who wrote it should have spent a lot of effort, did a lot of experiments. And this conclusion is indeed very convincing. Mental power is just a rather peculiar kind of power, which can be controlled by thoughts, and can be born from the human soul, or energy. Who wrote this? Imolon curiously turned back to the beginning, wanting to see who wrote the paper, flipped forward, and immediately saw the name. Kuchinji? It turned out to be him, which is understandable. Kuchinji is the leader of the project team that studies the purification of mental power. He led the research and development and implementation of various technologies such as purification of mental power collection, mental power purification assembly line, and so on. He has a very high level of attainment in the application of mental power. After thinking for a while, Imolon opened the next paper again. After reading one paper after another, Imolon was like a hungry sponge, absorbing the wisdom of many mages in the association. After reading the paper, he looked at the spell model and started the original work again. He analyzed each spell model from each spell node and each spell structure, and figured out the role of each spell node, each spell structure, and each spell model. This work was slow at first, but when Emolan became more and more familiar with the spell model of the spiritual system, the analysis speed became extremely fast. A mage structure often only needs a glance, a look, and a little thought to understand the principle. But just when Emolan was studying, something interrupted him. Has the white jade lion advanced to the 7th level? Emolan felt the movement brought by the spell slot, and whispered. The next moment, his thoughts followed the connection of mental power and landed in the spell slot. After returning to the Mage Association, Emolan's mental power spread out again, not only covering the island where the Mage Association was located, but also directly covering the crucial abyss in the Earth Elemental Realm, and was always connected to the spell slot in the White Jade Lion's brain. Emolan's thoughts came, and the first thing he did was to look around. At this time, the stone suspended in the abyss was already quite large. At present, the square black stone with a length of 1,000 meters, a width of more than 900 meters, and a thickness of 100 meters is already a huge monster. And this is the foundation that Emolan prepared for the floating city. Each piece of this huge black foundation is condensed by compressing rocks as big as a mountain. On the surface, this foundation looks huge, giving people a lot of pressure. But in fact its mass is 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times what it looks like on the surface. In order to support the suspension of such a huge monster, the anti-gravity rule crystal ball consumes a huge amount of earth elements every minute and every second. Maybe all the earth elements stored in the Mage Association today may not be enough to supply the city foundation for a few days of suspension. That is to say, only the anti-gravity rule crystal ball inside the abyss that constantly spews violent earth elements can hold up this heavy behemoth. If it were in the outside world, this heavy behemoth would instantly fall to the ground and turn into a dark mountain. At this moment, on the 4 sides of the city foundation, there is a construction platform every 100 meters. Each of these construction platforms is constructed with an incomplete 7-ring stone wall technique. These incomplete 7-ring stone wall techniques are connected to the anti-gravity rule crystal ball in the center of the city foundation, guiding the majestic rule power in the anti-gravity rule crystal ball, and running these 7-ring stone wall techniques at the same time. This is the result of Emolan's in-depth research on the anti-gravity rules. He directly uses the power of the anti-gravity rule crystal ball to drive dozens of 7-ring stone wall structures at the same time. These 7-ring stone wall structures devour huge earth elements every minute and every second. These earth elements turn into compressed forces and tear off a mountain-sized piece from the stone wall and compress it to the limit, and then stick it together with the city foundation. Every minute and every second, the area and volume of the city foundation are still expanding. And all of this is presided over by a tower spirit and a white jade stone lion. Of course, Emolan's mental power is always paying attention to this place, because this is one of the most important parts of the entire floating city. The foundation of the floating city. After the foundation is initially formed, the core underlying magic array of the floating city will be directly imprinted on it, becoming the foundation that truly supports the floating city. Of course, the current foundation has not yet been imprinted with the core underlying magic array. It is currently just a large high-density stone suspended in the air. Emolan checked it once, and found that there was no problem with the foundation assembly line. He nodded, and then fixed his eyes on the white jade lion. At this moment, the aura of the white jade lion expanded rapidly. A large amount of earth elements were absorbed into its body. The crystal white jade that constituted its body grew rapidly, making its body expand rapidly. After obtaining the opportunity of the 7th level, after a long period of comprehension and practice, it finally succeeded in advancing to the 7th level today. Congratulations. Emolan used the spell position inside the white jade lion's body to sense the state of the white jade lion. At this time, the spell position had merged with the soul of the white jade lion, and Emolan could easily sense it. But after a little perception, Emolan was suddenly a little surprised. These white jades on the white jade lion have evolved the characteristics of nourishing spiritual power. It seems that it can also enhance spiritual power? Chapter 733, Cultivating Thoughts. Is this a mutation? Or has the jade on the white jade lion changed in nature because of the improvement of the white jade lion's strength and the qualitative change of its life level? Emolan was a little surprised, because as the owner of the white jade lion, he knew very well what characteristics the elemental stone of the white tiger lion's true body had. Originally, the elemental stone on the white jade lion's body only had the effect of storing some energy, and it was also a relatively common type among elemental stones. It should be like this. Emolan looked at the white jade lion that had just evolved and was crystal clear and as white as jade, and said silently in his heart, "Perhaps it is not very appropriate to call it a white jade lion in the future. Now it can be called a white jade lion." Emolan gently stroked the white jade lion's drooping head and said slowly. At the same time, he also observed the jade on the surface of the white jade lion's body in depth, and carefully sensed and explored it with his mental power. It can indeed store and nourish mental power. If the soul stone is only used to store spiritual power, then the nature of the elemental stone on the white jade lion is even more advanced, superior, and special. In addition to storing spiritual power, it can also nourish spiritual power and make it stronger. I don't know if the soul can be nourished, and if it can make the soul stronger. If it can, it will be amazing. However, it is not easy to operate, and it is not easy to try. After all, the soul is mysterious. No one knows where it is, and what state it is in. But you can try whether the thought can work. After thinking for a moment, Emolan attached a thought to a strand of mental power and integrated it into the white jade of the white jade lion. The so-called thought is a strand of Emolan's mind. It has no thinking ability. It can only rigidly but relatively flexibly execute the thoughts given by Emolan. For example, killing, mining, operating, and exploding when touching objects, etc. This ability to separate thoughts is like Emolan's instinct. It has been there since Emolan was promoted to the 7th ring. It should be that the soul or mental power has enough strength after reaching the 7th ring. Under such a high strength, even a strand of Emolan's thought can be so magical. This was discovered by Emolan by chance. He once thought, if his mental power reaches the level of a god, would his thoughts separated have independent thinking ability, independent research and development ability, or even self-sustaining ability? Emolan once thought about it, but did not come to a conclusion. He just silently used the ability to separate thoughts. Not to mention, the emergence and use of this ability allowed Emolan to discover many new ways to play, and also made it more convenient and concise for Emolan to conduct some experiments. While thinking, Emolan also continued to pay attention to the state of this thought. When he found that this thought not only did not slowly dissipate over time, but was strengthened a lot, Emolan was shocked. What a joke. Can a thought I separated be nurtured and strengthened? This is my thought. No one can be responsible for it. My thought. How can this elemental stone be strengthened? Emolan was shocked, but calmed down after thinking for a moment. But it may not be what I thought. It may be that this element of white jade has or can transform into an energy that can be absorbed by mental power and thoughts. No one created my thoughts, but my thoughts absorbed this ability or matter and became stronger. Emolan breathed a sigh of relief after thinking about the key point. But the look in his eyes when he looked at the white jade lion changed a lot, making the white jade lion tremble and dare not move. Dare not move. Dare not move. Emolan retracted that wisp of mental power and thought silently in his heart, and then helped the white jade lion to cut its nails. The white jade lion's body was more than 10 meters long. Even one claw was very large, even if Emolan only trimmed the tip a little. It was already the size of a fist. Emolan held the sharp claw in his hand, thinking, and threw it up the next moment. A fire phoenix formed in the air, just wrapped the white jade claw inside, and then the fire phoenix shook the air away, and flew towards the space channel at a high speed. Emolan was walking on the foundation of the dark floating city, thinking, if the white jade on the white jade lion can nourish the original spiritual power, and even the soul, then it is an extremely valuable cultivation resource. Let's not talk about the soul for now. I still haven't touched it. But if the original spiritual power can be strengthened, it can still save the mage a lot of time. Maybe from now on, the mage can focus all his attention on research, and let the elemental white jade do the strengthening of spiritual power. It will become stronger as time goes by. In addition to the role of cultivation, element white jade is also an extremely precious element material, which can store and enhance mental power. If nothing else, it can at least play an important role in Linwa's mechanical field. There is also the tower spirit. If this element white jade is used as the tower spirit matrix to form a tower spirit with the earth spirit, not to mention the increase in computing power and performance, the tower spirit will probably become a special creature with real growth potential. Right? It is not just a tower spirit that relies on the promotion of the mage. In addition, if Linwa uses this element stone as the core structure of the mechanical creation, and this element white jade is used as the key input and output port, the performance should be improved again. At least this material is better than soul stone in the conduction of mental power. Mental power can be transmitted and reacted in it at a faster speed. This function can also break through the existing limitations of the Tower Spirit Cluster it placed in the Tower Spirit Cluster, creating a large Tower Spirit Cluster with more Tower Spirits, a larger computing scale, and a larger computing power. It's a pity that this element White Jade is only available on the White Jade Lion. Even if you let go and collect it, the output is too little. Emolan glanced at the White Jade Lion and shook his head with a sigh. The White Jade Lion was even more scared. Why are you so scared? Relax. It's just a haircut, a kidney removal, a nail trim, etc. What's the big deal? Emolan said casually. Stay here. Help me watch the operation of these structures. And call me if you have any questions. Understand? The White Jade Lion nodded repeatedly. Well, I'll go first. Emolan's thoughts were withdrawn, the projection disappeared immediately, and not long after the main consciousness returned to the body. A phoenix cry sounded. The fire phoenix had already delivered the element White Jade. Emolan casually flicked his finger, and the fire phoenix turned into a sky full of sparks and dissipated, while the elemental White Jade fell into his hand. Immediately, a source of spiritual power surged out of Emolan's mind, and this source of spiritual power directly sank into the fist-sized elemental White Jade in front of him. Whether the elemental White Jade can enhance spiritual power will soon be revealed. Chapter 734. The manuscript of Mage Apprentice Emolan. Useless? Emolan took back his original spiritual power, and frowned after a slight sensation, a little disappointed, a little regretful. The original spiritual power he put into the elemental White Jade was the same as it was when he took it back, without any change. It cannot strengthen the original spiritual power, which means it cannot be used for cultivation, so its value is much lower. But it's not bad. Just in the Tower Spirit, the use of machinery is enough to prove its value. But maybe because I am a 7th ring, this elemental White Jade can't improve my original spiritual power at all. Maybe a lower level one will do? Although Emolan was disappointed, he did not lose his most basic judgment and research abilities. He did not become careless and give up the subsequent series of tests because of subjective judgment. Al, come up. Emolan's voice sounded in Al's ears. Al, who had just finished learning and was meditating, stopped his meditation immediately after hearing the words, and stood up and walked quickly to the 5th floor. Sir. Al still called Emolan with a familiar name. Emolan nodded after hearing that. After a slight perception, Al should still be at the stage of a 3rd ring mage at this time. Not strong, but as an uneducated aboriginal, it is almost a miracle to have come to this step by step in such a short period of time. However, Al, I remember you have been at the 3rd ring for a while. Right? Why haven't you been promoted to the 4th ring yet? Emolan asked in surprise. Al was silent after hearing that. Sir, Al is too stupid. He has never met the conditions for promotion to the 4th ring. Emolan took a look and found that Al had reached the promotion standard in terms of mental strength. Since Al said that he did not meet the conditions, it should be the knowledge level. After all, he is an aboriginal without a cultural foundation. It is normal to encounter bottlenecks in the knowledge level. Emolan thought to himself, and then asked directly, which condition is not met? I still can't deduce the 4th ring spell model by myself. What do you mean by deriving the 4th ring model by myself? When will I be promoted to the 4th ring? Emolan said subconsciously. But before he finished speaking, Emolan suddenly realized that the standard for promotion to the 4th ring mentioned by Al was not a set of standards commonly used in the Mage Association, but the real mage promotion standard he recognized. He had discussed this set of standards with Linhua and Lu Bin, and once said that there were only 3 real mages in the Mage Association: Emolan, Linhua, and Lu Bin, and even the elders of the association could only be called half-real mages. Emolan also remembered that when he was teaching his nephew Lu Zhouhao, he once said that a real mage needed to be able to deduce the 4th ring spell model independently when he was at the 3rd ring. Only by achieving this step could he be promoted to the 4th ring. At that time, Al happened to be listening. Emolan's heart was gradually stirred as he thought about this. How long have you been at the bottleneck of the 3rd ring? How long have you been researching the 4th ring spell model? Almost 2 months. Why do you insist? Lu Zhouhao has already advanced to the 4th ring, and he didn't research the 4th ring spell model when he was at the 3rd ring. But he is almost at the 5th ring now. Don't you regret it? But the teacher said that only those who can research the 4th ring spell model when they are at the 3rd ring are true mages, and Al wants to be a true mage. Emolan nodded slightly when he heard this, changed the subject directly, and said directly, "Break a spell slot." "Okay, sir." Before Al finished speaking, Emolan noticed that Al's fist clenched slightly, and then it spread out. This was because the body's instinctive reaction to the pain in his head caused by the shattering of the spell slot was that he had already shattered the spell slot. Input the original spiritual power, and then wait for half an hour. Emolan threw the elemental white jade to Al, and Al did it immediately. And Emolan started to search in his desk, and soon found a notebook, and started to read it. Half an hour passed in a flash. And Emolan turned his head to look at Al. "Take back your original spiritual power. And then tell me how you feel." "Sir, my spiritual power has become stronger. Faster than when I was meditating. But the elemental affinity has not increased." Al immediately told all his feelings. Emolan immediately understood that the elemental white jade on the white jade lion did have the ability to enhance the original spiritual power. His inability to enhance was only because his 7th ring spiritual power was too strong, which had exceeded the upper limit of the elemental white jade. "Okay. Input the original spiritual power again. But only half of what you just input. And then wait for half an hour." Emolan directly ordered Al to use him as a test subject to conduct tests. One experiment after another, to test the reliable properties of the elemental white jade as comprehensively, specifically, and accurately as possible. After a long time, Al, who was a little tired, returned the elemental white jade to Emolan. And Emolan already had more detailed test data in his hand. Emolan held the fist-sized elemental white jade, waited for a few times, and then threw it directly to Al. "Well, it nourishes the spiritual power, and is called the Soul Yin. Here, I give it to you." Emolan handed him the notebook he had just read and a pile of draft papers bound together after use. "Since you want to become a real mage, I'll give you a chance. Don't meditate in the future, and use this Soul Yin instead. And all the time you have freed up by giving up meditation can be used to read the notebook and draft paper I gave you. If you don't understand it once, read it twice. If you don't understand it twice, read it 3 times. If you don't understand it 3 times, read it 10 times. If you still don't understand it after 10 times, come and ask me with questions. I'll give you 10 chances to ask me questions, okay, go." Emolan said casually when Al heard this. He looked at the notebook and manuscript in his hand, his eyes slightly widened, and then he bowed deeply to Emolan. "Thank you, sir. Go." Al left with the notebook and manuscript, and at this time Lubin happened to come in, and happened to see the notebook in Al's hand. When he saw this notebook, Lubin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. If you remember correctly, the last time he saw this notebook was when Emolan sorted out his mage inheritance. Emolan had been flipping through this notebook for a while at that time. It seemed that it was the notebook where Emolan started to study mages, spell nodes, spell structures, spell models, and the manuscripts at the beginning. In other words, those manuscripts. The notebook basically records the design concept of Emolan in creating the mage profession, the initial research on spell nodes, and the idea of spell structure. This has a strong collection value and a strong research significance. If it is described in game terms, it would at least be a legendary resource in the outside world. Mage Apprentice Emolan's Manuscript. Chapter 735 Illusory Spiritual Space. The manuscript of the apprentice Mage Emolan? Lubin muttered. As far as he knew, there were 2 similar manuscripts, the manuscript of the elite Mage Emolan and the manuscript of the Master Mage Emolan. Each manuscript recorded Emolan's ideas for cultivation at a certain stage, the ideas for research and development, and even the original creative inspiration for all Emolan's research results, the ideas for research and development, and even the ideas for optimization. The 3 manuscripts were invaluable, and any one of them would be a bloody fight. This is something that is worthy of entering a museum. The 3 manuscripts together are basically the prototype of Emolan's inheritance. When Emolan sorted out his inheritance, he sorted it out with these 3 manuscripts. Now the first manuscript appeared in Al's hand. Obviously, the meaning is not simple. "President, are you going to let Al be your successor? You gave him the manuscript. It's just a manuscript. It's fine if I gave it to him. Didn't I give one to Lu Zhouhao? It hasn't reached the level of successor yet," Emolan said lightly. "But Lu Zhouhao is your nephew. It's not strange that you put so much effort into cultivating your nephew. But Al is just a stranger after all. It's different. Just a reminder. He is not qualified to be my successor. It would be harmful to him to be my successor now. That's true. Lubin thought about it, and didn't say anything more this time. He glanced at him again. You came back just after I left? Is there something urgent? Lubin nodded. Something happened to the dark dagger. I came back in a hurry after receiving the news. Emolan frowned when he heard it. What's going on? It's hard to say. It could be that the dark dagger is really going to perish due to lack of faith, or it could be that the dark dagger is planning to put on another show, trying to trick us into opening the seal. The specific situation is still uncertain, so I rushed back to take a look. I didn't see anything, but after thinking about it, I decided to be safe. Ignore him? Lubin shook his head slowly after hearing this. No, I want to reinforce the seal once more, and make it a few more layers thicker. I'm here to ask you for help, so we can reinforce it together. Emolan was silent after hearing this, and then nodded. Okay. Let's go. So Emolan also saw the sealed dark dagger in the underground world. At this time, the dark dagger's momentum was weakened, and it flickered slightly. The dark dagger seemed to be a little illusory, and it really looked like it was going to disappear. Emolan looked up and down at the dark dagger, and said nothing. Together with Lubin, he silently reinforced the original seal 3 more times. Dark dagger, ? Emolan left. After Lubin sent Emolan away, he returned to the dark dagger. Linwa was developing the shadow space that could accommodate the demon's true body. He had already provided the help he could provide. There was a limit to what he could do in the next period of work. So since he was back, he was too lazy to go there again. He would study the dark dagger first, and go there when Linwa needed him. Emolan returned to his office, and continued to read, study, and quickly absorb the wisdom and research results of the association members. 2 weeks passed, and Emolan slowly stretched his body. Finally finished reading. Emolan took a long breath, muttering to himself. Even if he had been reading for so long, he was a little tired. However, he meditated for 8 hours every day, and he paid attention to restoring his peak state during the 8 hours of meditation. So although this kind of high-intensity reading consumes a lot of energy, Emolan is still in good condition. Spiritual power is indeed mysterious, Emolan said softly. The more I see, the more I know. But I am more confused. What exactly is spiritual power? And what are the rules of spiritual power? Emolan thought about this question carefully, but he didn't have an answer in his mind for a while. But he felt that he had mastered the answer. What is spiritual power? This is a kind of power generated by the human soul, used to control thoughts. There are all kinds of forces in the environment. Too many elements. Too chaotic. So, Emolan clicked offline, woke up from the game, and pushed open the game cabin to leave the game. After getting up from the game room, he took a simple shower, then sat cross-legged on the bed with his eyes closed. At this moment, Emolan's heart was extremely peaceful, without any distractions, and everything around him seemed to reappear in his mind. Unconsciously, Emolan had seen his own spiritual space, but it was not real. Like a dream, like a mirage, which could be felt, but was always illusory. And in this illusory spiritual space, there were also floating, rotating spell slots, and only the core ink cartridge was still real. Sensing this illusory spiritual space in his mind, Emolan was not surprised. And Shinjong was not even a little surprised. Sure enough, it's still fake, Emolan murmured. But it's only one step away from becoming true. Emolan closed his eyes and sensed it. Although the illusory spiritual power could not be released or controlled, everything within a radius of 10 meters was still clearly reflected in his mind. And the location outside the radius of 10 meters could also be sensed. But it was not clear. The farther the distance, the more blurred it became. When it reached 30 or 50 meters, he could not sense anything at all. Compared to the chaotic game world, reality is quieter and cleaner. Emolan's mind sank into the illusory spiritual space, and his mind sank into the ink box. At this moment, he seemed to have some sense of his body in the game, and everything around his body in the game, and even a slight sense of the game world. There is a connection between the illusory spiritual space and the real spiritual space in the game. Emolan sensed it for a moment, and then disconnected it. Then recalled the mental spell models he had seen, and the mental power-related research papers he had read. The knowledge Emolan memorized is still as fresh as if it was engraved in his mind. And it is clear. Obviously, the knowledge memorized and understood in the game will not be forgotten in reality. But the memory in reality is not as abnormal as in the game. Therefore, it is good for anyone to work as a mage. After improving the mental power in the game, the learning ability is also enhanced. Although the memory ability in reality is not much enhanced, it is completely possible to memorize and learn in the game, and it will not be forgotten in reality. This is one of the applications of this game in learning. And it is also why so many students are crazy about playing games and pursuing the mage profession. Many training materials for the mage profession are so expensive. The main reason is that there are too many people pursuing the mage profession. Another important reason is that these parents are crazy about buying them. Of course, these have nothing to do with Emolan at the moment. Emolan is looking for a feeling. Chapter 736, Mental Power Rules. Illusory Mental Power. Emolan pondered, looking for a hint of inspiration in the dark. Mental power is a kind of power generated by the soul, supplying the trend of thoughts. According to my current information and understanding, the route of the world of real games should be like this. At the very beginning, this should indeed be just a game, but a game with high openness, realism, and freedom. These three words are not used to describe the gameplay, but to describe the game itself. The game itself is not set in stone. The game developers have given the game unlimited development space and almost absolute freedom while making it as realistic as possible, and hinted to all players that this is a real world. This stage is completely part of the game. The slow character intelligence, the crafty tasks, the experience value system, and the free resurrection all reflect this point. This should be the first stage, and the first step of a plan. Afterwards, as the game became more and more popular, more and more people participated in it, the game officials hinted again, and began to modify some game features with a heavier nature. The death penalty was increased for the first time. Coupled with some of the wording in the announcement, and the absolute authority of the game organizer, this made many players begin to doubt. This is the second stage. In this stage, the game is still a game, but I think something should come true, at least it is beginning to come true, and the plan is going smoothly. Emolan did not blindly look for that hint of inspiration, but calmed down and silently sorted out the real game, the origin of this world. But the more he did this, Emolan felt that he was closer to that hint of inspiration. Then I touched the rules, and began to master them. This was the point where I touched the underlying logic of the game, the underlying rules of the world. Perhaps it was the exploration, the whimsical ideas, and the creations of each player that improved the basic rules of the world over time, and improved the underlying physical rules of the world. Of course, it could also be that I and countless mages created these rules. But the possibility is negligible, and can be ruled out. It should be me, the mage, who just caught this key node and touched the rules. I touched the rules, which was a key dividing point, as if proving the perfection of the underlying rules, and proving that this game has once again taken a crucial step towards becoming the world. The game's realism has increased, and at the same time, the death penalty has increased again. At this stage, the game can obviously cause permanent harm to players, but all of them are intercepted by the safety measures left by the game developers, ensuring the safety of players' lives. This is the third stage. At this stage, real game should have crossed the key step from false to real. At this point, at least a considerable part of real game has become real. It may be like what we usually say. A real game world is a game, but it is also a world. Emolan felt that he was only a hair's breadth away from that hint of inspiration, as if they were already quietly attached, as if they would emerge at any time. In the next fourth stage, which is the legendary stage, this game world may become a true legend, completely become reality, truly appear in this world, and integrate into this world. And reality will also obtain a whole magical supernatural system without any supernatural power, obtain the true foundation of supernatural birth, and the ability to evolve elements. With supernatural energy, the world will naturally become supernatural. This seems like a carefully planned grand plan to make the world level leap. A grand plan that almost mobilizes all mankind. Emolan let out a long breath. Although this is just speculation, Emolan seems to have seen the day when all this will come true. And he believed, this day will not be far away, it will definitely come. Emolan's sorting has not yet ended, he continued. And the root of everything comes from the belief of countless people. Is this the power of faith? No, not faith. Perhaps it is the power of spiritual power. The power of belief? But when everyone believes, firmly believes that you exist, then you really exist? Emolan pondered, then shook his head again. Not necessarily, or not necessarily just this, there is also. Emolan turned his head to look at the game cabin. The core technology of the game cabin emerged in his mind. Sleep technology. Weave dreams in a directional way by stimulating the brain with electric current during sleep, and bypass the various technical barriers of virtual reality in the form of lucid dreams. Because dreams are real, no one will feel that their dreams are false when they are dreaming. And when billions of people have a dream at the same time, when billions of exactly the same dreams overlap, or when billions of dreams are pieced together and combined, this is reality. Emolan suddenly remembered a sentence in his mind. The world is nothing but human perception. When people close their eyes, the world does not exist, but when they open their eyes, the world reappears before their eyes. Anything that cannot be seen does not exist. It only appears when it is looked at. But when everyone looks at it together, the world appears. Perhaps, the power of belief plus the overlap and combination of dreams is the driving force for this game world to turn falsehood into reality. With the power of all mankind, with the power of the world, turn falsehood into reality. The moment Emolan's voice fell, inspiration suddenly burst out in his brain, muttering to himself. And this is the power of thought. Whether it is belief or dream, it all comes from the power of thought, it all comes from the power of soul. This means that, in reality, the soul, thought also has power. And this power can also be mental power. Emolan's mind exploded with inspiration. This is mental power. At this moment, Emolan had a new understanding of mental power. At this moment, Emolan's thoughts were all clear. At this moment, Emolan realized, and muttered to himself excitedly. The illusory world needs real spiritual power, and the illusory spiritual power needs to be transformed into reality. Or the spiritual power rules I want to create are to transform spiritual power into reality. Perhaps the meaning of spiritual power rules lies in transformation into reality. Emolan realized at this moment, he seemed to have figured out everything, but it seemed that he had not figured out anything. Emolan seemed to know everything, but it seemed that he knew nothing. Snap! Emolan suddenly slapped himself, and woke up from the frenzy. I fell into a trance. Emolan said slowly, but at this moment, he still understood the spiritual power rules. Chapter 737 Creating the World. Spiritual power is the power born from the soul, and it is the carrier of will. The rules of mental power should also be developed and extended on this basis. Look inward, and strengthen yourself. Emolan said slowly. Spiritual power, or soul, what is the most powerful power of thought? It is not to control any element, nor to attack, but the infinite possibility of creativity, to create fire, to create water, to create ice, to create wind, to create everything, even to create the world. So the pursuit of all power by the rules of mental power has fallen into the lower level. The rules of mental power should play to their strengths and avoid weaknesses, and continue to develop the powerful creative power of human soul and will, and even the power to create the world. I am not only sure of the rules of mental power, I am also sure of the path of legendary magicians. Emolan's mouth curled up slightly. The rules of mental power should have the power to create a world. Even if it is a false world. Even if it is an imaginary world. The rules of mental power should be able to improve the false world little by little. Even materialize the false world little by little. And have the ability to turn the false into the true. The rules of mental power should have the ability to construct dreams. And the rules of mental power should have the ability to transform into thousands of thoughts, and deduce together. At the same time, as a profession that pursues truth, the mage spends his entire life on the road of pursuing truth. For the mage, knowledge is power. And truth is the supreme power. In the process of pursuing truth, the mage will gain a lot of knowledge. Rules. And these knowledge and rules will become the resources for the growth. Perfection. And turning the false into the true in the false world within the mental power. In the endless pursuit of truth, the false world will gradually be perfected. And even become real. The flame world. The mountain world. The ocean world. The jungle world. The complex world. The void world. All worlds may be born. All worlds are in the mind of the mage. And in the human soul. This is not only the rule of spiritual power, but also the path of practice for legendary mages. This is a path to the gods, Emolan said softly. At this moment, he finally stopped hesitating, stopped wandering, and stopped being confused. At this moment, his heart was more firm than ever before. And this path happens to be seamlessly connected with elite mages and master mages. High elemental affinity is a tool for building a false world. The understanding and mastery of basic particles in the process of building an elemental body is an important cornerstone for building a false world. Emolan showed a happy smile on his face. Now we just need to think about how to achieve this goal. How to achieve it. The same problem has appeared before. But at that time I was at a loss when I thought about it. I could only seek the answer by reading, absorbing, and studying a large number of mental power related papers and mental spell models. But this moment is different. At this moment, Emolan's goal has been determined. And the path to the goal has naturally appeared at Emolan's feet. To build a world, even if it is just a fake world, it requires a very wide range of knowledge, and a very deep knowledge. Because even a fake world needs to design a set of self-consistent underlying rules. Those who can't do this are not qualified to build this fake world, and are not qualified to set foot in the legend. But this is on the knowledge level, it's none of my business. Anyway, I can achieve it, and the real mages I recognize can achieve it. It's none of my business whether others can achieve it or not. I am only responsible for creation, and optimization will naturally be done by others. And anyway, I can advance. And I can advance as long as I meet the knowledge level. So the problem I need to consider and solve is only one. That is to solve the hardware problem. So that the mental power has the qualifications to build a false world. And this hardware is the microstructure of the mental power. I must make the microstructure of the mental power be able to be used to build a false world. And the microstructure of the mental power is actually the rules of the mental power. The rules I need to create. I only need to make the microstructure of the mental power become a structure that can build a false world. Then my mental power rules will be completed. So the question is, what kind of mental microstructure can be used to construct a virtual world? Or even perfect it? Or even completely materialize it? To turn the false into the true? To create a new world out of nothing? Emolan pondered this question. And suddenly he felt that this question was very simple. Because someone had already put the answer in front of him. Emolan turned his eyes to the sleeping game cabin. Construct a virtual world through dreams. And materialize it through the power of belief in the mind. Although the technology of the sleep game cabin belongs to the scientific route, although the technology of the sleep game cabin cannot be used by Emolan, this has provided Emolan with inspiration, a possibility of success. Giving inspiration, this is actually enough for Emolan. The management of the sleep game cabin is to stimulate the brain nerves to create lucid dreams, and fix this lucid dream through certain methods, and connect it with other people's dreams, to make a continuous dream. After completing this step, this is already a qualified virtual reality game. With the self-brain characteristics of dreams, and the characteristics of countless players' dreams overlapping and repairing each other, it is difficult to have a low level of virtual reality. And at this step, the power of belief is used to materialize. Emolan said while thinking. Although you can refer to the technology of the sleeping game chamber, there is no need to copy it for the sake of copying. As a mage, it is very simple to build a model in the spiritual world for deduction. Any qualified master magician has the ability to construct an extremely realistic picture or scene in the spiritual space. There is no problem with moving it. This is part of the deduction. To build a virtual world, the most difficult step is not to create it, but to maintain the operation of this world. This operation is not just the activities of the creatures in it. The growth of plants. These are just the most superficial and initial levels. The deeper level is the digestion, breathing, and even thinking of the creatures. The absorption of nutrients by plants. The division of cells. And even flowering and fruiting. And this is only the shallow level. A little deeper is every molecule. Every element. Every element's movement. Collision. And even various chemical reactions and physical reactions. If it were the real world, these things would happen automatically without doing anything, but this is an illusory world, everything can only be led by the creator of the world, the mage. And at this level, as long as these are completed, as long as the operation of molecules, atoms, chemical reactions, and physical reactions is completed, then the movement of organisms, the growth of plants, digestion, and the absorption of nutrients will naturally follow the various autonomous operations of molecules, atoms, chemical reactions, and physical reactions. Chapter 738 Calculation Power of Mental Power Rules. When these shallow ones are operating autonomously, then this world may look like a real world from the perspective of the outside world. Of course, this is all glitz and glamour, and rotten cotton inside. This illusory world is still just a fake world even if it looks real. And even the fake world has not reached the true extreme. Emolan said silently while thinking. This way of reciting silently in the heart can effectively sort out thoughts. Of course, writing it down on paper is more effective. But when you don't want to write it down on paper, or don't want to write it down on paper, this is also a pretty good alternative. The ultimate of the true virtual world should not be to control the operation of these basic particles, not to control these physical reactions, nor to control these chemical reactions. It should be to control the operation of the most basic rules at the bottom of the virtual world. But the most basic rules can control its operation. When the most basic rules are operating in an orderly manner, all things under the rules will operate naturally. The basic particles have their own movement tracks. Physical reactions and chemical reactions become fixed. They will not react in this way today, and change to another effect tomorrow if they are unhappy. Physical parameters will not jump around. The activities of organisms, and the growth of plants all follow the natural laws that have been set. Everything is within the law. Emolan said silently and carefully. Once a mage reaches this point, it means that he knows the rules like the back of his hand and has mastered them completely. And when maintaining the operation of the illusory world, it is equivalent to comprehending the rules every minute and every second, and becoming stronger every minute and every second. Such a mage who is extremely skilled and has mastered the rules completely will be terrifyingly strong, which will make people tremble with fear. It is also extremely difficult to complete this step. In addition to the abnormal level of control over the rules, it also requires extremely rich knowledge. Emolan pondered. Of course, whether it is the mastery of rules or the learning and understanding of knowledge, they will gradually grow and master in the operation of the illusory world from shallow to deep. Since this is a road to heaven, Emolan will naturally leave a way to move forward step by step. Since this is the cultivation path of a legendary mage, Emolan will naturally make the legendary mage from just being promoted to becoming stronger and stronger. So the core of all this is only one. Computing power. Terrifying computing power, which can maintain the normal operation of all aspects of a world. However, theoretically speaking, this is impossible to do. At least it is impossible for mages at this stage to do it. Therefore, in addition to the terrifying computing power, the virtual world needs a set of matching algorithms to operate. The computing power directly calculates this set of algorithms, and the algorithm can double the computing power effect 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. A sufficiently good algorithm can greatly reduce the computing power required for the operation of the virtual world, and it should allow quasi-legendary mages to successfully operate the virtual world. Of course, this is not the only way. If someone really uses the computing power of the heaven-defying level to force the virtual world to operate one day, it would be fine. It only needs thousands or tens of thousands of times the computing power. Emolan smiled. If there really is a big man of this level, I have no problem calling him Big Brother. It's not embarrassing. Emolan immediately collected his thoughts and continued to think. But even if there is a very good algorithm, it may still require a lot of computing power support. The larger and more complex the virtual world is, the higher the computing power required. For a virtual world of the game world level, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be that the programmers edited the underlying code, fixed the physical constants, etc., which can also be regarded as setting the basic rules of the world. Then use cloud technology, mobilize the brain computing power of online players, and the dream computing power supports this computing power requirement. Otherwise, according to my simple calculation just now, if you want to maintain the operation of such a huge virtual world as the game world, even if the basic rules of the world have been set, even if the rules are directly operated, even if there is an extremely excellent set of algorithms that can maximize the computing power multiples, it is useless. The actual computing power is not enough. It is estimated that all the supercomputers and computers in the world combined may not be enough. It is not even on the same order of magnitude. So let's not talk about how to materialize the virtual world. The biggest difficulty in creating and operating the virtual world is the computing power requirement. And this computing power must be your own, not external. If you rely entirely on external computing power, the virtual world will collapse directly once the connection is disconnected. If the virtual world collapses, the mage will probably be disabled. Right? The higher the virtuality of the virtual world, the deeper the calculation level, and the more uncomfortable it will be when it explodes. Of course, transplanting the tower spirit is also a solution. But this method is a crooked way. Emolan shook his head disdainfully. Even if it is a state similar to my ink cartridge, it won't work. Unless I can completely integrate the ink cartridge with my soul and make it inseparable, it cannot be borrowed. So in the end, we still have to look inward. For example, the tower spirit is also a soul. Why can't the mage do what the tower spirit can do? Molan's mouth curled up slightly. Because the constant array that increases the computing power is not brought by the tower spirit itself, but is fixed in the tower spirit body. That is, inside the soul stone. If the soul stone body is lost, then the tower spirit is just an ordinary spirit, and a little computing power will not be too much. Since the mage cannot keep the computing power array constant in his head, he cannot increase the computing power. But if I can change the basic structure of the mental power by creating mental power rules, I can find a way to keep the computing power array structure constant directly inside the mental power, so that every strand of mental power can directly have a terrifying computing power level. Even a strand of mental power is equivalent to a tower spirit. Molan said slowly. His heart was extremely calm. His mind was extremely clear. So I tried to find a way to keep a large amount of computing power array in the internal structure of the mental power, replacing the tower spirit with mental power, and directly providing computing power to operate the virtual world. As long as this step is completed, then half of the mental power rules I need to create are completed. Computing power. This is at the level of the virtual world. The virtual world is virtual after all. Only when the virtual world begins to become real, only when the false begins to become real, only when the virtual world begins to materialize can a new world be created, only then can new rules be glimpsed through the new world, and the power of the new world be mastered. Half of the mental power rules is computing power. Computing power supports the emergence and operation of the virtual world. The other half of the mental power rules is materialization. Only materialization can support the creation of the world. Chapter 739 The Power of Belief. As for embodiment, you can refer to the operation mode of belief in gods. Molan recalled a paper he had read before, and an idea gradually emerged in his mind. I remember that paper talked about the relationship between doctrine, belief, and gods. Shape belief with doctrine, and create gods with belief. Gods are actually created out of nothing, which can be called embodiment. And I remember that the article also mentioned that the formation of belief does not necessarily require wholehearted, only believing in you, and treating you as the supreme and only. In fact, passing it on by word of mouth is also a belief. Thinking about it in the heart is also a belief. And writing it down on paper is also a belief. Faith is a mysterious spiritual power, soul power, and not just the kind of fanaticism, soul, or even morbid belief in gods. It's just that this kind of belief in gods is deeper and more fanatical. And the power of faith that can be provided to gods is faster and more. And it will also cause great distortion to the personality and mind of believers. Molan logged into the game again, took out a piece of paper, pondered for a long time, and slowly wrote 4 words on the paper. Faith is poisonous. Faith is indeed poisonous. The gods are the best proof. Faith can make gods. Without a strong enough subject and a strong enough anchor, the gods cannot anchor themselves. You are what the power of faith thinks you are. It is very easy to change and very easy to distort. You are just someone else's creation. Molan pondered. These are not his guesses, but some knowledge verified in some papers. And if ordinary people accept faith to make gods, the result will only be like the last player, whose mind was dispersed by the gods created by faith, and was directly swallowed up. Because although it already has a main body and an anchor point, the main body is too weak, and the anchor point is not strong enough. So it is impossible to anchor such a huge thing as the belief in gods. However, Molan hesitated for a long time, and finally knocked on the table. Although nuclear fission has become a tactical weapon with extremely strong lethality and destructive power, it can also be stabilized and turned into nuclear power plants. Nuclear fusion is also a very strong, lethal strategic weapon, and even a super weapon that can directly destroy the living space of mankind. But this beast will surely be domesticated in the future and become an unlimited energy source in the hands of humans, pushing human civilization to a higher level. The same principle can be applied to the power of faith. The power of faith is also a double-edged sword similar to nuclear weapons, with both advantages and disadvantages. Obviously, it is impossible to ignore its advantages because of the risks involved. No matter what, we cannot stop eating because of choking, Molan said silently. But use it as you like, and bold attempts are bold attempts. Since the power of faith has shown the dangers it contains, we need to be cautious and careful to minimize the possibility of losing control of faith. In addition, The current use of the power of faith by the gods is too crude. They just directly merge the collected power of faith without any processing. They also eat more disadvantages. So this method is not advisable. As a mage, you should at least have some technical content. Right? At least you can't eat it in an embarrassing way. It's too crude. At this moment, Emolan suspected that the disadvantages of this unprocessed power of faith would be more than the advantages. He also suspected that the gods were simply a miracle. It was a miracle to be born from faith, under the influence of countless modeled and impure powers of faith. Countless people's beliefs, countless people's distractions, countless people's greed. The gods still remained sober under the invasion of this power of faith. It was simply a miracle. So purify the power of faith. Remove all impurities, and only leave the power of faith without distractions, let alone the purification of the power of faith. If it is just like this, the effect is estimated to be not great. What is the pure power of faith? The power of faith is the faith that people give to gods when they have various desires, but cannot realize them, trying to make gods meet their requirements. For example, praying for the safety of family members, praying for a lifetime of no illness, praying to stand up and no longer be a slave, etc. No matter whether the original intention is good or bad, the source of faith is often people's desire for these things, and the essence is to carry these things. Perhaps truly pure faith also exists, but it must be a very small minority among the minority, and the power of faith of most people is still modeled. No matter how much you purify the power of faith, these fundamental things should not be completely eliminated. Of course, after reaching this level, it will definitely be much better than before, but this problem will inevitably exist. This problem will inevitably exist as long as you directly receive the power of faith to increase your strength. This is a test of the mage's willpower. Once the consciousness is not strong enough, or if there is any negligence, accidents will occur, so it still won't work. Emolan thought for a while, and shook his head. Although he had planned to use the power of faith, he would not lose his mind, would not be blindly confident, but choose to be more cautious. Since we already know the disadvantages of the power of faith, then why not be extra careful? The power of faith is not desirable, at least this ordinary, common power of faith is not desirable. Perhaps we can borrow some principles of the power of faith to create a power similar to the power of faith, but completely different from it. Emolan thought quietly. According to the principle of faith described in the paper, a mage can also generate spiritual power if he studies seriously. Right? The title of Mage Pioneer should be able to prove this. In this case, why not use the faith condensed in this study? The power of belief? The power of faith can be used. And this power of faith should not be bad. It should be better. Right? However, there is only one title of Mage Pioneer. And if you want to obtain the power of faith, you must have a direction. Just like the power of faith. Only the power of faith with a direction can gather on the gods. But what should the power of faith generated in this study be directed to? What direction can it gather on the mage? Emolan muttered to himself, thinking in his heart. And suddenly his heart moved. Wait. Learn. Emolan had a flash of inspiration. And an idea gradually emerged. I am the creator of the mage. So the faith power of the mage has a directionality, and can be gathered on me. Then, as the creator of a certain spell, can a mage gather the power of faith when the spell he created is studied by others? Chapter 740 The True Legend of the Mage. It is completely feasible in theory, because it is not the power of faith that makes the game come true. And no one will believe in a game. Some papers also have similar arguments, that the power of faith is not the only kind of spiritual energy, nor is it the safest and most efficient spiritual energy, but it is just a kind of spiritual energy that is easier to emerge and easier to form naturally. Emolan pondered. If we could isolate all the power of faith, give it up, and only use this safer and pure power of faith, then the risk should be much smaller. However, although the risk is small, external forces are still external forces. Although the process of a mage's growth is a process of cultivation with the help of external forces, the direct contact is all controllable external forces. This kind of risk is relatively high and difficult, so indirect control is more stable. Emolan pondered. The magic created by the mage. Technology, to put it bluntly, is the use of various aspects of the rules created by himself. Or at least the new use of the rules he has mastered. The pinnacle of the virtual world, the threshold of the material world, is to operate through the deduction of rules, and control the operation of rules to maintain the operation and existence of the entire virtual world. In other words, before the virtual world is realized, it is necessary to build the entire virtual world based on the rules created by oneself and the rules mastered by oneself. To build a basic rule cycle, and to form a virtual small world. Therefore, rules are the basis for building everything. And rules are also the technology of creation and the basis of spells. The two overlap here. And in this way, these rules are a very good carrier. The power of faith is born based on the spells and technologies created by the wizard, and is condensed on the rules mastered by the wizard who created this spell and technology. Enough faith power gathers, one after another. The false rules are materialized out of nothing, when the lowest rules of a false world have become real. This false small world will naturally be materialized, becoming a real small world controlled by the mage. Directly mastering all the power of a small world, driving the power of the world, directly becoming the status of a small world, honored status. Such a mage will not be inferior to a real god in terms of power level or life level. Right? This is indeed a legendary path that leads directly to the god level. After Emolan finished speaking, he pondered for a moment, and silently added a sentence in his heart. The premise is that all of these can really be realized. However, these should all be realized. Right? After all, although there is no specific technology, the development of the theoretical level, research has gradually touched the edge of this technology. With the support of theory, although the specific technology development is still very difficult, it should be developed in the end. Right? Emolan thought, and was not blindly optimistic. Although these technologies and thresholds sounded simple in his mouth, and it sounded like you only need hands, he actually knew it very well. If what he just said becomes a progress bar towards success, then it is very likely that the progress of a word or a punctuation mark may require him, the entire Mage Association, and the entire Mage community to study hard for a long time. Because this is not learning. This is not chatting. This is not playing games. This is creation. Some people often say that creation is like cutting through thorns in a thorn forest. And some people say that creation is like a high mountain, which requires climbing steep slopes, climbing cliffs, and crossing ravines. But Emolan is different. There was nothing in front of Emolan, not even a road. He opened the road. But if it really succeeds, then the scenery that will appear will be extremely gorgeous. Master magicians try their best, rack their brains to create spells, develop technology, create rules, master rules, and then publish them without reservation. They will not worry about others learning their specialty. They will not worry about others learning and surpassing them. They will only complain that there are not enough people learning, and not enough people using, because every more person learning, every more person using will have more power, and he will be stronger. Only when a good enough magician creates a good enough spell or technology, and it is widely learned and used, can it gather enough power. These powers can be condensed, and make the illusory world tainted with a bit of reality. When they master a bit of the power of the real world, they can successfully advance. At this time, because the developed and published spells and technologies have been learned and used by countless people, his name has been spread among thousands of magicians and thousands of intelligent creatures. At this time, he has become a legend, a widely circulated legend, and only at this time can he materialize a trace of the illusory world, master a trace of the power of the real world, and become a true, well-deserved legendary wizard. A legendary wizard is a legendary wizard, and will also be a truly legendary wizard. This career path will directly form a system of civilization, and this system will be directly linked to power. Unless a more complete, better and directly linked to power new system appears, this system will not be abolished, and it is impossible for it to die naturally. Even if I die, dead for 10 years, dead for 1,000 years, dead for 10,000 years, as long as no better professional system appears during this period, then this system will continue to operate. Of course, it is inevitable that a better, more complete system will appear after such a long time. Emolan smiled when he thought about it, because he had seen what would happen if this system was really realized. All mages, even those who have achieved legendary status, will not keep their private knowledge to themselves, will be happy to publish their research and their achievements. And senior mages will be happy to hand over their spells to low-level mages. The vast majority of senior mages will be keen to create basic, universal, and extremely powerful spells, or to update those basic, universal, and extremely powerful spells. For example, creating more excellent basic spells, and adding them to the basic teaching materials for mage apprentices. In this case, The learning resources of low-level mages will only become more and more abundant, so that low-level mages will always have a channel for promotion. As for internal conflicts, just find a way to guide the mages to explore, to conquer the void in the world. If the fire is burned outside, the family will maintain vitality and combat power. As for whether there will be a civil war after the outside is burned, it's none of my business. I have done everything. Then what will the descendants do? What do the descendants need brains for? The descendants will only be better than me, and the rest will be done by the descendants. Chapter 741 Bloodbath of the Southern Empire. This system is enough to lay the foundation for a wizard civilization, Emolan said with a smile. As for the possibility or inevitable emergence of veteran wizards or veteran wizard groups suppressing new wizards, individual wizards creating, publishing spells, forget it. I am only responsible for technical development. As for how this group of people apply it, there will naturally be people who can manage it. I am not good at this. There are many people who are good at this. As for me, don't touch the field I am not good at. Concentrate on researching technology. After I have developed the technology and ensured that it will not disappear, the rest will be left to time. Time will give me an answer. And if time gives me an unsatisfactory answer, then the knowledge and power brought by my research on technology should be able to reason with time. Let time or help time give up the wrong answer. Emolan smiled. A fireball condensed in his hand, then grabbed with 5 fingers. The fireball instantly shattered. A black smoke slowly floated up. Emolan blew away the black smoke with one breath. Huh? Just do it. In the capital of the Southern Empire, a bloody storm blew silently. No, this is not just a bloody storm. It is a terrifying storm sweeping across the entire Southern Empire. And in this storm, there is a smell of blood. When all the insiders heard the news, they were stunned. No one dared to imagine that the Southern Empire, which was at an absolute disadvantage, under the terrifying pressure of the Church of the God of Light, would stir up such a terrifying storm at this time. So actively stir up such a terrifying storm. In the beginning, no one even heard the news. There was no wind. This storm came without any sign. No matter what your identity, what family, what bloodline you are in the storm, as long as you are swept into it, there will be no exceptions, except surrender, that is, death. On this day, countless heads fell to the ground. The wind seemed to smell bloody, and the sky became dark. On this day, the rivers beside all the cities were slightly red. Also, on this day, all the nobles had their hands and feet cut off, and returned to their own castles to collect corpses, or lick their wounds. On this day, the Southern Empire showed its overwhelming strength, and the source of the entire bloody storm. Legend has it that a person who should have died appeared. That person was once a legend. His legend is still circulating in the Southern Empire and the Northern Empire. This person who should have died brought a dead army and crushed all the people or forces that stood in his way, even those with royal blood. At this moment, everyone was shocked by the strength displayed by the royal family. And everyone was shocked by the killing displayed by the royal family. This killing affected the entire aristocratic class. Even the families at the top of the pyramid had their arms cut off by the invincible royal family. The lower nobles had no choice but to abandon everything and curl up in the castle. Such indiscriminate and large-scale killing caused serious consequences for the machine. In almost one day, the ruling class of the entire empire, all the city managers, the commanders of the city defense army, etc., all disappeared. And everything was empty. Some of these disappeared people curled up in the castle, remembering hatred and licking their wounds. But more of them stepped into the arms of death. This result is almost not a big deal under normal circumstances, but devastating. If the Southern Empire is a giant, then this behavior is to take away all the bones and organs, leaving only flesh and blood. This is a dead end, because there is no replacement. In the Middle Ages, no one could replace the nobles to rule the country and manage the country, because all the highly educated and highly qualified people in this era were nobles. Although there are still many nobles alive, they can no longer walk out of their castles, and it is impossible to manage them as before. It should have been a devastating ending. But on the same day, hundreds of thousands of players walked out and entered the city lords' mansions of cities. Teams of players directly used the same structure, filling the gaps left by the nobles like copying and pasting, and directly built a simple management system out of nothing. Perhaps this system still has various problems, and perhaps it still needs time to run in. But the management system has already appeared, and it appeared so quickly that it was not even enough for anyone to react. It was almost seamless, and the generally high quality of the players and the strength of the general professionals were enough for them to handle some emergencies normally. This is shocking. Obviously, all of this has been prepared long ago. Perhaps when the Southern Empire began to recruit players. But what is even more strange and surprising is that, for such a long time, with so many players who prepared in advance, there was no news at all. It's simply weird. You know, there are hundreds of thousands of players, not dozens of players. Even if there were dozens of players, it might be spread all over the world. But here there is no news. No news at all. As soon as this group of players, who were still prepared, appeared, they took control of the cities and towns that had just been baptized by blood and killing. After completing the control, they did not hesitate or write anything. They directly took a set of plans and began to make drastic changes. Abolish slavery. Reduce the tax rate by half. Reduce the tax types by half. Open courts to deal with unjust, false and wrong cases. Open warehouses to release grain. Divide the land. Divide the farms. Open up a channel for the bottom to rise. One after another, the huge moves broke out and completely subverted the original Southern Empire. If this was not an extraordinary world, if the royal family did not have the power to crush all others except him, the combined strength of all the people, if it weren't for the fact that the real productivity of the world of Chaofan is very huge, the Southern Empire would have been gone almost as soon as these measures were implemented. It would have been lifted up. Oh no, there is no need to wait until the measures are implemented. The Southern Empire would have been lifted up by the entire aristocracy before the bloodbath began. Unfortunately, the royal family of the Southern Empire actually has the power to crush the entire class. And this is the guarantee for all this to work, because although these measures sound good, without the corresponding social environment, it is impossible to carry out without the corresponding productivity. If someone travels back to ancient times and foolishly uses these things to deal with them, it would be fine if they don't implement them, because they will only be praised. If they implement them, they will be a disaster that kills countless people and will be infamous forever. Of course, although the Southern Empire is barely functioning now, no one knows how long it can last, and no one knows when it will suddenly collapse. At this time, many people also saw something, the smell behind this storm. Chapter 742 Son Galen Hal. Looking at these strategies, the direction of change, we can vaguely see the shadows of some players. A person said slowly and deeply. When these hundreds of thousands of players come out, can you see it as long as you are not blind? And vaguely? Seeing through but not saying it, isn't it more elegant? What's the point of saying it directly? It sounds nice. But then again, was it done by that big guy this time? There was no sound or movement before. The nobles had been suppressing the players, but this time it was straightforward, and all the nobles in the entire Southern Empire were slaughtered. I really don't know how that big guy did it. I really don't know how he convinced the royal family of the Southern Empire. It stands to reason that as the biggest noble among the aristocrats, how could he personally clean up the aristocrats under his command? It's not impossible. If there is no way to retreat, as long as they can protect themselves, these nobles can do anything. Math problem, are you calling me? Stop chatting. Stop chatting, something big has happened. Check the forum. Someone suddenly shouted. This is just a silhouette. The same scene is being played out in thousands of places at the same time. It was the morning of the second day after the bloodbath in the Southern Empire. In the capital of the Southern Empire, the old emperor abdicated, and the new emperor authorized. However, at the moment of granting the crown and scepter, the young, heroic new emperor stepped directly onto an extremely tall altar. This altar was extremely tall, and its top seemed to reach the sky, and at the same time, a majestic aura shocked all directions. If someone looked closely, they would find that this huge altar was made of elemental stone, and the whole altar was made of the same elemental stone. The new emperor held the scepter in his hand, and wore a golden crown on his head, and stepped quickly onto the altar, reached the top, and the scepter fell, and the sound echoed between heaven and earth. At this moment, everyone in the entire Southern Empire was stunned, and looked up. It seemed that a strange sound had just sounded in the sky, as if something heavy had hit the ground. However, an altar slowly emerged from the sky that was empty just now, and a huge, majestic figure on the altar. I am the Emperor of the Southern Empire. I am the Son Galen Hal. I am the Sun God. The sound of the sky, like a huge bell, reverberated over the entire Southern Empire. The majestic voice and projection shocked countless people to kneel down and worship, while many players were stunned. One after another, beams of light shot up into the sky, all merging into the altar phantom in the sky. In an instant, Golden light bloomed, and it seemed as if a second sun appeared in the sky, suppressing the original sun's brilliance. It was dazzling, and the terrifying energy fluctuations emitted were awe-inspiring. If you trace your sight back along the beams of light, and focus your eyes on the bottom of the beams, you will find it. There are also altars standing at the level of the light column. These altars are made of elemental stones, which are exactly the same as the altars in the imperial capital. They look good, but the size and grade are much worse. However, even the smaller altars are dozens of meters high, and around this tall and majestic altar are groups of people. All of these people are in tattered clothes, and have thin and bony bodies. Here, bony does not mean slender, but its literal meaning, bone, the feeling of bones. The skin of the people here is tightly attached to their bones, as if they have no flesh and blood, and their bones are all exposed. These people seem to have been through a lot, and their hands are basically covered with scars and calluses. They are often nearly 10 years older than normal age, or even 20 years older. These people are extremely humble, and even a little timid at this moment. They are the ones who were previously distributed grain by the players, and porridge and steamed buns. They are the ones to whom the players distribute land. They are the ones who are freed from slavery. They are the only two classes that benefited from the bloodbath in the Southern Empire. They are the direct beneficiaries of the bloodbath of the nobles. They took the benefits, and now it is time to pay the price. The bread you eat and the porridge you drink are all given to you by the great sun Galen Hal. The steamed buns you eat are all given to you by the great sun god. The land you plant is all given to you by the great sun god. The sun god killed the corrupt nobles who oppressed you and rescued you. You are bathed in the glory of the sun god every moment. All plants, animals, and people grow in the glory of the sun god. The sun god dispelled the darkness, allowing us to live in the warm sunshine. Your Majesty the sun god is everything. Come, everyone recite with me, Your Majesty the great sun god. You recited well. Everyone will get an extra steamed bun for dinner tonight. Your Majesty the great sun god you are. The grand voice resounded around the altar. The invisible and intangible spiritual power took shape the moment it merged into the altar, gathered in the altar, then merged into the dazzling sun in the sky in the form of a light column. And in a city, two players looked up at the sky-high light column. One of them spoke out. Can this really gather the power of faith? Isn't this ridiculous? How is this different from buying faith with money? When I have money, I will also hire millions of people to chant my name every day. Will this not really be useful? Head? It's useless. The person called a head shook his head and said bluntly. It's useless. When did I say it's useful? Huh? The player was shocked when he heard it. Then why do you let them do this? Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death by them? As he spoke, he became nervous and looked around. Why don't we run away? Nothing has happened yet. What are you thinking? The leader glanced at him. We have been protected for a long time. You still want to leave? You are dreaming. We can't leave any time ago. Ah. It's not easy for us to level up, leader. When did I say that my set is useless? The leader's words instantly puzzled the player. Boss, what do you mean? Didn't you just say it's useless? Why do you say it's useful now? It makes me feel conflicted. Is it useful or not? The leader raised his head slightly, squinted his eyes, and looked at the big sun in the sky, said lightly, If I say that this sun, these light beams are all normal energy, without a bit of faith power, really not mixed at all, do you believe it? The leader's words made the player next to him look at the big sun in the sky, feeling the energy fluctuations in it, and couldn't help but open his mouth. Chapter 743, God-making. How is it possible? The player was shocked. How is it impossible? If this is the power of faith, do you know how long it takes to gather such a huge power of faith, and how many believers? You don't really think that if you give benefits to people on the first day, they will have faith on the spot, and the faith gathered on the second day will be so huge. Right? I wouldn't dream of doing this, not to mention whether it can generate faith. Even if they have faith, can they accumulate so much on the second day? You are dreaming. And if faith is so easy to generate, so easy to accumulate, I will go to the real world tomorrow to purchase food worth hundreds of millions, living materials, and materials to improve living conditions to do good deeds. At this speed, I will become a god in a few months. So why would I dawdle here? Ah. But didn't the boss say before that the sun Galenhal has a foundation of faith? They originally notified the Southern Empire in the name of God, and coupled with the superstition of the people in the Southern Empire now, and their low quality, it is easy to form a large-scale faith. Oh, I was just fooling them. I guess they didn't believe it. But you believed it? You really believed it? Puff. Okay. Okay. I'll try not to laugh, the boss said, trying to suppress a smile, and shook his head. Faith is not so easy to come by. How can it be so good? But the smile on his face gradually faded. But faith is indeed very, very easy to come by. The so-called faith, the most primitive faith, is the awe and worship of the huge power that people cannot understand. Awe of thunder, awe of the ocean, awe of the sun, awe of elephants, awe of tigers, awe of everything that can easily threaten their lives and they cannot understand. Under the gradual evolution of this group's awe, the primitive faith was born. Isn't it easy to create awe? The terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from the sky. Anyone feels like an ant in front of it, an ant that can be easily killed. Is this fear? As the royal family of the Southern Empire that has ruled the Southern Empire for countless years, the majesty of the royal family has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. The rule of the empire has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. After killing the nobles who directly contacted and oppressed the lower class, the spoils were distributed to these people. There was a little bit of a tension. No matter what the son Galenhals had in mind, one thing is certain: his actions did save quite a lot of people. Quite a few people who were on the verge of death, who might have died, who had fallen into despair, were pulled back by the son Galenhal. In the endless darkness, Galenhal was the only beam of light. This is not fanaticism, but at least they have respect for him. Right? At this time, there was another group of people holding a book of doctrine to preach the goodness and power of the son Galenhal to them. In this case, the son Galenhal will gain a large number of believers, even fanatics, in a short period of time, and thus gather the real power of faith. At this time, the head showed a sneer. Otherwise, why do you think that the royal family agreed to our suggestion and directly activated their background to massacre the entire aristocracy? Is it really because of deception? Every one of the royal family, even an 8-year-old child, can fool you. How can such a smart person be fooled so easily? No. Basically, conspiracy is of no use to them. They can't be fooled. The reason why they made this decision is because they have seen irresistible benefits. Become a god. Confer a god. What is more noble than the royal family? Gods. Do you think which medieval family would give up an opportunity to become a god? This is becoming a god. This is a family of gods. They can't refuse. This is the truth and source of the royal family's personal bloodbath of the entire aristocracy of the Southern Empire. Head. Who did you say you were fooling? This player seemed to have discovered something. You? Oh no! The head said subconsciously. Suddenly felt something was wrong, and glared at the player next to him. Don't pay attention to these details. Can you focus on the key points? Become a god. Become a family of gods. What medieval royal family can resist such temptation? Impossible. Even if it means slaughtering the entire aristocracy from top to bottom. It is worth it. Oh, is that so? I thought the Southern Empire had to do this because of the pressure from the God of Light. The player scratched his head and said, this is part of the driving force, but not the main reason. Although the Southern Empire is at an absolute disadvantage in the face of the Church of the God of Light, it has a large scale and a solid foundation. It is not so easy for the Church of the God of Light to completely destroy the Southern Empire. In fact, they have another way, which is to surrender. After all, even believers need food, shelter, and transportation. Although the sphere of influence of the Church of the God of Light is not very obvious now, it will eventually be divided into different levels. Therefore, it is not impossible for the entire Southern Empire to surrender to the God of Light. As long as the Southern Empire royal family declares that the faith of the Church of the God of Light is the only faith. As long as the Southern Empire royal family recognizes the status of the Church of the God of Light as the true God. As long as the Southern Empire royal family recognizes that divine power is higher than imperial power. As long as they recognize that imperial power is granted by God. The Church of the God of Light will definitely welcome the surrender of the Southern Empire and guarantee the interests of the aristocracy headed by the royal family. This is completely achievable. In the reality where there is no true God, there is divine grant of imperial power. Not to mention that there are real gods. And gods can show miracles and step into the extraordinary world of the mortal world. In fact, we have told the royal family this choice truthfully, in full, without any distortion, without any concealment, and directly. It's just that the royal family didn't choose this way. This sacrificed the royal family's status. The original nobles are still nobles. Only the supreme royal family fell from the high position and knelt before the gods. If I were the royal family, I would not choose this way if there were other options. Is it right? The leader spread his hands. That's right. One became a god, and the other surrendered to the gods. Even a dog's brain knows how to think. The royal family didn't want to sacrifice its own interests and status, so it had to sacrifice the interests and status of the nobles. So, everything happened so abruptly but naturally. The player next to him nodded, looked at the circles of players around the altar, and suddenly asked, "Boss, I suddenly thought of something. The current sun Galen Hal is the only light in the darkness. What will happen if he takes away this light?" The leader glanced at the player indifferently and said nothing. Chapter 744 Northern Empire Royal Family. I'm gone. What will happen? The leader didn't say anything, but just glanced at the player calmly. The player thought of something, and suddenly felt a little chilly. Success is due to faith. Failure is also due to faith. No water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. The leader next to him said calmly, and the player looked at these natives with a little pity. Anyway, they are the worst. No, they are doing well now. At least they have food and drink. Someone will take care of them, and they can be guaranteed to be alive, which is much better than before. And from the perspective of the royal family, if they want to maintain the power and status of the gods, they must do things from the perspective of the vast majority of people. Think about problems, at least consider their survival, safety, and their opinions. In this case, they will live better than before. As for believing in the sun god, freedom of belief, this is not something that cannot be accepted. As long as they do not reach the level of fanatics, if they are ordinary believers, their own personality will not be distorted. On the contrary, they will find a spiritual sustenance. As for us, we will propose a normal doctrine, and try to make this sun god, who has not yet appeared but may appear closer to the right god. Then we will guide these believers to form more normal values through more positive doctrines, so that the situation of these believers will not be too bad. Doctrine is an important thing related to the life, ability, and strength of the gods. Will the royal family listen to us completely? The doctrine we propose will definitely only benefit the royal family and not harm them. As long as they are not stupid, they will listen to us. But why do I feel that when you think that the other party is smart enough, and that no matter how stupid the other party is, they will not be stupid to this extent? The other party's stupidity will often exceed your imagination? Why was the royal power model eliminated? Isn't it because the upper limit of this model breaks through the sky? The lower limit falls below the center of the earth, and it relies too much on luck? And there is another point. Aren't the stupidest people in history these vested interests? He looked ahead with his eyes, and there was no emotional fluctuation in his eyes. He turned and left, and only his voice slowly echoed. Vested interests are never stupid, they are just bad. If such a day really comes, just get rid of him. The player, who still had a slightly immature face, smiled and quickly chased after the leader, who was leaving. Boss, wait for me. Wait for me, I still don't understand your operation this time, tell me more. And the laboratory, tell me more details, I want to hear it. I don't want to talk. The leader's voice echoed faintly. The news that the noble class of the Southern Empire was massacred by the royal family was like a fuel-air bomb that first blew up the player's world, and then not long after. It was like a nuclear bomb that smashed the entire world of the natives into a mess. And the news that the royal family directly created gods after the noble class of the Southern Empire was massacred by the royal family shocked them so much that they were speechless. However, just when they had not recovered from the shocking news, another piece of news came, which made their jaws drop again. The latest news. The entire aristocracy of the Northern Empire joined forces tacitly, and overthrew the Northern Empire royal family overnight. The Northern Empire fell apart, and turned into kingdoms and principalities on the spot. What? Didn't the royal family overthrow the aristocracy? How come it has become the aristocracy overthrowing the royal family? Which news is true? Upstairs. Pay attention. It is the Southern Empire royal family that overthrew the aristocracy. And it is the Northern Empire royal family that was overthrown by the aristocracy. Oh, is that so? Then why is the Northern Empire's royal family so lame? They were directly bullied by the Gu noble class. I guess they were scared by the news from the Southern Empire, and the nobles of the Northern Empire were scared. And then, without waiting for the Northern Empire's royal family to take action, they directly joined forces to bully the Northern Empire's royal family. I have some gossip. To read the gossip, Please follow the Shiasi channel. It is reported that when the news from the Southern Empire reached the Northern Empire, the entire Northern Empire was shocked, all the nobles were stunned. And the Northern Empire's royal family was also shocked by their little friend. Become a god. The family of gods. Who can resist such temptation? Originally, the royal family of the Southern Empire of the same level are all going to become gods, but he is still like this now. It has to be said that he is tempted, but he is just thinking about it, because he knows that he does not have the strength, so he did not tell anyone. Then what? Then? What then? Then it was gone. The gossip was gone? Half of it was sent? No, what's wrong with your brain? I mean, then it was gone. The royal family was gone. The royal family was gone. It was praised. Oh, he was praised so much, huh? How come he was praised when he didn't say anything? Because the nobles knew he would be tempted, and suspected he would do it. But didn't you just say that? The Northern Empire royal family doesn't have the strength to do it. It doesn't have the conditions to implement it, so why was it praised? Didn't I say that? Didn't you also say that? The Northern Empire really doesn't have the strength to do it. It doesn't have the strength to do it. How many times do I have to say it again? Okay, I understand. At this time, another player silently interrupted. When others suspect you have a nuclear bomb, you better really have one. Poor Northern Empire royal family, killed by their own friends. Northern Empire royal family? Is this how I die? Isn't that too hasty? Not hasty, the entire aristocracy joined forces, without prior discussion, without prior planning, all the aristocrats, regardless of their factions, put aside all conflicts, and all came together to attack the Northern Empire royal family with all their strength. Is this hasty? Not hasty, not hasty. Northern Empire royal family. So I should be honored. Yes. Yes. Northern Empire royal family. Thank you so much. Poochie, ha ha ha, I'm laughing to death. The Northern Empire royal family died so unjustly. The news of the fall of the Northern Empire royal family and the division of the Northern Empire has once again made the forum lively, and countless lurkers couldn't help but come up to participate in the discussion, which is absolutely amazing. The natives offline were even more shocked. One of the three empires created a god, and one empire split directly. This was a major event that directly affected the world's power situation, and a major event that directly affected the survival of a large kingdom and principality. This caused a huge uproar. Only the Saya Empire remained silent, just like an older brother quietly watching his two younger brothers. Oh, the younger brothers this year are not doing well. Chapter 745. Realization. Real game? What? The Northern Empire is gone? Who did it? Emolan was shocked. It was destroyed by the news that the nobles of the Southern Empire were massacred. One piece of news destroyed an entire royal family. Wait, what was that? What do you mean the nobles of the Southern Empire were massacred? Sun Galenhel proclaimed himself the Sun God, killed the nobles and prepared to collect faith to become a god, to fight against the Church of the God of Light? Bullshit, fight against what Church of the God of Light? It's obvious that they want to become gods. Why didn't Tang Chuan tell me about this? No. It's impossible for Tang Chuan not to tell me about such a big thing, so we didn't participate this time, and didn't see the other side's core technology and doctrine, otherwise we would know the extent of their research on the gods. Emolan has always known that, in addition to the Mage Association, there have always been guilds or organizations in the outside world that study gods, and they started their research earlier than the Mage Association, and maybe their achievements in some related fields will be greater than those of the Mage Association. After all, the one who catalyzed the God of Light, and tried to occupy the consciousness of the God of Light. The one who took over the nest. If they said that they didn't have an organization, didn't think about research, and just fought alone, Emolan didn't believe it at first. So this organization continued to study the gods, had its own unique technology in the gods, and the knowledge was very easy to understand. Technology is nothing. It is qualified and capable of mobilizing hundreds of thousands of players. Well, there are many large guilds that can do this, but it can keep these hundreds of thousands of people secret, without any rumors or news, not even a scale or feather, and still be organized in an orderly manner during the plan. Emolan fell into deep thought, and then shook his head. Forget it. It's none of my business. At this time, Lubin next to him said again, there is also the Saya Empire. The nobles of the Southern Empire were massacred by the royal family, and the royal family of the Northern Empire was massacred by the nobles. Both of these news reached the Saya Empire. But no news could be spread. There was not even a little turmoil. It was very quiet, as if nothing had happened. Saya Empire? Emolan frowned when he heard this, thinking of something, and his eyebrows jumped. Forget it. Forget it. It's none of my business. It's none of my business. Emolan shook his head repeatedly and looked at Lu Bin. Just watch the excitement. Concentrate on research. I heard that the research on the Dark Dagger is about to produce results. Come on. I feel something big is going to happen. Emolan was silent for a moment, and then continued. I did it. Lu Bin was curious when he heard it. President, what do you want to do? It may be related to the Force System update. Emolan did not hide it, and said lightly. Lu Bin's eyes widened when he heard it. Ah. This? President. Don't. Why is it so fast this time? We are only 7 rings. Didn't they wait until we reached the upper limit of the version before updating? And except for us, most of the others have not even touched the level of the new version. Indeed, in the past, a new version was released before Emolan was promoted to the next stage. Emolan thought for a moment after hearing this. Relax, this time I may have to wait until I reach the 9th ring before I can update. Because I just feel that if the research at hand achieves a breakthrough, it is very likely to trigger a new system update. Just like the reason for our previous system update was not my breakthrough, but because we constructed the 7-ring stone wall magic array. This time, I just have some order in my research, and a rough direction. It will take a long time before the breakthrough, maybe next week, maybe next month, or even next year, so there is no rush. But why do I feel it will be tomorrow? Lu Bin said faintly. The last time we constructed the 7-ring stone wall technique, it was because you, the president, came into contact with and used the power of rules, and thus completed the master level system update. What are you going to do this time? President? What kind of experiment do you need to achieve the legendary core and system update yourself? Creating rules. Emolan smiled slightly, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Creating rules? Okay. Lu Bin wanted to say something, but before he could finish, Emolan continued. And the rule I want to create may be a little bit special. What do you mean? It means that if I successfully create this rule, it may not only trigger a legendary system update, but also a huge change. A huge change in the game world. Emolan narrowed his eyes slightly, and said softly, this is a rule that originally did not exist, but can be used to create, to materialize the world. Lu Bin's face changed immediately after hearing this. Emolan's words made it seem as if a bomb exploded in his mind, and only one thought remained in his brain. Materialize the game world. Materialize the real game. Lu Bin suddenly felt his throat dry, and swallowed. No. No. I can't stand it anymore. I feel like my brain is going to crash. Let me go out and take it easy. I'm leaving first. Lu Bin walked out step by step, and Emolan shrugged his shoulders when he saw this, and then set his eyes on the experimental plan in front of him. Generally speaking, he would not hesitate when doing experiments. But at this moment, he hesitated a little. The experimental plan had been drawn up, and he was even optimizing and adjusting it over and over again during the hesitation and thinking process. In addition, the theoretical system was basically complete. As long as he followed the experimental plan, it would be impossible to create it directly. But it should not be a problem to create a beginning and bring out a shadow. Emolan hesitated for so long, mainly because it would be fine if the experiment failed this time. But if it succeeded, it would cause too much noise. If it was just a legendary system update, Molan would start working without saying anything. What's the big deal about system updates? He basically made all the system updates one by one. So what's the big deal about another one? He was worried about another consequence. Emolan was worried that the rule he created would just become a trigger. Just make up for some of the things missing in the game world. Or even become the first domino to fall in a series of dominoes. Other things didn't matter. Mainly because everything caused by such a big change would affect reality, causing a series of huge changes in reality. What Emolan hesitated about was whether the reality was ready for this great change. In addition, whether the great change in reality would have any impact on him and his family. Even if there was only a 1% probability, all these needed to be considered. Emolan would not do it on his own just because he had the ability. It would be fine if he was a small person, but now he had reached the level of a giant, and needed to consider all aspects of the impact. Chapter 746. casting the foundation of the city. What should I do? Emolan was lying on the chair, looking up at the lines on the ceiling, muttering to himself. If it were someone else, such as Lubin, Linwei and the others, if they were unsure about something, they could at least ask Emolan. There was a Emolan to ask. And Emolan could give some suggestions. But as the president, as a pioneer of mages, as the strongest mage, when he was doing research, when he was confused, he had no one to ask. Even Linwei, Lubin and the others could only give some suggestions on research. But whether it is the right time or whether it is possible, they can't give Emolan any advice. Emolan needs to think more. No. Wait. Emolan suddenly sat up straight. His face suddenly looked strange. I am stupid. Why don't I have anyone to ask? Yes. The Riddlers in the TV series don't ask questions because of the plot. Otherwise, the plot can't go on. But I am different. Why am I guessing? Just ask directly. Emolan slapped his head and went offline. After going offline, he made a phone call. Emolan came back online soon. But he was more energetic after coming online, because he got a very domineering and casual response. Whatever. Emolan was shocked by the response. And he was excited. But what Emolan didn't know was that in order to respond to the 2 words eat him, he didn't know how many people pulled their beards out of shock. Wow! Which pervert came out of the mountain valley? Emolan didn't know all this. And he was completely calm after getting the response. Smiling. I'm so stupid. I have someone above me. If I don't understand or am not sure, I'll just ask. So stupid. Emolan smiled and shook his head, while flipping through his plan. After getting an accurate answer, Emolan's thoughts became very clear. It is very unrealistic for me to complete such a huge plan at once. I have not yet reached this ability. You can also say that I don't have the ability to create the entire rule at once. And as long as this rule is not completely created, it should not trigger the Force System update. Right? Even if the Force System update is triggered, it should not be enough to materialize the real game. Right? In this case, then I will complete the simplest first step. First determine the structure of mental power, and use the mental power that has completed the structural reorganization to build a virtual world that is completely constructed by mental power, but it is to use mental power to constantly build a virtual world that has always existed, and it really exists. Then, based on the virtual world, just like what I conceived before, step by step, perfect the virtual world, wait until it finally begins to materialize, and indeed materializes a trace of the real world. When I master a trace of the power of the real world, I will be promoted to legend. At this time, the mental power rule is completed, which means that the Force System update has begun, and there is also a chance to unfold the real game world. Yes, that's it. Emolan smiled, looked at the experimental plan, and immediately started the experiment. The first step is to determine the specific properties of mental power, and the performance of various aspects of ability. Although these properties and performances are reflected in many papers, their tests are definitely not as accurate and complete as those summarized by Emolan himself. If you want to work on mental power and create mental power rules, then it is obvious that a comprehensive understanding must be the first priority. Time passed quietly like this. This week, in addition to the affairs of Emolan's North and South Empires, in addition to Emolan's experiments, the Mage Association also quietly launched a project. A full 1,000 formal level Mage Association members, 100 elite members after the expansion, and 5 elders disappeared. There was no sign of the disappearance of these 1,105 people, and there was no news. Only some people who paid special attention to the Mage Association would find that 1,000 high-level mages disappeared. Even if they are formal mages in the Mage Association, they are still high-level mages in the eyes of the outside world, with strong combat power and research and development capabilities. This can be seen from the average strength of the formal members of the Mage Association being 6 rings. However, although they knew that more than 1,000 mages disappeared, they did not know where they went or what they did. At most, they found out that they might be carrying out a secret mission. Only a very small number of senior members of the Mage Association knew that these people entered the space channel of the Earth element world. Only they knew that Emolan, who claimed to be in seclusion, actually went with them. But as for what they went to do, only Linwei and Lubin knew. Other senior members only knew that they also took away a large amount of elemental metals, elemental stones, and precious magic plant materials in many space boxes. The materials they took away almost emptied the high-level treasure house of the Mage Association. That day, the space boxes alone had piled up into a mountain. In the Earth elemental world, in the abyss, Emolan was still continuing his experiments. For Emolan, it was just a change of place to continue his experiments and research, but for others, it was a huge project. On a huge black boulder platform, the 5 association elders studied the overall construction drawings of the city foundation that Emolan had brought out. They all found this extremely complex construction drawing very difficult and hard to understand. Fortunately, the construction drawings are not magic array drawings, so they don't need to understand them. They just need to be able to follow them. Therefore, the 5 elders of the association are still competent for this job. The construction drawings of the city foundation are thick, and the 5 of them are responsible for dividing these drawings into specific construction tasks, and then letting the mages below to do the construction. Each elite member below leads 10 ordinary association members, each group of 11 people, and each group is equipped with 100 machines that can consume pure mental power to automatically maintain a constant magic array, and a tower spirit that assists in calculation and controls the machine. 100 groups, 100 tower spirits, 1,000 mages, and 10,000 machines that can automatically maintain a constant magic array. The mages are responsible for regulating and maintaining the difficult parts, and the machines are responsible for a large number of simple and repetitive tasks. 10,000 machines, 1,100 mages started working at the same time. On the surface, inside, side, and bottom of the dark platform, there were mages and machines that could maintain a constant magic array. In an instant, the dark platform became extremely lively. At the same time, the 7-ring stone wall structure was also controlled by the mages. While continuing to accumulate the dark stone bars, they also controlled the surface of the stone bars, forming various patterns, nodes, and controlling some materials to fill them. The foundation of the city officially began to be cast. Chapter 747 Mutual Complementation. Don't build it directly here. The stability of these 378 points cannot be separated by order. They must be stable at the same time. Only after resonance is triggered can the effect on the design drawing be achieved. In addition, this point must be behind the previous 2. There is a reason why I drew the construction drawing like this. Although this will become much more troublesome and take longer, only in this way can we successfully stabilize this magic circle perfectly by relying on the residual force field formed by the previous 2. Many things need to be linked together. The same design is here. This point, and this point. Special attention needs to be paid. I understand. The 5 elders of the association seem to be thinking. Some things that were originally vague became clear after Emolan pointed them out. Yes. Emolan nodded, and his mental power swept across the dark rock platform, checking for loopholes in the entire project. He would conduct such inspections regularly to avoid creating critical problems, because in a huge cluster array, various arrays have various characteristics. When they are superimposed together, they may amplify each other, cooperate, and play a greater effect. However, if a small problem occurs, it may also trigger a series of chain reactions, and even directly cause the entire city foundation system to paralyze. It was because of this concern that Emolan came to organize and supervise the casting of the city foundation, because this was a design that Emolan drew himself. It was extremely high-end, and basically a masterpiece that Emolan had mastered after integrating all his knowledge. This kind of design, construction drawing, let alone the elders of the association who could not fully understand it. Even Linwa and Lu Bin who could understand it could not fully understand the meaning of the design drawing. Only the designer himself, that is, Emolan, could realize it without compromise. This is why Emolan came to the abyss of the earth elemental world to preside over the forging of the city foundation, even though he had a very important research on hand. This job is so important. After checking and answering all the questions of the 5 elders, Emolan continued his experiment. Elemental body experiment. Although Emolan has found the way to legend, this does not mean that Emolan has given up his master's road, wanting to ascend to heaven in one step, and become a legend directly. Being too greedy and aiming too high will not do any good. Emolan will naturally not make such a low-level mistake. As Emolan, as a pioneer of mages, Emolan will only demand himself with more stringent standards, and demand more stringently on his mage path. This is responsible for himself, and for the entire mage profession. Of course, while practicing his master's path, Mo-Lan will also prepare for the legendary path in advance, research work, test the waters shallowly, not in depth, just treat it as a preview. And it will also make it easier for Mo-Lan to draw inferences from other things. Get some inspiration. Ideas. In fact, Mo-Lan already has an idea at this moment. Inspired by the legendary road. What else is closer to my chaotic magic power? And more suitable for building a virtual world? Oh no! To be precise, it should be my 7th ring spell slot. That is, the mental power extended from the small space spell slot. Mental power with the nature of chaotic magic. Magic can be transformed into other elements. If it can be done, then my mental power with the nature of magic may also be able to achieve a similar effect. At that time, the first half of the mental power rules can be directly optimized, transformed, and designed based on the mental power of magic nature. There is no need to keep the small chaotic space. After all, I have already begun to conceive the virtual world. But this ready-made small space. This small space integrated with the spell position. This small space closely connected with me is simply the best template. The best specimen. I can use it to study the structure of space, the evolution of space, and lay a solid theoretical foundation and practical foundation for constructing the virtual world. And even for the concrete virtual world. If there is a ready-made living specimen for research, then it should be twice as easy to construct my virtual world. Mo-Lan thought for a moment, and then continued his experiment. The elemental true body has not been completed yet. The main difficulty is how the soul can still maintain consciousness after being divided into millions of parts, and how the soul basic particles can merge with the element basic particles. The method that Mo-Lan originally conceived was to build a simple computing unit in each soul basic particle. Not to mention how much computing power it has, it only needs to allow each soul basic particle to maintain the most basic consciousness. Even if it is a little dull, it doesn't matter, as long as a large number of soul basic particles can increase computing power when they are gathered together, and restore normal consciousness. This is actually part of the rules of mental power, which is also one of the basic principles for building a virtual world. Therefore, these two experimental projects are actually complementary to each other. A breakthrough in one of them can drive the progress of the other experiment. First, turn the mental power as a whole into a discrete state, and create basic particles of mental power. It's like turning mental power from the state of water into the state of water vapor. However, although it is described in this way, it is definitely not this principle, and it is definitely not this operation to achieve it. Mo-Lan said silently in his heart, and at the same time, a trace of mental power was split off and appeared to float in front of him. After the mental power split, it had lost contact with Mo-Lan. However, due to the strength of the mental power itself, it would not dissipate immediately, but follow the last thought left by Mo-Lan. But this time, Mo-Lan did not leave any specific orders. So this strand of mental power just floated in place and slowly dissipated. This strand of mental power was very little, and it would completely dissipate in a short time, disappearing without a trace. When Mo-Lan used his mental power to contact this strand of mental power, the two merged together in an instant, just like two drops of water, without any difference, without any stagnation, and directly merged. Although the mental power can be split, it will merge immediately as soon as it comes into contact. Unless I deliberately control it, it can form a certain structure, but as soon as I release the control, it will completely merge together. Even if the structure is originally built, it will merge and disappear directly. This is the same as the spell model. In order to build a spell model and maintain a normal spell model, you must use the spell slot. In the spell slot, the mental power can be maintained in the form of a structure and a spell model. So what is the principle of the spell slot maintaining the mental power structure? Is it because of the original mental power? Or is it because of the special nature of the spell slot? Mo-Lan pondered, and he gradually had an inspiration in his mind. Can the spell slot only be this big? Chapter 748 Interaction Force. When the spell position becomes the inner space of chaotic magic, the spiritual power it emits has the properties of chaotic magic. This means that the spiritual power emitted is directly affected by the spell position, or directly affected by the original spiritual power. The spiritual power emitted has the same properties as the original spiritual power. So if you want to create the basic particles of spiritual power, you must start with the original spiritual power. Mo-Lan felt his spell position, felt his original spiritual power, and said softly, from the perspective that the original spiritual power can condense into a fixed spell slot. The original spiritual power has a certain plasticity. At least it can form a fixed spell slot. Unfortunately, spell slots have a fixed size. Whether it is a 1-ring spell slot or a 7-ring spell slot, the size is the same. Otherwise, you can try to use extremely small spell slots as basic spiritual power particles. Emolan thought. But he shook his head again as soon as he finished speaking. No. The basic spiritual power particles need extremely small, indivisible spiritual power. And the principle of the spell slot is that the spiritual power gathers and compresses to form a constant high-density spiritual body, which is the spell slot. The basic particles of mental power need to be small, basic. Smallness is reflected in the indivisibility of mental power, and mental power is composed of it. And the basic is reflected in the fact that all mental power structures can be constructed with it as the basic particle. Emolan controls a strand of mental power to expand, wanting to dilute this strand of mental power as much as possible, wanting to see if there is any idea. But mental power seems to have no thickness. No matter how Emolan spreads it, it is one, without any thickness. After the mental power expands to the limit, it can no longer expand. Further expansion can only tear the mental power apart and separate it. No. But what about this? Emolan suddenly looked down at the crystal ball of anti-gravity rule below. The crystal ball contained an anti-gravity rule. Emolan's thoughts at this moment were also somewhat related to it. How are other elemental basic particles formed? According to my repeated investigations, the elemental basic particles are actually basic particles rotating around a nucleus at high speed. They had no physical contact before, and they were not one body. But when they appear outside, they are a whole. A solid whole. The attraction between the basic particles should be what maintains their existence and maintains their formation as a whole. Basic particles attract each other and repel each other. The interaction between basic particles makes them form an elemental basic particle. The mental power is a whole at this moment. Can I first transform the original mental power into the smallest units, and then use a structure to give these smallest units repulsion and attraction? That is, the interaction between basic particles. If this step can be achieved, the mental power of these smallest units will be entangled with each other, but will not touch each other, interfering with each other. Each of the basic particles of mental power forms a whole in this way without touching each other. Countless basic particles of mental power form a mental power. In this way, the density of mental power is reduced, but the strength is increased. And within a mental power, I can use thousands of basic particles of mental power to form various models, architectures, so as to enhance the power of this mental power, or build a set of computing units. Each mental power is a set of computing units, 1,000, 10,000, even 100,000, a million mental powers are millions of computing units. Millions of computing units are interconnected, amplified, and the computing power alone may reach an extremely terrifying level. Even the tower spirits can't say for sure. Moreover, mental power can be infinitely small, and even the internal structure of elemental basic particles can be integrated into it. As long as I can integrate a mental power with a computing unit inside the internal structure into the elemental basic particles, then the elemental true body can be directly formed, Emolan said slowly. Although he has not conducted experiments yet, he dare not guarantee the correctness of this theory. But he has a feeling in his heart, as if someone has been telling him that this method is right. This will be the closest he has ever been to the elemental true body in his research on the elemental true body. And how long has Emolan been researching the elemental true body? It can be said that Emolan has been researching the elemental true body since he was promoted to the 7th ring. During this period, he encountered countless difficulties, and countless things happened. He even sorted out the inheritance during the development process, and created an alternative defective version, which is the magic coat. In this process, he also had a fight with God, and found the radiation breath, and then occupied the blood pool to transform the magic coat into the devil's true body again. After countless things, Emolan didn't know how long he spent on research, and how many difficulties he encountered. After such a long time, Emolan finally found the exact idea, and the exact implementation method. This made Emolan feel refreshed. Although it has not been successful yet, it is already very refreshing, because there is already a feeling in my heart. Moreover, as one of the core technologies used by the floating city, repulsion and anti-gravity are the rules that Emolan has studied the most deeply, and a lot of research results have been achieved, although there may be great differences among them. But by analogy, coupled with Mo Lan's own familiarity with elemental basic particles and exploration of basic particles. The research speed should not be too slow, and there will not be too many problems. The rest should be a matter of time. Mo Lan muttered to himself. The next moment, a spell slot was broken, and it was restored to its original source of spiritual power for the experiment. However, before the experiment officially began, Mo Lan chose to leave once. After leaving, Mo Lan went directly back to the core of the most precious treasure house of the Mage Association. There was a treasure house that could only be opened by Mo Lan, Linhua, and Lu Bin working together. There were not many items in the treasure house, but each one was the best of the best, and the priceless value might be underestimated. Among them, 3 are spiritual healing potions. The first is 2 lotuses. The grade is unknown. The effect is that the moment the spiritual power touches it, it can be melted and integrated into the spiritual power. During the duration of the drug effect, the self-healing speed of the spiritual power will increase by thousands of times. There is 1.5 lotuses left in these 2 lotuses, 1/2 of which has used up 3 petals, leaving only 6 petals and the center flower stand. Mo Lan took this half away directly. The second spiritual potion is a peach that only exists in the illusion, which is invisible to the naked eye, and can only be discovered, observed and captured by extremely strong spiritual power. This illusory peach was discovered by chance, and was later sold to the association by an association member, and was included in the association's treasury. When this peach is perceived with spiritual power, it seems that a hint of peach fragrance can be smelled. And just a hint of peach fragrance can greatly increase the activity of spiritual power. And after being absorbed by the original spiritual power, it can rapidly increase the original spiritual power. Mo Lan also took this peach away, and after taking these 2 items, Mo Lan left the treasury directly. Chapter 749 Repulsion Array. No one was willing to eat it before, but this time, they took it out. Mo Lan looked at the illusory peach inside the box. If you look at it with your naked eyes, it is just an empty box. You can't grab it with your hands. This peach has no substance. The box can hold peaches because there is a constant array on it that constrains mental power. If you want to observe this peach, you must observe it with a sufficiently high mental power. There is no other way. Mo Lan grabbed the box and walked quickly towards the earth elemental world, returning to the original position. To give the mental power repulsion and attraction. Attraction should not require me to do it. The mental power itself has attraction. This attraction is manifested in the natural fusion of 2 mental powers at the moment of contact. So what I need is to give each smallest unit of mental power repulsion, let it turn from a whole into countless tiny particles. But at the same time, we also need to pay attention to the size of the repulsion. If the repulsion is too large, that is, when the repulsion is greater than the attraction, these mental powers will be repelled. If the repulsive force is smaller than the attractive force, then these mental forces will still stick together and cannot form the basic particles of mental force. Only when the repulsive force is just right, and a clever balance is achieved between the 2 basic particles at a distance that is neither too far nor too close, the repulsive force cannot push them apart, and the attractive force cannot gather them together. The basic particles revolve around each other, looking at each other from a distance, but never getting close. Only in this way can the basic particles of mental force be initially formed. However, these do not need to be considered for the time being. The first thing to consider now should be how to give the original mental force a constant repulsive force. This is a bit of a hassle. Mo Lan intends to use his own original mental force as an experiment, because only by experiencing it personally can he experience the feeling most deeply and concretely, and then explore from it and find a solution. This is something that no one else can do in an experiment. Only oneself can bring such a real and detailed observation. This is why Mo Lan went back to get 2 precious spiritual potions. Although Mo Lan used himself as an experiment, he did not want to torture himself to death. Although this is a game world where you will not really die, dying at Mo Lan's level is definitely a heavy loss. There are less than 5 potions in the entire association that can restore status in a short period of time, or only 2.5. And they are all consumables. The peach brought here is actually one of them. Maybe it was all peach consumption, and it looked the same to some people, but in Mo Lan's opinion, the game world had been materialized to such an extent, and even a part of it might have become real, and in this case, Mo Lan would not allow himself to die casually. Although the notice did not state that there would be permanent loss, and other people who died did not show permanent damage, Mo Lan did not dare to gamble, and did not dare to gamble whether it was really completely harmless. In this case, It would be a good deal to use a magic potion to avoid this risk. Putting the half lotus and peach aside, Emolan controlled a stream of original spiritual power to flow out of his mind, floating in front of him. Let's start with the original spiritual power, Emolan muttered to himself. As soon as he thought about it, a repulsive magic circle quickly took shape, and the effect directly acted on the original spiritual power. Well, it can't work, Emolan said without surprise. It was not unexpected that the repulsive force could not work on the original spiritual power, because when he first came to the earth element world, his spiritual power could not sense the changes in the gravity of the earth element world. From that time on, Emolan knew that gravity and gravitation could not work on spiritual power. Since gravity and gravitation could not work on spiritual power, it was normal that repulsion could not work on it. However, Emolan felt that this was not absolute. Mental power is still just a kind of energy. Energy is mass. And if it exists, it cannot escape the influence of these forces. So it should be that the repulsive force I created is not high enough, or not strong enough, not fine enough, and cannot affect the special energy of mental power. You can try with a higher level of power. Emolan looked down at the city embryo below, or at the anti-gravity rule crystal ball in the core of the city embryo. If we use the anti-gravity rules inside the crystal ball to strengthen the repulsive structure, we should be able to achieve the desired effect, Emolan muttered in his heart. If we want to use the crystal ball as the core of the structure, then the existing spell structure will definitely not work. We must recreate the structure. Emolan did what he said. He wrote directly in the air with his fingers. One word after another was directly imprinted in the void. The void was like a writing board at this moment, allowing Emolan to write. To put it simply, recreating the structure is to recreate a repulsive spell structure based on the repulsive principle, which can accommodate the anti-gravity crystal ball, and a spell structure of high enough grade. This step is an insurmountable problem for ordinary people. But for Emolan, creating a spell structure is very familiar and does not take much time. After a while, the new spell structure has been finalized. Emolan made adjustments after preliminary calculations, and a new 8-ring repulsion spell structure was directly formed. Emolan became more and more proficient in creating the 8-ring spell structure and deducing it. Well, it can be used. After confirming it, Emolan immediately mobilized a batch of energy storage crystals as materials to build the 8-ring repulsion spell structure. After building the structure with ease, Emolan slowly started it. Buzz! The energy storage crystals that made up the structure and the magic lines connecting the energy storage crystals began to rotate together. A force of rules was guided out from the crystal ball and turned into a booster to integrate into the structure. Then a vigorous force began to grow in the structure. Start! Emolan's mind moved, and a large amount of earth elements were input into the spell structure. An extremely strong repulsive force burst out, and Emolan himself was pushed away by this repulsive force. Although Emolan was pushed away, he didn't care. His attention was all focused on his mental power. When he used his mental power to sense the repulsive force, there was still no resistance. No! Increase the power. As soon as the voice fell, a stronger repulsive force broke out. Emolan even saw a repulsive layer around the structure that seemed to be real. The air, dust, and everything else in the repulsive layer were all repelled. Only the energy storage crystal that constituted the repulsive spell structure still existed in that area. Apart from that, it seemed that a vacuum was formed around it. Still useless? Emolan frowned slightly, and a thought came to his mind. Maximum power operation. Load operation. Chapter 750 Try the Soul? Highest power. The moment Emolan finished speaking, there was a burst of energy. The surrounding earth elements were absorbed, and the repulsive force emitted doubled immediately. Buzz! The doubled repulsive force formed a nearly substantial repulsive force area. Emolan still used his mental power to sense it, and there was still no resistance. But at this moment, his mental power felt a little sluggish. This feeling was very faint, and it would be ignored if you didn't pay attention. But Emolan still found it. After discovering this faint sluggish feeling, Emolan smiled directly on his face. This means that the experiment has achieved phase success. He is not wrong in his direction. This gave him a shot of confidence. Since such repulsive force can indeed affect mental power, then what needs to be done next is to increase the strength of the repulsive force. As long as the repulsive force continues to increase, then I can achieve the effect I want, and achieve the effect of truly repelling mental power. Emolan thought. And now it is already the strongest power of this magic circle. In this case, If you want to increase the repulsive force again, you must restructure it. However, the current structure is basically relatively complete. No matter how you improve it, there will be no qualitative improvement, and it will not achieve the effect I want. In this case, then you can only think of ways to see if you can compress the repulsive force. The current repulsive force is released irregularly in all directions. If you can concentrate the repulsive force that spreads in all directions in one direction, then the repulsive force strength may double, or even 10 times. And it is easier to reach the threshold of repelling mental power. Emolan immediately began to modify the repulsive spell structure. If you want to repel mental power, you must increase the repulsive force strength. At first, it was relatively easy to compress the repulsive force, directly compress it to half of the original range, but after compressing it once, it became a little more difficult to compress it again. Each compression was compressed to half of the original range. The third compression was much more difficult, when the fourth compression was several times more difficult, but when preparing for the fifth compression, Emolan felt a little strenuous. According to Emolan's estimation, to achieve the expected effect, at least 8 compressions are required. Only 8 compressions can constitute a qualitative change to repel mental power. And at this moment, there are only 3 times left to the minimum standard of 8 times. Time passed like a white horse passing by. Day after day, the next day, Emolan improved the magic circle and completed the 5th compression. On the 3rd day, Emolan completed the 6th compression. On the 7th day, Emolan completed the 7th compression. The final 8th compression was extremely difficult. It took until the 30th day to see any results. At this moment, the city foundation below has taken shape. There are 10,000 constant array machines and 1,000 6-ring mages, whose constant array speed is faster than expected. Of course, although it has taken shape, it is only a shape. It will take quite a long time before the city foundation is truly completed. On the 31st day, the 8th compression was completed. Emolan felt that the final spell structure had reached the limit of the 8-ring spell model. This was the limit of the spell model. If we only consider the effect, Emolan estimated that it had already exceeded the 8th level. Start, Emolan thought, and the rule power in the crystal ball gushed out. The anti-gravity rule was integrated into the structure. After a series of operations, the earth element was combined with the anti-gravity rule to form a force field. Buzz! A huge repulsive force gushed out from an area the size of a bowl. The huge repulsive force instantly repelled all the matter and elements in a straight line. Emolan even felt that the light within the range of this repulsive force was slightly distorted, as if the light was repelled by it. This repulsive channel was basically offensive. Suddenly, a repulsive channel was opened, and even the basic particles that constituted matter were repelled. No defense or matter could stop it. Of course, the distance of this repulsive force channel that can reach this intensity is not long. At most only about 100 meters. And it will not work if it is farther. Emolan felt this high-intensity repulsive force channel, and tried to let a trace of mental power touch the repulsive force channel. In just a moment, Emolan felt that his mental power flew away. It was not repelled away, but directly broken up, broken into the smallest particles, and disappeared without a trace. This huge repulsive force does not act on the object itself at all, but directly acts on the basic particles that constitute the object. It does not push the object away, but directly pushes away the basic particles that constitute the object and directly breaks them up. The same is true for mental power. Although mental power has no microscopic structure, the strength of mental power cannot withstand this repulsive force. So mental power is directly beaten out of the microscopic structure, directly broken, and broken into the smallest structural state that repulsion can repel, even smaller than the basic particles of matter. Feeling this effect, Emolan couldn't help but be surprised. This is an unexpected surprise. I don't even need to split it up. The high-intensity repulsion directly turns it into the smallest particle state, and directly turns the mental power that originally did not have a basic particle state into a basic particle state. However, when the mental power is broken up to this extent, it completely loses control and induction. However, with the addition of thoughts and origin, due to the special nature of the two, there is a chance to maintain induction and control at this level. Emolan thought for a moment, and immediately stopped hesitating, directly controlled a strand of original mental power, carved a thought into it, and then entered the repulsive area. Silently, but in an instant, the original spiritual power completely dissipated. The spiritual power has no microscopic structure, no manifestation of basic particles, even if it is broken to this extent. The spiritual power still retains the characteristics of spiritual power. Emolan carefully sensed these scattered original spiritual powers. His previous thought was to gather together. All the scattered spiritual powers actively gathered together. However, Emolan only felt these spiritual powers at the moment of dispersion, and noticed their tendency to gather, but the next moment it completely dissipated. The reason for the collapse seems to be that the thought can no longer bear it. The thought will be broken up in the same way as the mental power is broken up. A thought is weak to begin with, and it will dissipate directly after being broken up. Without the support of the thought, the broken mental power will naturally dissipate and disappear. The thought can't hold up, because the thought is too weak. Emolan muttered to himself. Since the thought can't bear it, then what about the soul consciousness that continuously produces thoughts? A very bold idea emerged in Emolan's mind. Anyway, I won't die. Why don't I try to fuse a part of the soul with the original mental power? It has to be said that this idea made Emolan excited, but you will die after trying it?